There is a certain man known as the useless oldest son of Count Perdium. He is uncontrollable. He is a sword master that is stuck in his room. He is a man that is out of his mind. This man's name is Ghislain Perdium. While shaking in pain, a man in an armor contemplates about the fact that he lost to a garbage human like Ghislain. He could not believe that he who was the best knight in the north would lose to someone like that. Next to the knight, we see the bodies of several other knights. While the man was shaking in pain, someone walks up to him. The person asked him if the surrounding is cozy and warm. He told the knight that he put a lot of money into making the traps. The man talking was a knight with a nice armor and a pretty huge axe. With a cold gaze in his eyes, the man asked the knight if he likes the place. The knight became enraged when he heard this. He could not believe that a garbage human like Ghislain created a trap for him. He asked Ghislain if he knew about his plan beforehand. Our boy moved closer to the knight and told him that he knew everything. He explained to the man that he knew about how many they were, who the spies were, and who helped him with reinforcements. With a cold gaze in his eyes, Ghislain told the man that he knew it all. The knight was simply dancing in our boy's hand. The poor man could not accept this reality. He told Ghislain that he has always been a hidden ace card. The knight raised his voice and asked our boy to tell him how a useless bastard like him was able to know what was happening. Before he could finish talking, Ghislain used his leg to hit the man's face. He asked him to shut up. Our boy took off his helmet and told the man that he can continue trying to invade them. He informed the man that he is going to win the war and the next one after that. Our boy asked the knight if he knows the reason why he will win. With a smile on his face, Ghislain revealed to the man that he has all the plans. The scene shifts and we are taken back a year earlier. We are taken to a soldier's camp which is in the Luthania kingdom near Perdium estate. We see Ghislain wake up in one of the tents. Our boy was shocked to see that he is alive. He quickly placed his hand on his neck to confirm this. Ghislain was certain that he was in a different place a while ago. He remembered what happened earlier. A knight knocked his sword out of his hand. Our boy spat out some blood when the knight attacked him. When our boy fell to his knees, the knight with red hair and a golden armor said that it is now over for Ghislain, who is the mercenary king and one of the continent's 7 strongest men. With a smile on his face, the knight said that the war is over. This man is also among the continent's 7 strongest men. He is known as the noble knight Aiden. Aiden pointed his sword at Ghislain and asked him if he has any last words. Our boy told the man that he simply regrets being unable to fulfill his revenge. While breathing heavily, Ghislain told him that he hopes he dies. Aiden smiled when he heard this. He called our boy an arrogant bastard. He informed Ghislain that he never expected him to have been the oldest son of the fallen Perdium household. He reminded our boy that he left his family after his sister died. Ghislain was surprised to hear this. He asked Aiden to tell him how he knows this when he comes from a different kingdom. The noble knight asked our boy to not be surprised. He revealed to him that he knows a lot about him because he once worked his ass off to track him down. With an evil smile on his face, Aiden revealed to Ghislain that they were the ones who worked with the Delphine household to bring down his family. Our boy was shocked to hear that there were other people involved in the fall of his household other than Duke Delphine's household. Aiden moved his sword closer to Ghislain's neck. He told him that he does not need to know more since he is going to die anyway. He asked our boy to accept his fate. Ghislain was annoyed to hear this. He told the man that he will never forgive him. Aiden did not care about this. He beheaded Ghislain with a single strike. The scene shifts and we are taken back to the present. Ghislain moved closer to a barrel containing water. He wanted to see if his head was still on his neck. Our boy could not comprehend what was happening. He wondered if he was hallucinating. He noticed that he was much younger. Ghislain looked around. He wondered if he was taken captive and used as a lab rat by some mages. Our boy promised himself that he would make the arrogant bastards regret keeping him alive. While looking around, our boy saw a sword lying next to a barrel. While he was thinking, he hears someone call him young master. The person stepped into his tent and asked him to come out. He told him that he knows he is awake. This man is a soldier that belongs to the Perdium household. His name is Ricardo. Before the soldier could take another step, Ghislain appeared behind him and put a sword to his neck. The man was shocked to see this. With a serious tone in his voice, our boy informed the man that he will let him leave if he answers his questions correctly. Ricardo referred to Ghislain as young master and told him that he is crossing the line. Our boy was surprised to see how casually the man spoke. He did not expect the man to have such a weird reaction when he is being threatened. Ghislain asked the soldier to tell him what he is talking about. Ricardo pushed Ghislain back and revealed to him that he tired himself out from his tantrum earlier and fell asleep. Our boy was surprised to hear this. While touching his neck, Ricardo asked his master if he forgot everything after sleeping. He reminded Ghislain that he was throwing tantrum about how he wanted to command the group to raid the orcs. Ghislain could not comprehend what the man was saying. He asked the man to stop spouting nonsense. Ricardo picked up a bag and asked our boy to pack his stuff. He explained to him that people are waiting. With a nervous look on his face, Ghislain asked the soldier to tell him where they are going. Ricardo walked past our boy and told him that they are going to the Perdium estate. Ghislain was shocked to hear this. He quickly turned around and grabbed the man. He asked him to repeat what he said. Ghislain asked Ricardo if he is talking about the fallen Perdium estate. The scene shifts and we see our boy outside. While standing at the top of a cliff, Ghislain looked at his estate from afar. Our boy was certain that this was the Perdium estate. He did not understand why it was looking fine. He remembered that it was reduced to ashes the last time he saw it. Ricardo moved close to his master and asked him if he had a nightmare. He could not believe that Ghislain would call his household a fallen one. He told our boy that the Count will kick him out if he hears this. Our boy still wasn't convinced that everything was real. He believed that he was dreaming, pinched his cheek to confirm if he was dreaming. Seeing that he could feel pain, Ghislain realized that everything was real. Due to the fact that he had a younger face and his estate was in its original form, our boy was able to deduce that he had returned back to the past. Our boy's younger self resented his household. The immaturity born from feeling inferior led to trouble. As time passed, more people in the household avoided him. Ghislain was unable to withstand the criticism, so he ran away from home. Several years after that, our boy became a mercenary. He survived countless battles and managed to build up his skills. He eventually made a name for himself. After achieving so much, Ghislain returned to his county in order to make up for his past mistakes. Unfortunately for him, his household had already been crushed to dust by the time he returned. While looking at his family flag, Ghislain realized that everything is still here. All the people he holds dear are still here. Our boy laughed like a madman. He could not believe what had happened to him. He wanted to sing a song in joy. However, it was too early to rejoice. Ghislain remembered that Ricardo said that they came here to raid the orcs. Our boy could never forget what happened in the orc raid in his past life. This is the day that most people in the raid squad will die. In his past life, Ghislain followed the group to the raid and other to make a name for himself. At that time, the reports had said that there were only 3 orcs. Our boy believed that the fight would be easy enough for someone like him who had no experience in commanding a squad. Unfortunately for him, there were more than 20 orcs. Almost everyone died because our boy had been stubborn and wanted to command a squad. Ghislain pulled himself together. He assured himself that he could take care of the monsters since they didn't really have a strategy. The only problem our boy had was that he did not know if the soldiers would trust him because they all see him as some useless bastard. While he was thinking, Ghislain hears a loud sound. A guard post made out of wood was thrown in front of him. One of the soldiers screams and tells the others that the orcs are here. The men immediately tried to take a stance. Ghislain was shocked to see that the orcs arrived early. He was certain that this was a little more early than his past life. The orcs easily tore the soldiers apart. They overwhelmed them with their huge weapons and their bodies. A man ordered the soldiers to get into formation. The man in a blue armor asked the soldiers not to panic. He ordered them to get into a defensive formation. This man is the commander of the raid squad. His name is Skovin. Before the man could get close to an orc, it swung its sword at him. Skovin managed to block the attack with his sword. The commander realized that his squad let their guard down. He could not believe that they were ambushed when they were not prepared. He was quite shocked to see that there were more orcs than reported. While he was thinking, someone calls out to him. The person asked him to look behind him. An orc was about to crush Skovin with its weapon. Before the orc could attack the commander, someone ran to him. The person grabbed the commander's shoulder and pushed him back. The person turns out to be Ghislain. Skovin was shocked to see his young master in front of him. Before the monster's axe could touch our boy, Ghislain stabbed it in its hand and used his sword to cut off its fingers. Immediately he did this. He cut the monster's thigh. Skovin and the rest of the soldiers were shocked to see this. The orc screamed out in pain and fell to the ground. Ghislain was annoyed to see the kind of cut he made. He realized that he could not yet use mana. He wished that he had returned to the past earlier. Ghislain turned to Skovin and asked him to give him something. The commander did not understand what the young master was talking about. With a confident look on his face, Ghislain asked Skovin to give him the commander's rights. Skovin could not believe that Ghislain actually asked for the right to command. The commander knew that Ghislain was an idiot, but he never expected him to ask for the right to command when their soldiers' lives are on the line. Skovin stood up and told our boy that he cannot give it to him. Ghislain was surprised to hear this. The man walked forward and asked our boy if he believes that the battlefield is a game. He explained to our boy that he cannot give up the authority that the Lord gave him easily. Our boy was annoyed to hear this, however. He completely understood the man. He knew that he would have also behaved the same way if an idiot walked up to him and asked him for the right to command. While he was thinking, an orc rushed to attack him. Skovin asked his young master to step back. He told him that he is too inexperienced to lead the squad. Immediately he heard this, Ghislain took a stance. He realized that he had no choice. To our surprise, our boy threw his sword. Skovin managed to dodge the sword before it could touch him. He turned around and grabbed Ghislain. He asked him to tell him why he attacked him. The moment he said this, the commander heard something. He quickly turned around. He saw Ghislain's sword in the middle of the monster's head. The orc could not even scream out. It simply fell to the ground. Skovin was shocked to see this. He wondered about how his young master was able to hit the orc's weak spot. Our boy called out to Skovin and asked him to tell him the important thing on the battlefield. He told the commander that there is no hope in winning a battle when the troops are filled with fear. Immediately he said this. We see the soldiers trembling when some orcs scream. With a smile on his face, Ghislain told the man that they need to gain momentum. The moment he said this, our boy ran forward. He took out his sword from the orc's head. He jumped directly into the middle of the monsters. Our boy landed on one of the monsters and stabbed it on its head. The soldiers were shocked to see this. While standing on top the orc's head, Ghislain screamed at the top of his voice. He asked the other monsters to come at him. He told them that he will kill all of them. The orcs quickly turned their attention to Ghislain. Our boy cut the first two orcs in their stomach and he cut off the hand of the third orc. While looking at the heads of the orcs flying around, Skovin wondered if he was dreaming. Even though he was a mana user, it was hard for him to do anything, and yet, his skinny young master is tearing the monsters apart. The commander quickly realized that our boy was already tired. However, Ghislain was using the smallest of movements to dodge the attack, and he used his sword to strike the orcs on their weak spot. Skovin realized that Ghislain was fighting like a manaless sword master. Our boy taunted the monsters by saying that he is still not yet warmed up. While running away, Ghislain told the orcs that they are not living up to their reputation as a warrior species. Ricardo was shocked to see all the orcs charging at his master. Another soldier next to him noticed that our boy was running away despite the fact that he was talking trash. Ricardo called out to his commander. Skovin could not comprehend what Ghislain was thinking. He believed that it was a smart move for our boy to run into the orcs to get their attention. However, the commander did not understand why Ghislain would run in that direction. He was certain that the place leads to the edge of a cliff. The moment he thought of this, Skovin realized something. He understood our boy's intentions. He quickly asked his troops to raise a shield wall. He told them that they will follow our boy. When he got to the edge of the cliff, Ghislain told himself that Skovin would have understood his intention if he is a skilled commander. Our boy blocked the monster's attacks while he was waiting for Skovin. Ghislain preferred to kill all the orcs on his own. However, his awful stamina could not handle it. With a smile on his face, our boy told himself that he has done enough. Immediately he said this. The orcs heard someone coming at them from behind. When they turned around, they saw the commander and the rest of the soldiers forming a shield wall. The men held their spears tightly. Ghislain smiled when he saw this. He said that it was perfect. The moment he said this, he jumped off the cliff. Immediately our boy jumped. Skovin ordered his troops to push the orcs off the cliff. The soldiers moved close to the orcs and stabbed them with their spears, while screaming at the top of their voice. The soldiers successfully pushed the orcs off the cliff. The orcs fell to the ground and covered the area in blood. The soldiers were shocked to see what they had done. They could not believe that they managed to kill all the orcs. Immediately they took care of the monsters. Skovin moved to the edge of the cliff. He called out to his young master. To the man's surprise, Ghislain had pushed his sword into the cliff and held on tightly. While breathing heavily, our boy smiled at Skovin. The commander was relieved to see Ghislain. He stretched out his hand and asked him to grab it. Unfortunately, our boy's stamina was bad. His grip slowly loosened. Before Ghislain could reach for the commander's hand, he let go of the sword and fell. Skovin and the soldiers were shocked to see this. The scene shifts and we see someone calling Ghislaine. Our boy immediately recognized this voice. He called out to the girl whose name is Elena. Our boy remembered how the girl cried when their mother died, how she used to thank him for helping her. He also remembered how his sister told him that she hates him. Ghislaine was surprised to see memories of Elena. While he was thinking, someone grabbed him. The person turns out to be Elena. The little girl told her brother that she wants to go with him. The moment he heard this, Ghislaine opened his eyes. He saw himself in a room. There was a cloth on his head. Ghislaine was happy to see that the soldiers managed to save him. He wondered why he had such a weird dream. The moment our boy raised his head up, he felt pain all over his body. Ghislaine realized that he was suffering the consequence of pushing his body to the limit. While our boy was shaking in pain, someone steps into the room. A maid with white hair was happy to see our boy awake. Ghislaine was shocked to see the woman whose name is Belinda. The maid placed the bucket she was holding on the table and told her master that she was quite worried about him. She reminded Ghislaine that she told him to let the soldiers handle everything. To Belinda's surprise, Ghislaine rushed to hug her. The woman was shocked to see this. She asked her master if she offended him. Our boy told the woman that he is simply happy to see her. Belinda was Ghislaine's personal tutor. Since he was little, Belinda was the only one who continued to stay by his side despite his idiotic antics. However, after the Perdium family fell to ruins, Belinda went missing. Our boy was no longer able to see her again. Belinda asked her master to tell her why he is happy when they see each other every day. Ghislaine believed that he needed to tell his maid the truth. He asked the woman to listen carefully to him. He revealed to her that a catastrophe will soon strike their family. The maid asked her master to explain what he means. With a serious look on his face, Ghislaine told the woman that he died and came back to life. The maid laughed and told her master that she knows that the orcs almost killed him. Our boy told her that he is not talking about that. Belinda explained to him that he is the one who is in danger and not the family. While the maid was warning our boy, he realized that she doesn't believe him. Belinda asked her master to tell her what he would have done if he was too hurt to go to the festival. Ghislaine was surprised to hear this. Belinda asked her master if he has forgotten. She reminded him that Elena has been waiting for this day to go to the festival with him. She explained to her master that this is a great opportunity for he and his sister to become close to each other again. While looking at a picture of him and his sister, Ghislaine remembered that a festival always happens at this time of the year. In his past life, Ghislaine did not have time to enjoy the festival because of his traumatic experience. Our boy asked his maid to tell him when the festival will start. Belinda told her master that it will begin next week. A week from now is the day that Ghislaine's life changed. While he was thinking, someone steps into his room. Our boy was shocked to see who came into his room. On the day of the festival, Ghislaine got a memory that continues to haunt him. A week from today, his sister will die. The person who stepped into the room turns out to be Elena. Ghislaine ran to hug his little sister. Belinda was shocked to see this. Elena was shocked to see what her brother did. She asked him to tell her what he is doing. Our boy told his sister that he has missed her. Elena pushed her brother back when she heard this. She told him that he is creeping her out. Ghislaine was shocked to see how his sister easily pushed him back. He never knew that Elena was so strong. While dusting her clothes, Elena informed her brother that she came to see him because Belinda asked her to be here. She asked him to tell her the kind of game he is playing. She asked her brother if he believes that this will make everything okay. Ghislaine asked his sister to tell him what she is talking about. Elena reminded her brother that he asked her to piss off because he is annoying. He told her that he feels disgusted from just feeling her breath. Ghislaine was shocked to hear that he said this to Elena. Our boy remembered that he was not the closest person to his sister in his previous life. He was actually a complete piece of shit. Ghislaine apologized to his sister for his behavior. Belinda was shocked to see that her master actually apologized first. Elena asked her brother if his head is all right. She remembered hearing that an orc hit him. Our boy was annoyed to hear this. He wondered why the two of them kept saying that he got hit. He told them that he was the one who got the monsters. The moment he said this, Ghislaine felt a large amount of pain in his body. Our boy fell to the ground. With a cocky smile on her face, Elena told her brother that he came back unconscious after getting the orcs. The maid and Elena laughed when they saw the way Ghislaine was trembling. Our boy was surprised to see the two of them laughing. He was happy to see that everyone acts exactly how he remembers them. Ghislaine wondered why his past self wasted so much time on useless things. In the festival that happens next week, Ghislaine rejected Elena's offer to go together. He told her that the things that happened in the raid made him upset. This was the last time our boy saw his sister. Elena's body was found shredded to pieces along with her bodyguards. Ghislain was annoyed that he did not go with his sister. While he was thinking, someone knocks on his door. 2 men in an armor open the door. These men were Elena's bodyguards. Their names are Jamal and Philip. Jamal informed his mistress that they were waiting for her. Elena asked the men if something is wrong. She reminded them that she asked them to wait outside. Jamal apologized to Elena. He revealed to her that the servants asked her to oversee their work on the festival supplies. Ghislain was surprised to hear this. He asked the man to tell him why the maids would ask Elena to do such a thing. Belinda told her master that he does not know anything because he always lays around all day. She informed Ghislain that there is a shortage of workers in Perdium, that even the young lady has to work. Our boy was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that they were actually short on workers. Of course, it was impossible for our boy to know anything about it because he never cared about such things in the past. Elena told her brother that she has to leave. The moment she turned around, Ghislain told her that he wants to help as well. Elena was shocked to hear this. Belinda could not believe that her master volunteered by himself. Elena wondered if her brother really got hit on his head. In the town, we see some servants arranging and preparing for the festival. The people of the town heard Elena chasing her brother away. The girl informed Ghislain that people will be too scared to work with him around. Our boy asked his sister if this is how she treats people that wants to help. The girl informed him that the best way for him to help is to stay out of their way. While his sister was pushing him away, Ghislain remembered that her body was found near the slums, which is far from the festival grounds. Our boy believes that someone must have called Elena out there or forcefully moved her there. In order to prevent this, Ghislain realized that he needs to know the ins and outs of the castle. While Elena was struggling to move her brother away, a soldier ran to him. The man referred to Ghislain as his lord. Our boy immediately recognized this voice. He was surprised to see the old soldier. He referred to the man as Old Man Fergus. While breathing heavily, Fergus cleaned his sweat. He was relieved to see that his master was well. The man grabbed our boy and referred to himself as a lowly servant. He told him that he ran to him immediately he heard the news about the orcs. Our boy told the man that everyone can stop talking about it now. Elena moved close to the man and commended him on his great timing. With a smile on her face, the girl explained to the man that her brother has been acting weird since he woke up. She begged Fergus to take Ghislain to his room. The old man easily accepted Elena's request. Ghislain was annoyed to see how his hooligan image was getting in his way. Our boy realized that he had to give up. He decided to find out more about the castle the following week. Ghislain told the old man that there is an abandoned training field in the castle. He asked him to take him there. Fergus was surprised to hear this. He asked his master to tell him why he wants to go there. With a serious look on his face, Ghislain informed the old man that he wants to train. Fergus was shocked to hear this. The scene shifts and we see our boy and the old man arrive at the training ground. Ghislain was shocked to see the place. It was in a much better condition than he expected. Even the weapons were good. The place was a perfect location for our boy to train. Ghislain never saw anything like this when he was a mercenary. Fergus revealed to our boy that they kept it maintained in case he wished to use the facility. The old man told Ghislain that he always believed that what he was going through was just a phase. Our boy realized that the man also did this in his past life. Ghislain tapped the man's armor and told him that he wants to live a long life. He revealed to Fergus that dying feels horrible. The old man was surprised to hear this. He asked his young master to tell him why he is speaking as if he has already experienced life and death. With a confident smile on his face, Ghislain commended the old man for being sharp. He explained to Fergus that he died and got resurrected. Fergus told our boy that he is not interested in jokes. Ghislain asked the old man to step out. He told him that he wants to start training. Fergus bowed his head and informed his master that he will be outside. Our boy understood that he has always treated everyone around him like they are his enemies. He realized that he was too short-sighted. In the past, it was revealed that the person behind Elena's death was a neighboring territory. Thanks to this, Perdium got caught up in a war. This led to its downfall. Elena's death was essentially the starting point of the household's downfall. Ghislain decided to set things straight in this life. In order to achieve his goal, our boy knew that he had to get a better physique. Unfortunately, our boy did not have a lot of time. Ghislain was still certain that he will be able to learn mana control. He sat in a lotus position and began to meditate. Mana is a supernatural resource that allows humans to break through their limit. Most people say that noticing and taking in mana is the hardest part. However, our boy was able to do this easily, even on the chaotic battlefield. He connects the mana particles floating in the air and bundles it up as if he is spinning a spool. For someone like him who had experienced thousands of battles, it was quite easy to create a mana core. However, this was not enough. Ghislain did not join the 7 strongest men in the land with just this technique alone. With the method from the half-burned book of magic that he picked up and the natural mana core of humans, our boy is able to create a second and even a third core. He creates a connected mesh of multiple cores in order to create an explosive force. Ghislain screamed out in pain as the mana traveled through his body. Our boy spat out some blood from his nose and even his mouth. He was surprised to see that he was only able to create 3 cores in his past life. He actually managed to get 5 cores. This method allows one to create an explosive force in a short time, but it also requires an extremely large amount of mana in return. This was the primary reason Ghislain lost to Aiden in his past life. The noble knight brought a whole knight order to fight against him when he had ran out of mana. Our boy was certain that he would have won if it was a fair fight. Ghislain knew that this technique was an unstable one. However, he did not mind. Our boy knew that he had a youthful body and a lot of time. He assured himself that he will be the one to behead Aiden this time. With a look of anger on his face, Ghislain promised to destroy the bastards that helped House Delphine to destroy their county. The scene shifts and we are taken to the day of the festival. We see Ghislain gear up and walk into the festival grounds. Elena was shocked to see her brother. She asked him if something is wrong. She reminded him that he never used to come to things like this. Ghislain explained to his sister that he needs to come to these things once in a while, since he is also a member of the Perdium household. Elena told her brother that he has been acting weird recently. She revealed to him that she heard that he has been training for the entire week. With a nervous look on his face, Ghislain explained to his sister that there is nothing weird for the heir of a knight family to be training. Elena reminded her brother that he never cared about these things before. She reminded him that he said that their father is annoying and he cannot wait to be lord. Our boy was shocked to hear what he said. With a bright smile on her face, Elena informed her brother that she likes the way things are now. She told him that it feels as if he has returned to his old self. Ghislain realized something in the past week. Due to the fact that his actions have changed, his reception and his future are also slowly changing. While thinking, our boy saw Belinda instructing Elena's bodyguards. She asked them to figure out a solution by themselves if Ghislain causes any trouble. She explained to them that they cannot afford to have any problems, especially when there are a lot of visitors around. The 2 men told the woman that she can trust them. Although the general flow of things were the same, it was difficult for Ghislain to gauge the impact of his actions on small events. Making good use of the information he has was our boy's work. Ghislain knew that he needed to respond to each situation effectively. Our boy followed his sister around during the festival. He carefully watched his surroundings to see if anyone is acting suspicious. After moving around for a while, Elena sat down. She told her brother that she enjoyed the festival a little. She explained to him that it is a little boring to have the same thing every year. She wondered if there was nothing new this year. Ghislain found it odd that nothing had happened to his sister even though the festival is almost over. He wondered if this happened because he is with his sister. While he was thinking, someone asks Elena if she wants to check out other areas. The person turns out to be a soldier. The soldier explained to the girl that his friend told him that there are new events elsewhere. He asked the girl if she will come with him. Elena was surprised to hear this. She grabbed the soldier's hand and told him that the events have to be fun. Upon seeing this, our boy realized that the 2 soldiers in front of him are the traitors. Ghislain could not believe that Jamal and Philip were the traitors of their household. Elena's bodyguards were the most trusted knights in the feud. This is because they have protected Elena since she was a little girl. It was known that they were murdered while protecting her in the past. With a smile on his face, Jamal welcomed his mistress to the event. To the girl's surprise, there was no one there. Elena did not understand what was happening. She asked Jamal if there is really going to be an event in such a dirty place. With a nervous look on his face, Jamal told her that the people must have not yet prepared. He told her that people will soon arrive. Elena believed her bodyguard was joking with her. She asked him if he would perform in such a dirty place. While she was talking, our boy looked around. Although the place looked like a simple deserted street, Ghislain could tell that the men have carefully blocked the escape route. He realized that they must have made their preparations in advance. While he was thinking, his sister pulled him. She asked him to leave with her. Jamal asked his mistress to stay in order to see the show. Elena told the man that she is not going to watch a show in a place like this. Ghislain asked his sister if she works out. He told her that she is quite strong. Before the girl could reply, Philip appeared in front of her. With a scary look on his face, the man asked Elena to wait for a little while. The girl became nervous when she saw the look on his face. She told her 2 guards that they are acting strange. She asked them if something is wrong. Jamal apologized to her for scaring her. With a creepy look on his face, the man informed his mistress that a reasonable request came in. Elena was surprised to hear about a request. The moment Jamal said this, 3 men walked into the area. 2 of the men were wearing black clothes. The other man, who appears to be their leader, was wearing a blue coat with a blue hat. This man's name is Frank. Frank commended the men on their smooth work. Jamal walked up to the man. He told him that they brought their mistress just like they promised. He told Frank that their deal ends here. Frank noticed that Ghislain was also here with Elena. He told Jamal that he never asked him to bring our boy. While trembling, Elena held her brother. With a smile on his face, Jamal revealed to the man that he will give him Ghislain for free. He told him that our boy followed them foolishly without knowing that this would be his graveyard. Ghislain asked Jamal if he really believes that he can get away with selling them out. With a cocky look on his face, Jamal asked our boy to worry about himself. He told him that they can simply run away to a faraway place. He explained to our boy that he and his friend have simply gotten sick and tired of the impoverished land which is tormented by barbarians. He told Ghislain that there are plenty of others leaving the county. The moment he said this, Ghislain moved close to him and attacked him. Our boy easily cut through his armor in one slash. Everyone was shocked to see this. Jamal's body tore apart. Our boy told the man that the people that left never tried to sell them out. Immediately he said this, he turned to Philip and asked him if he is wrong. The knight quickly grabbed Elena. He called Jamal an idiot. He could not believe that a knight would lose to an amateur. Before the idiot could unsheath his sword, Ghislain threw his sword directly at his forehead. The man could not comprehend what just happened. He fell to the ground and died. Elena quickly ran to her brother. One of the men in black asked his boss if they are really looking at Ghislain. The other man told Frank that our boy has never had any real combat experience or fundamental training. Frank told the men that they are definitely looking at Ghislain. Although they were caught off guard, Frank could not believe that our boy killed 2 knights instantly with attacks that used mana. While shaking, Elena asked her brother to explain what is happening. Immediately she asked her question. Our boy hit her neck and knocked her out. He carefully placed her on the ground and asked her to have a little rest. The moment he did this, Frank thanked him for making their work easy. He told Ghislain that he is much different from what he heard. He revealed to him that they were planning to take care of Jamal and Philip. The man smoked a pipe and asked our boy if he has been hiding his true skills. Ghislain took out his sword from Philip's head and asked Frank to tell him why he cares about his skills. Our boy took a careful look at the men. The men in black were nothing for him. However, Frank was different. The amount of mana he exudes is on a whole different level. Ghislain realized that he had to end the fight quickly. He released his mana and took out some strings. Before fighting, our boy asked the men to tell him who made the request. Frank told our boy that there is no need for a dead man to get that information. Ghislain already knew that the men wouldn't answer him easily. He took a stance and told the men that they will soon spill out the truth anyway. One of Frank's subordinates asked him if they should sever Ghislain's head. The man told his subordinate that he wants them to capture our boy alive and break all his bones so that he can't help but go mad. With a creepy smile on his face, Frank said that Ghislain has to be screaming in pain for the shape to come out beautifully. The moment they heard this, the 2 men rushed to attack our boy. Ghislain took out something from his pocket and threw it at one of the men. The man was surprised to see a firecracker. The moment he lost focus, Ghislain moved close to him and stabbed him in the head. The other man calls this a shallow trick. He quickly attacked our boy. Ghislain moved his sword behind him and used it to block the attack. While holding on, our boy put his hand around the sword. He used his sword to hit the man's hand. Before the man could react, Ghislain beheaded him. The moment he did this, Frank attacked him. Our boy blocked the attack with the other sword. Frank was shocked to see this. He could not believe that Ghislain managed to block his attack in his position. He was certain that it was a perfect sneak attack. Ghislain quickly pushed the man's sword down and stood up. He made a clean cut on Frank's neck. The man's pipe fell to the ground. To our boy's surprise, Frank attacked him. While using mana on his neck, Frank told Ghislain that he is actually surprised. He told our boy that he would have lost his neck if he did not have enough mana. Ghislain was shocked to see that Frank survived an attack to his neck. He quickly realized that the man focused his mana around his neck to reduce the damage. Frank took a stance and told our boy that he does not know where he learned his strange swordsmanship. with a creepy smile on his face. The man promised Ghislain that he will die here. Frank pushed our boy back and told him that he cannot defeat him with his feeble mana. He assured Ghislain that he will die here. To the man's surprise, Ghislain smiled when he heard this. Frank did not understand why our boy was smiling. Ghislain pushed the man's sword away and made him lose composure. Immediately he did this. He used his leg to give Frank a kick on the face. Frank quickly stepped back after he received the attack. With a smug look on his face, Frank reminded our boy that his attacks won't work with his tiny mana. The moment he said this, Frank spat out some blood. He fell to the ground and began to cough heavily. The man could not comprehend what was happening. He realized that Ghislain's attack was much powerful than before. He was certain that it is impossible for Ghislain to pierce through his enhancement with his skill level. Our boy slowly walked up to the man. He revealed to him that he never expected anyone to be the true culprit of his sister's death. With a scary look on his face, he unleashed his third core and asked Frank to prepare himself. The man was shocked to see this. He could not believe that our boy's mana suddenly increased. Before he could think about it, he saw Ghislain in front of him. He was shocked to see how fast our boy had become. Ghislain attacked the assassin more fiercely. However, Frank was able to block the attacks, but the attacks were quite heavy. Ghislain did not hold back. Frank could not comprehend what was happening. His hands were turning numb just from blocking our boy's attacks. While looking at his almost ruined sword, the man reminded himself that there is usually a limited effect when someone draws a lot of mana. However, this was different for Ghislain. Frank had never heard of a method that increases mana so explosively. It was as if our boy had become a different person. While Frank was trying to regain his stance, Ghislain used his sword to crush the man's weapon. Immediately he did this. He landed a heavy strike on the man's body. He grit his teeth and pushed his sword into Frank's body. The assassin screamed out in pain. Before he could continue screaming, Ghislain placed his hand on his throat and pushed him to the wall. While holding onto his sword, our boy told the man that they need to continue their conversation from earlier. He asked Frank to tell him who requested for the assassination. The man did not care about responding to Ghislain. He took out a small blade and told himself that he will not go down so easily. He decided to take Elena along with him. Before the man could throw his blade, some strings grabbed his hand. Our boy was the one who took out the strings. He asked the man to make a deal with him. With a cold gaze in his eyes, Ghislain asked the man to not make any stupid moves. He told him that he will return his sword into its sheath. Frank was shocked to see that the threads were created with mana. He did not know when our boy had the time to create such a thing. Ghislain pushed his sword deeper into the man's body. He told him that someone on his level should be able to patch up this injury. With a horrifying tone in his voice, our boy told Frank that his level won't matter when his mana core is destroyed. The assassin was shocked to hear this. When he looked down, he saw our boy's sword glowing. He immediately began to scream. He could feel his mana scattering. Frank yelled at Ghislain and asked him if he has lost his mind. He told him that the backflow could cause an explosion and blow the whole area away. He asked Ghislain if he is planning to self-destruct. With a terrifying look in his eyes, our boy told the man that only those who are unskilled make such a mistake. He assured him that he can manage himself. Frank was shocked to see the look on Ghislain's face. He realized that our boy was not bluffing. He became certain that he is going to die. While screaming at the top of his voice, Frank revealed to our boy that he was sent by Count Desmond. According to the man, the Count needed a reason to start a war against the Perdium and the Degard families. Our boy was surprised to hear that it was the Count in Ghislain's previous life. This kind of work was left for the families that allied with the Duke's family. Our boy was annoyed to see that Duke Delphine orchestrated the whole thing without being involved. Ghislain asked Frank if this is the reason why he wanted to kill his sister. The man told our boy that he is correct. Immediately he answered. Our boy pushed his sword through his body. Frank spat out some blood and reminded Ghislain that he promised to put his sword away. Our boy smiled when he heard this. He asked the man to tell him why he is scared when he has also killed many people. Frank began to laugh when he heard this. Our boy was surprised to see this. The man moved close to Ghislain and revealed to him that nothing will change even if he dies. He told our boy that he has already finished the work of the Degard family. He asked our boy if people will listen to a punk like him. He assured him that Perdium will perish in war. The moment he said this, Ghislain grabbed his head and pushed it to the wall. With a smile on his face, our boy told the man that he was reborn after dying. He assured him that things will be different this time around. Immediately he said this, his sword began to shine brighter. Frank raised his head up and screamed out. The man shot out his energy through his mouth. It blew up when it got to the sky. It looked like a firework. The moment he did this, he fell to the ground and died. While breathing heavily, our boy looked around. He saw the corpses on the ground. He stared at his sister's unconscious body. After confirming that there was no one next to him, Ghislain threw his sword to the ground. He took a deep breath and fell to the ground. He began to cough out blood. While cleaning his blood from his mouth, our boy said that it was very easy for him to explode 3 cores when he was the Mercenary King. He pushed himself up and told himself that he will not fall here. Our boy rushed to a building and kicked the door open. He found 2 bodies inside the building. In Ghislain's previous life, there was another body that was found in this place besides Elena. Due to what Frank said earlier, our boy realized that the body in front of him belonged son of the Degard family. The boy was killed along with his escort knight. The 2 men were silenced and framed as Elena's killers. Our boy moved their bodies. He was certain that a war would take place if these bodies are revealed. Ghislain took out a firecracker. He decided to erase the evidence. After setting the building on fire, our boy carried his sister and slowly walked away. He assured himself that he will never let things go as planned for his enemies. As Ghislain walked forward, we see someone watching him from a tree. The person disappeared after staring at our boy for a while. The scene shifts, and we see the man reporting to his superiors who sat on a round table. The man revealed to them that the assassination was a failure. The people on the round table were shocked to hear this. They could not believe that Frank and the other 2 knights failed the mission. They asked the man if they let their guard down because they believed that the work would be easy. With a nervous look on his face, the man told them that they failed because of Ghislain. The men were shocked to hear this. They could not believe that the useless bastard of the north actually did something. One of the men on the table reminded the spy that Ghislain is actually a useless piece of shit. He asked the man to stop using our boy as an excuse. The spy revealed to the man that Ghislain is completely different from the information and rumors they have about him, while remembering how our boy dealt with their men. The spy told his superiors that Ghislain was basically a completely different person. The man revealed to his superiors that they have already taken care of the Degard family. He assured them that it will not be difficult to start a territorial war. He begged them to give him another chance. The men asked the spy to shut up. They could not believe that he was not able to get enough information on one kid. They asked the spy if he knows that he has pushed their plans back. They could not believe that the man was asking for another chance when he failed his first mission. The members of the group ordered for the spy to be eliminated. The moment they said this, someone sitting on a throne told them that they are noisy. The man asked the spy to tell him the kind of chance that he wants. The spy assured the man that he can get rid of Ghislain. The man asked him to tell him how he wants to do this. The spy revealed to the mysterious man that he will make a duel happen naturally. He told the man that he has someone in mind. The men on the table asked him to tell them who he plans to choose. The man revealed to them that he plans to choose Cain Loges. This person is famous for his strength-based swordsmanship. Despite his young age, he is the epitome of strength. The spy assured his masters that there is no one in the north who is a match for Cain's strength. According to the man, Cain is Ghislain's cousin, so it won't be difficult to get them to meet for a duel. With a cold gaze in his eyes, the mysterious man told his subordinate that he will not be granted another chance after this. The spy assured the man that he will not disappoint him. The scene shifts and we are taken to the training hall of the Perdium household. Fergus stepped into the room and told his master that it is already meal time. The moment he said this, he saw something coming towards him. Our boy placed his thread on a sword next to the man. He wrapped the thread around the sword and used it to pull it to himself. Ghislain carefully moved his sword. He wanted to see how easy the thread was for him to handle. While swinging his sword, our boy saw the old man. Fergus moved close to his master and apologized for interrupting his training session. He asked his master to tell him how he was able to drag the sword. Ghislain showed the man the thread. He told his knight that the technique is known as mana thread. It is a way of using mana as a string. In our boy's past life, he used this technique all the time. However, at his current skill level, Ghislain needs to implode his core in order to use it like before because he is lacking mana. The only way our boy can use mana while using his threads is to create a smaller amount of threads. The old man was surprised to see his master's technique. He always believed that he had trained his mana well, but he had never seen something like this. Fergus did not know how his master was able to create this technique with mana. He was certain that Ghislain did not have any skills and he had not trained for a long time. Our boy asked the man if he needs something from him. Fergus told his master that he actually stopped by to tell him something. He bowed his head and thanked Ghislain for protecting his little sister. Our boy was surprised to see the old man thanking him. He told him that he did what he should have done. He asked Fergus to eat with him. A few days after that, the festival was paused. This was expected because a knight tried to traffic the young lady. Inside the castle, we see Elena complaining to her brother. She told him that no one believes her when she says that he saved her. She asked her brother to say something to the people. Ghislain assured her that it is fine. He told her that no one will believe him either. Belinda was annoyed when she heard what Elena said. She was annoyed to hear that Jamal and Philip were trying to take her. She believed that the knights were trying to take Elena for themselves. She told her mistress that she always believed that the two men were perverts. Ghislain was happy to see that his sister actually managed to survive. Although he was able to prevent the war from happening, our boy knew that their enemies won't give up easily. Ghislain knew that he cannot stop them on his own forever. He realized that he needed to grow his own military force. While he was thinking, a maid stepped into the room. She brought a cart containing their food. Our boy realized that he needed to get into politics if he wants to get the things he needs. The maid placed the plate on Ghislain's part of the table. When he opened the plate, he saw a piece of potato. Our boy was shocked to see this. Ghislain turned to Belinda and asked her to tell him when they will have dessert. The maid was surprised to hear this. She asked her master if he does not know how their situation is. The moment she said this, our boy hears someone screaming outside of the castle. He was startled when he heard the person. At the gate of the castle, we see a chubby bearded man asking the Perdium household to compensate him for the damage they have caused with the cancellation of the festival. It wasn't just the chubby man that demanded this. Other men were also asking for compensation. They were holding pitchforks. They asked Ghislain and his sister to come out. They asked them to stop wasting their money. The guards begged the men to calm down. Our boy looked outside the window to see what was happening. He did not understand what was going on. Belinda told her master that she knew this would happen. She revealed to Ghislain that their county is full of merchants who make a living from the profits that come from the festival. The profit was good enough for them last year. However, since the festival was cancelled after just one day, it is expected for the merchants to be angry. Ghislain was shocked to hear this. He never expected the county to be in such a bad situation. Our boy turned away from the window. He realized that he needed to stop the merchants. He was certain that they will get more aggressive if he doesn't do anything. Ghislain asked Fergus to tell him what the soldiers are doing. He asked him to send the soldiers down to calm the crowd. Fergus revealed to our boy that they do not have any soldiers. Ghislain could not believe what he was hearing. The old man explained to our boy that most of their soldiers have been dispatched to the Forest of Monsters for reconstruction because of the orc raid. Ghislain was annoyed to hear this. Perdium is basically eternally at war because of the barbarians in the north. On the other side of the county is the Forest of Monsters. Monsters can come from this place at any time. Ghislain could not believe that they did not have any money or soldiers. He moved Belinda to the side and told her that they need to talk. He reminded the maid that she is the one who manages his money. He asked her to use his money to calm the merchants down. With a surprised look on her face, Belinda told her master that he does not have any money left. Our boy asked her to tell him the reason. The maid reminded her master that the count cut off his allowance because he used to spend money like water. Ghislain could not believe that he was broke. He asked Belinda to lend him some money. The maid told her master that she doesn't have any cash at all. The scene shifts and we see Ghislain looking at the town through his window. Our boy could not believe that his family was in such a terrible situation. He wondered about what they actually have. Our boy knew that he could not do anything if he does not have any funds. Even if he has knowledge of the future, it does not matter without money. Ghislain realized that he needs to get money first. He wondered if there was something on the estate that could change his situation. While he was thinking, Ricardo barges into his room. Our boy was surprised to see the soldier breathing heavily. He asked him to tell him why he is in a hurry. With a worried look on his face, Ricardo revealed to his master that there is a problem. He told him that Cain wants to see him. Ghislain was shocked to hear this. The scene shifts again and we see Scoven breathing heavily. The man's face was heavily bruised. While he was trying to regain his stance, his opponent gave him a heavy punch on his face. The person punched the man on his chest plate. The attack went through the armor and damaged the commander on his chest. The moment he took the attack, he fell to the ground. At the entrance of the bar, we see Ghislain arrive. Our boy saw the commander fall to the ground. Scoven called out to his young master when he saw him. Our boy was annoyed to see this. Cain welcomed Ghislain. When our boy raised his head up, he saw a huge boy in front of him. With a smile on his face, Kane greeted his cousin. Ghislain took a careful look at Kane. He immediately remembered the boy's face. Kane is the heir of the Loges County. This is a county that his family has an alliance with. At this point in time, Kane was Ghislain's only friend and his enemy. While Scovin was shaking on the ground, Kane came down the stairs. Ghislain asked Ricardo to explain the situation to him. According to the soldier, he and the commander came to the tavern because they heard a report about a disturbance. When they arrived at the tavern, they found Kane with his escort knight. The arrogant boy recognized them and asked them if the rumors about Ghislain are true. Scovin explained the details of the rumors to the boy. Before the man could finish talking, Kane grabbed his mouth. With a creepy smile on his face, he asked Scovin to stop lying to the heir of the Loges County. This was how the idiot started to beat the commander. Kane asked Ricardo to tell the story well. According to the boy, the commander told him that our boy, who has never trained in his life, took down an orc with his bare hands and dealt with the traitorous escort knights on his own. Kane told Ghislain that he had to give the commander a little wake-up call to knock some sense into him. With a creepy smile on his face, Kane told Ghislain that none of this would have happened if he had not lied in the first place. Our boy immediately understood why the arrogant idiot was behaving this way. He remembered that Kane always treated him like his subordinate. Every time the arrogant boy visited Perdium, he always made a mess, even after Kane caused so much trouble. No one could say anything because Ghislain was basically his subordinate. No one in the county could look down on Kane. Unlike Ghislain, who always had an inferiority complex, Kane's confidence and bold demeanor were praised as qualities befitting of an heir. Thanks to this, Ghislain was criticized more by the people. Our boy smiled when he remembered this. Kane was surprised to see him smiling. He never expected this reaction. Normally, Ghislain would have charged at him after receiving this much provocation. The scene shifts and we are taken back some hours earlier. At the Loges County, Kane hears the spy ask him to kill Ghislain. The boy was shocked to hear this. The spy assured him that the esteemed one will support his family if he succeeds. Kane explained to the man that it is not difficult to deal with our boy, however, it is still an issue to kill the heir of a county. He asked the man to tell him how he is supposed to eliminate our boy. The spy explained to the boy that they can lure Ghislain into a duel and make it appear as if an unfortunate accident happened. It will look like a trivial dispute between heirs. The man revealed to Kane that he will accompany him disguised as an escort knight and orchestrate the situation. He assured the boy that everything will be fine. With a smile on his face, the spy told Kane that this is a very rare opportunity even for him. Kane could not believe that he has the chance to kill his own cousin. With a smile on his face, the boy told the man that they need to leave immediately. Presently, Kane wondered if the mysterious organization wants to get rid of Ghislain because something about him has changed. The boy smiled when he thought of this. He asked our boy to tell him what he is doing. He sat on the stairs and asked Ghislain to tell him why he is simply standing. He asked our boy to bring the thing that he has prepared for him. Ghislain asked the boy to tell him what he is talking about. Kane told his cousin that he heard that the festival was interrupted. He told our boy that they need to liven up the mood and have an amazing time. He reminded Ghislain that they are always in sync when it comes to things like this. With a scary look on his face, he asked our boy if he is wrong. Ghislain was not scared of the boy. In fact, he did not know what he was talking about. After thinking for a minute, our boy understood what his cousin was saying. He asked him if he is talking about something. Ghislain recalled that Kane used to have him prepare alcohol and women every time he came here. Our boy granted his request back then because he did not want his huge cousin to beat him up. Because of Kane, Ghislain had to waste his precious money. Our boy remembered that Belinda told him that his father cut him off because he spends money recklessly. Ghislain smiled when he thought of this. He realized that it was right in front of him the whole time. He could not believe that his source of money was right in front of him. While he was thinking, Kane called out to him. Ghislain quickly snapped back to reality. Kane asked his cousin to bring the things right now. He told him that he is waiting for him. Our boy assured the idiot that he will bring it soon. With a scary look on his face, Ghislain told Kane that he has a debt to repay to him first. The spy was shocked to see the look in our boy's eyes. Kane asked Ghislain to explain what he is talking about. With a smile on his face, Ghislain explained to his cousin that he has been taking care of everything he asked him to prepare with his own money. He asked Kane to pay him back now. He told the boy that he will settle for 1,000 gold. Kane was shocked to hear this. He told our boy that everything does not even cost 100 gold. He explained to Ghislain that he has been spending his own money to thank him for being his friend. He referred to the money as a friendship fee. Ghislain asked his cousin if he is stupid. He told him that he has always been his doormat. With a smile on his face, our boy asked his cousin to pay him back before he beats the shit out of him. He told him that he needs a lot of money right now. Everyone in the tavern was shocked to see how Ghislain was speaking. Cain let out a sigh and stood up. He asked our boy if he is acting bold because he has been going easy on him. He asked Ghislain if he really believes that he has gotten stronger simply because he spread a false rumor that he won against a knight. Cain called our boy a parasite that is leeching off the land. He explained to him that everyone in the north calls him a scoundrel because all he does is spout empty nonsense. Immediately he said this, he clenched his fist and asked Ghislain to get himself together. Immediately he said this, he attacked our boy. Ghislain easily dodged the attack by moving to the side. Cain was surprised to see this. Ricardo and the spy were also surprised. Cain quickly swung his hand at our boy's head. Ghislain dodged the attack and went low. He punched the idiot in his ribs. Cain was shocked to feel the pain of the attack. Ghislain stretched out his hand and tried to punch the boy in his head. Cain managed to block the attack with his hand. He smiled when he blocked the attack. Our boy was surprised to see this. Cain fell on his knees and screamed out in pain. The spy quickly rushed to the boy's side. He asked Cain if he is all right. Ghislain asked the boy to stop whining. He told him that he knows he blocked the attack. The spy asked Ghislain to stand back. He asked him to stay away from Cain. Everyone at the tavern was shocked to see this. They could not believe that our boy actually took down Cain. Ghislain smiled when he saw this. He immediately understood Cain's intentions. Cain whispered to the spy if his acting was okay. With a smile on his face, the man told him that his acting was perfect. He told him that he has set the stage perfectly to make it appear that the fault lies with Ghislain. He assured Cain that he now has enough justification to duel our boy. The idiot placed his hand into his pocket. He was certain that he had to get the backing of the esteemed one. He decided to leave a lasting impression. Cain took out a blue glove. He could not believe that he was given the opportunity to cut off Perdium, which is a falling power. He raised the glove up and told Ghislain that he has tarnished the dignity of nobility with lies. He said that our boy attacked him simply for trying to verify the truth. Before Cain could finish his words, Ghislain threw his glove at him. He challenged his cousin to a duel. Cain was shocked to see this. Our boy told the idiot that he insulted an heir like him in front of his people and assaulted his knight. He told him that he has tarnished the dignity of nobility. With a smile on his face, Ghislain asked his cousin if he plans to deny the allegations. Cain smiled when he heard this. He always believed that our boy was stupid, but he never expected him to be stupid enough to dig his own grave. He took out his sword and told Ghislain that he will accept the duel. He pointed his sword at our boy and asked him to not regret it even if he dies. Our boy smiled when he heard this. He called out to Ricardo. The soldier immediately answered him. Ghislain ordered Ricardo to bring all the merchants who were protesting in front of the castle. The soldier was shocked to hear this. With a crazy smile on his face, Ghislain asked Ricardo to tell the merchants that he will help them make a lot of money. When the festival was cancelled, the atmosphere that had heated up to its peak suddenly cooled down. Some tourists regretted their decision to visit the county. Ghislain was certain that the tourists were in a state of incomplete combustion. This is because they were not able to spend their money or their time. In this situation, if an event were to take place right now, it might soothe them. The scene shifts and we see Ghislain and Cain on a stage. The two boys were surrounded by a large amount of people. They seemed excited to witness a duel between our boy and Cain. Most people there were happy to see that Ghislain was going to get beaten up. Thanks to the fight, store owners opened their store and began to sell their items to tourists. The chubby merchant who was protesting asked everyone to place their bets. He asked them to bring their money. All the merchants immediately put down their money. They placed their bets on Cain. They were certain that this was a guaranteed win. Cain placed his huge sword on the ground and asked our boy to tell him why he would turn a sacred duel to a marketplace. With a smile on his face, the boy told Ghislain that his sword will not stop even if he surrenders. Ghislain was not surprised to hear this. He already knew that Cain and his escort knight planned to kill him. Our boy told his cousin that enough people have gathered. He told him that they can begin the match. The moment he said this, the spy asked him to wait. With a smile on his face, the man told Ghislain that a proper bet cannot proceed. Everyone was shocked to hear this. The chubby man revealed to the people that no one bet on Ghislain. People were not shocked to hear this. They believed that only a stupid person will bet on Ghislain. They all believed that the results were too obvious. Cain laughed when he heard this. He told our boy that even his own people don't trust him. The chubby man asked the spy if they should change the content of the bet. He told him that they should bet on how long Ghislain can last against Kane. The moment he said this, someone dropped a bag of gold on the table. The person turns out to be the commander. He was being supported by Ricardo. The man told the merchant that he wants to bet on our boy. Ghislain smiled when he saw this. Another person dropped a huge bag of gold on Scovin's bag. The person turns out to be Elena. The girl told the man that she wants to bet on her big brother. Ghislain and everyone there was shocked to see this. The girl asked the merchant if the money is enough. After carefully counting it, the man told her that it is enough. Belinda reminded Elena that she advised her not to do this. Kane told them that they made him wait for no reason. The referee asked the boys to get ready. Ghislain reminded Kane that he is older than him. He told him that it will look a little strange if he makes the first move. The boy was shocked to hear this. Ghislain took out his sword. He asked Kane to come at him. Kane did not understand what our boy was thinking. He went down and told Ghislain that it is a little late for him to act like an older brother. The moment he said this, they were asked to start the fight. Immediately he heard this. Kane jumped up and rushed to attack our boy. He used his momentum to hit Ghislain with his heavy sword. Our boy managed to block the attack. He was surprised to feel the weight of the sword. With a smile on his face, Kane told him that he has already stooped too low to act like an older brother. He used his sword hilt to push Ghislain back. He grabbed his blade and used its hilt to attack Ghislain's head. Our boy managed to dodge the attack by going low. The moment he saw this, Kane tried to kick him with his leg. Ghislain was able to dodge the attack, but Kane's leg still destroyed the ground. Everyone was shocked to witness Kane's strength. They could not believe that he did not even give our boy the chance to attack. With a cocky look on his face, the idiot smiled at our boy. Ghislain never expected him to be so proud. Belinda began to panic after she saw Kane's strength. She grabbed Elena and told her that they need to stop the fight. The spy smiled when he heard this. He knew that it was already too late. No matter who the opponent is, they are trapped the moment they decide to cross swords with Kane. The opponent is overwhelmed by his immense strength, and they will become consumed by the thought that there is no chance to counterattack. The opponent will end up using all their energy on evading attacks. In the end, the exhausted opponent will leave an opening after dodging for a while, and they will meet their end. Kane has always won this way. The idiot began to attack Ghislain more aggressively. Our boy managed to dodge the attacks. Kane smiled when he saw this. He told our boy that he is still as slippery as ever. He noticed that Ghislain's skills have actually improved since the last time they met. He stopped attacking with his blade and turned it around. He grabbed the blade with his bare hands and swung his sword hilt at our boy. He told our boy that he has always been good at running since they were little. Ghislain managed to use his sword to block the attack. To his surprise, Kane used the hilt to grab him and toss him up. Everyone was shocked to see this. The man smiled when he saw this. He believed that our boy was finished. As he slowly descended back to the ground, Ghislain said that he wanted to go easy on his cousin. Unfortunately for the poor bastard, he crossed the line. Our boy gathered mana in his legs and carefully landed. Immediately he landed on the ground. He charged at Kane. The boy was shocked to see how fast Ghislain was. Our boy landed an attack on his stomach. Kane was shocked to see this. The spy could not believe that our boy returned to a stable state by condensing mana into his leg. Ghislain informed his cousin that his swordsmanship is ignorant. He could tell that Kane believed that he was the strongest just because his opponent would get scared if he showed a little bit of strength. Our boy took a stance and told Kane that he will open his eyes. Kane was annoyed to hear this. He rushed to attack him. Ghislain used his leg to kick the boy's sword in order to push him back. Before the sword could reach our boy, he jumped up and moved to the side. As he went back down, Ghislain struck Kane on his shoulder down to his hand. Kane pushed his sword forward. Our boy dodged the attack by moving to the side. He then used his leg to press Kane's sword down. Immediately he did this. He cut Kane close to his neck. Blood began to gush out of the places where Ghislain struck earlier. Everyone was shocked to see this. The crowd began to cheer. No one expected Ghislain to show this level of skill. Some people began to regret the fact that they bet on Kane. Elena asked the maid to see what she is talking about. Scovin smiled when he saw this. Kane noticed that he had shallow wounds. He was certain that Ghislain could have gone deeper if he wanted. He wondered if he did it on purpose. The boy did not understand what was going on. He did not understand how Ghislain got this level of swordsmanship. Our boy glared at his cousin. He threw his sword away. He believed that the large gap in their skill will not provide enough entertainment for the people. He told his cousin that he will fight him barehanded. Kane was annoyed to hear this. Ghislain explained to the boy that he wants to use this opportunity to educate him. He rolled up his sleeves and told Cain that he will be educating him with his bare knuckles. Cain was shocked to hear his cousin say that he will educate him. Ghislain explained to Cain that he is not a match for him in swordsmanship, so he wants to give him a handicap. He told the boy that it is better for them to have a bare-handed fight which he excels in. With a serious look on his face, Ghislain told his cousin that he will now add 2,000 gold, which is twice the original bet. He told Cain that he bet that he will win. Everyone was shocked to hear this. They could not believe that our boy added 2,000 gold to the initial bet. The spy was more shocked than everyone else. He could not believe that Ghislain actually dared to challenge Cain to a bare-handed fight. The man was happy to see that our boy's insanity finally helped him. He believed that fortune was still on his side. Before the fight began, the chubby merchant asked everyone to place their additional bets. He told them that the event is now a bare-handed fight between Ghislain and Cain. Some people believe that our boy was stupid for challenging Cain to a fight that involved sheer force. They decided to bet on Cain. Others believe that our boy knew what he was doing. They decided to bet on him. Cain could not believe that his cousin wanted to fight him with his bare hands. He asked Ghislain to do what he wants. He grabbed his weapon and threw away his coat. He raised his weapon up and told his cousin that he will use his sword. The moment he said this, he rushed to attack our boy. Belinda was annoyed to see this. She asked her master to pick up his sword and defeat the bastard. Immediately she said this. Cain swung his sword at his cousin with the intention of killing him. Ghislain smiled when he saw this. He realized that he needed to knock some sense into his cousin. The moment he thought of this, he went down to dodge Cain's attack. Cain tried to move his sword closer to cut our boy. Ghislain quickly moved to the boy's side. Our boy punched Cain in his lap. Before Cain could react, Ghislain gave him a heavy punch on his jaw. This attack made the boy lose his balance. He quickly fell to the ground. Cain could not comprehend what was happening. He did not know how a loser like our boy was able to display such movements. Everyone began to scream when they saw how their young master fought. They slowly understood that Ghislain might actually win. With a cold look on his face, Ghislain asked his cousin to get up. He told him that he has not even gotten started. Cain was annoyed to hear this. He raised his sword and rushed to attack our boy. He swung his huge sword at our boy when he got close to him. Ghislain easily dodged his attacks. Our boy grabbed his cousin's arms. He twisted it and locked Cain down. Before Cain could do anything, Ghislain used his knee to give him a blow in his rib. The poor boy spat out some blood. Cain could not accept what was happening. Ghislain could not even look him straight in the eyes until now. Our boy used to bow down on his own when he saw Cain. The boy could not understand what was happening. He believed that it would have been simple for him to kill Ghislain and secure his family's future. After Cain spat out some blood, our boy did not give him the time to rest. He pounded him without stopping. He beat the shit out of Cain. By the time Ghislain stopped, Cain's face and entire body had already swollen up. The boy trembled in front of our boy. Ghislain grabbed his hair. He told the boy that he pities his father. He explained to his cousin that his father helped Perdium until he was on the verge of demise simply because he was friends with our boy's father. Unfortunately, his son had a different idea in his mind. Upon hearing this, Cain remembered something. A few years ago, we see Cain arguing with his father. He could not believe that his father wanted to send more support to the Perdium County. He reminded his father that they are also having a hard time right now. He asked his father to tell him why he continues to invest in a land that is withering away. He told him that it is like pouring water into a cracked bucket. He reminded the Count that it has not been a week since he returned, and yet he is already going back to help Perdium. Cain asked his father not to leave. He told him that everyone is asking him to stay. He asked his father to tell him why he insists on helping Perdium. Count Loges turned around and told his son that he is doing all of this because he is friends with Count Perdium. Cain finally understood what his father was talking about. The moment the boy remembered this, he saw Cain's fist coming close to his face. Cain closed his eyes out of fear. Upon seeing this, Ghislain told his cousin that he has done enough. When Cain opened his eyes, he saw our boy's hand in front of him. Ghislain asked his cousin to get up. Cain was surprised to see this. He faced his head down and told our boy that he accepts his defeat. Everyone was shocked to see this. The crowd began to chant their young master's name. They could not believe that he actually won. Some people regret betting on Cain, while others were thankful that they ended up betting on Ghislain. Elena was happy to see that her big brother won. Belinda and the two soldiers were shocked to see that their master actually won. The spy got on the stage and called out to Cain. He moved close to him and began to yell. He asked Cain to tell him why he would accept his defeat just because he had a little bit of a disadvantage. He told the boy that he trusted him. Kane ignored him and told him that he is done. He told him that they need to leave. The man was annoyed to see that he chose a weak brat. While he was thinking, Ghislain called out to him. With a smile on his face, our boy told the man that he has to do something. The man was surprised to hear this. He did not know what our boy was talking about. Ghislain called the attention of his people. He told them that the man is volunteering to pay for all the meats and drinks of everyone in this place. The spy was shocked to hear this. The people were quite happy to hear what their young master said. They told Ghislain that he is the best. The spy told our boy that he did not agree to this. He asked Ghislain to withdraw his statement. Ghislain placed his hand on the spy's shoulder. He explained to him that this is the price he has to pay for losing the duel. He told him that he expected him to have this much money. Our boy explained to the man that this money won't be deducted from the bet. Ghislain pressed the man's shoulder and reminded him to add 2,000 gold to the bet that they originally set at 1,000 gold. With a horrifying look on his face, our boy told the spy that he already knows what will happen if he tries to run. Upon seeing the look on Ghislain's face, the spy gave up. He knew that he was going to die if he does something stupid. He fell to his knees and accepted our boy's request. The next day, we are taken to Ghislain's room. Our boy placed a huge box on his table. When he opened his box, Ghislain saw a large amount of gold coins inside. This was the money our boy made from his bet. Our boy never expected the money to be so much. He was certain that he could hire a small mercenary corps with this money. Ghislain closed his box. Our boy knew that it takes a lot of time to make more money. He was certain that their enemies won't wait for him. Ghislain realized that he had to prepare faster in order to start the business that he has in mind. While he was thinking, our boy noticed that Elena and Belinda were next to him. With a nervous look on his face, Ghislain asked them if something is wrong. With a bright smile on her face, Elena asked her elder brother to tell her where he plans on spending all his money. Our boy asked her if she wants some money. The girl told her brother that she is simply curious. Belinda told Elena that she already knows where he will spend it. She reminded her that Lady Amelia's birthday is coming soon. She asked her master if he put up a show because he wanted to buy Amelia an expensive gift. She told him that he is so easy to read. Elena could not believe that her brother was working so hard to look good in front of his fiancée. Ghislain was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that he had a fiancée. Our boy asked his maid and his sister if he really has a fiancée. Belinda asked her master to not be shy. She told him that he does not need to play dumb just because he is embarrassed that they knew what he was thinking. Elena reminded her brother that they are talking about Amelia from the Rayfold County. Ghislain's expression became grim when he heard the name of the county. Our boy remembered his fiancée. He remembered her as a spider. Amelia Rayfold is a noble among nobles. She is known for her kind nature and her actions towards everyone regardless of their status. She gained the deep support of the people of her territory. However, Amelia would later incite a rebellion and come to be known as the Witch of the North. She joined hands with the Delphine Duchy to drive the final nail into Perdium's downfall. Ghislain remembered the girl as a traitor. Our boy smiled when he thought of this. He asked Belinda to tell him when their father will return. The maid told him that the Lord will be back in a week. Our boy realized that a week is enough for him. He stood up and told Belinda that he will be visiting the Rayfold County. Belinda was surprised to hear this. She told her master that it is not yet Amelia's birthday. She asked him to tell her the reason for his visit. Our boy revealed to her that he wants to get money from the county. The scene shifts and we see a beautiful noble lady place her shoes on the ground. The lady had a tattoo of a spider next to her mouth. She had beautiful red eyes. She asked someone to wear her shoes. The person turns out to be a poor little girl in rags. The little girl could not believe that Lady Amelia was giving her some shoes. Amelia told the little girl that she is the only one who deserves to walk barefooted on the land. She turned to her soldiers and asked them to provide food and shelter to the people around. Immediately they heard this. The men began to bring provisions to the area. The people were shocked to see this. As Amelia and her soldiers walked away, the people thanked her for what she did. The scene shifts and we are taken to Amelia's garden at the Rayfold Manor. We see a man cleaning Amelia's feet. The man commended Amelia on what she did today. This man's name is Bernaf. He is Amelia's escort knight. While petting her cat, Amelia revealed to her knight that her father has always demanded absolute obedience from the people of his territory. According to Amelia, the common folk will always follow those who keep them warm and well-fed. Bernarf told his mistress that she has now won the hearts of the people. He assured her that her kind nature will be favorable in the future successor competition. The moment she heard this, Amelia used her leg to hit Bernarf's face. She asked him to tell her what happened in the duel against the finest sword of the North. Bernaf apologized to his mistress. He explained to her that he wanted to avoid needless attention. He told her that people will begin to pay attention to her if he won the duel. He reminded Amelia that it is not yet time for her to show her claws. He kissed his mistress's feet and told her that his blade belongs to her. Amelia told her knight that he is naturally her blade since she invested so much into him. She raised his head up and moved closer to him. With a scary look on her face, she told Bernarf that he is not allowed to be weak. Amelia let go of the man and asked him to tell her how things are with the merchants. Bernaf assured her that she does not need to worry about the Arctium merchants. He revealed to her that all the materials used for the reconstruction of the Forest of Beasts outpost, which was recently destroyed by the orc attack in Perdium, are being purchased through their merchant guild. He explained to Amelia that they are recouping all the support funds Count Rayfold sends to Perdium every year. He told her that they are also recruiting all the soldiers and knights leaving Perdium. He revealed to her that many of the soldiers are well trained from battles against the barbarian tribes, which make them excellent quality. Amelia commended her knight on his success. She reminded him to always maintain the appearance of an ordinary merchant guild. She explained to Bernaf that they cannot let their true identity be exposed until they have built up their strength. While they were talking, a steward comes to interrupt them. Bernaf stood up and told the man that the mistress is resting. He asked the steward to tell him who gave him permission to step into the garden. The steward explained to the knight that he just received news from the gate that Ghislain has come to visit. Amelia was surprised to hear this. She asked the steward to tell her why Ghislain came. The man revealed to her that our boy said that he has something to discuss about their merchant guild. Amelia and her knight were shocked to hear this. The scene shifts and we are taken to the visitor's room. Amelia stepped into the room and sat down. She saw our boy wearing a rough coat. He was holding a small flower. Ghislain greeted the girl. Amelia told our boy that his visit is quite unpleasant. She told him that he came without any prior notification. She asked him if he has not yet learned manners or etiquette. With a smile on his face, Ghislain told the girl that he wanted to give her a gift in advance because her birthday is coming soon. Our boy placed the flower he was holding on the table. He explained to her that he got the flower from the merchant guild up ahead. He told her that the fragrance is quite nice. He explained to her that he plans to buy flowers from the guild from now on. Ghislain revealed to her that the guild is known as the Arctium Merchant Guild. Amelia could not comprehend what our boy was thinking. She stood up and told him that she does not know what he is talking about. She turned around and told Ghislain that she will be leaving now that she has received his gift. With a cold gaze in his eyes, Ghislain asked the girl to sit down. Amelia was shocked to feel the energy our boy was releasing. She could not believe that the guy who used to be barely able to speak when he stood in front of her was releasing such a powerful energy. Ghislain picked up the tea in front of him. He told Amelia that he does not want to waste her time. He revealed to her that he needs some money. He asked Amelia to give him 10,000 gold. Amelia was shocked to hear this. She could not believe that Ghislain visited her out of nowhere and is asking her to give him a large amount of money. She asked our boy if this is the will of his father. Ghislain assured her that his father has nothing to do with this. He asked her to simply give it to him. Our boy poured the tea on the floor. With a smile on his face, Ghislain told the girl that she never planned to marry him. Amelia was shocked to hear this. Our boy told her that it will be bad for her if word gets out that she is secretly building up her power, especially when the succession fight is quite fierce. The moment our boy said this, Amelia's cat jumped on the table and growled at him. Amelia told our boy that his joke is not funny. Ghislain assured the girl that he will keep her secret for a little while. He told her that his lips might be loose if he leaves the room empty-handed. With a smile on her face, Amelia assured our boy that it won't happen. Immediately she said this, she called for Bernarf. The knight opened the door and stepped into the room. He placed his hand on his chest and greeted Ghislain. Ghislain remembered Bernaf as a knight that has always stayed by Amelia's side. He remembered that Bernaf was a skilled individual who possesses the potential to be compared to the finest sword of the North. Our boy explained to Amelia that a war will break out if he dies there. He asked her if she can handle this. According to Amelia, a ruffian barged in and caused chaos. He was killed by the escort knight because of his actions. She revealed to him that this is what the world will hear about his demise. With a smile on her face, Amelia ordered Bernaf to kill Ghislain. The knight drew his sword when he heard this. Our boy did not expect Amelia to react this way. He realized that he had no choice but to get a little serious. He placed his hand on his sword hilt. Before Ghislain could attack, he noticed that Bernaf was smiling. Our boy found this to be weird. The moment he saw this, he heard a sound. An assassin jumped out of one of the knight armors that was behind Ghislain. The assassin stabbed Ghislain's chair. Fortunately, our boy managed to jump out of the chair and go low. As the assassin struggled to remove his sword, he gave him a heavy kick in his chest. The assassin was sent flying. His body broke the window. Amelia and Bernaf were shocked to see this. Ghislain turned to them. He could not believe that Amelia was feigning politeness while she launched a surprise attack. He picked up his sword and told them that they have a poor hospitality. Immediately he said this. Ghislain charged at Bernaf. He swung his sword at the knight, but he managed to block it. With a cold gaze in his eyes, Ghislain asked Bernaf if their county does not know about chivalry. Bernaf apologized to him. He reminded Ghislain that he was the first to be rude to Amelia. He told him that it is inconsiderate of him to arrive unannounced, and to make his mistress unsettled, he grabbed Ghislain's sword and locked it in his arms. He told him that he does not need to be polite to someone like him. Immediately he said this, he attacked our boy. Ghislain easily dodged the attack. He jumped and used his leg to kick Bernaf back. The two of them created some space between themselves. Bernaf had heard that our boy was all talk with no skill to back his words, however. The Ghislain in front of him did not seem like a rookie. Amelia asked her knight to tell her why he is fighting like this. With a look of anger on her face, she ordered Bernaf to bring her Ghislain's head. She told him that he has to do this if he considers himself as her sword. Upon hearing this, Bernaf took a stance and released his energy. He asked Ghislain to step forward. Our boy smiled when he heard this. He could not believe that a mere escort knight dared to order him around. Bernaf told our boy that he was actually doing him a favor. He put his leg forward and told Ghislain that he will do as he wishes. Immediately he said this, he appeared in front of our boy. He swung his sword at him. Ghislain was shocked to see him. He barely managed to dodge his attack. Even though he dodged the attack, Bernaf managed to leave a cut on his face. Our boy was shocked to see how fast he was. Bernaf began to attack Ghislain more fiercely. Our boy managed to block the attacks. Amelia was shocked to see what was happening. She could not believe that a lousy punk like Ghislain is actually fighting on equal footing with Bernaf. Even though she saw what was happening, she was certain that her knight was still stronger. Our boy blocked another one of the knight's attack. He locked his sword down and moved his sword close to his neck. Before our boy could hurt him, Bernaf moved his sword back and locked Ghislain's sword with his arm. He attacked Ghislain the moment he did this. Our boy smiled when he saw the technique. He could not believe that the knight was using the same technique as earlier. He jumped and tried to take away his sword the same way he did before. Unfortunately for him, something was different. Ghislain was shocked to see that he couldn't take out his sword. Bernaf's body was being strengthened with his mana. He told our boy that his trick won't work twice. The moment he said this, he slammed our boy to the ground. He quickly rushed to attack him. Ghislain pushed his sword away and jumped back to create some space between them. Our boy realized that the man was able to hold on to him because of his mana. The knight told Ghislain that he is actually completely different from the rumors. He said that a person never truly knows a lot until you have fought the opponent yourself. Bernaf could tell that Ghislain's swordsmanship was not something he learned systematically. He told our boy that it looks like something he picked up through real combat experiences. With an arrogant look on his face, he asked him if he has fought with the barbarians so often that he naturally adopted their style. Immediately he said this, he threw away our boy's sword. He told Ghislain that his method only works on a chaotic battlefield. With a smile on his face, Bernaf told our boy that his deviation ends now. While breathing heavily, Ghislain acknowledges the fact that things are difficult. The narrow and precise thrusts of Bernaf's blade that constantly targets the head messes with Ghislain's sense of distance and timing. And at a close range, the difference in size makes it difficult to overcome him with techniques alone. In the first place, Bernaf was not someone that Ghislain should have tried to take on yet. Our boy raised his hand. We see a mana thread attached to it. He told the knight that he also doesn't have a lot of time left. The moment he said this, he pulled the thread. Bernaf was surprised to see mana in form of a thread. He did not know what our boy was doing. Before he could react, Ghislain used his sword hilt to hit him at the back of his head. The moment the man lost his stance, our boy moved close to him and used his knee to give him a heavy blow on his face. Bernaf could not understand what was happening. He did not know how Ghislain got his sword close to him. Amelia quickly called out to her knight. Ghislain raised his sword and attacked the knight. Surprisingly, Bernaf was actually able to block the attack. He used his sword to push our boy back. Our boy managed to maintain his stance. Upon seeing how the fight was going, Bernaf asked his mistress to leave the room. He explained to her that he cannot guarantee her safety. With a serious look on his face, the knight said that he will have to start doing his best. Our boy told the man that this is what he wants to see. With a cold gaze in his eyes, Ghislain said that he has not met such an entertaining opponent in a long time. The scene shifts and we see Amelia running away with her cat. The girl was annoyed to see that Ghislain would cause her such a terrible humiliation. Amelia wondered about who leaked the information about the merchant guild to a madman like our boy. She believed that it was impossible for Ghislain to know about it in so much detail if no one told him. The girl realized that the rumors about Ghislain slaying orcs and saving his younger sister from assassins were true. Due to our boy's past, Amelia believed that her fiancé must have been lucky or he exaggerated the information. She could not believe that Ghislain actually did all these things. While running, Amelia turned to a corner. She wondered about what the guards which she stationed there were doing. When the girl looked around, she saw her guards lying on the ground. She saw a woman in a hood standing in the middle of them. The woman turned around and smiled at Amelia. She told her that it has been a while since they met. The woman turns out to be Belinda. Amelia was shocked to see the maid. She asked her about what she is doing there. Immediately she asked this question. Belinda appeared next to her with a blade to her neck. She asked her to keep quiet. Amelia was shocked to see a blade at her neck. Belinda noticed that Amelia still had a spider on her lips. The spider turns out to be real. The maid removed the spider away from her lips. With a smile on her face, Belinda revealed to her that she eavesdropped on Count Perdium and Count Rayfold during the engagement ceremony. The maid heard that Amelia's siblings picked on her for having creepy spiders around. The girl raised the spiders herself and took her revenge. Belinda told the girl that she does not understand why she still wears a spider. She asked her if it is to overcome trauma or if it is a display of self-assertion. She threw the spider to the floor and told Amelia that it does not suit her. Immediately she said this, she crushed the insect with her leg. She asked Amelia to cooperate with her. The scene shifts and we are taken back into the room. Ghislain noticed that the air was rough. He was surprised to feel the overwhelming amount of mana which Bernaf was releasing. Bernaf remembered that our boy referred to him as an entertaining opponent. He told Ghislain that only a lowly mercenary would say such a thing. He could not believe that Ghislain was calling himself a noble like his mistress. Our boy was surprised to hear this. He reminded the knight that he is an escort. He asked him not to question his nobility. Bernaf rushed to attack Ghislain when he heard this. Our boy managed to block his fast attack. With a serious look on his face, he asked our boy to not disgrace the nobility. Immediately he said this, he began to attack faster. His attacks were on a whole different level from before. Ghislain was surprised to see how fast the attacks were. Our boy still managed to block them. Even though he was blocking the attacks, our boy was still having a hard time. He was surprised to see how the knight was pushing forward so fiercely. Ghislain became annoyed. He told Bernaf that he has done enough. He used his sword to push his sword aside. He tried to pierce the knight's head. Bernaf managed to use his sword to intercept the attack. He bent our boy's sword and pushed him back. The man told Ghislain that he just used his final attack. He thrust his sword at our boy. His sword landed on Ghislain's body. To his surprise, Ghislain used his shoulder to take on his blade. Bernaf realized that our boy braced himself for the injury and used his shoulder to push away his blade. Ghislain quickly attacked the knight with this chance. Bernaf managed to block it. The knight realized that he could never let his guard down until the very end. He pushed our boy's sword and locked it down. He used his leg to kick him away. He told Ghislain that this is the difference between him and a person who wields a sword for entertainment. While breathing heavily, Ghislain thinks about how entertaining the fight is. With overwhelming speed, range, and consecutive attacks, Bernaf controls the flow of the fight. Any attempt to counter him in close quarters through grappling is instantly shut down. In a binding clash, Bernaf makes it seem like their swords are locked together. This is done to deceive Ghislain into thinking that the swords cannot be separated. With his current mana, it was impossible for our boy to counter his strength. The situation was not looking good for Ghislain. Of course, our boy could not counter Bernaf with the mana he is right now. While Ghislain was thinking, Bernaf charged at him. Our boy felt bad that he had to end the fight here. He raised his sword and took a stance. There was one thing which Bernaf overlooked. This was Ghislain's unique mana cultivation technique. Our boy unleashed his third core and charged at the man. The moment their swords touched, Ghislain pushed it down with his strength and knocked it out of his hand. Bernaf was shocked to see this. He did not understand how Ghislain got such an explosive mana during combat. Before our boy could pierce Bernaf's head, someone asked him to stop. The person turns out to be Amelia. With a look of anger on her face, the girl asked Ghislain to take the 10,000 gold and to get out of her sight. Our boy felt irritated when he heard this. He told the girl that it would have been better if she had just handed over the money when he asked nicely. He removed his sword from Bernaf's head. Belinda told her master that what he has done is a bit too much to call it a lover's quarrel. Ghislain assured her that they simply had a difference in opinion. He walked up to Amelia and told her that he has some unfortunate news for her. He placed his sword on his shoulder and revealed to the girl that the fee has gone up to 20,000 gold. In the next scene, we see Amelia smash a vase on the floor. Bernaf was next to his mistress. He apologized to her for his failure. He explained to her that Ghislain is quite strong and different from the rumors. He said that it is his fault for not correctly assessing Ghislain beforehand. He revealed to her that our boy managed to emit a mana that surpassed that of an advanced level knight. With a scary look on her face, Amelia said that Ghislain has changed. Bernaf asked her if she wants to report this change to the Delphine Duchy. Amelia slapped him when she heard this. She grabbed his shirt and asked him to watch his mouth. She asked him if he does not know how scary Duke Delphine is. She explained to him that they are finished if the Duke finds out about the incident. The reason Amelia secretly allied herself with Duke Delphine without her father's knowledge is because they had a covert agreement. The Duke promised to support the rebellion that Amelia would lead in exchange for her assistance in bringing down Perdium. Amelia told Bernaf that her siblings will kill her the moment the agreement is exposed. With a look of anger on her face, Amelia realized that Ghislain might also know about the agreement since he knew about the secret of the Merchant Guild. She told Bernaf that they need to do whatever it takes to kill our boy. The man accepted this idea. Amelia asked him about the state of Ghislain's body. Bernaf revealed to her that he managed to leave light injuries on many parts of his body and a heavy one on his shoulder. According to the knight, Ghislain will probably not be in the best condition for a while because he used an explosive amount of mana. Bernaf informed his mistress that they cannot use knights from their land in order to not leave any traces. Amelia assured him that she is aware. She reminded him that this is the reason why she trained a certain set of people. Bernaf immediately understood what she was talking about. He asked her if she will use the wildcats. According to Amelia, the wildcats consist of war orphans, those without kin and those without status. Only the most talented natural-born specialists are among them. Amelia placed a flag on the map in front of her. She asked Bernaf to send the wildcats there. She asked him to assemble a dozen of them. She told him to only use those who are proficient with mana. Bernaf quickly understood why his mistress wanted to send the wildcats there. The ravine is the only narrow path from the Rayfold territory to the Perdium County. It is an ideal place for quietly handling things. This is because the area is remote and the terrain is tight. Bernaf told his mistress that he will get the wildcats prepared. With a look of anger on her face, Amelia promised to pay Ghislain back for the humiliation he presented her. The scene shifts and we see Ghislain in a carriage. He was wrapping a cloth around his arm. Our boy sensed something. He wondered if it was Amelia's doing. Fergus asked his master if he is all right. Ghislain assured him that he is fine. The cuts weren't very deep. Our boy felt like he was doing well considering the fact that he went a little overboard. The 20,000 gold he received from Amelia was enough to cover the base funds needed to rebuild their territory. It was like receiving a few years' savings. Ghislain actually wanted to kill Amelia, but this would have caused an unavoidable war. He knew that he could not risk the safety of the territory because of his momentary whims. Perdium is already having a difficult time dealing with barbarians, so it would be smart for our boy to back off. Ghislain knew that the fact that he knows about the Arctium Merchants Guild will put enough burden on Amelia. Our boy put on his jacket and promised to make good use of Amelia. Belinda noticed that her master looked confident. She asked him if things are going exactly as he planned. She reminded him that he told her to subdue the guards once she heard fighting noises on the inside. Ghislain also asked her to take Amelia hostage once she came out of the room. Our boy told her that he actually asked Fergus to do these things. Immediately he said this, he felt a large amount of pain in his body. Belinda and the old man quickly stood up. Our boy spat out some blood. He realized that the pain he is feeling comes from the recoil of opening up the third core. The pain he felt was still better than what he felt last time. However, it would still be troublesome for Ghislain to go through this every time he uses his power. Our boy realized that he needed to find a way to increase his mana. While he was thinking, Belinda grabbed his hand. She took out a huge needle. The needle was covered in mana. She told her master that the flow of his mana is a mess. The moment she said this, she used the needle to hit different parts of his hand. Ghislain was shocked to see this. He felt something coming out of his body. When he opened his mouth, he let out some air. Our boy was shocked to see that his entangled mana road has opened up a bit. He was certain that this was a method that cannot be used without a deep understanding of mana. Ghislain knew that Belinda was not an ordinary maid because it was his mother that brought her into the family. However, he did not know her true identity. He did not understand why such a skilled individual was working as a head maid in the countryside. Although he did not know her true identity, Ghislain did not care. He believed that it is good to have many skilled people in their territory. This is because the people he has encountered so far are simply just the beginning. Belinda assured her master that she will help him with anything because she trusts him unconditionally. She asked him to tell her why he took such a huge amount of money from Amelia. Ghislain told her that he needs to spend money and Amelia is the only rich person he knows. Fergus and Belinda were shocked to hear this. She could not believe that he broke off his engagement for this reason. She told him that he will be in trouble once Count Rayfold finds out about it. Ghislain told her that it is fine. He assured her that Amelia will never tell her father about it. With a smile on his face, he reminded Belinda that she said that she trusts him. The maid was annoyed to hear this. She asked her master to tell her what he wants to spend the money on since she took the risk with him. Ghislain revealed to her that he wants to spend the money on the Forest of Beasts. Belinda was shocked to hear this. Our boy told her that he will pioneer the Forest of Beasts. Fergus could not believe what he was hearing. He told his master that development has been attempted there ever since his great-grandfather. Ghislain asked the old man if he remembers the request he made before they entered the castle. Fergus became nervous when he heard this. He revealed to his master that the person he asked him to find was at the location he mentioned. He asked Ghislain if he is certain about the person. He told him that the man is not right in the head. Our boy told Fergus that everything is fine as long as the man is alive. He told him that they need to go there right now. Belinda told her master that they need to return home. She reminded him that he cannot wander around in his current condition. Ghislain asked his maid if she believes that Amelia will let them go easily after what they have done. Our boy knew that the crazy girl will try to kill him to silence him. Belinda tapped her shoulder and told her master that she is good at fighting. She reminded him that Fergus is also a knight. Ghislain told her that she is reliable, but she cannot take the role he wants. He told her that it is a different field. With a smile on his face, he revealed to her that he needs a vanguard. He said that they are on their way to meet the vanguard. The scene shifts and we see the group arrive at a wooden house next to a forest. Belinda said that the house looks abandoned. Fergus assured her that this is the address. Ricardo knocked on the door. A huge old man opened the door. The man had really long hair. He asked them about who they are. Everyone except Ghislain was shocked to see the man. Belinda moved close to her master and whispered to him. She asked him if this is truly the person he is talking about. She said that the man does not look like he is in the right condition to fight. He looked like he would not survive till the next day. Ghislain assured her that they are in the right place. The man realized that our boy was a noble. He believed that Ghislain was a bored young noble. He turned around and asked him to get lost. Our boy referred to him as the ex-captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. He called out to the man known as Gillian. The man was shocked to hear his name. He quickly turned around. With a smile on his face, Ghislain told the man that he has been wanting to see him. The group was shocked to hear that this man was the former captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. The Ratatosk mercenaries is a group that only those who have mastered most weapons can join. Although they no longer exist, their bravery is such that any knight, even in foreign lands, is bound to hear their name at least once. The captain of this mercenary group is Gillian. Gillian threw an axe at Ghislain. The axe cut his jacket. The group was shocked to see this. They quickly took out their weapons and stood in front of their master. With a scary look on his face, Gillian asked Ghislain to state his business. Belinda asked her master to stand back. She told him that Gillian is not in the right state of mind. Our boy mentioned something called the eternal punishment to the man. Gillian was shocked to hear this. Ghislain revealed to him that he knows the cure to the incurable disease his daughter is suffering from. He asked the man if he has piqued his interest. High fever, coughing up blood, red spots blooming like flower petals on the skin. The sight of the patient writhing in pain resembles a prisoner under punishment. This is why the incurable disease is known as the eternal punishment. Gillian allowed the group to step into his house. His daughter was screaming on the bed. The man grabbed the girl known as Rachel. While staring at the girl, our boy realized that it was not too late. In his past life, our boy tried searching for Gillian to recruit him, but he was not of the world by the time Ghislaine found him. He had given up on everything and ended his own life as soon as his daughter passed away. Due to the condition of his house, Ghislaine could tell that the man had already sold all his assets to treat his daughter. All that was left were weapons. Rachel told her father that the pain is too much. She begged him to kill her. Our boy realized that he could not waste any more time. He took off his jacket and told the man that he will start the treatment now. Before he could do anything, Belinda placed her hand on his shoulder. She asked him to leave with her. The woman was scared for her master. Although she did not know what he was trying to do, she told him that this is not a problem that he can solve with his strength. She explained to him that the disease is so severe that even priests can't cure it and call it a punishment from God. She asked her master to tell her what he plans to do about this disease. Our boy pushed her hand aside and told her that he can fix Rachel. Belinda was not convinced. She called out to him. Ghislaine turned around and reminded her that she said that she will trust him. Belinda remembered that she said this. Our boy took out a paper and gave it to her. He asked her to purchase all the medicinal herbs on the list and bring them back. Belinda was surprised to see what was on the list. The maid quickly got the items and returned. For wandering mercenaries without a home, knowledge is directly tied to survival. Although the eternal punishment is an incurable disease right now, a cure will later be discovered in the future. The cure became quite the hot topic, especially since the method was relatively simple. Thanks to the easy method, Ghislaine was able to remember it clearly. The only problem was the exorbitant cost of ingredients. The fairy's blessing is an important item needed for the cure. The first step is to finely chop the fairy's blessing and the herbs, pack them tightly into a bottle, and pour distilled alcohol over them. The next step is to shake it to mix it thoroughly and to let it sit for a while. Once this is done, add the remaining ingredients and stir. When he was done, Ghislaine stretched out his hand and asked the man to give his daughter the purple glowing liquid. He asked him to let her drink it. Gillian did not have any other choice. He quickly fed his daughter the liquid. Immediately she swallowed it. The red spots on her face slowly disappeared. Everyone was shocked to see this. The group could not believe that the spots were fading. Gillian was more shocked than everyone. He could not believe that the medicine was working. Ghislaine said that it worked as he expected. With a nervous look on his face, Gillian asked him about how he did it. He told him that even holy power couldn't cure her. According to Ghislaine, the priest's divine power isn't omnipotent. It enhances the body's vitality and strengthens a person's regenerative abilities to help overcome the illness. It is different from a fundamental cure. Gillian's hands began to tremble. He grabbed Ghislaine and asked him if his daughter can truly be cured. Our boy assured the man that his daughter will be cured in a couple of months. Gillian was shocked to hear this. He stepped back and bowed his head to our boy. He asked him about what he wants from him. The man knew that Ghislaine must want something from him to come to such a remote place to find him. He told our boy that all he has left is his useless body. With a serious look on his face, Gillian told our boy that he will become his slave or dog if he commands it. Ghislaine assured the man that he does not need any of these things. He told him that he simply wants the captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. When Gillian raised his head up, he saw something shocking. He noticed that Ghislaine had the eyes of a dreamer. The man stood up and picked up an axe. He used it to cut his very long ponytail. The group became scared when they saw how the man looked without the ponytail. He was completely different from earlier. He now looked more alive. Gillian moved close to his weapons. He asked Ghislaine if there is anyone besides the people inside the room who have come with him. He asked him if there is anyone who might come looking for him. Our boy told him that he is here with his group. Gillian grabbed a spear and wrapped a rope around it. He asked our boy if he has anyone who holds a grudge against him. Ghislaine told him that he does. He explained to him that he will have more people like that in the future. The man grabbed the rope's end and threw the spear outside his house. He destroyed the wooden wall. The spear was sent into the forest in front of the house. Gillian managed to hit his target. Immediately he did this. He used the rope to drag his spear back to himself. When the spear came into the house, we see Gillian's target on it. The man had captured an assassin. His spear hit the assassin directly in the chest. While the assassin was struggling to take out the spear, Gillian grabbed his neck. He asked him to tell him who sent him. The assassin turned out to be a wildcat. The wildcat did not know how Gillian found him. The mercenary asked Ghislaine to tell him what he wants to do with the wildcat. Our boy told the man that he already knows who sent him. Ghislain placed his hand on his sword. He told Gillian that he did not want to use his sword again today. Gillian placed his hand on his hilt to stop him from unsheathing the sword. With a smile on his face, the man asked Ghislain to leave it to him. He used his hand to snap the assassin's neck. After doing this, he bowed to our boy. Belinda was shocked to see how Gillian killed the assassin. He showed no hesitation in killing. She did not understand why her master would want to recruit such a dangerous person. Gillian went on his knees. He promised Ghislain that he will leave his life in his hands. Our boy realized that he has acquired a crucial card for the upcoming reconstruction plan. With a smile on his face, he told Gillian that he looks forward to working with him. The scene shifts and we are taken to a cabin in the woods. We see a wildcat trafficker reporting to the rest of the members. He told them that their teammate has been killed. The wildcats were shocked to hear this. While they were all talking, someone asked them to lower their voices. This person is known as Vigo. The traffickers apologized to their captain for raising their voices. The captain explained to the man that Bernaf said that Ghislain wouldn't be able to find the reconnaissance unit and it would be impossible for him to kill them. He asked the man if the reconnaissance unit is stupid or if they were given the wrong intel. The man did not know what to say. He revealed to Vigo that Gillian has joined the team. The man was surprised to hear this. He stood up and grabbed his teammate's neck. With a scary look on his face, he asked him if he is certain. While trembling, the man told his captain that he is certain. He said that he saw it with his own eyes. Vigo smiled when he heard this. He was happy to hear that his former captain was finally starting to make a move. The scene shifts and we see Gillian riding a carriage through the woods. Belinda complained about the carriage suffocating her. She asked her master if Gillian really needed to bring so much weapons. She told him that he is not an arms dealer. She said that a sword or two should have been enough. She could not believe that they had to buy another carriage because of Gillian's weapons. Ghislain told her that they already needed to buy one to take Rachel comfortably to the county. He assured her that it is fine. Fergus and Ricardo carried Rachel in their carriage. Ghislain told his maid that Gillian has a use for the weapons. He asked her to bear with it for now. He reminded her that the important thing now is for them to escape the rift. Belinda asked her master if the watcher they caught was sent by Amelia. Our boy told her that he was. Belinda realized that this could be a problem for them. She explained to Ghislain that the mask the man was wearing is a symbol used by the Wildcats traffickers. She said that the Wildcats are a fairly powerful guild in Rayfold. Our boy was surprised to hear this. According to Belinda, the Wildcat traffickers' main trade is smuggling. They also take on assassination, drugs, human trafficking, and other things. They are filthy trash who take on all kinds of vile work. Among the members are many skilled former mercenaries. This made them a shadowy guild that has armed combat power. Ghislain asked Belinda to tell him how she got this information when she stays in the castle all day. The maid told him that she heard these things before she started working there. She asked her master to be careful because the Wildcats are persistent. Ghislain smiled when he heard this. He assured her that he will be fine. He reminded her that they have Gillian with them. Immediately he said this. We see something come out of the ground after their carriage passed by it. The things ran after the carriage. Gillian sensed their presence. The things jumped out of the ground when they caught up to the carriage. The things turned out to be the Wildcats. They rushed to attack Gillian. The man was surprised to see an ambush from the ground. He took out his axe and his sword. He used it to block the attacks of the Wildcats. He used his axe to cut off one's hand and quickly used it to stab the other one in his chest. Before the man who lost his hand could react, Gillian tore his head apart. Their bodies fell to the ground. The moment the men died, their teammates cut some ropes. The ropes released some huge trees on the carriage. Gillian was surprised to see the trap. Belinda said that the trees would crush them. Gillian quickly grabbed the ropes and slowed the horses down. They managed to avoid getting crushed. However, their path was blocked. Ghislain said that he already expected the ambush. Next to their carriage were some wildcat traffickers. Vigo called out to the former captain of the Ratatas mercenaries. Gillian was surprised to hear his title. Vigo referred to him as a coward who disbanded an entire group of mercenaries because of his daughter. Gillian stepped down from the carriage. He told the man that he does not know what he is talking about. Vigo was annoyed to hear this. He revealed to his former captain that he ended up living a life that he never wanted because of him. He asked him if he has gotten so senile that he can't even remember his former peer. Gillian did not know what to say. Vigo believed that the man was playing dumb. With a smile on his face, he told him that he will make him remember him. He ordered his men to kill the group. They quickly rushed to attack them. Ghislain asked Gillian if he needs help. The man told him that he is fine. He told him that the captain seems to have business with him. He asked Ghislain to rest for the meantime. He assured him that he will be fine on his own. Before the wildcat's swords could touch him, Gillian covered his huge axe with his mana. He tore all 4 of them apart in one swing. The others were shocked to see this. They rushed to attack the man. Gillian took out his short sword. He tore the first person that got close to him with his axe. He stabbed the second person in the neck with his sword. He blocked the third person's attack and used his axe to tear him in half. Vigo was not surprised to see how strong his former captain was. He could tell that he still had his same strength. He ordered his unit to spread into 2 groups. He asked them to take Gillian from both sides. The wildcats quickly followed their captain's order. Gillian got on a horse. The wildcats were surprised to see this. Gillian grabbed a much bigger axe and spun it in the air. He charged at the wildcats. He covered his axe with his mana. With a single swing, the man tore several wildcats apart. Some of them got pushed back. One of them said that he cannot get near the man. Another one advised everyone to aim for the horse. Before the men could even get to the horse, Gillian attached a rope to his axe handle and swung it around him. He split their bodies apart in one swing. Belinda was shocked to see this. The moment he took care of his subordinates, Vigo rushed to attack him. Gillian grabbed a shield when he sensed the man's energy. He used the shield to block the captain's attack. Vigo told Gillian that he should not hinder his work since he ruined his life. With a scary look on his face, the man promised his former captain that he will kill him. He took out 3 blades. He threw the blades at the horse. The blade stabbed the horse. It fell to the ground. Before he could lose his balance, Gillian jumped off the horse. The moment he landed on the ground, he saw a blade in front of him. Gillian quickly took out his smaller axe. He used it to block the attack. He told the man that he is not the captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. Immediately he said this, he used his shield to hit the man in his rib. Vigo quickly moved back. He asked Gillian to stop spouting nonsense. He asked him to tell him who he is if he is not the former captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. Gillian covered his axe with his mana. He said that he has discarded his past. He told Vigo that he is now Ghislain's subordinate. Vigo was annoyed to hear this. He charged at Gillian. He promised to kill him at all costs. Gillian blocked his attacks. Vigo pushed his sword into the shield. He revealed to Gillian that the mercenary company disbanded after he left. He told him that he lost his purpose and ended up living a disgraceful life just to earn a living. Gillian pushed the man's sword away and swung his axe at him. Vigo dodged the attack by going low. He quickly attacked Gillian with his leg. The man managed to block the attack with his wooden shield. However, the shield got destroyed. Vigo explained to Gillian that he was prepared to sacrifice his entire life to make the Ratatosk mercenaries the best in history. He could not believe that his former captain threw away everything only to end up as a mere pawn of a spoiled noble. The man took out some blades. He told Gillian that he cannot forgive him. He covered the blades with his mana and threw them at Gillian. Gillian used his axe to block the blades. The moment he blocked the attack, Vigo appeared in front of him. He tried to stab him with his sword. Gillian dodged the attack. He quickly attacked him with his axe while he was in the air. Vigo managed to land in time and block the attack with his sword. The man smiled when he did this. He and Gillian began to attack each other more fiercely. The man believed that Gillian is still the same captain he knew years ago. While his former captain was spending his time trying to find a cure for his daughter, he was putting himself through countless battles to get stronger. The man believed that Gillian is no longer a match for him. Gillian attacked him with a huge swing. Vigo dodged the attack by jumping over him. He used his sword to hold himself and land behind Gillian. Immediately he landed. He used his leg to kick the 3 blades which Gillian blocked earlier. He fired the blades at him. Gillian used his armor to block the 3 blades. The moment he blocked the blades, Vigo rushed to attack him. Gillian sensed his presence and swung his axe at him. Vigo jumped and dodged the attack. He rushed to attack his former captain. He told him that it is over. Unfortunately for him, Gillian covered his hand with his mana and grabbed his blade. He asked Vigo if his reason for vengeance is hatred. Vigo did not reply. He was shocked to see that Gillian put mana around his hand to grab his dagger. He realized that Gillian was not showing his true power until now. Gillian slammed the head of his axe on the man's face. The attack sent Vigo flying. He was slammed into a tree. Gillian told him that he does not understand him. He believed that Vigo had a lot of chances to kill him if he wanted revenge. He asked him about why he did not come to kill him earlier. Vigo laughed when he heard this. He told his former captain that he does not know a lot. He revealed to him that he already visited where he used to stay, but he did not find the captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. He said that he found a feeble old man who was not even worth killing. With a look of anger on his face, Vigo asked him to tell him where the Gillian he used to look up to disappeared to. Gillian threw the man's dagger on the ground. He asked him to pick it up. He told him that he is now a body bound to another's will. He took out his sword and told the man that he will still show his former comrade the highest level of respect. He said that he will do this as captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. Vigo was happy to hear this. He picked up his dagger and charged at Gillian. His captain blocked his attack. Vigo said that this is what he wished for. He began to attack Gillian more fiercely. His captain managed to keep up with him. Gillian made a huge swing. Vigo dodged the attack by going low. He quickly attacked him. Gillian blocked the attack with his axe. He pushed Vigo's dagger down and used his sword to stab him in his rib. Vigo grit his teeth to endure the pain. He quickly attacked Gillian. The man managed to dodge the attack. He raised his axe up. He told Vigo that he will remember him. He referred to the man as the 5th unit commander of the Ratatosk mercenaries. He called him Vigo Villanos. Vigo smiled when he heard this. The moment he smiled, Gillian stabbed him. After the man died, Gillian picked up his dagger. While he was staring at his comrade's corpse, Ghislain commended him on his work. Belinda said that they will make some money from selling the Wildcat's loot. Gillian apologized to our boy for causing more delays than necessary. Ghislain assured him that it is fine. He never expected Gillian to be so exceptional. When our boy first left home to start mercenary work, the stories he heard about Gillian from his seniors helped lay the foundations for him to become the mercenary king. Ghislain became more certain that he made the right choice by moving quickly. He was happy that he gained a reliable comrade. Our boy asked Gillian if he remembers who Vigo was. The man told him that he does. He raised Vigo's sword and said that he was an old comrade. This words resonated with Ghislain. He wondered about what his old comrades were doing right now. He was certain that they are living a life of their own because this was before they met him. He knew that he would have to scout this people at some point. Ghislain told the group that they should follow Belinda's suggestion and gather anything valuable from the Wildcats. Belinda ordered Gillian to take lead and start collecting for them. The man reminded the maid that he is not her subordinate. 2 days later, we see the group enter the Pertium territory. Belinda was relieved to see that they had finally arrived. Gillian looked at the city and asked his master if that is Pertium. Our boy told him that it is. Ghislain felt happy that he had a home to return to. When he first ran away from home, he thought that he would be able to come back any time. Gillian carefully looked at the county. Our boy asked him if he likes their land. Gillian was startled when he heard this. With a nervous tone in his voice, he said that the county is great. Ghislain told him that the county is really bad. Gillian was surprised to hear this. Our boy said that all the houses are outdated and renovations are out of the question. He revealed to Gillian that the fields are uncultivated. This is because all the farmers have been conscripted into the military. They left the land forcibly fallow. Gillian explained to Ghislain that he has heard that Pertium is always at war because of the northern barbarians. He said that the situation is worse than he expected. Ghislain told the man that he will fix all these problems. He told him that he needs his strength to fix the problems. Belinda and Gillian were surprised to hear this. Our boy knew that the battle ahead is going to be a very long one. It is a battle to eliminate everything connected to Duke Delphine and to protect what was taken for granted. Ghislain promised to revive the land no matter what he has to do. When they arrived into the county, Belinda saw something shocking. She asked her master to look in front of them. When Ghislain raised his head, he saw someone he did not expect to see. He quickly recognized this person's silhouette. Our boy saw a man in an armor who had a coat on his shoulder. This man is his father. At the Pertium castle, we see some men talking to the count. The count suggested that they reduce their forces. The men were surprised to hear this. One of them said that it will be difficult to maintain the front lines properly if they cut their forces down. Another man advised the count to request more support from the Rayfold family. The general administrator revealed to the men that the Rayfolds were the one who reduced the support fund. He said that the Rayfolds are gathering soldiers and stockpiling food right now. The knight in the room was surprised to hear this. Another man said that they need the funds because they need to rebuild the Forest of Beasts garrison that got partially destroyed during the last battle against the orcs. According to the man, reducing the Night Order's forces is barely enough to give them some breathing space. He said that reducing the forces poses a significant risk. Ghislain watched the men as they argued. He found this to be normal. The knight in front of him was the knight captain. His name is Randolph. The man with a lot of beards is the treasurer. His name is Albert. The general administrator's name is Homer. Our boy wondered about how long it has been since he saw his father, as the young lord of Perdium. It has only been a few months, however. It has been several decades for him as the mercenary king. Ghislain called out to his father and welcomed him back home. The count found it odd that his son did this. The count's name is Walter Perdium. As a child, Ghislain never liked his father for being so strict and serious all the time. But now it was different for him. He could now see it. He could see the countless burdens of exhaustion and fatigue weighing on the count's shoulders. He understood the responsibilities of the lord of the land. Zwalter took a sip of his tea and revealed to his son that he heard he left the castle for a week. Ghislain told him that he visited the Rayfolds. Zwalter asked him if he did not cause trouble there. Our boy told him that he didn't. The treasurer turned to Ghislain. He told him that he heard that he won a duel against Cain and won some money. He actually found this hard to believe. With a serious look on his face, Albert asked him if he went to Rayfold to gamble. Ghislain was annoyed to hear that the man thought that he went to gamble when he actually went to invest. He told him that he actually had some business with Amelia. Homer told Ghislain that he needs to think before he acts. He reminded him that he will be the one to take over Perdium. With an unbothered look on his face, our boy told him that he understands. He asked him not to worry about it. Homer was annoyed to see that Ghislain was ignoring his advice. This simply made him more worried. The count placed his tea down and asked his subordinates to stop. He told his son that he heard that he made some good trouble while he was away. Ghislain wondered about what his father was talking about. Zwalter asked his son if it is true that he executed Jamal and Philip for trying to sell Elena away. Ghislain was surprised to see that his father was referring to those worthless knights. The knight captain said that it was impossible for our boy to kill the two knights by himself. He said that the two knights must have fought against each other and the story got exaggerated. He believed that Ghislain only delivered the final blow. Ghislain understood why Randolph seemed to be angry. Despite the knights being traitors, the fact that they died at our boy's hand did not sit well with the captain. Ghislain decided to avoid any trouble. He went with the story that Randolph concocted. With an arrogant smile on his face, Randolph said that he knew it. The count told his son that he did a great job. He was shocked to hear this. Zwalter did not care about how his son took care of them. He said that the most important thing is that Elena is alive. This was the first compliment that Ghislain has ever gotten from his father. He told his father that he has a request to make. Zwalter was surprised to hear this. Homer told our boy that he needs to stop now if it is money that he is going to ask for. Randolph agreed with him. He asked Ghislain to remember all the trouble he has caused so far. With a look of anger on his face, Randolph reminded him that he sold military provisions to get gambling money. He lit the front gate on fire to grill an army horse and melted all the armors to forge some worthless legendary sword. Ghislain could not talk back to the captain. Although he didn't remember these things, he knew that he must have done them at one point in time. He revealed to his father that he simply wants to get permission from him. The count asked him about what he needs permission for. Our boy revealed to them that he will like to pioneer the forest of beasts. The men were shocked to hear this. Ghislain smiled at them confidently. The scene shifts and we see our boy in his bedroom. With a confident look on his face, he revealed to them that his father denied his request. According to him, Zwalter freaked out and began to yell at him. Belinda was not surprised to hear this. She told her master that this was expected. She said that the place is filled with monsters. She told Ghislain that there is nothing to gain from taking care of the monsters. Ghislain asked Gillian if he has heard his plan from Belinda. The man said that he has. He said that our boy plans to pioneer the forest of beasts with the funds he received from Amelia. Gillian explained to his master that the forest is a forest of death which no one can return alive from. Because of this, nothing is known about the place and everyone avoids it. The forest's notoriety is already well known in other regions. With a smile on his face, Ghislain told his guard that he is well informed about the forest. He told him that there is actually nothing to gain from entering the forest. He stood up and walked towards his door. He told Gillian that they need to get started. Belinda reminded her master that he did not receive permission from the count. She asked him if he is still going to proceed anyway. Ghislain turned around and explained to her that he did not actually need his father's permission. He said that he simply asked out of courtesy. He told her that he needs to do this. Belinda did not understand why her master was adamant about going there. She asked him to tell her what is in the forest that he is so obsessed with it. Ghislain told her that he will tell her later. He knew that things will be bad for him if he was to reveal it now and the word spreads. If our boy is able to successfully pioneer the forest, he will get massive funds. At a place not too far away from the forest's entrance, there is a massive runestone vein buried there. When ore is infused with mana, a runestone is created. It is an extremely rare mineral that mages are absolutely crazy about. It is used in all sorts of magical tools, things like barriers, magic circles, magic scrolls, alchemy, and magic research. It is basically used in anything that uses mana. In his previous life, Duke Delphine was the one who discovered it, but now, only Ghislain has this important piece of information. Belinda could not see through her master's intentions. She decided to give up. She knew that he must have a plan. Gillian told him that he will follow his orders. Ghislain asked Belinda to head to the nearby guild and hire some mercenaries. He said that 200 mercenaries will be enough. Belinda could not believe that her master was not holding back on spending the money that he risked his life to get. Gillian asked him if he is certain about this. He explained to his master that mercenaries are a rough and unruly bunch. He said that it will be hard to control them if a lot of them are gathered in one place. They might even turn on their employer and take everything for themselves. Ghislain told him that he is right. He said that the two of them are going to personally pick out the useful ones. Gillian asked him to explain what he means. Our boy revealed to him that they are going to the most skilled group among the small-scale mercenary groups in the north. With a nervous look on his face, Gillian asked his master if he is referring to the crazy dogs. He explained to him that the crazy dogs are quite skilled, but they will turn on their employer if things go south. The crazy dogs are known as the Cerberus mercenaries. Ghislain told his guard that they need to go put a leash on the crazy dogs. The scene shifts and we see Gillian guiding his master's horse as they walked up a hill. The Cerberus mercenaries were on the outskirts of the Zimbar territory. One of them spotted Ghislain and Gillian coming from afar. He told his colleague that they have arrived. The man laughed when he heard this. He referred to Ghislain as a poor soul and said that they do not know what they are walking into. The man took another look at Ghislain. He realized that he was a noble. He believed that they were going to make a lot of money off our boy. While the man was looking at Ghislain through his spyglass, someone grabbed him. The man screamed out in pain. The men in the camp were surprised to hear his voice. Gillian was the one who grabbed his head. He raised him up with one hand. The man called Gillian a bastard and asked him about what he is doing. Gillian threw the man with so much force that the upper half of his body got pushed into the sand. The mercenaries were annoyed to see what was done to their comrade. They began to yell at Gillian. They asked him if he has lost his mind. A mercenary stepped out of the crowd. He told Gillian that he can't act reckless just because he is from a noble family. The mercenary held a chain and a hook. With a smile on his face, he told Gillian that he should not expect to return home alive. Unfortunately, this dumbass did not know who he was talking to. The man noticed that someone else was coming into the camp. He saw Ghislain on a horse. Our boy asked him to shut up and bring his captain. The man laughed when he heard this. He began to spin his chain. He said that the noble brat has lost his mind. He told Ghislain that it is time for him to understand what it means to take responsibility. The moment he said this, he threw his chain at him. Before the spiked ball could touch our boy, something hit it and stopped it from moving. The person who stopped it turns out to be Gillian. The man stopped it with a dagger. He put the dagger into a part of the chain. The man was shocked to see that Gillian shoved his blade into the chain. The spiked ball fell to the ground. Ghislain smiled when he saw this. He already knew that words won't get through to them. He asked Gillian to do enough so that the men won't die. Gillian took a stance and grabbed the chain. He told his master that he understands. He pulled the man in front of him with the chain. The man flew to his side without any resistance. The moment the man got close to him, he swung the spiked ball at him. The ball hit him in his stomach. The man screamed out in pain. The mercenaries were annoyed to see this. They called Gillian a bastard. They said that they won't go easy on him because he works for a noble. They charged at the man. Gillian twisted his blade around the chain. He used it to raise the injured man up. He threw him at the mercenaries that charged at him. The man's body pushed them to the side. The other mercenaries were surprised to see this. Gillian turned to the side and glared at them. The men were terrified to see the look on his face. Ghislain came down from his horse. He asked the men to tell him how long they plan on making them wait. He asked them to go get their captain. The moment he said this, someone said that he was sleeping. He asked them about what caused the commotion. The mercenaries immediately cleared the road and arranged themselves when they saw this man. The red-haired man introduced himself as the captain of the Cerberus mercenaries. He said that his name is Kair. He asked them about why they were looking for him. Ghislain believed that this was a stupid question. There is only one reason why anyone would look for a mercenary group. He said that he came to entrust a request to him. Kair was surprised to hear this. He asked Ghislain about why a client would beat up his subordinate. He told our boy that a noble should be more knowledgeable when it comes to manners. With a smile on his face, Ghislain told the captain that this is his own way of greeting him. He told him that this is the best way to properly tame him. Kair smiled when he heard this. He wondered about what would happen if Ghislain had greeted them twice. The scene shifts and we see everyone in Kair's tent. He had some mercenaries with him. He asked Ghislain to tell him the kind of request he has. Our boy revealed to him that he would like to hire him to pioneer the forest of beasts. The mercenaries behind Kair were shocked to hear this. They could not believe that our boy wanted to send them to the forest filled with beasts. They knew that the forest was near the Perdium territory. With a smile on his face, Kair asked Ghislain to tell him the kind of person he is for him to try disturbing such a dangerous forest. Our boy revealed to him that he is the young lord of Perdium. Kair was surprised to hear this. He and his men began to laugh. They could not believe that they were looking at the insane young lord from the rumors. They became certain that he had lost his mind. Kair told our boy that he does not know what the forest of beasts is like because he was raised in a greenhouse. He told him that it is not a place for rookies like him. The captain said that he is no longer interested in hearing anything from Ghislain. He signaled his men and told them that the negotiation is over. The men raised their weapons. Gillian raised his axe when he saw this. Ghislain asked Kair if he is scared. The man was shocked to hear this. With a smile on his face, he said that he is disappointed because he heard that his mercenary group is quite skilled. He told Kair that it is just a hoax. Kair placed his leg on his table. He asked Ghislain to not mess with him. He reminded him that they are mercenaries. He told him that they do not take jobs that don't pay off. Ghislain said that weaklings usually like to come up with excuses. Kair was annoyed to hear this. He told our boy that the mood is ruined. He told him that all he is doing is throwing around pathetic provocations. He referred to Ghislain as a clueless brat. He told him that he is not even worth killing. He assured our boy that he will let him go. He asked him to hand over some money for the trouble he caused and to get lost. Ghislain told him that this won't happen. With a serious look on his face, our boy requested to have a Moriana's recognition with the captain of the Cerberus mercenaries. Gillian and the other mercenaries were shocked to hear this. Kair asked him if he even knows what this means. With a confident smile on his face, our boy told him that he does. Moriana's recognition is a traditional betting method passed down among mercenaries. When two people agree to the bet, they fight using only a single dagger without relying on mana. Each of the participants have one of their arms tied together. Stepping outside the small circle counts as a loss. This match forces them into a brutal life-or-death struggle within limited space and movement. In many cases, not only the loser but even the victor ends up dead. Ghislain explained to Kair that the loser must cleanly admit defeat and absolutely obey the words of the winner. In other words, the loser becomes the winner's dog. He asked Kair about how he feels about the bet. Gillian wondered why his master, who is a noble, would know about a filthy mercenary tradition. In the mercenary world, rejecting this challenge would mean admitting to one's weakness. Due to this, it is something that can never be refused. Kair began to laugh like a crazy person. With a creepy smile on his face, he told his subordinates that they have a bold little noble who wants to be recognized in a mercenary's way. He told them that they should help our boy a bit. The men began to laugh when they heard this. The scene shifts and we see everyone outside. Ghislain and the captain tied one of their arms together. They were both given a dagger. Kair took off his jacket. The mercenaries were cheering for their captain. They asked him to kill the insolent noble. Kair believed that Ghislain heard about this method from somewhere and decided to fight him with it. He told our boy that he cannot back out of it now. He pulled Ghislain to his side. With a confident smile on his face, he told him that he has done this 5 times. Ghislain went back to his original spot. He pulled the captain close to him. With a condescending look in his eyes, he revealed to Kair that he has done this over 100 times. The captain was shocked to hear this. Ghislain and Kair were asked to start. The two of them charged at each other with their daggers. They both managed to dodge the attacks. They swung the daggers at themselves again. They barely missed each other. Ghislain attacked Kair with more strength. The mercenary was able to block his attacks. He pulled our boy in front of himself and tried to stab him from behind. Ghislain managed to block each of his strikes, even though he couldn't see the dagger well. He bent his head and made Kair miss an attack. He quickly attacked him with the opportunity. Kair managed to dodge it. He pulled our boy close to himself. He gave him a heavy kick on his leg. Our boy felt the power of the kick. With a smile on his face, The mercenary told Gislin that he is doing better than he expected. He could not believe that our boy was claiming that he has done a Moriana's recognition 100 times. This is something that most people don't get to do once in their life. Kair charged at Gislin. He advised him to make his bluffs sound realistic. He did not give our boy the chance to attack. The members of the Cerberus mercenaries were happy to see this. They asked their boss to kill Gislin for messing with them. Gillian glared at them when he heard this. The men immediately became silent. Gillian could tell that this was a losing battle. The area of the circle is barely large enough for one person to lie down. The rules forbid mana and force. This forces the opponent to purely rely on physical strength. Another problem is the size difference and the limited movements due to the hands being tied together. Gislin can barely dodge or block his opponent's attacks. Meanwhile, the opponent has every opportunity to take control and dominate the fight. Gillian gently placed his hand on his axe. He decided to interfere if the situation becomes dire. Kair grabbed our boy's hand and held him down. He swung his dagger at him. Gislin jumped to dodge the attack. He landed on the other side. The moment he landed, our boy noticed that he could feel some pain in his leg. The pain was surging from the leg he used to block Kair's attack earlier. The damage was stacking up due to the lack of mana protection. Kair smiled when he saw the look on Gislin's face. He told him that he is looking pale. He asked him if he has already reached his limit. He began to attack our boy more fiercely. The mercenary believed that our boy looked pathetic the way he was trying to resist his strength. Although he did not like Gislin, he believed that our boy still had more guts when compared to the other nobles he has met. He believed that Gislin was not skilled. He was certain that he could see through him. He assumed that Gislin's strategy was to deflect and dodge the blade strikes with his weapon, while enduring less damaging blows by absorbing them with his body. However, Moriana's recognition is a fight that prohibits the use of mana. All the attacks will inevitably stack up. Kair could tell that our boy was already aware of the strain building up in his legs. It was showing on his face. The mercenary smiled. He wanted to see Gislin struggle for his life. This was the only way that it would be fun for him. He spun his dagger and charged at our boy. Gislin managed to block his attack. Kair moved closer to him and swung his dagger at his head. Our boy bent his head to dodge the attack. He tried to attack Kair from below, but he blocked the attack. Kair dragged his hand to the side and held him down. He used his leg to attack him. Gislin blocked the attack with his already wounded leg. He felt a lot of pain. Because of the look on his face, Kair believed that he had won. He raised his dagger and asked our boy to die. His subordinates became excited when they saw this. Gillian took out his axe. He wanted to rescue his master. Gislin smiled. He dodged the dagger by going low. Kair was shocked to see that he was able to dodge from that position. Our boy pushed himself to the other side and gave Kair a cut near his ribs. Kair was shocked to see what just happened. The Cerberus mercenaries and Gillian were also shocked to see this. Kair charged at Gislin out of anger. Our boy skillfully went low. He gave Kair another cut on his chest while he was below him. The mercenaries were shocked to see that he wounded their captain again. They were certain that their captain was the one swinging Gislin around with his strength earlier. They asked him to show our boy what a mercenary is made of. Gillian was shocked to see his master's movements. Kair swung his dagger at our boy's head. Gislin dodged it by going low. He pushed himself back up and used his shoulder to hit the captain's face. He clenched his fist, which he used to hold the dagger. He gave the captain multiple blows on his face. Before he could get a hold of himself, Gislin turned his dagger and used it to stab Kair in his hand. Kair did not scream. He simply charged at our boy more fiercely. Gislin easily dodged his attacks. The captain did not understand what was going on. He was certain that our boy was just struggling to withstand his strength a few seconds ago. Gillian finally understood what was happening. Swinging with power stiffens the muscles and burdens the body with rigidity. Exerting strength in order to pressure and take control made Kair lose his flexibility. Gislin didn't fight against the opponent's momentum. Instead, he relaxed and redirected it to create his own flow. Gillian never expected his master to overcome the disadvantage of size in this manner. He put his axe back. While Kair was breathing heavily, his men asked him to stop playing around. They told him that he is not making anyone laugh. Our boy commended the captain on his resolve. He told him that many opponents would break the rules and use mana when cornered. Kair smiled when he heard this. He believed that Gislin was talking like someone who had actually done this 100 times. He told him that he won the position of captain with this very method. He explained to Ghislain that mercenaries who break the rules don't last in this line of work. Our boy smiled when he heard this. He told the man that he likes his spirit. Kair admitted that he is at a disadvantage in a head-to-head match. With a smile on his face, he told our boy that the conditions for victory is not limited to simply overpowering him. In Moriana's recognition, if even 1 foot steps outside the circle, it is an automatic loss. Kair grabbed Ghislain's hand. He raised him up. He wanted to throw him outside the circle. He was certain that he will be able to win if he sends Ghislain's entire body outside the circle. Before Ghislain's leg could touch the ground, he tightened his grip on Kair's hand. He pushed his legs to his knees and stopped his body from touching the ground. He basically used Kair's body to support himself. He pulled the captain with his hand. Kair did not expect it. He climbed his leg and wrapped his own hand around his neck. The moment he got behind him, he slammed his head to the ground. His head was pushed outside the circle. The mercenaries were shocked to see this. Kair was annoyed to see that he lost. Ghislain gently smiled and told him that he won. The captain turned around. He asked our boy for his identity. He did not believe that someone this skilled was a noble. With a cold gaze in his eyes, Ghislain told him that he does not like his attitude. He reminded him that he is now talking to his new master. Ghislain pulled him up with his hand. The captain asked him about what he wants. He told him that the fight is over. Our boy told him that it is not yet over. He said that he hasn't gone outside the circle yet. Kair was surprised to hear this. Ghislain clenched his fist. He said that he is going to discipline his subordinate. He gave the captain a punch on his face. The punch knocked him down. The man quickly asked our boy to wait. He reminded him that the fight is over once a combatant steps out of the circle. Ghislain gave him another punch on his face. He asked him if he is going to fight according to the rules on the battlefield. Kair called him a bastard. He said that a noble is not supposed to behave this way. With a serious look on his face, Ghislain asked him to not talk back to his master. Kair called him a lunatic. Our boy gave him another punch. Ghislain did not stop. He continued hitting the captain on his face. His hand was covered with his blood. The mercenaries were not happy to see this. They believed that our boy would let their captain go since he won the bet. Kair begged our boy to stop. Ghislain pulled him up. With a cold gaze in his eyes, he told him that he is not yet out of the circle. Kair was horrified to hear this. His face was already quite swollen. He quickly turned to his men. He asked them if they are going to allow this to happen. He asked them to kill Ghislain. The mercenaries immediately grabbed their swords. Before they could move close to their captain, Gillian took out his axe. They quickly stopped moving. With a scary tone in his voice, Gillian told them that anyone who hinders his master's disciplinary measure will be killed. Everyone knew that Gillian was not messing around. Kair was shocked to see what happened. While trembling like a scared dog, he turned to his new master. Ghislain asked him if he is done. The next thing Kair saw was our boy's fist. The captain laughed out of fear. He knew that he messed up. The punch pushed him back. All the nobles Kair had met in his life were simply losers. They were overconfident pigs, traitors, narcissists. A little scare tactic worked wonders for them. Kair found it entertaining to take money from their pockets. It was thanks to how he treated the nobles that he earned the title of Mad Dog. But now, the Mad Dog was taking a beating from some noble brat who he did not think much of. The mercenaries became worried when they saw the state their captain was in. Unfortunately, they couldn't do anything. Ghislain took a look at Kair's body. He wondered if he had done enough. He asked the men to stop standing around. He ordered them to bring him some water, a bandage, and a towel. The men were surprised to hear this. Ghislain told them that their captain will die soon if they don't act quickly. The men were shocked to hear this. They accepted his order. Gillian carefully watched his master. He noticed that the unruly mercenaries were listening to his orders. In the world of mercenaries, where fists are closer than the law, Ghislain engraved his position into their heads using the most direct and surefire method. He showed them who the boss is. In the next scene, we see Kair sitting on a chair. His body was wrapped in bandages. Our boy placed a paper on the table. He asked him to sign on the paper. Kair stared at Ghislain. He knew that he had no choice but to do it. He took out his pen and signed. He asked our boy to take it. With a scary look on his face, Ghislain asked him to repeat what he just said. The captain became nervous. With a shaky tone in his voice, he told Ghislain that he looks forward to working with him. Our boy grabbed his hand. He was quite scared to see this. Ghislain told him that they are now family. He told him that he also looks forward to working with him. A few days later, we are taken to the outskirts of the Perdium territory. We see some mercenaries gathered there. One of them yawned. He asked the others if they know the reason why they were called early in the morning. A bald man with a shield told some of them that he heard a rumor that their employer is the young lord of Perdium. The men were shocked to hear this. One of them said that our boy is just a brat. He believed that Ghislain will not be able to handle the mercenaries properly. He said that the job might turn out to be easy. A shirtless man clapped his hand and called for the attention of his fellow mercenaries. The huge man said that they need a representative to handle their brat employer. The other mercenaries were surprised to see the man. They referred to him as Gordon the Muscle. With a smile on his face, the man said that they are correct. He said that he thoroughly observed the admirable posture of all of them discussing ideas to reap rewards without working hard. He told them that they won't be able to get the result they want if they don't unite their voices. The mercenaries realized that he was right. One of them remembered a time when an idiot made an unreasonable demand and made the whole thing fall apart. The bald man asked Gordon about what he plans to do. The man said that it is important to know one's boundaries in matters like this. He opened a bag which contained some coins. He explained to the men that he will pressure their employer as the representative. He asked them to put the compensation for his hard work into the bag. The men believed that Gordon was perfect for the situation. They knew that his large build would be good for pressuring a person. They told him that he is quite reliable. They did not expect someone who works out all day to be so good at making money. They poured their money into the bag. The moment they did this, one of them said that someone is coming. Everyone quickly raised their head. They saw Ghislain coming from the distance. He was riding his horse towards them. They were shocked to see that he was alone. One of them said that our boy might run away after seeing Gordon's muscles. Gordon asked the men to move close with him. He said that it will help them set up a scary mood. With a smile on his face, the man said that it is time to teach a brat how scary the real world is. Before he could walk up to Ghislain, he noticed something strange. He saw some people moving close to our boy. It was Gillian and the Cerberus mercenaries. One of the mercenaries quickly recognized the dog snout-shaped helmet. He said that this men are the Cerberus mercenaries. Gordon was shocked to hear this. He wondered about how Ghislain managed to make the crazy dogs follow him. When Ghislain got close to them, the men stepped back. He turned to Gordon and asked him if he is the representative. With a nervous look on his face, Gordon said that he is. Ghislain asked him for his name. The man introduced himself as Gordon the Muscle. Our boy found the name to be unique. He tapped Gordon on his chest and told him that his name is pretty cool. Our boy introduced himself as the young lord of Perdium. He asked Gordon to gather the mercenaries. With a serious look on his face, he announced to them that they will now begin the pioneering of the Forest of Beasts. In the next scene, we see Belinda helping Ghislain wear his armor. All the preparations for pioneering the forest were done. Construction of the expedition's temporary base and resource procurement were complete. He also acquired the most important asset, which is the troops. Ghislain begged Belinda to do a head count one more time. The maid accepted his request. She revealed to him that there are 148 mercenaries contacted from the office and 41 Cerberus mercenaries which he brought there. The total number of people there was 192. Ghislain told her that she did well. He asked her if she has properly informed Scovin. Belinda said that she has. She expected Scovin to have stopped them from going. To her surprise, the knight stepped in to ensure that they aren't detected while entering the Forest of Beasts. Since he is the commander of the Forest of Beasts post, Belinda believed that they would not have any issues. She asked her master to not worry about him. Ghislain smiled when he heard this. He found this reassuring. He called out to the mercenaries. He asked them to line up. He told them that the land they are going to pioneer lies ahead of them. He believed that everyone must have heard the rumors about the forest being a place filled with unknown danger. He explained to them that various monsters, unseen threats, and something beyond what they can imagine is lurking in the forest. He told them he is determined to conquer this place even with its dangers. The mercenaries were shocked to hear about the Forest of Beasts. They said that they didn't know that they would be venturing into the forest. They knew that they could die in the forest. Belinda asked them to not interrupt her master while he is talking. Ghislain asked those who wished to withdraw to do it now. He promised the mercenaries that he will pay them 3 times of their current pay if the mission succeeds. The mercenaries were shocked to hear this. The offer was quite tempting. Belinda quickly moved close to her master. She whispered to him. She asked him about why he is spouting nonsense. She reminded him that they already spent all their funds on the preparation. Ghislain told her that this is how to boost a person's morale. Our boy knew that he would be able to pay them and still have more left if the mission succeeds. He turned to Belinda and asked her if she trusts him. The maid said that she doesn't have any other choice but to trust him. Kair told Gillian that their master must be crazy to offer 3 times the pay. He wondered how Ghislain was going to live up to his promise. He said that our boy is quite bold. Gillian told the captain that Ghislain is a man who always has a plan. Ghislain referred to the troops as the Forest of Beasts expedition team. He told them that it is time to move out. In the next scene, we see the group cutting down the trees in their path. Everyone was cutting down a tree. Even Ghislain was assisting them. After he cut down the tree in front of him, Ghislain looked up. He was relieved to see that the trees had cleared up a bit. The sunlight was able to enter the forest. Our boy raised his hand and asked the men to keep clearing the path in the direction he is pointing to. He asked them to cut down the trees and chop them into logs. The logs are to be loaded onto the carriage. Those without a task were asked to dig around the stumps to make it easy to uproot the trees. According to the Forest of Beasts developmental journal which Ghislain obtained in his previous life, the forest is ridiculously large. Our boy believed that one day they will drive out the monsters and make full use of the forest resources. However, what Ghislain needed right now is money. He had to ignore everything else and secure the fastest route to the runestone vein. The wealth to be gained from this expedition will greatly help in stopping the conspiracy surrounding Perdium. Kair found it odd that their employer was stepping up to do something. One of the mercenaries said that Ghislain was doing this to show the dignity of a noble. Another mercenary with a helmet said that our boy is just pretending. He said that Ghislain will soon give up. Belinda asked the men to stop chattering. She asked them to get to work. The mercenaries quickly returned to work. Belinda was annoyed to hear what they said about her master. She moved close to Ghislain and reminded him that he went through so much trouble to hire the mercenaries. She asked him about why he is personally working. She revealed to him that the men are taking him lightly because he is doing the same work as them. Ghislain told her that it is fine. He told her that they will be done faster if they have more hands. He said that nothing good will come out of staying in this place for too long. Belinda decided to accept her master's explanation. She told him that he talks as if he already knows everything in advance. Kair smiled when he saw Ghislain and Belinda talking. He could not believe that his employer had a woman worrying about him while he became his employer's dog and is now walking to hell with his own feet. Gillian hit him with his log when he heard this. Kair asked the man if he is trying to pick a fight. So far, everything was going smoothly. The Duchy of Delphine, which conquered the kingdom and established a new dynasty, began a large-scale development in the Forest of Beasts. Our boy wasn't able to find out why the Duke chose to develop this place. Instead, he managed to obtain a developmental journal that recorded the locations of major resources and the ecosystem of monsters. Thanks to the journal, Ghislain was able to come somewhat prepared. One of the mercenaries wondered about why Ghislain brought hundreds of oil lamps. He believed that torches would be cheaper if our boy wanted to use something at night. The absence of incidents made Ghislain feel uneasy. He only read about what happened. He was not there to experience it himself. He asked the men to not let their guard down. He told them that the forest is getting deeper. While some mercenaries were cutting some trees, one of them asked if they were already in the night. Everywhere had gotten darker, with a smile on his face. Another mercenary said that they haven't encountered a single monster, even though they said that the forest was dangerous. The man he was speaking to agreed with him. He said that it might have been a false rumor. He said that things would have still been easy for them even if Gordon did not do anything. The mercenary he was speaking to said that he feels bad that their pay was tripled for such a simple job. While they were talking, the bald mercenary hit Gordon on his back while he was carrying a log of wood. He asked him to give him his money back. Gordon noticed something strange. He reminded them that they cut down countless trees on their way there. The men said that they did. Gordon turned around and asked the men to tell him why this path is blocked. The mercenaries were shocked to see this. Ghislain called out to everyone. He asked them to pay attention. The troops quickly grabbed their swords. The mercenaries who were talking about how easy the work was began to panic. They noticed the sudden change in the atmosphere. Ghislain called out to Gordon. He told him that he will die if he stays there. He asked him to slowly walk to them. Gordon accepted the order. When he turned around, he hit a tree and fell to the ground. The group quickly took a stance. They called the man an idiot. Gordon quickly turned around. To his surprise, nothing happened. The mercenaries were confused. They did not know what was happening. With a smile on his face, the bald man said that their employer gets scared easily. He said that there is nothing there. He told everyone that it only seems like there is no path because the scenery is similar. He said that Gordon was mistaken. He told them that the Forest of Beasts is just a grand name. In reality, it is just a slightly dense forest. With a serious look on his face, Ghislain asked the man to move close to them if he doesn't want to die. The man was annoyed to hear this. He asked our boy to tell him why he keeps trying to create a scary atmosphere. He told him that they know that he is trying to intimidate them. The moment he said this, some vines got wrapped around his waist. Before the man could react, the vines pulled him to the top of the tree in front of them. At the top of the tree, we see a large mouth filled with sharp teeth. The monster threw the man inside its mouth. This monster had no presence at all. There was no way to predict how it would move. It was a being that you can only fall victim to if you are unaware. The huge monster tree opened its eye. Ghislain realized that he was looking at a Derusant. A large amount of Derusants surrounded the group. Gordon and the rest of the mercenaries began to panic. They wanted to run away. They believed that they were going to be eaten. Before Gordon and the mercenaries could get away, the monsters stretched out their vines and grabbed them. They managed to throw the mercenaries into their mouths. Fortunately for Gordon, he was able to hold on to a tree. He screamed out for help. One of them moved close to him with his axe. He asked him to hold on tight. He hit the vine with his axe. He wanted to cut it. To his surprise, the vine was not affected. Instead, his axe began to slowly break. The man wondered why the vine was so sturdy. While he was looking at his axe, the monster pulled Gordon. The huge man began to scream. Before it could raise Gordon up, Ghislain appeared above it. He covered his sword with his mana and used it to hit the vine. He managed to cut it. While he was in the air, he landed a cut on the monster's eye. A large amount of blood burst out of its eye. The mercenaries were surprised to see that their employer managed to cut it down. They assumed that the Derusant's eyes were their weakness. Ghislain took a deep breath. While screaming at the top of his voice, he asked the mercenaries to get themselves together. The men were shocked to hear their employer's voice. Our boy told them that they will become easier targets if they spread out. He asked them to raise their shields and form a tight formation to make sure that no one gets caught by the vines. He asked them to focus on defense until they receive the next order. They all accepted his orders. They quickly got into position. One of them said that he is not going to die in a place like this. Ghislain quickly went to the carriage. He asked Kair about the oil lamps. The captain said that they are all there. Our boy asked Kair to light the lamps and throw them at the monsters to burn them down. Kair was surprised to hear that this was the reason his master brought so many lamps. One of Kair's teammates told him that the monsters are looking at them. Ghislain asked the captain to throw the lamps now. Kair and his teammates began to throw the lamps at the monsters. Unfortunately for them, the monsters were using their vines to destroy the lamps before they could get close to them. Kair was shocked to see that they swatted the lamps away. His subordinate told him that they cannot burn the monsters down like this. A Derusant fired its vines at them. Before it could touch them, Gillian appeared in front of them. He used his axe to destroy the vines. Belinda took out some knives. She threw them at the monster's eye. Ghislain asked Gillian and Belinda to prepare to throw the oil lamps while guarding the Cerberus mercenaries. Our boy raised his sword. He said that he will draw the attention of the monsters. The moment he said this, a Derusant fired its vines at him. Belinda called out to her master. She asked him to look out. Ghislain swung his sword and managed to cut through the vines. The other Derusants began to attack him. Our boy skillfully dodged their attacks. One of the Derusants raised its leg to crush him. The mercenaries were shocked to see that the monsters had legs even though they were trees. They believed that their employer was going to get stomped on. Ghislain covered his sword with mana and used it to cut the monster's leg. He jumped and stabbed the Derusant directly in the eye. The other Derusants turned their attention to Ghislain. The mercenaries were surprised to see this. Belinda ordered the Cerberus mercenaries to throw the lamps now. The mercenaries were certain that it would work this time. They quickly began to throw the lamps at the Derusants. The monsters screamed out in pain when the lamps touched them. The Cerberus mercenaries were happy to see this. Ghislain asked them not to stop. He asked them to keep throwing the lamps until they burn all the Derusants down. The flames spread on the monster's body. The mercenaries were shocked to see what was happening. They could not believe that they were able to fight against them. One of them said that the entire forest will burn at this rate. With a nervous look on his face, Gordon said that the Derusants aren't anything big. He said that it is natural that they are weak to fire because they are trees. Ghislain asked the men to not let their guard down. He told them that it is not over yet. The mercenaries were shocked to hear this. With a serious look on his face, Ghislain informed them that the Derusants will now show their true appearance. The Derusants released some steam into the surroundings. The mercenaries did not understand why there was steam there. They wondered if the fire has already been extinguished. Belinda and Gillian quickly ran to their master. Belinda asked Ghislaine about what is happening. Our boy explained to her that the shells of the monsters are weak against fire, but their insides are different. He said that the fire that is burning the shell is meeting the moist flesh and causing them to release steam. When the steam cleared up, we see the true form of the monsters. The Derusants screamed at them. The mercenaries were shocked to see this. They could not believe that the monsters were still alive. Ghislaine raised his sword and called for everyone's attention. He asked them to raise their weapons. He told them that it will be a close-quarters battle from now on. He ordered them to charge. He also ran to attack the Derusants. The mercenaries were shocked to see Ghislaine running towards the monsters. They could not believe that he wanted them to have a close-quarters battle against this massive monsters. They were scared that the monsters would stomp on them to death. Unlike Gordon and his friends, the Cerberus mercenaries and their leader charged at the monsters. They said that they have been waiting for this moment. The men seemed to be excited. Belinda also ran to her master. Gillian asked Gordon and the other men to tell him why they are hesitating. He reminded them that Ghislaine gave an order. With a serious look on his face, he asked the mercenaries to trust our boy. The moment he said this, Ghislaine cut one of the Derusants down. The mercenaries were shocked to hear what Gillian said. They decided to follow their employer. They believed that Ghislaine was going to do something about the monsters. Gordon asked his teammates to trust their employer. They all raised their weapons and charged at the monsters. Ghislaine raised his sword and pointed it at the monsters. He revealed to his men that they will be able to cut the monsters without mana because their barks has burned away. He asked them to not be afraid. He told them that the Derusants are nothing but huge target dummies. The mercenaries followed his orders and ganged up on the monsters. Kair was enjoying killing the Derusants. Belinda and Gillian also helped in taking care of the monsters. The group did not relent. They fought every single monster that surrounded them. Ghislaine knew that hesitation in this situation is death. He believed that his role is to eradicate all hesitation from his followers. The moment he thought of this, he stabbed a Derusant in its mouth. He used his sword to tear it open. Our boy believed that he needs to instill them with the will for making the impossible possible. He wanted to instill this will into his men. When the monster which our boy killed fell to the ground, the mercenaries looked around. They realized that nothing was around them. The men could not believe that they killed all the Derusants. Ghislaine asked them to line up. The mercenaries quickly followed his order. Our boy asked them to look around. He told them that this is the reality of the forest of beasts. He reminded them that they were still at the entrance, and yet it is already swarming with Derusants. The men became nervous when they heard this. Ghislaine asked them to not fret. He assured them that he will always be standing at the forefront. He turned around and looked them in the eye. He asked the mercenaries to trust and follow him. The mercenaries were shocked to hear this from an employer. They assured Ghislaine that they will follow him. As they continued their journey, they faced several monsters. Kair seemed to be enjoying himself. They faced monsters like orcs and some form of crystal mole. As they fought monsters, Belinda took care of her master. The group also faced some form of ancient birds. When they went deeper into the forest, they came across a giant rat. The mercenaries became nervous. They never expected the monsters to be endless. They had already gotten tired. Kair and Gillian appeared in front of them. Kair charged at the rat and cut off its leg. The monster screamed out in pain. It opened its mouth as it fell to the ground. The mercenaries were shocked to see it falling. Before the monster could fall on them, Gillian appeared in front of them. He used a shield to block the monster's mouth. While the monster was struggling on the ground, Ghislaine climbed on it and stabbed it in the head. After taking care of the monster, Ghislaine asked the mercenaries if anyone is injured. The men told him that they are all fine. They all gathered around him. One of them said that they cannot leave their employer's side if they want to survive. Gillian told his master that the formation of the mercenaries is starting to look decent. Kair explained to him that training through real combat always yields the best outcome. Ghislaine told the mercenaries that they still have a long way to go. He asked them to keep cutting down the trees to clear the path. One of the mercenaries watched as the others worked. He was breathing heavily. The man said that everyone is insane. He believed that everyone had lost their mind because they were in a crazy forest. At night, we see the group arrive at a lake. The mercenaries were extremely happy to see a water source. They quickly ran to the lake. They could not believe that the water was so clean. Belinda was not happy to see the mercenaries close to the lake. She told her master that something can come out of the water. Ghislain realized that they have taken the right path so far. The lake is the most important milestone in reaching the runestone mine. He asked the men to set up camp. He told them that they will be taking a break. The mercenaries quickly followed his orders. The scene shifts and we see some mercenaries sitting together. One of them asked the others to tell him what they are doing. He could not believe that they were already facing this amount of monsters when they are only at the entrance. He told his teammates that he cannot imagine what is waiting for them ahead. Another one said that they are lucky that nothing happened in the last 2 nights. In another part of the camp, we see the man who was breathing heavily earlier talking to Gordon and some men. The man suggested that they sneak out of the forest with him. One of them asked the man whose name is Manus to explain himself. Manus told the men that they do not need to risk their lives anymore. He told them that their lives matter more than money. Gordon reminded the man that they have already come far into the forest. He told him that Ghislain said that their destination isn't far from the entrance. He assured the man that they are almost there. Manus was shocked to see that Gordon believed our boy. He told him that he is gullible. He reminded him that their employer is the well-known scoundrel of Perdium. He told him that Ghislain wants to pioneer this forest to get an accomplishment. A man with an eye patch reminded Manus that they have already been paid. He told him that it is their job as mercenaries to do as the employer says. Gordon told him that Ghislain has also saved their lives multiple times. Manus admitted the fact that Ghislain is a good fighter. He told the men that they have simply been lucky until now. He told them that our boy is only human. He said that they can die from a single mistake. With an ugly smile on his face, he said that Ghislain will use them as meat shields once the situation becomes dire. He told them that all nobles are the same. The men's resolve began to shake when they heard this. Manus was happy to see that they were scared. He knew that it would be suicidal for him to go back alone, especially with monsters waiting at every corner. He wanted to use the men as bait. The man with the eye patch asked him if he is trying to tell them that they would all be dead without their employer. Manus was surprised to hear this. The eye patch man pointed at Ghislain. He asked the other men to see what our boy was doing. Ghislain was applying some cream on a wound for one of the mercenaries. He advised the mercenary to not allow water seep into the injury. He told him that it will get infected. The man thanked our boy. After the man stood up, Belinda leaned in and asked her master if he knows how expensive the medicine is. She advised him to use it for himself. Ghislain told her that this is what the medicine is meant to be used for. After saying this, he called for the next person. Manus was shocked to see how nice Ghislain was. The eye patch man told the bastard that the medicine and potions that their employer is using on them is more expensive than them. He asked Manus if he really believes that our boy would use such medicine on them just so that they can be meat shields. The other mercenaries agreed that Ghislain is different. They were certain that he wouldn't abandon them. Manus had to turn around. He hated the eye patch man for interfering in his plan. He wanted to persuade a few men to get out, but the man was making it difficult for him. Ghislain walked up to Gordon and the other men. He asked them to stop chit-chatting. He told them that they need to get some rest. He moved close to Gillian and Kair. He told them that he needs to speak with them for a moment. Kair asked Ghislain if he is sure about leaving Manus alone. He told our boy that he would have sliced the man's tongue if it was him. Ghislain assured him that it is fine. He told him that Manus cannot do anything because of the monsters. He told Kair that he has something more important that he has to confirm. The group moved to a part of the camp where there was no one. Belinda asked her master to tell her why he wanted them to count the number of lamps available. Kair told him that there are currently 24 lamps. As our boy expected, a few lamps were missing. Ghislain reminded the group that monsters have charged at them day and night ever since they entered the forest. However, they have not seen any monsters for the past 2 nights. Belinda was surprised to hear this. Kair asked our boy about what this means. Gillian explained to him that they have entered the territory of a nocturnal monster. It is a monster that happens to have a huge influence in this forest. Ghislain told the man that he is correct. He turned around and looked into the forest. He said that they are now in real danger. In the next scene, we see Gordon resting on some logs of wood. While the man was trying to sleep, he felt a bright light shining in front of him. He quickly opened his eyes. The lamp that was on the log was floating. Gordon was shocked to see this. He did not understand how a lamp was suddenly flying. The moment he moved back a little, a terrifying monster with 8 sets of eyes bit his shoulder. Gordon quickly screamed out. The mercenaries were shocked to hear his voice. Gordon picked up his mace and swung it around. He asked the monster to get away from him. The mercenaries quickly moved close to him. They asked him if something is wrong. They did not see any monsters around him. Gordon told them that there was a monster next to him just now. The men were surprised to hear this. They told Gordon that there is nothing around. The man was shocked to hear this. He looked around. He could not believe that they were right. The men believed that Gordon had a nightmare. They told him that his sleep talking is terrible. They believed that Gordon had such a bad dream because they have had to deal with a lot of monsters recently. The man tried to explain himself to them. One of the Cerberus mercenaries told the men that they are wrong. He explained to them that he woke up because he felt a strange presence. He saw the lamp disappear right in front of his eyes. Other mercenaries agreed with the man. One of them said that he heard a creepy laugh. Another said that he also witnessed the same thing. One of the men who told Gordon that he is wrong asked the others to tell him why they are acting like this. With a serious look on the man's face, he told the others that there is definitely something out there. Ghislain asked the man if he really saw through the monsters. The man was surprised to see our boy. Ghislain ordered the men to gather around. The scene shifts and we see the men gather outside our boy's tent. Ghislain allowed Gordon and the man from the Cerberus mercenaries to join the meeting. Gordon was shocked to find out that the monsters had surrounded them. The man with the head cover told our boy that they cannot see the monsters with their naked eyes. Ghislain explained to them that this is a feature of the monsters. He told them that the monsters started following them when they reached the lake. These monsters are one of the monsters that dominate the night in the forest. They are the hunters of the darkness. They are known as Falors. They can melt into the darkness. This means that you cannot see them and physical attacks don't work on them. A few hundred of them follow their prey and take away their light. Luring their prey into the darkness is what they excel at. It is their hunting method. The head cover man and Gordon were shocked to find out that a few hundred Falors surrounded them. Belinda was surprised to find out that this was the reason why they have been losing their lamps. Kair was annoyed to hear what Ghislain said. He wondered if the monsters were trying to play with them before killing them. He suggested that they take care of the monsters now. He told our boy that it will be better for them to strike first before the monsters start toying with them. Ghislain told him that they need to wait until the monsters start attacking them. He said that it will be the best time to counterattack. Belinda reminded her master that they have already lost more than half of their lamps. She told him that they cannot just wait around. Ghislain explained to her that attacking the monsters recklessly would only stimulate their sadistic tendencies. The Falors would fall back for a bit and harass them more thoroughly later. He told Belinda that they would be losing their chance to wipe out all the monsters at once. Gillian was surprised to hear this. He asked his master if there is a way to achieve this against hundreds of invisible monsters. Our boy told him that there is a way. He asked Belinda if she has prepared the magic scrolls. The maid said that she has given out one to each of the mercenaries. Ghislain told the group that he will now explain how they are to fight the monsters. The group was surprised to hear this. Our boy drew some images on the ground to signify their current position. He told them that a herd of Falors has surrounded their camp from 3 different directions. The monsters are stealing their lamps to slowly tighten their position. Since they were vastly outnumbered, it will be impossible to cover the entire area, especially since what they are up against isn't human. Ghislain told them that they will start collapsing from the sides if they start fighting them head-on. Gillian explained to Ghislain that due to the fact that they set up their camp with a lake in the back, they avoided being surrounded from all directions. Our boy told him that he is correct. Although it looked like they were at a disadvantage, Ghislain assured them that it is not the case. He told them that they have the initiative of this fight. The group was surprised to hear this. Our boy explained to them that they need to first divide their forces into 3 groups. The defenders will take on the monsters' attacks, the crossbow unit will stop them, and the elite assault unit, which Ghislain is part of, will do the rest. The defenders and the crossbow unit will gather in the middle and push away the enemies. In the meantime, the assault unit will attack them from the left. They will be focusing all their firepower on that side. If they are able to surround them with the forces in the middle, it will be their victory. Gillian quickly understood his master's plan. Gordon asked if this is even possible. Kair said that it is possible as long as the units in the middle hold out long enough. Belinda interrupted the men. She reminded them that Ghislain said that Falors are immune to physical attacks because they can melt into the darkness. She asked them about how they plan on dealing with the monsters. Everyone turned to Ghislain. Kair assumed that they just have to use mana. Ghislain asked her not to worry about it. With a smile on his face, he told her that they have magic scrolls. Later in the night, we see the defense unit standing in front of the monsters with their shields up. One of them asked the others to not break the formation. He asked them to remember what their employer said. One of them announced that the Falors have taken their last lamp. He said that something is coming. In the Pioneer Journal of the Delphine, it was stated that the Falors are extremely vulnerable to light. When they shone intense light on them, they revealed their true selves. The moment he thought of this, Ghislain raised his magic scroll and tore it. He asked the others to do the same. Gillian, Belinda, and the rest of the group followed his order. They all tore their first circle magic scrolls. The spell is known as light. The magic scrolls fired some energy into the sky. The energy turned into a ridiculously bright light. The followers screamed when they saw the bright light. The mercenaries were surprised to see that the darkness has been repelled. They could not believe that this was what the monsters looked like. They never expected this eel-looking monsters to be the ones surrounding them this whole time. Immediately they thought of this. The followers charged at them. The crossbow unit quickly raised their crossbows. They were ordered to stop the monsters' charge. They were asked to hold on for as long as possible. The men fired their arrows at the monsters. Ghislain raised his sword. He told his men that the true appearance of the followers has been revealed. He covered his sword with mana and swung it. He pointed his sword at the monsters and ordered the assault unit to charge at them. The team immediately charged at the monsters. They tore them apart when they got close to them. Ghislain made a huge swing and tore through them. Although followers possess the ability to assimilate into the darkness, their actual defense is extremely weak. Our boy was certain that he can tear through the followers with this unit. He ordered the group to cut down as many monsters as they can. They overtook him and charged at the monsters. Gillian was taking their attacks and keeping their attention on himself. While he was doing this, Kair disrupted their formation. Belinda was responsible for creating an opening. She threw her knives at the monsters' heads. Immediately she did this, she called out to her master. Our boy jumped and made a huge swing when he landed. His attack was able to cut through a large amount of monsters because of how big his sword is. This team was the elite unit of Perdium, while Ghislain and his unit were taking care of the monsters in their path. The crossbow unit fired their arrows at followers. Unfortunately, this did not slow down the monsters a lot. There were quite much. The crossbow unit began to panic. They were almost out of arrows. They wondered about when the assault unit were going to reach them. While they were panicking, the followers got close to the defenders. Before the followers could ruin the formation, the assault unit arrived and cut through them. Ghislain turned to the men. He told them that they have done well. Gordon and the rest of the mercenaries were extremely happy to see their employer. They knew that they were saved. Ghislain ordered them to widen their formation and surround the followers from all directions. He said that it is now their turn to overrun the followers. The mercenaries quickly followed his order. One of the followers screamed and signaled the rest of the group. The moment it did this, the followers began to run. The mercenaries were shocked to see this. Our boy did not expect them to retreat before they were surrounded. He realized that the monsters are very quick-witted. He turned to Belinda and asked her to find their leader. He said that the monster has a horn on its head. It was the one that was sending out the retreat signal. As they ran after the monsters, Kair asked our boy if they need to chase the monsters. Belinda told her master that it is better if they retreat. Ghislain explained to them that followers tend to obsess over their prey even if they retreat now. They will still come back and harass them for days. Our boy told the team that there is no reason to give the followers a second chance. He said that they must avoid a war of attrition at all cost. He explained to them that their system will collapse once they lose their leader. He said that they need to kill every single follower here. Belinda was surprised to hear this. She gently smiled and took out a rope. She realized that her master has changed a lot. She took a stance and told Ghislain that she understands. She threw the rope at a tree and held onto it with a hook. She used the rope to drag herself up. While she was in the air, she got a look at everything in the surroundings. She easily spotted the leader. She quickly threw her rope at it and held it down. She told her master that she has caught the monster. Ghislain covered his body with mana. He charged at the monster with his sword pointed at it. He moved at a crazy speed, so he cut through every monster in his path. He stabbed the leader in its chest. The monster tried to struggle. Our boy told it that it is over. He tore the fowler apart. The moment he did this, he announced that the leader was dead. He ordered his mercenaries to wipe them out. The mercenaries quickly charged at them. They told the monsters that they will make them regret hunting them in the dark. Kair ordered his mercenaries to attack. He told them that they must not lose to Gillian. At sunrise, we see Ghislain kill the last monster. He commended his mercenaries on their efforts. He told them that it is their victory. The men raised their swords and cheered. They could not believe that they survived and won the fight. Belinda quickly ran to our boy. She asked him if he is hurt anywhere. Gillian commended his master on his efforts. Ghislain told them that they all did well. He asked Belinda to do a head count. He ordered Kair to gather his mercenaries. He said that he needs the men to go with him and Gillian to spread the corpses of the followers around the camp. Kair was surprised to hear this. He asked Ghislain if this has some sort of effect. Our boy explained to him that the smell of the corpses will chase away the other monsters. Followers are one of the monsters that are at the top of the food pyramid at the forest entrance. Gillian referred to Kair as Kid and told him that the corpses will make the camp safer. Kair was annoyed to hear this. He took a stance and asked Gillian if he wants to settle their issues now. It has now been 10 days since the group entered the forest of beasts. Now that the followers have been exterminated, the group has successfully eliminated all sources of danger from their planned route. The only thing left was to mine the rune stones. Ghislain took a look at the mountains. He wondered if the danger was really over. While he was thinking, Belinda told him that she is done with the head count. She revealed to him that there are 42 people from the Cerberus mercenaries and 126 people from the contract mercenaries. They lost 3 people. Ghislain asked Belinda if there are no casualties from the Cerberus mercenaries. With a cocky smile on his face, Kair reminded our boy that he is their captain. Ghislain asked the maid if the 3 dead people are among the contract mercenaries. Belinda said that she cannot confirm it because they cannot find the bodies of the 3 mercenaries. Gordon noticed something odd. He asked his teammates if they know where Manus is. One of them said that he might have died fighting. Another person said that they can't find Manus' body. The man with the eye patch said that Manus must have fled. The scene shifts, and we see Manus and the 2 other mercenaries who were missing. They were running away from the camp. One of them said that he heard a fierce battle sound. He said that they would have died if they stayed to fight. The other man suggested that they slow down, since they are quite far away from the battle. Manus turned around and called them fools. He asked them to get themselves together. He told them that they need to get out of the forest while the group was busy fighting. He asked them to keep running if they want to leave. The moment he said this, he noticed that the men stopped moving. He moved close to them and asked them if they are deaf. The men began to tremble. One of the men pointed up and asked Manus to look behind him. When the idiot turned around, he saw a terrifying beast. He did not know what he was looking at. In the next scene, we see a ridiculously huge snake on the rune stones. The snake had a large amount of bones in front of it. It opened its mouth and let out something. It dropped the bodies of Manus and the stupid men on the bones. The scene shifts, and we see the group cutting down the trees in their path. The mercenaries wanted to end their journey and return back to the town. They were working extra hard. Kair noticed that they were working well without someone ordering them around. He said that he has never seen the lazy mercenaries working so hard. Gillian told him that the mercenaries are different from him. Kair decided to ignore him. He asked Ghislain if he is going to let the mercenaries go once the mission is over. He told our boy that it is a waste to only use the mercenaries once. Ghislain asked him not to worry about it. He pushed a tree down and revealed to Kair that he is going to hire the men as his personal mercenaries. Mercenaries naturally have weak organizational skills. It is impossible for them to win against a regular army in large-scale battles. However, these men have already surpassed the limits of mercenaries just through the experience they gained in this forest. Ghislain knew that they will be an excellent foundation for expanding his power. The man with the head cover told his captain that they spread the corpses of the followers around their path. Kair commended the man known as Gazelle for his efforts. He turned to Ghislain and told him that the effect of the corpses has been really good. He said that they have not seen a single monster ever since they left the camp. They did not even encounter a lone monster that has lost its path. Ghislain looked into the forest. He got an eerie feeling. He hoped that it was just a needless worry. While he was looking around, Belinda jumps down from a tree. She called out to him. Ghislain asked her if she saw anything up ahead. With a bright smile on her face, Belinda said that she did. Ghislain was shocked to hear what she found. He turned around and ordered the mercenaries to pave the path with all their might. They all accepted his orders. As they moved closer to their destination, they saw a bright light through the trees. When they walked out of the woods, they saw something shocking. The mercenaries were shocked to see what was in front of them. With a confident look on his face, Ghislain told them that this is the reason why they started the expedition. He told them that they came for the highest quality runestone mine. Around the mine, there was some fog. Kair could not believe that the forest really had something that was worth a lot of money. Gillian told him that his master always acts upon reason. Belinda hugged our boy. She asked him about how he knew about the runestone mine. The mercenaries could not believe that they were actually looking at rune stones. They were stones that most people don't see in their entire lives. They knew that they were going to be rich once they take it back to the town. The moment they thought of this, someone rose up from the fog. He told them that they are not going anywhere. Ghislain quickly knew that something was wrong. The person turned out to be Manus. The dead man told them that it is all over. The moment he said this, he fell to the ground. Gordon and the other mercenaries wanted to run to him. Ghislain stopped them with his sword. He asked them to step back. He took a stance and made a huge swing. His sword pushed away the fog. The men were able to see the bones of the monsters and humans. They were shocked to see the amount of corpses that were there. They wondered about what happened there. Kair, Belinda, and Gillian quickly grabbed their weapons. They called out to our boy. Ghislain told them that they cannot mine the rune stones for free due to the amount of bones. Our boy was able to tell that this was the nest of a high-class monster. Since some corpses are yet to be corroded, the monster must still be staying there. Ghislain was not able to figure it out immediately because the harmful gases from the corpses were mixed in with the fog. Our boy did not like the situation. There was no particular recording that stated that the mine itself had any danger factors. He turned around and asked everyone to prepare for battle. Immediately he said this. He saw something on the rune stones. He saw the python. The monster quickly charged at them. Ghislain ordered everyone to scatter. He charged at the python. He dodged its mouth by going above it and made a slash on its head. When he landed on its body, he covered his sword with mana and charged at its head. He pushed his sword into its head. Unfortunately, it barely damaged the monster. Gillian and Kair were shocked to see this. They could not believe that Ghislain only left a scratch on the python even after using many. Kair had never seen such scales. The monster tried to push Ghislain down. Our boy jumped off its head. While he was in the air, the snake fired its venom at him. Ghislain could tell that its venom is extremely poisonous. He turned around and used his coat to block the attack. The venom melted it. Before our boy could get in a good position, the snake charged at him with its tail. Ghislain used his sword to stand his ground. He tried to push the tail back. Unfortunately, the monster was much stronger. It pushed him into the ground. Belinda quickly called out to our boy. The snake spread its body around the group. The men quickly realized that it was trying to squash them. Before the monster was able to crush them, Gillian, Belinda, and Kair saved them. They were trying to save as many men as they could. As the group struggled to put themselves together, they called out to Ghislain. They wondered about where he was. Our boy was standing on top of the bones. Now that he had seen the monster with his own eyes, his bad feeling went away. He knew that this monster is the master of the runestone mine. It is known as the blood python. It is one of the monsters he considered impossible to hunt down in this expedition. Ghislain didn't think that he would have to face the monster because it lives in the deepest part of the forest. Our boy knew that the chances of them winning against this monster is very low. It would be best for them to retreat for now and come back prepared next time. However, our boy had no time for delays. He believes that everything he has done up until now will become meaningless if he gives up now. A bright light shined from his chest, and he took a stance. He asked the monster to not get in his way. He said that he has too many things on his back. Ghislain opened his third core after saying this. The blood python turned to him and charged at him. Our boy managed to block its head and landed a cut on it. Before letting the monster go back up, he landed a cut in its eye. The moment he did this, the blood python used its tail to attack him. Ghislain quickly used his sword to shield himself from the crushing weight of the monster. He managed to push the tail back. However, the monster did not stop attacking him. It used its tail to aggressively attack our boy. Ghislain managed to block off the attacks. Even when winning is unlikely, there are battles that one must not avoid. This is the definition of responsibility. Kair, Belinda, and Gillian watched as their master fought for their lives. Ghislain jumped and landed a cut on the python's mouth. Our boy knew that this was the time for him to fulfill his responsibility. When he landed, he took a deep breath and took a look at the monster. He realized that the blood python was not showing any signs of faltering. This was a problem for him because unleashing the third core for a long period of time is too risky. Ghislain realized that his mana will be depleted before he can kill the blood python. The moment he thought of this, the group ran to him. They quickly covered him. Belinda asked him if he is all right. She asked him to escape to safety. She said that they can hold the monster down. Ghislain asked everyone to leave there. They were all shocked to hear this. Gordon asked him to repeat what he said. Gillian asked his master if he knows what he is saying. Ghislain told the man that he can't guarantee his safety in a battle against such a massive monster. He told him that he cannot afford to lose him here. Belinda asked her master to tell her what he plans to do. Our boy said that he will defeat the monster here. Belinda knew that her master has shown her amazing things before today, but she did not understand why he was going this far. While they were talking, the blood python fired its venom at them. Ghislain ordered them to leave quickly. The mercenaries ran. However, they did not run away. They ran to protect their employer with their shields. Our boy was shocked to see this. The men begged him to allow them fight with him. The eye patch man told our boy that they have never met an employer like him. Gordon reminded him that he has saved their lives many times. Kayer told him that the treasure will be theirs once the python is gone. Belinda told her master that it is impossible for her to leave him behind. She took out her knives and a dagger. Gillian told Ghislain that they will draw the python's attention and create an opening. Our boy was surprised to hear this. With a smile on his face, Gillian asked Ghislain to trust them since they trusted him. Our boy informed them that the monster is massive and it has a lethal venom. Its extremely sturdy crimson scales will deflect even blades imbued with mana. Ghislain told them that they will die if they receive even one attack. Belinda was shocked to hear this. He revealed to them that they can inflict some damage if they smash its right eye and gaping injury. Our boy raised his sword. He told the Forest of Beast expedition team that they need to return alive. The men smiled when they heard this. They all accepted his order. The blood python charged at them. Gillian attacked its mouth, while Belinda and Kayer attacked it from the side. Kayer stabbed it in its injury. The monster screamed out in pain. While the python was screaming, Gillian slammed his axe on its tail. He pressed it down. Ghislain used this opportunity to charge at the monster and stab its other eye. Our boy realized that not everything will go his way just because he knows the future. However, if he doesn't take any action, many will die. This is something that he is not going to let happen because he is the only one who knows the future. Gillian and the other mercenaries continued hitting the tail to hold it down. The python screamed out in pain. The mercenaries did not let it rest. They climbed on top of it and continued stabbing it in its injuries. The python shook its head and managed to shake them off. The moment it did this, Ghislain jumped and charged at it. He was going to stab it on its head. Somehow, the python managed to sense his presence. It opened its mouth and ate our boy. Everyone was shocked to see this. Before the python could even move, a blade came out of its head. Ghislain used his sword to split the monster's head open. He came out of the python's mouth. His clothes were covered in its venom. The group was shocked to see him. He referred to himself as the future of Perdium. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the Perdium castle. We see Albert and Holmern talking to Zwalter. Albert slammed his hand on the table and told his lord that Ghislain has committed a serious crime. He could not believe that our boy ignored his father's order and went into the forest. Holmern asked Albert to calm down. Albert said that he always knew that Ghislain acts unruly. He told the count that our boy thinks that he is the lord of the land because of his long absence. Holmern asked Albert to not get worked up by the issue. He reminded him that it has already been 2 weeks since Ghislain entered the forest. He said that they could have stopped our boy if Scovin had not made a false report. The general administrator did not understand why Scovin would help Ghislain. A crime like this could cost him his knight status. Albert told the count that he cannot let our boy continue to behave as he wishes. He told him that he should imprison Ghislain the moment he returns and punish him. Zwalter was quite annoyed with his son's actions. While they were talking, the knight captain barged into the room. He told the count that he needs to come down to see something. Zwalter asked Randolph if something is wrong. The man revealed to him that Ghislain is back. The men were surprised to hear this. The scene shifts, and we are taken outside. We see Ghislain walking towards the castle. He was in normal clothes. In the next scene, we see Ghislain in his father's office. The officials were there with him. They all glared at him in silence. Even the count glared at his son. Ghislain told his father that he is home. The count reminded his son that he did not permit the development of the Forest of Beasts. Our boy apologized to his father. He told him that it had to be done. Holmern was annoyed to hear what he said. Randolph reminded him that he downright ignored his father's orders. He explained to Ghislain that entering the Forest of Beasts is a serious crime. He told him that he could have lost his life and the monsters from the forest could have invaded their territory. Ghislain told him that he is fine. He said that the monsters did not invade their territory. Homer and Randolph were annoyed to hear this. They could not believe that he was talking back. Albert asked our boy if he finds this funny. He said that they can let the Forest of Beasts incident pass since it didn't lead to any trouble. He put his hand into his clothes and brought out a paper. He placed the paper on the table. He asked Ghislain if he has any excuse for this. When our boy picked up the paper, he was able to tell it was from Count Rayfold. Albert said that he felt uneasy when he heard about our boy's visit to the county. He told Ghislain that they found out about how he extorted 20,000 gold, which is the estate support funds that is given to Perdium regularly from Amelia, by threatening her. Albert told our boy that Count Rayfold was absolutely furious, and he has decided to cut off all forms of support to their territory and cancel the engagement as if it never happened. The treasurer told Ghislain that this will negatively affect their entire land. Ghislain was surprised to see a letter written by Count Rayfold, who doesn't get along with Amelia well. The letter did not seem to be fabricated. Our boy knew that it isn't difficult for Amelia to pull this off by manipulating the Count's money-driven mindset. The only thing Ghislain did not expect was that Amelia was willing to join hands with her enemies just to screw him over. This means that she will stop at nothing to get what she wants. Our boy had a feeling that the assassins weren't going to be the end of things. Unfortunately for him, he no longer has a leverage over the girl. If he was to reveal the secret deal with the Duke and the merchant guild that she controls, everything he will say will be dismissed as nonsense meant to cover up the incident. Ghislain realized that he would be tied down in the territory if he had been a little late. He became more certain that time was not on his side. Albert asked Ghislain to say something. Homer told our boy that they are in an urgent situation. He said that they need to ask him to return the money first. Randolph said that the 20,000 gold will be enough to run the entire night order for months. Ghislain revealed to them that he has used it all. He said that he used it for the development of the Forest of Beasts. The room became silent. Albert asked him if he wasted the entire money on a useless forest filled with monsters. Our boy apologized to the man. He said that he doesn't have much to say about the Rayfold incident. Randolph grabbed Ghislain's shirt. He called him a stupid little brat. He reminded him that he is supposed to be the successor of the land. He could not believe that Ghislain sold the future of their land with his own hands. Homer told Ghislain that he is no longer the young lord of their land. He said that he is now a filthy criminal. He asked Randolph to tie him down and throw him in a cell. Ghislain asked the man not to worry. He said that they will receive support funds from him. He told him that he will also add the 20,000 gold. The Count asked him to explain what he means. Our boy called out to Belinda. The woman entered the room with a box. Ghislain told the men that he won't have started the development if he wasn't going to bring anything back. Belinda opened the box and showed the men the runestones. Ghislain revealed to them that these are the highest quality runestones. Albert was surprised to see the runestones. Homer held one of the runestones. He asked our boy to tell him where he got such a valuable thing. Randolph said that he might have spent the 20,000 gold on it. Ghislain revealed to them that they mined it from the Forest of Beasts. Albert explained to our boy that the stones are worth a fortune, but they are nowhere near enough to run the land. With a smile on his face, Ghislain told the man that this isn't the end of it. Our boy took the officials to the entrance of the Forest of Beasts where his camp was. They saw the body of the blood python and hundreds of runestones. They saw the mercenaries working hard to transport the runestones. They were moving fast and carefully in order not to scratch the runestones. They were also separating the corpses of the monsters into different sections. Homer could not believe his eyes. He could not believe that Ghislain and this men managed to get all of this in 2 weeks. Randolph asked Homer if he is seeing things. The Count asked Belinda if all of this truly came from the expedition. The woman said that it did. She said that Ghislain led the expedition himself. Ghislain told the men that they obtained the inner hide of the Darusants, and they got some byproducts from the blood python. He revealed to them that the amount of runestones here is merely a fraction of what they found in the mine. He told them that the reason for his expedition was to help the land. He said that he will use the gains for their land. Albert revealed to the Count that they won't have to struggle with the lack of support funds with the amount of items available here. He said that this is only a rough estimation. Homer and Randolph were shocked to hear what the man said. They both tapped Ghislain on his shoulders. Randolph commended him on his efforts. He asked him if he is tired from his expedition. Homer asked our boy to let them know if he needs anything. Ghislain revealed to the men that he has a few conditions for the support funds. Randolph was shocked to hear this. He asked them to release Scovin and Ricardo. He said that they were just following his orders. He told them that they have to continue to prohibit civilian access to the Forest of Beasts just as they have done so far. He said that unnecessary rumors can spread and it can cause needless trouble. Homer believed that this was reasonable enough. For his last condition, Ghislain told the men that he will take care of recruiting and managing the mercenaries and security forces by himself. He said that having interference every time he moves troops within the territory would be a waste of time. The general administrator asked him if he intends on maintaining a private army. Randolph was against this idea. He told our boy that they do not know what he is plotting. Albert told Ghislain that he seems to have misunderstood something. He said that he will explain it to him. He told our boy that he is currently in a position where he should be begging for forgiveness. He told Ghislain that he sounds as if he is saying that he will do as he pleases, so they should stay out of his way. Ghislain told the man that this is a misunderstanding. He said that he is simply laying out the conditions necessary for him to provide financial support to Perdium in place of Rayfold. He explained to the man that if such trivial issues were to disrupt their operations, it will also negatively affect Perdium's finances. He asked the treasurer if he is okay with this. Albert was shocked to hear this. He called out to the Count. He asked him to say something. He told him that they are currently making a deal with the future of their land. The Count was simply looking around. Gillian and the other mercenaries came up to Ghislain. They wanted to report to him. Gillian explained to our boy that the runestone loading process is almost complete. He asked Ghislain to give the order. He said that they will be ready to move at any time. Kair revealed to him that the hides of the Darusans have been stored without any preservatives. He asked Ghislain to tell him what he plans to do with the blood python. Our boy told him that the blood python will soon be dismantled. The venom, blood, flesh, and hides will all be separated and preserved to prevent decay. Kair told him that he understands. The Count called out to Randolph. The man revealed to him that the mercenaries are individually formidable and they have an overwhelming presence. He said that he has no clue on how Ghislain could have such people under him. He said that it is just like an elite force. As Walter moved close to his son, he commended our boy for getting such difficult mercenaries to follow his orders willingly. He told our boy that he must have put in a lot of efforts. Ghislain said that the expedition wouldn't have prevailed without them. Upon hearing this, the Count turned around. He told his officials that they should return back to the castle. Before leaving, Walter told Ghislain that he will let things slide this time. He asked our boy to prepare to face the consequences if he ever defies his order again. With a nervous smile on his face, Ghislain thanked his father. The Count reminded his son that he is the successor who will inherit the land in the future. He told Ghislain that he seems to possess the spirit of the Northern Wolf. The Northern Wolf is the alias given to Count Perdium, the one who guards the frontier of the Lithania kingdom. Walter was a lonely person. He had weak military forces and a treasury plagued by poverty. Yet in the northernmost reaches where war never ceases, the Count dedicated his entire life to protecting the land even without his wife, his son, or his daughter. In the end, he was met with a miserable death, and he was forgotten by all. Belinda moved close to her master and asked him if he is headed straight for the castle. Ghislain said that he is not yet going to the castle. He asked her to get everything ready so that they can leave immediately. Belinda was shocked to hear this. She asked him if he is not going to rest. Gillian told him that he has overworked himself. He advised his master to rest. Belinda told him that it is a miracle he made it out alive from the blood python's body. She asked him if he knows how hard she worked to detoxify the poison from his system. Ghislain tapped the woman on her shoulder and begged her to do it. Belinda was surprised to see this. Ghislain knew that other people will soon find out that they secured the runestones. Those who want to invade their land will soon find out too. He knew that he had to expand his power as quickly as possible. He wanted to reach a level where no one would dare challenge him. The moment he thought of this, Ghislain fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Everyone was shocked to see this. In the next scene, we see a dove fly into a building. It was carrying a letter on its neck. The dove landed in the hand of a man on a throne. The man quickly opened the letter to read it. The letter confirmed that a part of the Forest of Beasts has been developed. The man reading it was asked to initiate a war with the Degard family in order to annihilate Perdium. The letter said that the ducal house will step in after this. The man did not expect the ducal house to ask for the annihilation of Perdium. members of his cabinet said that it is time to make Perdium a land without a lord. They believe that the ducal house will appoint a new owner of Perdium. The man on the throne asked the cabinet to tell him the amount of their people that are still inside Perdium. One of the men said that they have 2 retainers and 1 knight remaining. The count asked his cabinet to send 2 retainers to the Dagard territory. He said that the fact that the young lord of Dagard died in Perdium is more than enough justification to start a war. With a cold gaze in his eyes, the count said that the supreme commander of this operation will be Victor. The cabinet was shocked to hear this. They never expected that their county's strongest card would be revealed so soon. One of them said that Perdium would have fallen if Frank had done his job properly. Another member told his master that he understands that Victor will be able to handle the task flawlessly. He told his master that it might be too soon to reveal their hidden card. He reminded the count that they have proceeded with caution so far. He said that this decision feels rash. He said that it is odd that the ducal house, which has always operated in secret, is now choosing to directly intervene in Perdium. The count told him that it is because of the forest of beasts. The man was surprised to hear this. The count told the man that all decisions were made by Duke Delphine. He asked the man not to question any orders no matter what they may be. The count stood up and asked his cabinet to prepare for the war. This count is known as Harold Desmond. He is the count of the Desmond County. Count Desmond asked his men if there is anyone else who is aware of the situation. The scene shifts, and we see Amelia screaming as she rested her head on Bernaf. The man called out to his mistress. Amelia revealed to him that Ghislain has secured a runestone mine with her 20,000 gold. She said that he survived even though she sent the wildcats to kill him. She told Bernaf that she even bowed her head to her wretched father to cut off support funds for Perdium. She said that this made her look like a fool. Bernaf told his mistress that she is not acting like her usual self. Amelia took a deep breath. She told the man that he is right. She said that she got too emotional. She said that what is done can't be undone. Bernaf smiled when he heard this. He told Amelia that he is waiting for her orders. Amelia moved close to a map. She said that Perdium will soon escape their financial difficulties because they have obtained a runestone mine. Bernaf told her that they should be celebrating right now. Amelia told him that it is too early for them to celebrate. She told him that the most important thing is that they haven't sold the runestones yet. Bernaf was surprised to hear this. Amelia revealed to him that she got information that they secured the runestones 2 days ago. This is far too little time for them to establish a distribution network. She said that they will exploit this weakness. She told Bernaf that it is obvious who they will sell to. Bernaf realized that his mistress intends on acting before they can sell the runestones. He asked her about where she wants to intervene. Amelia revealed to her knight that there is only one place in the northern region that Ghislain will sell to. She believed that our boy was going to go to the finest magic tower in the north, which is dominated by the 7th Circle Archmage. The magic tower is known as the Crimson Magic Tower. According to Amelia, runestone is essential for magical research. Due to this, magic towers are always determined to secure their distribution channels. She placed a pin somewhere and asked Bernaf to set up the wildcats for an ambush along the main routes leading to the tower. The target isn't Ghislain. It is the laborers who are transporting the runestones. Amelia said that they will use a hit-and-run tactic to isolate the transport and prevent the transfer completely. She said that they will take the runestones for themselves. Bernaf reminded his mistress that there is another magic tower in the north. This is the Flame Magic Tower, which is in Bryven's territory. He asked Amelia if it is wise to deploy all their forces to the Crimson Magic Tower. Amelia told him that this may have been the case before. She revealed to him that the Flame Magic Tower has been in decline ever since it lost its place at the top when it was blinded by past glory. Amelia believed that someone like Ghislain, who is obsessed with money, will not choose the Flame Magic Tower deal over the Crimson Magic Tower's better deal. With a serious look on her face, Amelia promised to take everything away from Ghislain. In the next scene, we are taken to the Perdium castle. We see Ghislain lying on the bed. Some bandages were wrapped around his body. Our boy was unconscious. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the time our boy was fighting the blood python. Ghislain got swallowed by it. A predator like the blood python begins to digest its prey. Immediately it swallows it. Before it reaches the esophagus, the prey is first dissolved by venom secreted from the inside. This makes the digestion easier. The mana from Ghislain's third core burned the acid upon contact. It prevented it from invading our boy's system. However, in the process, the resulting toxic fumes create a lethal breathing environment. Most prey either lose consciousness or die by this stage. Ghislain forced himself to endure it. He did not want things to end there. The expedition, everything he holds dearly, and even the future will be gone. Since it was impossible to avoid getting poisoned, our boy decided to make the poison his own. He directed every bit of invading venom into his mana core. He knew that the fierce rotation of mana within the mana core can neutralize the venomous energy. He closed his eyes and began to move the energy. This delicate mana manipulation is something that only those who have reached the realm of superhumans can achieve. Ghislain believed that this venomous energy will serve as an alternative fuel capable of withstanding a mana explosion. The moment he thought of this, he attacked the monster. In the present, we see our boy wake up. He felt refreshed. He noticed that he was in his room. He remembered that his father forgave him. When he raised his head up, he saw Elena next to him. He was surprised to see his sister. Elena quickly hugged her brother. She informed him that he passed out for 2 whole days. She reminded him that he did not say anything before leaving, and now he passed out right after returning. Ghislain was surprised to see his sister hugging him. Elena pushed her brother away and ran to call Belinda. Our boy could not believe that he passed out for 2 days. He recalled that he received the bare minimum first aid after exiting the body of the python. He wanted to endure everything until the runestone is sold. Unfortunately, he cannot do this with his younger body. Ghislain stood up from the bed. He noticed that he was in a really great condition compared to how he overworked himself. He knew that 2 days shouldn't be enough to recover from the damage he received. He found this to be strange. Ghislain took off his bandages. He noticed that his body has gotten stronger, his resilience has gotten better, and his total mana has increased. When he checked his core, our boy realized that the property of his mana has changed. He wondered if the energy of the blood python got mixed in during the process of neutralizing the poison with his mana core. This method is something that Ghislain never knew about in his past life. Although he didn't intentionally risk his life, Ghislain got something out of it. There were still a few things that he needed to verify. Our boy realized that he could grow much faster with this method. Ghislain got a shirt from his wardrobe. He believed that selling the runestones takes priority. He knew that many people would have found out in the 2 days that he was unconscious. He wanted to first visit the mercenaries. Before he could go anywhere, someone knocked on his door. Ghislain asked Belinda to enter. He told her that there is no need to knock. Belinda stepped into his room with his father. The Count asked him if he is all right. Our boy was shocked to see his father. Zwalter told his son that he heard about how he was poisoned after jumping into the mouth of the blood python. He told him that he heard it from Belinda. He asked his son if he is all right again. Ghislain told him that he is fine. The Count was relieved to hear this. Belinda quickly moved close to our boy. She touched his face and told him that she was surprised when he suddenly passed out. She asked him if he is really fine. Ghislain assured her that he is. Zwalter asked his son if he has a moment to talk. He told him that he has a request for him. Ghislain was surprised to hear this. In the next scene, we see our boy and his father on a training ground. Zwalter had taken off his armor. Everything felt a bit odd to Ghislain. This was the first time he got to have one-on-one time with his father. He avoided his father at all cost in his past life because he was scared that he was going to get yelled at. The Count apologized to Ghislain for calling him there when he just woke up. Our boy told him that it is fine. He said that he is in excellent condition thanks to the 2 days of rest. He asked his father to tell him what his request is. Zwalter glared at his son. He looked away after glaring at him. Ghislain wondered if this is what his mother meant when she told him something. When he was younger, Ghislain's mother revealed to him that his father can't show his honest self to others. Ghislain asked her about why his father acts like that. The woman explained to him that his father believes that he has to be an unshakable pillar for the people of the land. She told our boy that Zwalter has always put others before himself, so he has never shown his honest self before. She said that the only exception was when Zwalter wanted to confess his feelings for her. The woman asked her son to understand that part of his father. She said that the Count is not good at expressing his emotions. In the present, the Count asked Ghislain to raise his sword. Our boy accepted the order. He and his father took different stances. The Count charged at our boy first. Ghislain was able to block his attack. Zwalter put his leg forward and added more pressure to his sword. He was able to push Ghislain down. Our boy quickly gathered his strength and attacked. Zwalter was able to block it. He attacked Ghislain, but he was able to block it too. The Count gave him another attack that pushed him back a bit. Our boy noticed that it was heavy. He noticed that his father's sword was heavy. Zwalter charged at his son again. Ghislain was able to block the attacks, but he was getting pushed back. He realized that his father's strikes have enough strength to subdue the savage barbarians of the north, yet they have been tempered with the gentleness to protect all. When Zwalter got close to him and attacked him, Ghislain was able to push his sword down. He attacked his father from the side. The Count was able to block it. He and Ghislain ended up pointing their swords at their necks at the same time. Zwalter was surprised to see this. He commended his son on his efforts. He told him that he has improved a lot. Our boy thanked him for the compliment. The Count advised his son to loosen his sword pressure slightly when he is locked in a blade clash. He told Ghislain that he has the strength and reflexes to take down massive monsters in the forest. He told him that his intent might become too easy for his opponent to read if he is not careful. Ghislain was surprised to hear this. He usually gets a feel for his opponent's movements as the fight goes on. Our boy realized that this is his first time receiving guidance from someone. Our boy's swordsmanship is instinctual, born from real combat and experience. Ghislain realized that there must be some things that he overlooked and never learned because he never followed formal training. His father pointed them out precisely to make him aware of this flaws. Ghislain always believed that he could only rely on himself. He believed that he will struggle through everything alone. He now realized that receiving guidance isn't such a bad thing. He thanked his father for teaching him. The Count revealed to his son that he actually intended on scolding him today. Our boy was surprised to hear this. He explained to Ghislain that no matter how great his contribution is, he still broke the rules. He told him that if everyone starts disregarding the rules under the pretense of making a contribution, the only thing that will follow is greater chaos. Zwalter told his son that he has actually changed. Unlike the past incidents which he caused in his reckless pursuit of merit, Ghislain was actually looking beyond this towards something greater. The Count advised his son to keep acting the same way. He asked him to think of Perdium and those around him. He asked him to fulfill his responsibilities as a successor. After saying this, Zwalter walked towards the exit. Ghislain thought about his responsibilities. While he was thinking, he remembered something. He reminded his father that he said that he has a request. He told the Count that he has not yet told him what it is. Zwalter stopped walking when he heard this. With a nervous look on his face, he asked his son if he has some extra funds. In the next scene, we see our boy arrive at the Forest of Beasts outpost. His men were waiting for him. Ghislain smiled when he saw them line up. He asked them if they have all been well. While screaming at the top of their voices, the men said that they are good. Gillian asked his master if he has gotten better. Kair told him that he is looking much healthier now. Ghislain apologized to them for making them wait so long. He asked Gillian about how Rachel is. The man bowed his head. He said that he never thought a day would come when he would see her walk again. He told Ghislain that it is all thanks to him. Ghislain was happy to hear this. He told Belinda, Kair, and Gillian that he has something to tell them. With a serious look on his face, our boy revealed to them that their land is in danger right now. The three of them were shocked to hear this. They all went into a tent. Ghislain told them everything about what happened on the day Elena was attacked. He told them about how he stopped them from killing her and using her death to start a war. He also told them about how he discovered the corpse of the Degard's young lord. He also mentioned the existence of those who are eyeing Perdium. He explained to them that this people are currently surveilling them right now. He said that they have probably been active for a long time. He said that they have neither the time nor the resources to prepare for an attack. Belinda finally understood why her master was in a hurry. She said that she thought that they could catch their breath after securing the runestones. First it was the Forest of Beasts, and now it is war. Kair said that this land never gives him a chance to be bored. Gillian told our boy that this is the perfect time to attack Perdium. In a territory known for its weak military and poverty, the discovery of a runestone mine, which is a highly valuable resource, can change everything. Ghislain told the man that he is correct. He said that their enemies won't let them be. Belinda told our boy that he should have mentioned this earlier. She told him that they need to tell his father and the vassals. Ghislain told her that it is not yet time to do this. He explained to her that Elena's bodyguards betrayed them. He said that they could be traitors among the vassals. There is no way to confirm who is on their side, so they need to keep it to themselves. Belinda knew that our boy was right. He told them that he bought some time with Elena's survival, but now that they have found the runestone, there is no reason for their enemies to sit still. With a serious look on his face, Ghislain told them that it will be a tough fight. Everyone became silent. Kair asked our boy to order them around. He told Ghislain that staying around him has been fun so far. Gillian reminded our boy that he already swore his life to him. He promised to fight with him until the very end. Belinda told him that no one is going to protect him if she is not around. Ghislain smiled when he heard this. The biggest enemy of Perdium is Duke Delphine, as well as Count Desmond and Amelia, who are taking orders from him. Ghislain promised to not let things go as they planned. He told the group that they will now head to the Flame Magic Tower. Kair was happy to hear that they were finally going to sell the runestones. He said that they will be rich. Belinda asked her master if he is certain. She told him that the Crimson Magic Tower is closer to them, and they will probably pay them a higher amount. Ghislain explained to her that the Flame Magic Tower will cause less friction. Gillian told him that he is right. He explained to them that when transporting high-value goods, unwanted guests are bound to appear. Since their payload is filled with runestones, staying one step ahead of the enemy is the only rational course of action. Belinda realized that they could be ambushed like last time. Ever since Delmuth of the Crimson Magic Tower ascended to a 7th Circle Archmage and made his name known, the Flame Magic Tower has been on a downward spiral. Ghislain knew that it will be more profitable for them to sell the runestones to the Crimson Magic Tower, which is the greatest in the north. The Flame Magic Tower is making its own efforts, but it won't be easy for them to return to their former glory. Yet, despite all this, Ghislain still chose to head for the Flame Magic Tower for his own reasons. Our boy wanted to meet someone. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the Flame Magic Tower. We are shown its amazing and luxurious buildings. Inside the tower, we see a girl surrounded by books shaking. She called out to someone known as Professor Renato. She asked about when the light that he mentioned will come for her. In the next scene, we see Ghislain and his group arrive in the Brivant territory. They saw the huge tower of the Flame Magic Tower in the land. Gordon was surprised to see how huge the tower was. The man with the eye patch said that he has only heard about the tower before. He said that he has never been here before. Just from looking around, the mercenaries could tell that the quality of life was much different here than in Perdium. The territory had magnificent buildings and beautiful carriages. The mercenaries saw a large amount of magic scrolls. They also saw some mages using their magic to tile the road. They had never seen magic used in such manner. The mages were annoyed to see that the mercenaries were staring at them. They activated a different spell and used it to cover themselves. The spell made them invisible. The mercenaries were shocked to see this. They could not believe that the mages disappeared in broad daylight. Ghislain explained to them that the mages used a spell to conceal their presence. He told them that the mages don't welcome them. Kair called the men idiots. He asked them to stop fooling around. Belinda was also surprised to see how big the magic tower is. Even though they were pushed down from the top spot, their magic tower was still amazing. Gillian revealed to her that the Brivant territory is one of the richest lands in the kingdom. Ghislain understood why they were impressed, but he knew that this magic tower that was once at the peak will later fall to ruin. When they arrived at the gates of the tower, Kair said that he can't even see the top of the tower even though he is so close to it. Belinda looked around. She asked about where the gatekeepers were. Only armors were lying at the entrance. The moment she asked this question, someone at the top of the gates raised his hand and asked them to stop. Immediately he said this. He and his partner used their magic to raise the armors up and make them take a stance. The armors were holding huge axes. The mage announced that nobody can just enter the magic tower. He asked them to reveal their identity and state their business. Belinda was surprised to see that they control the armors like puppets. Kair could not believe that the mages couldn't come down to greet them. Gillian stepped down from his horse and introduced his master as the young lord of Perdium. He asked them to bring their trade officer. He told them that they have some fine goods to sell. With an arrogant look on his face, the mage told Gillian that they are not buying anything. Belinda was annoyed to hear this. She told the man that he has not even looked at their product. The man said that Perdium is the beggar land in the north. He said that anything from Perdium is probably just low-rank monster materials or garbage potions. He told them that it is a waste of time to deal with them. He and his partner made the puppets point their axes at them. The man asked the group to get lost. Belinda was annoyed to hear that he called them beggars. She asked him to come down and say it to her face. Gillian asked our boy about what they should do. Ghislain asked the mage if he really wants them to leave. He showed him a small piece of runestone and told him that he should know what it is if he is a mage. The man was surprised to hear this. He took a look at our boy's hand. He was shocked to see him holding a runestone. He looked at the large amount of carts behind them. He realized that the carts have runestones inside. With a smile on his face, Ghislain asked the mage if he is still not buying. The scene shifts, and we see our boy and Belinda inside the tower. The trade officer and the mage bowed their heads to them. The trade officer apologized for their rudeness. He introduced himself as Sylvain. He asked them to tell him if they need anything. Ghislain told the man that they brought a lot of runestones. He said that he needs someone who will take responsibility until the very end of the deal. He told him that he needs to meet the tower master. Sylvain was surprised to hear this. He quickly agreed to Ghislain's request. He told him that they need to inform him first. He ordered the guard to guide our boy and Belinda to the reception. The man accepted the order. Belinda told him that this is how he should have acted in the first place instead of mocking them. The man could not say anything. On their way to the reception, they heard a loud sound. Ghislain asked the man if something is wrong. The man asked him not to pay attention to it. He told him that it is common during magic research. On the other side of the hall, we see 3 mages open a door and let out smoke from a room. We see the beautiful girl from earlier on the ground. The leader of the mages reminded the girl that he asked her to never set foot into the laboratory again. With a smile on his face, he told the girl that she is taking up space in the laboratory for no reason since she cannot use magic. He asked her if it is smart to ignore him, who is the future tower master of the magic tower and a third circle mage. Alfoy's friends wondered why her teacher brought her to the tower. The blonde boy next to him told the girl that she should be grateful that the tower master gave her a place to sleep. The girl said that she also has a right to use the laboratory because she is a mage. Alfoy told her that they will treat her like a mage. He used his wand to gather fire in his hand. He told the girl that she should be able to use a defensive spell to deal with this basic offensive spell. With a smile on his face, he asked the girl to try and block the attack. The moment he said this, he fired the first circle magic known as Fire Sling at the girl. She quickly raised her hand. She screamed out defense, but nothing happened. She quickly used her hand to cover her face. Fortunately for her, Ghislain appeared out of nowhere and used his sword to cut through the attack. The boys were surprised to see this. Ghislain asked the idiot if this kind of behavior is what is called magic research in the Flame Magic Tower. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the Tower Master's meeting room. We see the Tower Master, whose name is Hubert, telling the elders of the tower that they are running low on runestone. He wondered about how they reached this point. He said that the gap between them and the Crimson Magic Tower will continue to get wider. He reminded them that he has been telling them to get runestone. He asked the elders about what they have been doing. An elder with a yellow hat remembered that the Tower Master usually asked them to wait each time they try to secure a distribution line. Another elder with a red hat recalled that Hubert spent his time buying trinkets and luxury goods under the guise of networking with nobles. He couldn't stand the Tower Master anymore. An elder with a green hat informed Hubert that the Tower Master of the Crimson Magic Tower has reached the 7th circle. He reminded Hubert that he is still a 6th circle mage. Hubert asked the elders to not talk about the Tower Master of the Crimson Magic Tower. He said that he will reach the 7th circle if he has more runestone. Hubert could not believe that Delmith reached the 7th circle before him. He told himself that Delmith must be buying all the runestone for himself. He did not like the fact that the stone was very expensive. The moment he thought of this, Sylvain barged into his meeting room. He told him that they need his attention right now. Hubert told the man that he is rude. He asked him if he can't knock. When they are having a meeting, Sylvain apologized to him. He said that they need his attention now. He revealed to him that someone brought a massive amount of runestone. Hubert and the elders were shocked to hear this. The scene shifts, and we see Alfoy firing more attacks at Ghislain. Our boy easily used his sword to block the attacks. Alfoy made a huge fireball and shot it at Ghislain. Our boy cut through the fire with his sword. Alfoy's friends and the girl were shocked to see this. Alfoy could not believe that Ghislain sliced his attack in half. He did not think that this was possible. Before he could make another move, a rope went around his body and tied him up. Belinda was the one using the rope. She made the idiot get on his knees. She told the idiot that he has a lot of guts to attack her master. Alfoy was shocked to hear this. He asked them about who they are. Before Belinda could do anything, someone asked everyone to stop. The person turns out to be Hubert. The man asked them to explain what is happening. The girl became nervous when she saw Hubert. She called him Tower Master. Upon hearing this, Ghislain asked Belinda to release the idiot. The maid let go of him. Alfoy stood up and called out to his teacher. He ran into his arms. Hubert asked his disciple to tell him what is happening. Alfoy told his teacher that Ghislain and Belinda are intruders. He said that he was trying to make sure that the girl whose name is Vanessa doesn't enter the laboratory again, but Ghislain and Belinda attacked him. While shaking like a little girl, Alfoy told his master that he wanted to stop Vanessa from entering the laboratory because he didn't want her to get hurt since she doesn't have any mana. Belinda told the idiot that he is crying like a little girl. Alfoy was annoyed to hear this. He told the maid that he is a man. With a shaky tone in her voice, Vanessa said that she just wanted to use the laboratory. Upon hearing this, Ghislain became certain that she is the one he is looking for. This girl will later be known as the Red Nightmare. Our boy was surprised to see that this is what she was like before she became a total nightmare. Hubert took out his wand and gathered fire in his hand. He was annoyed to hear that they tried to harm his student after intruding into the magic tower. He told our boy that he will burn him into a crisp. Belinda asked her master about what they should do. She said that the man looks a little dangerous. Our boy moved forward and placed his hand on his chest. He introduced himself as the heir of the Perdium family. He said that he came to sell runestone to them. Hubert was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that he was looking at his guest. Alfoy was shocked to hear that Ghislain had runestones. He could not believe it. Our boy told Hubert that the runestone is at the front of the castle. He asked him if he will like to see it for himself. When Hubert and the elders arrived at the front, they saw several carts containing runestone. They were all shocked to see the amount of runestone that Ghislain had. An elder with a red hat wondered about where our boy got it from. An elder with a yellow hat told the tower master that there are more than 10 cartful of runestone. He asked him about what he wants to do. Hubert did not respond to him. The man cheered like a little girl. He did not expect to get this amount of runestone. He knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He believed that he will be able to crush the Crimson Magic Tower with this runestone. Hubert actually cheered in his imagination. He didn't want to lose his cool in front of the elders. He put himself together and told Ghislain that the quality doesn't seem very good. Kair was annoyed to hear this. He grabbed his sword. He could not believe that Hubert was spouting nonsense after they worked hard to mine the stones. Vanessa was surprised to hear this. She said that one cart should last them for some weeks. Hubert was annoyed to hear this. He could not believe that she was talking at this moment. He told her that she doesn't know anything. He ordered her to get inside. As he watched Vanessa walk into the tower, he cursed a man named Renato for leaving Vanessa with him. He believed that the girl should have the ability to read the room even if she doesn't have talent. He turned to the elders and carefully winked at them. He asked them if they agree with Vanessa. The elders immediately understood what he was trying to tell them. The green hat elder picked up one of the stones and said that the quality is not very good. The yellow hat elder said that runestone from a poor territory has a possibility of being fake. Belinda was annoyed to hear this. She asked the old idiots if they know how hard her master worked to get them. The yellow hat elder said that their efforts is not his business. He asked Belinda if she knows how many scammers there are today. The green hat elder said that they can't judge solely on what the seller says. Ghislain told them that he believes that they don't want to buy his product. The elders were shocked to hear this. Our boy turned around. He said that the Flame Magic Tower doesn't need it. He said that they can sell it somewhere else. Hubert panicked when he saw this. He quickly asked them to wait. He turned to the elders and signaled them. The blue hat elder told Hubert that they will take the carts off his hands since he went through so much trouble to bring them there. He said that he doesn't want Ghislain to leave empty-handed after coming so far. He begged Hubert to show them some mercy. The tower master decided to play the role of Messiah. He told the blue hat elder that he will do it since the elders agreed on it. With a smile on his face, he told Ghislain that he will buy all of them out of the generosity of his heart. He said that he has to buy it below the market price. Ghislain told him that he is misunderstanding something. He asked Kair to take all the carts back except one. With a smile on his face, our boy told the mercenary that they only planned on selling one cart. Hubert and the elders were shocked to hear this. With an evil smile on Kair's face, he apologized to Ghislain. He said that he forgot about this. Kair ordered the men to take the carts away. The mercenaries immediately began to move. Hubert quickly moved close to Ghislain. He asked him about what he is doing. Our boy apologized to him for the confusion. He said that his subordinates made a mistake and brought too much goods. He told Hubert that their actual destination is the Crimson Magic Tower. He said that they just need some money for their trip. Hubert became annoyed when he heard about the Crimson Magic Tower. He quickly changed his expression. He told Ghislain that he was just joking around, so that their first meeting wouldn't be too awkward. He asked our boy to follow him inside for a little chat. The elders were disappointed when they heard this. They could not believe that he quickly stopped bluffing. With a smile on his face, our boy told him that a meeting will be fine. The scene shifts and we see everyone inside the meeting room. Hubert introduced the old men as the elders of the tower. He said that they are all fifth circle mages. Ghislain said that this is impressive. He said that this is expected from the second strongest in the northern region. Hubert told our boy that he has heard some strange rumors that are not true. He said that the Flame Magic Tower is still the strongest magic tower in the northern region. Ghislain told him that it is not important. Belinda was surprised to see how her master spoke. She wondered if he is trying to piss Hubert off. Kayer liked what he was seeing. Gillian told the woman that their master definitely has a plan. Hubert asked Ghislain about the amount he wants to sell it for. He told him that he won't get a better deal than what he will get here if he tried to sell it to anyone else. Ghislain raised his hand and told Hubert that he wants double the market price. Hubert and the elders were shocked to hear this. They believed that our boy was just too naive to understand how the world works. Hubert told Ghislain that this isn't how negotiations work. He explained to him that it is about both parties making a compromise. He told Ghislain that he can't just make a one-sided decision. Our boy told him that he simply felt like he needed to get double the market price from the Flame Magic Tower. The elders were annoyed to hear this. They told Ghislain that he shouldn't joke in a place like this. They asked him if he is mocking them. With a serious look on his face, Hubert asked Ghislain to watch himself. He told him that he gets angry when he sees clueless brats flailing in a world that they don't understand. He told Ghislain that he understands that he makes mistakes because he is still young. He said that he will show him mercy once out of generosity. He asked our boy to take the negotiation seriously. He told him that he will give him a little extra on top of the market price. He asked our boy to sell to them. Ghislain stood up when he heard this. Hubert was surprised to see this. He asked him about why he stood up. Ghislain told him that he doesn't seem interested in buying them. He said that double is actually a discount. He told the tower master that he will simply go to the Crimson Magic Tower. The moment Ghislain turned around, Hubert panicked and called out to him. He asked him about why he is in a rush. He said that he was simply upset. He asked our boy to sit down and chat a little longer with them. Ghislain smiled when he heard this. Hubert told our boy that he has guts. He said that they will take the runestone for double the market price because they are the first people he visited. Our boy smiled and agreed to Hubert's offer. The tower master became relieved. Ghislain revealed to him that the double price is just for one cart. The elders and Hubert were surprised to hear this. The tower master told our boy that he needs to sell everything he brought to them. Ghislain explained to him that he can sell the rest of the runestone for triple the market price if he tells the Crimson Magic Tower that he sold it to them for double the price. He asked Hubert to tell him why he would sell everything here. The tower master was annoyed to hear this. He told Ghislain that there is a limit to how much they can let him joke around. Ghislain stood up and told Hubert goodbye. The moment he saw this, the tower master panicked. He quickly accepted our boy's offer to buy at triple the price. Ghislain smiled and sat down. He said that this is what he expected from the greatest magic tower in the north. Hubert stood up and asked our boy to wait there. He said that he wants to get the money immediately. The elders were shocked to hear this. They did not expect their tower master to panic this much. The tower master couldn't believe that a sixth circle mage like him was getting played by a country bumpkin. He didn't understand why he was buying into this nonsense. He had no choice but to buy them since they were currently experiencing a shortage of runestone. He told himself that he will burn Ghislain if he acts out again. Before Hubert could take a step forward, Ghislain called out to him. He told him that he has not finished stating his conditions. The tower master turned around out of anger. He asked our boy to tell him what he wants. With a serious look on his face, Ghislain told the tower master that he wants him to give Vanessa to him. Hubert was shocked to hear this. He asked him if he really wants the girl. Ghislain revealed to him that he intends on making her his exclusive mage. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the past. We see an older Ghislain roasting some meat on his sword. His comrade was next to him. The man had a hook in his right hand. Ghislain told the man that the meat is burning. The man asked him to roast the meat by himself. He reminded him that he is missing an arm. Our boy clenched his fist and asked the man to repeat what he said. His comrade became scared. He told him that it is nothing. The man asked his captain if he has heard about Vanessa the Red Nightmare. Ghislain had never heard of anyone like this. His comrade revealed to him that he has been going around to collect information. He said that he found something very interesting. He revealed to our boy that he heard about a mage who burned down the entire northern region of Lithuania. The mage was a woman who had reached the 7th circle. Ghislain said that her name is pretty flashy. He asked his comrade about why he brought her up. The man revealed to our boy that he believes that Vanessa has gone completely mad. He explained to Ghislain that the woman actually learned a mana cultivation technique, even though she is a mage. Ghislain was surprised to hear this. He asked his friend to tell him why Vanessa learned a mana cultivation technique instead of circles. The man said that it is because she is crazy. He told Ghislain that Vanessa is a walking disaster who burns down everything in her path. Thanks to her, the nobles are having a lot of trouble. The man told our boy that the subjugation request they received a while back is for her. Ghislain still found it odd that a mage reached the 7th circle through a mana cultivation technique. With a smile on his face, he told his comrade that he is curious. He told the man known as Claude that they should recruit her. Claude was shocked to hear this. He did not expect to hear this after all he said. Unfortunately, Ghislain was not able to recruit her. By the time he found Vanessa, she was as good as dead. She was not able to control her magic. Vanessa had the talent to reach the 7th circle, even though she never properly learned magic. Ghislain believes that her talent will flourish with a little guidance. He told himself that he will definitely recruit her in this life. Gillian did not expect his master to mention Vanessa. The girl did not seem special to him. Kayer told Ghislain that she didn't seem strong. Belinda told her master that he should inform her in advance if he wants to bring someone along with them. The elder with the red hat told the tower master that this is a great opportunity to get rid of the useless girl. He asked him to do as Ghislain said. The elder with the yellow hat said that they have honored their loyalty to Renato by caring for her all this time. Hubert told our boy that Vanessa is an outstanding mage that their tower values. He told him that the girl will be delighted to accept the tower's request. Ghislain revealed to him that he also wants him to dispatch battle mages who have reached the 3rd circle to Perdium. Hubert was shocked to hear this. Our boy revealed to him that he needs mages for the upcoming territorial war. The elders were shocked to hear this. Ghislain asked Hubert to pay 3 times the market price, dispatch battle mages of 3rd circle or higher to Perdium, and to make Vanessa his exclusive mage. He told Hubert that these are the 3 conditions for selling the runestone to him. Upon hearing this, Renato released his mana. He shattered the glass windows with it. With a scary look on his face, he asked Ghislain if he takes him for a fool. He told him that mages affiliated with the Magic Tower cannot intervene in territorial wars. He asked our boy if he is unaware of the basic rules set by the kingdom. The Tower Master could not believe that Ghislain wanted mages of the 3rd circle or higher who are the very foundation of the Magic Tower to go to the front lines. With a serious look on his face, Hubert told Ghislain that this is an insult to the Flame Magic Tower. He told him that even his ashes won't be left behind. Gillian quickly grabbed his sword. He could not believe that Hubert was able to exert such pressure just with his mana. Kayer reminded him that the man is a 6th circle mage. Belinda called out to her master. Hubert took a step forward to move closer to our boy. When Ghislain saw this, he told the man that he will regret it. Hubert did not expect to hear this. Our boy revealed to him that they discovered a massive runestone vein in their territory. He told him that what they saw earlier is just a small portion of the runestone. The elders were shocked to hear this. Ghislain revealed to Hubert that this information is already spreading across the north. He asked the Tower Master if he knows what this means. Hubert told him that many will come for the runestone vein. Our boy stood up and explained to him that they are not trying to start a war. He said that Perdium simply needs the Magic Tower's help to gain strength. He promised Hubert that he will exclusively supply runestone to the Flame Magic Tower if they help them get through the crisis. The Tower Master did not expect to hear that they would have a monopoly over the runestone. Ghislain stretched out his hand to him. He told him that it will only be a matter of time before the flame overtakes the Crimson and stands as the top magic tower. Hubert glared at Ghislain's hand. He didn't like the terms that came with the deal, but he knew that it favored him. He grit his teeth and shook our boy's hand to accept the deal. In the next scene, we see him talking to Alfoy. He told him about what happened. The boy asked his master about why it has to be him. He told him that there are several other mages. Hubert asked him not to misunderstand him. He told him that he is sending the greatest talent in the Flame Tower's history for the sake of his own future. Alfoy was happy to hear his master call him the greatest talent. His master explained to him that this experience will eventually be a huge help to him when he becomes the Tower Master. He asked him to keep a close eye on Ghislain to make sure that he doesn't smuggle the runestone somewhere else. He asked Alfoy to quickly retreat if an actual territorial war breaks out. Hubert placed his hand on his disciple's shoulder and told him that he simply needs to endure for a year. He told him that they will take over the #1 spot as the best tower in 1 year. Alfoy smiled and accepted his master's decision. He quickly regretted his decision. He did not expect to see that Perdium would be so poor. One of the mages with him said that the castle is quite old-fashioned. He said that it is practical enough. Alfoy believed that it was just some rural dump. He could not believe that the successor of the magic tower got dispatched to this miserable excuse of a territory. When Ghislain moved close to him, he introduced himself to him as a third circle mage. He said that he has been entrusted with the important task of leading the mages. Ghislain told him that the territory will require a lot from him. He asked the boy to not let his guard down and do his best. Alfoy was annoyed to see that someone he considered a country bumpkin was ordering him around. He told himself that he will first deal with Ghislain once he becomes the Tower Master. Ghislain looked around. He was looking for someone. He called out to Alfoy and asked him about where Vanessa is. The boy turned around and said that Vanessa is bringing their bags. When our boy looked behind him, he saw the girl carrying the heavy bags while walking barefooted. She was breathing heavily. She moved close to Ghislain and bowed her head to him. Alfoy asked her about what took her so long. He told her that Ghislain almost thought that she wasn't coming. Ghislain asked Vanessa to leave the bags and follow him. Vanessa told him that she hasn't finished moving the bags. Alfoy asked him to let her do it. He said that this is what the girl has been doing in the magic tower. He said that she should be able to do these chores if she can't use magic. Ghislain picked up one of the boxes. He threw it at Alfoy's face. The boy fell to the ground. The mages were shocked to see this. While holding his nose, Alfoy asked Ghislain about what he is doing. Ghislain explained to him that Vanessa is no longer affiliated with the magic tower. He told him that the girl is now his personnel. He asked him to not order her around. Our boy told Alfoy that he will let it slide this time. He told him that he will be risking his life if this happens again. Vanessa did not expect this. Alfoy stood up in anger. He could not believe that Ghislain would treat the heir to the flame magic tower and a third circle mage like this. He told Ghislain that he has crossed the line that even nobles can't cross. He told him that him and his teammates can burn down the territory in seconds if they wanted to. He asked his comrades to stand up. He said that they need to show Ghislain the pride of mages. The moment he said this, Ghislain snapped his fingers. His mercenaries surrounded the mages. They pointed their swords at them. Alfoy said that this is barbaric. He told them that they are barbarians who draw their weapons against mages. He demanded that they treat them as mages. He said that they deserve the best treatment. Ghislain asked him to shut up. He reminded him that he is there due to a contract. He explained to him that he has been granted full authority to command him freely for a year through a legitimate deal with the Tower Master. He told him that he has to exclusively supply runestone to the Flame Magic Tower in return. He asked Alfoy to tell him whose side the Tower Master will take if the contract is voided because of his reckless action. The boy became nervous when he heard this. Ghislain explained to him that his role is nothing more than that of a reserved bundle of living mana. He asked the boy to obediently fulfill his role if he wants to be treated well. Alfoy became angrier when he heard our boy call him a reserved bundle of living mana. Ghislain turned around and asked Gillian and Kair to take good care of the mages. With a creepy smile on his face, Kair asked the boy if he liked it better when he was at the magic tower. He told him that he will guide him so that he can adapt to their land. Alfoy began to tremble. He called them miserable human beings. While they were screaming, our boy walked up to Vanessa. He asked her to not take orders from anyone other than him. He told her that she is his exclusive mage. Vanessa was shocked to hear this. She put her head down. She informed Ghislain that she can't use magic like Alfoy. With a smile on his face, our boy asked her to follow him. He told her that he will help her use magic. In the next scene, we see Ghislain take Vanessa to his training room. He called out to her when they stepped inside. The girl quickly answered him. He turned around and asked her about how far she got in her magic studies. The girl said that she got up to the 5th circle in theory. Ghislain told her that this is excellent. Vanessa did not expect to hear this. She said that it is all useless because she can't use magic. Our boy asked her if there is a particular reason why she can't use magic. Vanessa explained to him that she was never able to feel mana since she was a child. Even though she couldn't feel it, she believed that she would be able to use magic someday if she worked hard enough. The more she studied magic, the more she realized that this day will never come. Vanessa held her staff close to her chest. She said that she must have been kicked out of the tower because her teacher who guided her has passed away. Ghislaine realized that a fifth circle mage possesses the strength that is on par with the average elder of the Flame Magic Tower. Magic isn't something that can be mastered just by memorizing it. It requires insight, an understanding of the principles behind activation, and the ability to infuse it with your interpretation and will. Vanessa may understand it in her head, but her body can't keep up. Ghislaine knew that she must have endured grueling efforts and countless trials and errors to overcome this problem. He believed that the girl's efforts were not in vain. He just wanted to lead her down a different path. He remembered Claude telling him that Vanessa reached the seventh circle in his past life. The man told him that she learned a mana cultivation technique. He said that she did this because she is crazy. Our boy smiled when he remembered this. He revealed to Vanessa that he will teach her a mana cultivation technique from now on. The girl was surprised to hear this. She asked Ghislaine to tell her why she will learn a mana cultivation technique. When she is a mage, our boy explained to her that both circles and mana cultivation techniques are used for controlling mana. He asked Vanessa if she has ever tried it before. Vanessa was shocked to hear this. She said that it is crazy. She asked Ghislaine to tell her how she can use magic with a mana cultivation technique. She said that she can become magically crippled for the rest of her life if things go wrong. Ghislaine stretched out his hand and told Vanessa that she should try it with him. When Vanessa saw the look in Ghislaine's eyes, she knew that he was being serious. She never thought of herself actually using magic. She clenched her fist and told herself that she will do it if this is what it takes. The scene shifts and we see her and Ghislaine sitting on the floor. She loosened her dress to show Ghislaine her back. Our boy recalled that the girl had the same eyes as him in his past life. It was filled with regret, rage, and hatred. The place she fell to after endlessly yearning for magic was an endless abyss. She mastered a mana cultivation technique of unknown origins only to become a disaster driven by instinct. She burned everything to ashes. However, it is different this time because Ghislaine is there to prevent her from falling into that abyss again. Our boy told himself that he will reach out his hand to her. He activated his mana and placed his hand on her back. He pushed his mana into her body. Vanessa grit her teeth to endure the pain. Her body became hot. Ghislaine immediately asked her to close her mouth. He told her that she is twisting her mana road. He told her that his mana just entered her body. He asked her not to let go of this sensation. He asked her to feel the flow of mana as much as possible. Vanessa quickly closed her eyes to focus on the mana. She felt the flow of mana stretching through every corner of her body. It was circulating along the edges and converging at the center. Vanessa's eyes shined brightly. Her body released a large amount of mana. Vanessa fell into a trance. We see a younger Vanessa watching her master talk to Hubert. Her master found out that the tower was going to cut off his support. He asked Hubert if he knows what he is saying. He told Hubert that Vanessa has talent. He said that they would have never been able to prove the pattern of mana particles transmuted into mana without Vanessa. With a nervous look on his face, Hubert said that he understands. He said that the situation is a bit weird. He told Renato that it doesn't matter if Vanessa is very smart. It doesn't mean anything if she can't use magic. He told Renato that they can't really call her a mage. Renato asked him about what he is saying. Hubert asked him to tell him if they will get anything out of Vanessa if they invest in her. The older Vanessa saw herself crying after hearing what Hubert said. She saw herself apologizing to her master with tears in her eyes. She told Renato that he wouldn't have to leave the tower if she was just talented. Her master pat her on her head. He told her that he is not leaving the magic tower. He said that he is simply going on a journey to find a method for her to use magic. He asked her to lift her head high and look at the sky. He told her that there is no place in the world where darkness lasts forever. He promised her that a light will come to find her one day. When she remembered these words, Vanessa saw an image of our boy stretching his hand out to her. Ghislaine shined brightly in front of her. Vanessa stretched out her hand to touch our boy. Their hands shined brightly when they touched. Vanessa realized that her teacher was right. The light eventually came for her too. After seeing this image, Vanessa fell to the ground and lost consciousness. In the next scene, we are taken to a building. We see a man fighting some soldiers in the building. The man had already beaten up 4 soldiers. Some men were cheering for the huge man. The man asked the other soldiers to come at him. He asked them if they believe that they can cut him down with a piece of metal. One of the soldiers asked him to stop being stupid. He charged at the man. Before his sword could touch the man, he grabbed his hand and slammed him to the ground. Another soldier tried to attack the man from behind. The man was able to sense this. He used the soldier he put down to slam the soldier that charged at him. The soldiers were sent flying. They destroyed the wall and landed outside. The man told them that he is not even warmed up yet, and they are already on the ground. The man's subordinates commended him on his work. They said that the worms were stupid to interfere with their party. They said that no one around there can stop them. A man slammed his cup on the table when he heard this. In the next scene, we see the man outside the bar with his fishing rod in the river. His helmet was next to the fishing rod. Someone walked up to the man and asked him if his training is going well. The man asked the person to go straight to the point. The person informed the man, whose name is Victor, that Count Desmond has issued a mobilization order. Victor stood up when he heard this. He grabbed his helmet and wore it. He also picked up his fishing rod. He went into the bar and asked the man to follow him. When he went inside, we are shown the dead bodies of the mercenaries from earlier. Victor said that he was just getting bored to death. In the next scene, we are taken to Zwalter's office. Randolph was next to him. The Count's hands began to shake when he opened a letter. Count de Guard told him that Ghislain killed his son. He told him that he will have his vengeance. Zwalter asked the knight captain to assemble the soldiers. He said that this is a declaration of war. The scene shifts, and we see the officials in the Count's office. Randolph told his master that the de Guards must have lost their minds. He could not believe that they were claiming that Ghislain killed Gilmore. Another official said that they have to teach them a lesson for declaring war with a false pretext. The officials did not expect the de Guards to turn on them because they treated them like family for a long time. The officials wondered about what the de Guards will gain from fighting them. Zwalter watched his officials as they screamed at each other. Ghislain informed them that it is because of the runestone. Zwalter was surprised to hear this. Ghislain reminded them that 2 vassals were sent to the de Guards' territory when he was at the magic tower. He said that the vassals must have spread the information about their territory. The officials were shocked to hear this. They could not believe that the vassals betrayed them. They told our boy that he is making a bold accusation. Zwalter knew that it was not uncommon for a good thing that can save one's land to bring crisis instead. He realized that his son already knew that this would happen all along. Randolph told them that they don't need to think too much about it. He reminded them that they outnumber the de Guards' army with far more experienced soldiers. He said that the de Guards will pay for opposing them. The moment he said this, Scoven barged into the room. He told Zwalter that he has some urgent news. He said that the de Guards have arrived. Outside the town, we see the de Guards' army marching to Perdium with their flags in the air. Victor was leading them. Zwalter, Ghislain, and the officials quickly went outside to see the army that marched into their territory. Randolph did not understand what was happening. It hadn't been long since they declared war. It did not make sense that they were already ready. A soldier informed Zwalter that there are around 6,000 armed forces. The supply unit that departed later consists of 1,000 troops. Additionally, multiple siege weapons have been identified. The troops have already begun construction. Albert asked Randolph about what is happening. He said that the army vastly outnumber them. He said that the de Guards are as poor as Perdium. He asked him about where they got this amount of troops. Randolph reminded him that he told him not to reduce the funds for maintaining troops. The Count turned around and asked the men to get themselves together. He told them that quarreling amongst themselves serves no purpose. He ordered Randolph to gather all troops to the castle walls. He asked him to take all the citizens inside the castle and close the gates. He ordered the soldiers to remain at their stations. Zwalter announced that the war has already begun. Count de Guard moved his horse close to the castle. He said that his son was a useless young lad. He said that he managed to prove his worth after death. With a greedy look in his eyes, Count Thomas de Guard said that this is an incredible castle. He asked Victor to follow him. He said that he needs to speak to Zwalter. When he got closer to the castle, Zwalter asked him to explain the meaning of his treachery. Thomas said that his beloved son died on their land. With a look of anger on his face, he said that his son died at the hands of the successor of Perdium. He told Zwalter that there is no parent that wouldn't be furious at the death of his child. He told the Count that things will end peacefully if he surrenders now. Randolph was annoyed to hear this. He told his master that Tomos is lying to the very end. Albert told his lord that there is no reason to continue this conversation. Even though he managed to save Elena, Ghislain knew that things would still end up like this because Gilmore died. Ghislain could tell that they came to trample on them because they brought siege weapons. Everything was going as our boy expected. Zwalter told Tomos that Ghislain did not kill his son. He released his mana and told Count de Guard that this is the only answer he will give him. He asked him to return to his land if he values his life. Tomos became scared. Even Victor had to acknowledge that Zwalter Perdium truly has a commanding presence worthy of the renowned general who has protected the North for so many years. Tomos put himself together. He told Zwalter that he can't even fathom the amount of blood that will be spilled because of his foolish choice. He turned around and told him that he will regret it. Randolph turned to his master. He asked him to leave the troops to him. He said that these troops are nothing but unorganized dogs. He assured Zwalter that he will wipe them out and bring victory to their land. Homer asked him if he has lost his mind. He told him that it doesn't matter if he is very strong. He said that the difference is too vast. Albert told him that one lost battle can cost them their lives. Randolph told them that they can't just stand by and watch. Homer suggested that they request aid from other lands. Randolph asked him if they can hold out until they arrive. Someone said that they may have to abandon the castle and retreat to the northern fortress as a last resort. Due to the chaos, Zwalter could not get his thoughts together. After the sudden declaration of war, their enemies appeared fully prepared. Due to the number of enemy troops, Zwalter was able to tell that someone must have assisted Count de Guard from behind. He didn't know who it was. Zwalter wondered about what he should do in this situation. While he was thinking, our boy told him that they should prepare for a defensive battle. The Count was surprised to hear this. His son explained to him that they can only muster 2,000 soldiers, which is small when compared to de Guard army, which is close to 7,000. They outnumber the Perdium army by more than 3 times. They are fully prepared, and their morale is high. Ghislain told his father that they will probably begin a full-scale assault in roughly 15 days when the siege weapons are complete. He told Zwalter that requesting reinforcement and holding out in the castle is the best option. Zwalter said that this would have been the usual course of action. However, he cannot see anything they can do after this. Our boy moved close to his father and whispered something to him. Zwalter seemed to be very shocked. In the next scene, we see Ghislain wearing an armor. He was holding his helmet in his hand. During the 15 days before the enemy's full-scale assault, Ghislain decided to pour everything he has into turning things around. Our boy went into a tent to meet Belinda, Gillian, and Kayer. The mood in the air was not friendly. Belinda said that the war really broke out. Ghislain said that it did. He told them that he will tell them what they must do from now on. He informed them that they are going to ambush their enemies. Ghislain explained to them that they will ambush their supply units before they begin their assault. Once they block off their supply route, continuing the war will become much more difficult for them. Belinda asked her master about how they will do it. She reminded him that the de Guard soldiers have occupied the front of their castle. Due to this, there are many eyes watching them. The enemies will notice immediately if they try anything. Ghislain called out to Kayer and Gillian. Kayer informed him that he has already stationed the troops in the forest of Beast Outpost. If things go south, they can retreat into the woods, so there is no need for worry about being discovered. Gillian informed his master that they have finished distributing the ponchos made from the Darusant's skin as he ordered. The man said that the ponchos should be well suited for nighttime operations due to the dark materials. Ghislain told him that a large army moving would be easily detected, but if it is an elite unit in camouflage, spotting an ambush won't be so easy. The only issue they had was that they don't know the location of the supply unit. Ghislain turned to Belinda and told her that he needs her to find out where the supply unit is. Belinda did not expect this. She put herself together and accepted the order. Our boy knew that this was a dangerous role that requires one to prepare for death and slipping into enemy lines. However, he was certain that Belinda could handle it easily. The last thing our boy needed for his plan was the strongest card that will land the finishing blow in this war. He wanted this card to be Vanessa. A few days later, we are taken to the de Guard supply unit camp. We see a man known as Fabreau in the camp. He was previously a vassal of Perdium. He has now become a commander of Dagard's supply unit. Fabreau was extremely happy that the war had begun. He said that he will be rewarded with some land in a few weeks. He clinked glasses with his friend and told him that it was a good thing that they sided with Count Desmond. Thanks to his help, they can rest in the back without taking any risks. His friend told him that it was all thanks to his splendid decision. Fabreau took a sip of his drink and wished Perdium goodbye. He said that a part of the land will soon belong to him. Outside the camp, we see Ghislain and his unit lurking in the forest. He said that they arrived just in time. Kair said that everywhere is too dark. He said that he can't see anything. Belinda said that the weather is terrible too. Our boy said that this is actually perfect for an ambush. He closed his helmet and announced that he does not need any hostages. Ghislain drew his sword and covered it with mana. He ordered his men to kill them all. Ghislain and his soldiers charged at the soldiers of the supply unit. The soldiers quickly stood up when they saw them coming. Kair and our boy tore the first soldiers they saw apart. Gillian rode into the camp with his huge axe and began to cut people down. The soldiers were shocked to see that they were being ambushed. They wondered about what the sentries were doing for this to happen. Before they could put themselves together, Ghislain and Gillian cut them down. Our boy ordered his mercenaries to move according to the plan. He asked them not to spare anyone. In another part of the camp, someone informed Baron Fabreau that he had to come out quickly. He said that they are being ambushed by the enemies. Fabreau told the man that he has eyes too. He asked him about what the sentries were doing. He asked the man not to panic. He reminded him that they have 1,000 soldiers on their side. With a worried look on his face, the man revealed to the Baron that 70% of their soldiers have already been killed. Ghislain, Kair, and Gillian slaughtered the soldiers. Fabreau was shocked to hear this. He told the man that they need to run. The man was surprised to hear this. Fabreau told him that he will be killed before he gets his reward if this continues. Immediately he said this. Someone threw a dagger at the man's neck. Fabreau was shocked to see this. He fell to the ground. When he raised his head up, he saw Belinda, with a cold gaze in her eyes. Belinda told the man that she didn't expect to see him there. Fabreau was horrified to see Belinda. Ghislain and his men burned down the camp and killed every single soldier there. Belinda took Fabreau to our boy. She made him kneel in front of Ghislain. She revealed to our boy that Fabreau is one of the vassals who went to Dagard as an envoy. She told Ghislain that Fabreau sold their information and even became the commander of Dagard's supply unit. Fabreau begged Ghislain to spare him. He told him that he surrenders. Our boy asked the man to tell him who is behind everything. Fabreau told him that it is Count Desmond. He said that he was threatened by the Count, so he had no choice but to work for him. Ghislain was not surprised to hear that Count Desmond was involved. He realized that the Count was the one who supported and provided soldiers for Count Dagard. Fabreau reminded Ghislain that he has served Perdium for a very long time. He told our boy that Count Dagard will pay a generous price for him. He said that it will be a profitable deal. Our boy came down from his horse and asked the Baron to raise his head. Fabreau was happy to hear this. He thanked Ghislain for giving him another chance. He promised to serve Perdium for the rest of his life. Before he could say anything else, Ghislain beheaded him with a single swing. He told the Baron that he doesn't deal with people like him. With a scary look on his face, our boy said that those who attack Perdium will face nothing but death. After saying this, he got on his horse and rode out of the camp with his mercenaries. Belinda was a bit worried to see the scary look on her master's face. Kair asked Ghislain about what they are going to do next. Our boy revealed to him that they will head straight to the castle. He knew that the war had already begun by now. Their enemy's attention was focused on the castle. Ghislain planned to use this to his advantage by attacking the enemy from the rear to confuse them. While riding to the castle, Ghislain informed Kair and Belinda that they will be supporting the left side of the castle when they arrive there. Our boy said that he will head to the right side of the castle walls. He turned to Gillian and told him that he will be entrusting him with their main forces. He reminded him that he will be fighting thousands of soldiers with a handful of men. He asked Gillian if he thinks he can handle it. Gillian smiled when he heard this. He told his master that he can take care of it if it is his command. Our boy smiled when he saw that Gillian was confident. Kair said that Ghislain is giving Gillian the most fun part of the plan. Belinda asked her master to tell her who will be in charge of the castle gate. Ghislain asked her to leave the castle gate alone. Belinda, Kair, and Gillian were shocked to hear this. Our boy turned around and told them that this war will be the starting point that will change the history of Perdium. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the battlefield. We see Perdium covered in dust and smoke. Zwalter ordered his soldiers to prepare for the enemy's attack. The moment he said this, the enemy threw a huge boulder at the castle. It destroyed part of its walls. The knight captain immediately ordered the soldiers to fire their arrows at the enemy. He asked his soldiers not to let them get close to the wall. Unfortunately for him, the Dagard soldiers were climbing the wall. They killed Perdium soldiers when they got on the wall. A large amount of them climbed into the castle walls. Zwalter immediately ordered his men to switch to close combat. He told them that they must not give the enemies the castle wall. Count Dagard laughed as he watched his soldiers destroy Perdium. He said that this is so satisfying. He believed that the war was already over. He called out to the catapult unit and asked them to get ready for the second strike. He said that they need to take over the castle as soon as possible. Victor could not believe that this was the end of the Northern Wolf. He expected something more from Zwalter. At the castle wall, we see a huge man charge at Zwalter. The Count blocked his attack and cut him down in a swift manner. He moved close to Randolph. He and the knight captain were surrounded by the Dagard soldiers. Randolph told his master that the castle gate is another problem they have to deal with. He said the enemy will break it down any minute from now. He asked the Count to tell him what they should do. Zwalter asked him to leave the castle gate alone. He told him that they will only be protecting the wall. He turned to Skovin and asked him about what happened to their backup. Skovin informed him that all the territories they sent messengers to have refused to help. The Zimbar and Rayfold territory said that they couldn't send aid due to internal affairs. Skovin told his master that all the messengers they sent to the Loges territory have gone missing, so they didn't get anything back. Randolph was shocked to hear that no territory sent them help. He called them ungrateful bastards. At the Dagard's camp, a soldier ran to meet the Count. He told him that something bad has happened. He said that their supply unit has been compromised. Tamos was surprised to hear this. The soldier informed him that a soldier they sent out for a supply request hasn't returned. He said that something might have happened to him. The Count asked the soldier not to jump to conclusions so quickly. He asked the soldier to tell him how the fools at Perdium could know where the supply unit is and attack it. Victor noticed that there was smoke in the air. He realized that it was coming from the direction of the supply unit. He did not expect that Perdium still had someone who could think like this. Victor became excited. Tamos turned to him and asked him about what they should do. He said that the war just started and they don't have their supplies. Victor tapped the Count on his cheek. With a serious tone in his voice, he told Count Dagard that they don't need any supplies. He said that they simply have to take over the castle today. The Count was shocked to hear this. Victor took a look at the castle walls. He noticed that the assault on the left and right walls, which began some time ago, still hasn't broken through. He realized that it was because Perdium's elite unit and the Northern Wolf were holding down the line. While looking around, Victor noticed that the castle gate was free. He raised his sword and pointed it at the gate. He ordered the soldiers to advance. He told them that they shall break down the castle wall today. He got on his horse and called out to a man known as Adon. A soldier who was wearing a weird armor and holding a huge sword and shield stepped out on a horse. Victor informed Adon that he is going to personally head out to break through the castle gate. He ordered Adon to stay there and protect the base. As Victor rode his horse forward with his soldiers, Adon turned around and moved to the base. At the castle wall, we see the enemies climbing into the walls. Zwalter and his knights cut them down immediately they arrived on the wall. While fighting, Skovin saw something. He quickly asked his master to look forward. When Zwalter raised his head, he saw some siege towers moving towards them. Zwalter was surprised to see this. He did not know how they figured out the height of their castle. Randolph said that they are already too busy with the soldiers around them. He said that they won't last if the towers reach the wall. Zwalter quickly turned to his soldiers. He asked them if the catapults are ready. The soldiers informed him that they just finished their preparations. Zwalter ordered them to fire immediately. He told them that they need to stop the towers from approaching. The soldiers quickly fired a huge rock at one of the towers. The enemy was shocked to see the rock. They wondered about how Perdium was able to quickly make a catapult before the huge rock could destroy the tower. Victor grabbed a spear and covered it with his mana. He raised his hand up and threw the spear at the rock. The spear destroyed the rock when it touched it. Everyone was surprised to see that the shot was actually intercepted. Zwalter and his men could not believe what they just saw. They all wondered about who did it. When the Count looked down, he saw Victor coming towards the castle. He realized that he was the one who intercepted the shot. Victor grabbed his sword. He He told the Perdium soldiers that there is no point in resisting. He told them that their demise is predestined and it will take place no matter how much they resist. He raised his sword and ordered his soldiers to charge with the siege ram. He asked them to charge towards the castle gate. While they were running towards the gate, their comrades in the tower got close to the castle walls and charged at the Count and his soldiers. As Walter heard the siege ram hit the gate, he wondered about where his son was. At the castle gate, we see Alfoy and the other mages tied up together. They were all seated around a magic circle. Some soldiers pointed their swords at them. Vanessa was with the soldiers. She stood next to Fergus. Alfoy called the soldiers lowly peasants and asked them to let them go. He said that they are mages. He said that they are not supposed to be part of the war. Fergus told Alfoy that this is an order from his master. He asked him to stay still. Alfoy asked the man if he is blind. He asked him if it is right for him to stay still in this situation. He told Fergus that the fact they let the siege ram get close to the castle gate means that they have already lost. He said that the castle is done for. Vanessa asked Alfoy not to worry. She told him that Ghislain will surely prevail. Alfoy was annoyed to hear this. He asked her not to mention Ghislain in front of him. He said that they are going to die a meaningless death because of Ghislain. He asked Vanessa to tell him what Ghislain will do now. The girl said that she still believes in him. Alfoy became angrier when he heard this. He asked Vanessa to shut her mouth. He called Ghislain a lunatic and asked Vanessa if she is going to continue listening to his orders. With a serious look on her face, Vanessa told Alfoy that our boy is not a lunatic. The scene shifts, and we are taken back a few days. We see Vanessa trying to use magic. She was barely able to shoot out a small amount of energy. She apologized to Ghislain for her pathetic display. She said that this is everything she can muster, even though she can now use magic. Our boy smiled and told her that it is fine. He told her that the important thing is that she can use magic. He explained to her that time will sort her lack of mana since it will accumulate soon. He asked Vanessa to follow him. He told her that he wants to show her something. Ghislain took Vanessa to the entrance of the gate. She saw Alfoy and the other mages burying some runestone in the ground with their shovels. The mages were burying the runestone under the guidance of the mercenaries. Vanessa wondered why they were burying the runestone. Alfoy quickly ran to our boy when he saw him. While shaking in pain, he asked Ghislain about why he is making the mages dig. He told our boy that he has plenty people who can do this job. He told him that he can move the runestone if he wants to hide it. Gordon grabbed Alfoy's neck and slowly choked him. He asked him not to talk while he is working. Alfoy begged for his life. Vanessa asked our boy about what this is. Ghislain said that he is making preparations. He explained to her that the most powerful and simplest tactic in war is to overpower the enemy with an overwhelming difference in numbers. Our boy knew that the castle gate will be compromised no matter how much they struggle. He believed that it was bound to happen after the gate takes on endless attacks. He turned to Vanessa and told her that there is still a way to win. Vanessa was surprised to hear this. She quickly understood our boy's intentions. She asked Ghislain if he believes that she can do it. Our boy told her that he knows she can do it. The moment she remembered this, Vanessa raised her staff and hit it on the magic circle. It released a large amount of energy. Immediately he saw this. Alfoy realized what the magic circle is for. It is for mana transfer. Vanessa held her staff tightly. She remembered Ghislain telling her that he knows she can do it. While she was using the magic circle, the soldiers noticed that the siege ram was hitting the gate harder. One of them asked the others to hold on until the signal comes. While they were fighting on the castle walls, Randolph pointed at something and asked his master to see it. When he turned around, Walter saw a group running towards the castle. He quickly realized that this squad belongs to Ghislain. He saw his son leading his men towards them. While Victor was looking at the gate, a soldier ran to him and told him that he has something to report. He revealed to Victor that an unknown cavalry unit is launching a surprise attack from the rear of both sides. Ghislain and his mercenaries cut down anyone in their path. Our boy tore the soldiers who attacked him apart with a single swing of his sword. The enemy was shocked to see that they were being ambushed. They heard that no support would come to Perdium. They didn't understand what was happening. The archers quickly fired their arrows at Ghislain. They wanted to kill him before he got close to them. Ghislain didn't fear the arrows. He charged at them bravely. When he got close to them, his horse jumped. The soldiers were shocked to see him flying. The moment he landed in their midst, our boy tore them apart with a single strike. He did not give anyone a chance to fight back. The other soldiers became scared. They could not believe that he killed this amount of soldiers in one strike. They wondered if they were looking at a monster. Ghislain raised his sword and opened his helmet. He ordered the soldiers of Perdium to rise. He told them that their counterattack begins now. Ghislain and his soldiers charged at the enemy. Belinda and Kair charged at them from the left, and Ghislain charged at them from the right side. Victor was in the middle. At the Dagard main camp, Gillian tore the soldiers apart with his group. He called out to Gordon and the eye-patch man whose name is Torrent. He told them that he will draw the enemy's attention. He asked them to spread out wide and disable their key facilities. The two men accepted his order. Torrent smiled when he saw how the enemies were panicking. Gordon told them that their base will be in ashes by the time they return. Count Dagard did not understand what was happening. He did not know why they were the ones being ambushed. A soldier pushed him back and told him that he needs to leave right now. Before the Count could run, Gillian charged at him. He told Tomos that he will take him as a hostage. The Count became scared when he saw the man coming towards him with his huge axe. Before Gillian could reach the Count, someone swung his weapon at him from the side. Gillian was able to sense the attack. He used his axe to block it. He was attacked by Adon. The attack pushed him back. Tomos fell to the ground when he saw this. Gillian could tell that this man was strong. Adon told our man that he has a lot of guts to attack the main base with a small force. He introduced himself as Adon Prasso. He asked Gillian to state his name, like a badass. Gillian raised his axe and told the man that he has no name. He said that he is merely a weapon for his master. At the left fortress wall, we see Belinda use a rope to tie some soldiers up and throw them at Kair. With a smile on his face, Kair tore the soldiers apart. Belinda was annoyed to see this. She asked him to stop splattering blood on her. Kair called her an old lady and asked her to handle it herself. He said that he can't worry about this. Belinda became angrier when she heard him call her an old lady. At the right side of the castle walls, Ghislain was cutting down the enemies without any issues. They began to run out of fear. They knew that they were going to die if Ghislain got close to them. Our boy ordered his soldiers to make a full charge while their enemies are confused. He told them that this is their chance to overwhelm them. He said that he will bring down the siege towers by himself. The mercenaries' morale got boosted when they saw how their master took care of the enemies. They all wanted to completely crush the enemies. One of the superiors called the soldiers who ran a disorganized bunch of amateurs. He told them that they were foolish for turning their backs on the battlefield. He ordered the spearmen to block the front. They all quickly raised their spears. Ghislain asked his horse to dodge the attacks on its own. When the horse got close to them, the soldiers thrust their spears at it. The horse was able to bend its head and dodge the attack. The spearmen were shocked to see that Ghislain was no longer on the horse. They quickly looked around. Unfortunately for them, Ghislain was above them. He landed on a soldier's neck and used his leg to lock the soldier down. He used the soldier's neck to turn around and tear everyone around him apart. He then moved away from the man's neck and beheaded him with a clean cut. Our boy looked in front of him. He saw a large amount of soldiers on the ground and a large amount of them around the tower. Ghislain noticed that the castle wall was in a worse condition than he expected. He believed that it was because of the siege tower. He realized that the castle wall might fall before the enemies break through the gate. Although his cavalry was keeping the enemies at bay, the difference in their numbers is still way too big. Our boy realized that they will get surrounded by the enemies if they let things drag on. While he was looking around, a captain ordered his soldiers to attack. He said that the castle walls will soon fall now that the siege tower is in play. He asked them to do their best to keep Ghislain there. Our boy realized that he didn't have a lot of time left. He raised his sword and said that they must secure their win before they lose this momentum. Ghislain used his sword to split the head of the first soldier that got close to him. Another soldier quickly charged at him. Ghislain cut off his neck. He cut the next person's throat. He blocked a soldier's attack and moved his sword close to him. He quickly tore the man's chest apart. The soldiers on the siege tower saw this. They quickly fired their arrows at him. They knew that they couldn't let Ghislain get close to them because he is targeting the siege tower. Our boy dodged the arrows and moved close to the captain. He stabbed the captain in his stomach and used his sword to raise him up. He threw his sword and the captain's body at the tower. His sword managed to land on the tower. The captain's body fell out of it. Ghislain attached his mana thread to the sword and used it to pull himself towards the tower. Immediately, he got close to his sword. He took it out and landed inside the tower. The men in the tower were horrified to see him. Ghislain raised his sword and hit it on the ground. He pushed his sword into the tower and dragged it down to the ground. The enemy soldiers were shocked to see what our boy did to their tower. Victor could not believe that our boy dismantled the entire tower with his bare hands. He realized that Ghislain is the commander of the cavalry unit. He turned to a soldier and asked him if the main gate still hasn't been breached. The soldier explained to him that the gate's defenses are stronger than expected. He said that they have been slightly delayed by internal resistance. He told Victor that they should be able to break through in about 10 minutes. Victor asked the man to make it 5 minutes. He said that he will take out Ghislain. He asked the man to have the gate open by the time he returns. With a scary look on his face, Victor asked the man to fail if he wants to die by his hands. The soldier became scared. He told Victor that he understands. Before Victor could move forward, someone called him a flying tin can. The person told him that he is not going anywhere. Victor turned around and asked the person for his identity. Kair introduced himself as the commander of the Cerberus mercenaries. With a smile on his face, he asked Victor to play with him. Kair charged at Victor and asked him to stay with him. Victor tapped his horse and made it use its hoof to hit Kair's horse in the neck. This destabilized Kair. Before he could get himself together, Victor swung his sword at him. Kair was able to dodge the attack, but his horse got beheaded. He charged at Victor from above and swung his sword at him. Victor easily blocked the attack with his sword. Kair grit his teeth and swung his sword at him again with more force. Victor easily blocked it. Kair was surprised to see this. He did not expect him to block his attacks. Victor moved his sword and made Kair lose his balance. He told Kair that he has seen tons of people like him. He referred to the man as a mediocre mercenary who simply uses brute force. Immediately he said this, he swung his sword at Kair. The man quickly used his sword to block Victor's heavy attack, but he got pushed back. He could barely stand his ground. Victor used his sword to break Kair's sword and landed a cut on his shoulder. Victor glared at him and said that there is nothing easier to deal with than beasts who just swing their front paws instinctually. Kair quickly moved back. He placed his hand on his shoulder to slow his bleeding. He realized that Victor is as strong as Ghislain said. The scene shifts and we are taken to the past. We see Ghislain reveal to Kair that Victor is the hidden Joker card of Count Desmond. Kair asked our boy if Victor is stronger than him. Our boy told him that Victor is stronger than everyone he has ever fought except for himself. Ghislain explained to Kair that Victor will use his overwhelming advantage in numbers to force them to focus all their attention on defending the walls. While they are focused on the walls, Victor plans to break through the weakened gate and launch an all-out attack. Ghislain told Kair that this is actually what he wants Victor to do. He told him that the plan might fail if Victor makes it out of the castle gate. Our boy asked Kair to hold Victor down. Upon remembering what his master said, Kair smiled and stood up. He said that our boy is asking for too much. On the other side of the battlefield, we see Gillian clashing with Adon. Adon used his shield to block Gillian's attacks. Count de Garde called out to the knight. A soldier held him back and asked him to be careful. Torin, Gordon, and the other mercenaries fought the soldiers behind Gillian. They were doing their best to reduce the number of enemies so that they don't get in Gillian's way. Gillian was annoyed to see that Adon was blocking his attacks. He didn't want to waste time with the knight. He noticed that Adon's shield can take attacks from all angles. Unfortunately, Gillian couldn't pierce through it. He wondered about the last time he met someone this sturdy. The moment he thought of this, he swung his axe at Adon with a large amount of force. He told the knight that he can no longer waste time with him. The knight was able to block the attack with his shield. Adon asked him not to waste his time. He told Gillian that he can't break his shield. He pushed Gillian's axe aside and thrust his huge sword at him. Gillian was able to push his sword aside with the handle of his axe. Adon turned his sword and used it to behead Gillian's horse. Gillian did not expect this. As his horse fell to the ground, Adon raised his shield and asked him to fall. He covered it with his energy and used it to push Gillian back. Gillian used his axe to block the attack. While he was fighting the knight, the enemy was hitting the gate with their siege ram. They eventually destroyed it. Zwalter and his soldiers were horrified to see this. However, our boy did not panic. Alfoy called out to Vanessa. He asked her to do something since she took their mana. While draining their mana, Vanessa said that it is not yet time. Victor raised his sword and ordered his soldiers to attack and take over the castle. The soldiers quickly ran into the castle. Victor turned to the soldier next to him and ordered him to bring Count de Garde there. He said that he is going to eliminate the enemy commanders. The soldier accepted his order. Kair stood up with his body covered in injuries. He raised his sword and told Victor that he is not going anywhere. Victor asked Kair if he does not know when to run away as a mercenary commander. He asked the man to tell him why he wants to fight him again. On the other side of the battlefield, Adon told Gillian that their gate has been torn down. He told Gillian that he has lost. He said that it was unexpected that they boldly launched a surprise attack. He told Gillian that the result didn't change in the end. He told him that the biggest mistake he made was filling the strike team that would decide his fate with mere mercenaries. He told Gillian that no matter how skilled a mercenary is, they can't defeat a highly trained knight. At the same time, Victor asked Kair to act like a mercenary if he is one. He advised him to know when to run if it is not worth it. Victor and Adon told both Kair and Gillian that there is nothing in this war worth throwing their lives away for. Kair laughed when he heard what Victor said. He asked Victor if this is important. He smiled and told him that mercenaries and knights are not important in the battlefield. Gillian also said the same thing to Adon. He told him that what matters the most is winning or losing. The moment he said this, Gillian stood up and charged at the man. Kair also charged at Victor. Adon raised his sword and told Gillian that he doesn't want to hear the loser's excuse. Gillian blocked his attack and pushed his axe into his sword. He used his axe to pull Adon down from his horse. Adon did not expect Gillian to pull him down with the inside of his axe. Gillian quickly took his axe out and swung it at the knight. Adon was able to block the attack with his shield, but Gillian's axe struck his horse's neck. Adon got slammed to the ground. He raised his head up and called Gillian a wretched mercenary. Gillian jumped and swung his axe at him. Adon quickly used his shield to block the attack. While standing on top of the knight, Gillian told him that even the sturdiest defense has a gap. He took out a sword and revealed to the knight that he has already offered his life to Ghislain to serve him as a weapon. He raised his sword and told the knight that he must bring only victory to his master. The moment he said this, he stabbed Adon in the head. On the other side of the battlefield, we see Kair running towards Victor. Kair knew that Victor was much stronger than him. He knew that he could die fighting the man, but he still charged at him because Ghislain asked him to hold Victor down. Kair believed that he can slow Victor down if he can land one strike on him. He remembered asking Ghislain about how he is going to do something. Our boy asked him about what he means. Kair asked him to show him how he used the moves he used when they had their duel. With a look of embarrassment on his face, he asked Ghislain if he can teach him how to use his moves. Our boy smiled when he saw the look on his face. He revealed to the man that it is not about the movement. He explained to him that anyone who runs into him would probably look down on him. Kair raised his sword and ran towards Victor. The man told him that he is just an animal that charges forward. He blocked Kair's attack and swung his sword at him. Kair dodged it by moving to the side. He threw his broken sword at Victor with a large amount of force. The knight used his sword to send the sword flying. He told the mercenary that fools like him always make hasty decisions in desperation. They are oblivious to the fact that this might be their last decision. Victor raised his sword and thrust it at Kair. He asked him to die. As the sword got closer to him, the man remembered that our boy told him that he will be able to land a proper strike if he can hide his true intention when his opponent is close to him. Immediately, he remembered this. Kair dodged Victor's blade. Victor was still able to leave a cut on his shoulder. Kair grabbed Victor's arm and used it to push himself up. He grabbed his broken sword that was in the air. Victor was surprised to see this. Kair charged at him with his broken sword. Victor was barely able to dodge the attack. Fortunately for Kair, he was able to stab Victor's horse. The horse screamed out in pain. It fell to the ground. Kair also fell to the ground. Victor was able to get off the horse before it fell down. He did not expect Kair to make an irregular movement to catch the blade that he deflected. He realized that Kair threw his sword at him in order to shift the extremely disadvantageous situation to his favor. Victor knew that only those prepared to face death could reach this caliber of skill. He told Kair that he is not as thoughtless as he believed. He walked up to him and said that it is not uncommon for one to surpass their limits at the crossroads of life and death. He told Kair that he missed his chance because he met the wrong opponent. He raised his sword and asked the mercenary if he has any last words. Kair raised his head and smiled at Victor. He told him that he landed a hit. The knight was surprised to hear this. Before he could question Kair, someone threw some daggers at him. Victor was forced to move back to dodge the dagger. The person who threw it was Belinda. Our favorite maid jumped and took out a rope with a hook. She threw the hook at Kair and used it to hold his jacket. She landed on a horse and used the rope to drag Kair with her. Victor didn't chase after them. He was more worried about what Kair meant when he said that he landed a hit. He knew that he lost his horse because of Kair's attack, but he would have still been able to kill him if Belinda had not interfered. Victor knew that Kair wasn't so stupid that he would trade his life simply to kill his horse. He realized that the mercenary was risking his life for something important. He turned to his dead horse. Victor quickly raised his head to see his soldiers. He watched them as they rushed inside the castle. He looked past them to see Vanessa gathering mana. He quickly realized that Kair's goal was to hold him down there. While gathering mana, Vanessa remembered our boy telling her that the situation can be flipped to their advantage even if the enemies get right under their noses after breaching the castle gate. He told Vanessa that the situation can be flipped with the help of her magic. Vanessa asked Ghislain if he really thinks that she can do it. Ghislain smiled and told her that he is certain that she can do it. The moment she remembered this, Vanessa released her magic. A bright blue light shined in the eyes of the soldiers. Vanessa activated a spell known as Flame Strike. A ridiculous amount of fire got released. The fire destroyed the castle wall and broke outside. It burnt everything in its path. Zwalter and his allies were shocked to see the scale of the attack. Ghislain and everyone on the battlefield could see this ridiculously powerful flame. The soldiers burnt to death. They screamed out in pain. The soldiers outside began to retreat. Before they could get far, Ghislain attacked and cut them down. He ordered his mercenaries to surround the castle gate and not allow a single enemy escape. Victor was able to survive the fire thanks to his armor. A soldier carrying a shield ran to meet Victor. He informed him that most of the soldiers have been burned to death. He told them that they need to retreat. Victor said that this is irritating. This was a war that was meticulously planned with long preparations. The army had effectively blocked every path Perdium could take to survive. With all their efforts, Victor and his masters couldn't predict the special forces, the Mad Dog, and an Elder class mage capable of incinerating thousands of soldiers in an instant. Victor knew that these factors were far too convenient to see them as a mere coincidence. It was all perfectly aligned to thwart his victory. Victor used his sword to push himself up. He accepted the fact that he has fallen into Ghislain's trap. He ordered the soldier to assemble the rest of the soldiers. He told him that they will be making a temporary retreat. He explained to him that the area is not forested. He told the soldier that they can regroup back at the main camp if they are able to get out of the blaze. Victor said that it will take longer to capture Perdium than they expected. He ordered the soldier to call Adon immediately. The moment he said this, he saw something shocking. He saw Gillian walking towards him with Adon's helmet in his hand. With a serious look on his face, Gillian asked the knight if he is the commander of the Degard army. Victor could not reply. He was in shock from seeing Adon's helmet in Gillian's hand. Gillian threw Adon's helmet on the ground and told Victor that his main force and army are done for. He pointed his axe at him and asked him to surrender. Victor released his mana and asked Gillian not to make him laugh. He raised his sword and asked Gillian if he really believes that his war will end this way. He told him that he will simply cut off everyone's head by himself. He covered his sword with his mana and said that the war has just begun. While the enemy soldiers were rushing to retreat, Zwalter ordered his men to fire at the enemies. He told them that the enemy is trapped. Ghislain ordered his mercenaries from the ground. He asked them not to allow any of their enemies escape from the fire. He told them that this is their golden opportunity to turn the tides of the war. Ghislain asked his soldiers not to spare anyone. While the mercenaries were tearing the enemies apart, Belinda called out to her master. She moved close to him and asked him if he is hurt. Our boy said that he is fine. He asked her about how she and Kair are. Belinda turned to Kair to see if he was conscious. The man raised his hand and gave our boy a thumbs up to show that he is fine. Our boy smiled when he saw this. Belinda told her master that things would have gone wrong if the fire had happened a little later. She revealed to him that she actually thought that his plan was ridiculous. Ghislain told her that it ended up working out. Belinda asked him not to ask them to do this again. She could not believe that they spent all their mind runestones in that one strike. Ghislain looked around. He asked Belinda about where Gillian is. The girl was surprised to hear this. Our boy quickly rode his horse past her. Belinda called out to him. Ghislain didn't respond to her. On the other side of the battlefield, we see Gillian block Victor's attack with his axe. Victor attacked him again. Gillian was able to block it, but he got pushed back. He was surprised to see how heavy Victor's strikes were. Victor didn't give him the chance to think. He attacked Gillian with more strikes and pushed him back with each swing of his sword. Gillian was impressed with Victor's momentum. He quickly swung his axe at the knight when he got close to him. Victor was able to jump and dodge the axe. He used his sword to destroy Gillian's arm plate and land a strike on his shoulder when he landed on the ground. Gillian did not expect this. Victor's speed and strength were both ridiculous. He wasn't giving the mercenary any time to rest. Victor overwhelmed Gillian with his attacks. He called him a disgusting mercenary. He said that he will take a mile when he is given an inch. Gillian attacked the knight with his axe and used it to push his sword down. But this didn't stop Victor. He moved his sword inside the axe. Gillian was surprised to see this. The knight used his sword to raise Gillian's axe. He pushed it out of his hands. Gillian's axe was sent flying. Victor raised his sword and told the man that he has crossed the line. Immediately he said this. He thrust his sword at him. A large amount of blood poured out of Gillian's body. He also spat out some blood. Victor was impressed to see that the mercenary twisted his blade to evade his vital point at a crazy speed. He realized that Gillian didn't defeat Adon by luck. He told the man that no one has ever received his attack like this. He told him that it was a foolish decision for him to come straight at him after he spent all his strength defeating Adon. Victor believed that Adon won't have been angry since he was killed by a man like Gillian. He told the man that it is now time for him to die. The moment he said this, someone threw a sword at him from behind. Victor was able to sense the sword coming at him. He quickly drew out his sword and separated himself from Gillian. He turned around and asked the person to show himself. Ghislain walked up to him. Victor was shocked to see him. Our boy picked up Gillian's axe with a single hand and placed it on his shoulder. Victor knew that he was looking at the leader of the mercenaries. He recognized his black armor. Ghislain released his core energy and charged at Victor. He quickly closed the distance between himself and the knight. He swung the axe at him from above. Victor was able to block the attack, but he could feel the weight of our boy's power. He quickly pushed him back. He swung his sword at him. Ghislain used the axe to block the attack. Victor swung his sword at him again. Our boy blocked it and swung the axe at the knight's leg. Victor was able to dodge it by jumping. He attacked Ghislain from above. Our boy used the handle of the axe to block the attack. He used the handle to push himself up at a crazy speed. He grabbed Victor's neck with his legs and locked him down. He used his leg to slam him to the ground. Victor quickly stood up and moved away from Ghislain. While breathing heavily, he realized that he couldn't predict our boy's movements at all. He knew that he will die if he makes the wrong move. Victor could not believe that such a powerful individual was hidden within Perdium. Ghislain told the knight that he knows him. He revealed to him that he knows about his war power, strategy, and the faction that supports him from the shadows. With a scary look on his face, Ghislain told Victor that he knows everything. The knight wondered if this war was a trap. He stood up and charged at our boy. He told him that he is spouting nonsense. As he clashed with Ghislain, Victor told himself that it is impossible for Perdium to know about this grand project that they have been conducting in absolute secrecy. He blocked Ghislain's heavy attack and told himself that he is the hidden joker of Count Desmond. The moment he thought of this, Victor used his sword to push the heavy axe aside. He moved close to Ghislain and asked him not to think that he will fall for his cheap trickery. Our boy dragged the axe and used it to push himself up to dodge Victor's attack. Victor's sword hit the handle. The knight did not expect this. He quickly looked up. Ghislain raised the axe and used it to attack the knight. Victor was able to dodge the attack by moving back. He swung his sword at our boy. Ghislain quickly moved back to dodge the attack. He pushed himself forward and gave Victor a heavy kick directly on his face. The knight was able to quickly regain his balance. Ghislain raised the axe while he was in the air and swung it at the knight. Victor was able to block the attack, but it was too much for him. Our boy pushed his sword down. The attack caused a huge explosion. Victor's helmet was sent flying. We get to see the knight's blonde hair and face. His head was covered in blood. While breathing heavily, Victor raised his head up to see Ghislain. Our boy moved close to him. He took out his sword, which was in the ground. He told Victor that he likes using axes, but a sword suits him better. The knight asked Ghislain to tell him who he is. Our boy grabbed his helmet and told the man that he is the young lord of Perdium. He took off his helmet and introduced himself as Ghislain Perdium. Victor couldn't believe his eyes. He began to laugh like a crazy person. He couldn't believe that the strongest knight in the north lost to a mere scoundrel. Ghislain told him that he wants to show him the real strongest knight in the north. Victor smiled and told Ghislain that he is arrogant. The knight wasn't interested in knowing how our boy set up a trap like this. He understood that it is fundamental to use every means possible to gain a decisive victory. The process of war is not important. The important thing is that the winner is the last person standing. Victor took a stance and released his mana. He seemed to be excited for the fight. Ghislain raised his sword and took a stance. He agreed with what the man said. He asked Victor to come at him. Everyone on the battlefield was dealing with the enemy. Ghislain and Victor stared at each other as the fire burnt the things around them. The two men quickly charged at each other. They blocked their attacks with their weapons. Victor tried to stab our boy in the head, but he managed to push his sword back. Victor made some huge swings. Our boy was able to dodge them. The knight swung his sword at him again from the side. Ghislain pushed his sword away with his sword. Victor quickly thrust it at his head. Our boy moved his sword behind him and used it to block the attack. He pushed Victor's sword back and tried to press him down. The knight gathered his strength and pushed our boy's sword away. He moved close to Ghislain to strike him down. Before he could swing his sword, our boy raised his leg and used it to stop Victor's hand. He stepped on his sword and used it to push himself up. He gave the knight a heavy kick to the face. Victor spat out a large amount of blood and lost his balance. Our boy quickly attacked him with this opportunity. However, Victor was able to block his attack. He gathered his strength and pushed Ghislain's sword down. He pushed our boy back. Our boy was able to safely land and regain his balance. He noticed that Victor's attack left a scratch on his armor. The knight smiled when he saw what he did. He raised his sword again and charged at Ghislain. Our boy blocked his attack and swung his sword at him. Victor blocked the attack with his sword. He quickly turned around and used his cape to block Ghislain's vision. He swung his sword at our boy from his blind spot. Our boy was able to dodge the attack by jumping above the knight and his sword. Before he could land on the ground, Victor swung his sword at him. Ghislain was able to turn and use his sword to block the attack while in the air. He landed on the ground and charged at the knight. Victor was able to block his attack. He pushed our boy back and swung his sword at him. Our boy was able to easily block the attacks. He and Victor swung their swords at each other at the same time and locked their swords together. They pressed their swords against each other. They were trying to suppress themselves. They both grit their teeth as they glared at each other. Victor managed to take control and push Ghislain's sword down. He quickly dragged his sword up and swung it at Ghislain's head. Before his sword could reach our boy, he pulled his sword from the ground and used it to block the attack. Ghislain grabbed Victor's breastplate and used it to drag him. He kicked his leg and made him lose balance. He then threw the man with all his might. Our boy didn't give Victor the chance to rest. He took out his sword and charged at him. Victor quickly rolled on the ground to dodge Ghislain's attack. He moved back and dragged his sword on the ground. He used his sword to throw some sand at Ghislain. Our boy was able to see the attack, so he used his hand to cover his face. Victor used this opportunity to thrust his sword at him. When Ghislain saw the man's sword coming towards him, he was forced to acknowledge the fact that Victor is a powerful knight. Even though our boy's power is amplified by the third core, there was still no real difference between them. In his past life, Ghislain started a war and attacked Count Desmond. Victor was also the one who stood in his way at that time. Our boy was able to defeat him after their swords clashed dozens of times. Unfortunately, he ended up wasting too much time on Victor. He lost Perdium because of this. Ghislain understood that Perdium's downfall was inevitable since men like Victor were determined to destroy it. On that day, Ghislain made up his mind. He told himself that he will deliver nothing but death to those who pose a threat to him and his family. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the present. We see Ghislain raise his sword and cover it with his mana. He also thrust his sword at Victor. Our boy stabbed the man in his stomach. A large amount of blood poured out of Victor's body. His blood splashed on the sand. Ghislain was able to block Victor's sword by pushing it in between his arm. The knight called out to Count Desmond. Our boy took out his sword and let Victor fall to the ground. Victor looked around to see the fire that burnt everything around them. Our boy glared at him. He could tell that this man was done. He turned around and decided to leave. Before he could take a step forward, Victor called out to him. He told him that he has one thing to ask him. He asked Ghislain to tell him who he is. He said that the Ghislain he knows is just a loser in Perdium. He is the trash of the north. Victor smiled when he said this. He realized that this was stupid. Our boy's identity didn't matter anymore. Victor told Ghislain Perdium that he enjoyed their fight. After saying this, he passed away. Our boy turned around and walked away from the man. In the next scene, we see Ghislain supporting Gillian's arm. He held the man's hand and assisted him in walking forward. When our boy raised his head up, he saw his father and the soldiers waiting for them. Everyone was breathing heavily. When our boy turned to the side, he saw Belinda and his mercenaries waiting for him. Ghislain smiled. He asked his soldiers if everyone is still alive. Belinda and his mercenaries quickly ran to him. The mercenaries spoke about how this was their first time experiencing a war like this in their entire careers. One of them asked Ghislain about the magic that was used. Another person told him that he had goosebumps all over his body. Ghislain thanked the mercenaries for following him. He told them that they did a great job. While holding his shoulder, Kair referred to Gillian as Gramps and asked him if he really needs someone to carry him just because he got stabbed. Gillian said that it is nothing. Belinda asked him to stop spouting nonsense. She asked the man to let her see his wound. Ghislain asked Belinda about where Vanessa is. The woman revealed to him that Vanessa passed out because she used all her energy. She said that Fergus moved Vanessa and the other mages inside the castle. While Belinda was talking, someone called out to our boy. When Ghislain turned around, Randolph hugged him tightly. He told him that he is proud of him. He told our boy that he is truly the successor of Perdium. Ghislain told the knight captain that he also did a wonderful job. He turned to the side and told his father that he also did well. Zwalter could only look at his son. He looked worried. He moved close to Ghislain and gave him a hug. He told his son that he did an amazing job. Ghislain was shocked to hear this. Zwalter told his son that he thought his plan was impossible when he first heard it. He never expected that Ghislain would actually be successful. Ghislain told his father that he was only able to carry out his plan because he fended off the enemies from the castle wall. The count smiled and told our boy that he is wrong. He said that he did everything by himself. He raised his son's hand and screamed that they were victorious. He announced that Perdium had won the war. The men joined the count in screaming. They were all excited. The mercenaries also joined them in screaming. Ghislain was shaken by the sound of their voices. He smiled and told himself that this is what he came back for. Our boy suddenly clenched his fist. He remembered Duke Delphine. He told himself that the war isn't over yet. Randolph told his master that he is going to check on the state of their soldiers. He asked the count about what he will do. Zwalter advised his son to check on his soldiers too. He asked Ghislain to rest for now because there will be much to do later. Our boy declined his father's request. Zwalter did not expect this. Ghislain told his father that they don't have time to waste. He explained to him that they need to secure a formal surrender from Count de Garde as quickly as possible. Zwalter asked him not to worry about it. He said that he will head out tomorrow. Ghislain told him that it will be too late by that time. He said that he is going to head to the de Garde territory with his mercenaries immediately. He told his father that he needs him to grant him the authority of a lord's deputy. Randolph was surprised to hear this. Zwalter asked his son if there is a need to be so hasty when he and his mercenaries are exhausted. With a serious look on his face, Ghislain told his father that the war isn't over yet. The count was surprised to hear this. Our boy explained to him that Count de Garde broke their alliance and declared war on them to seize their territory. He told Zwalter that they can't afford to give the count time to think. If they let this slide, he will strike them again. Our boy told his father that they must strike immediately, use their advantage and demand reparations on their own terms so that he will never challenge them again. Zwalter could not believe what he was hearing. It was natural for a person to be basking in victory, even if it is for a moment, and yet his son was already planning their next move. Zwalter told his son that they must push forward to take the chance to end things decisively. He granted Ghislain his permission. Our boy thanked him. Before our boy left, Zwalter reminded him that Count de Garde was once their ally, and he is a noble who has sworn his loyalty to the royal family. He asked Ghislain to do his best to treat the count with as much courtesy as the situation allows. Our boy smiled and asked his father not to worry about this. Ghislain turned to Kair and Belinda. He asked them if they can still move. Kair said that he is fine. Ghislain got on his horse. He asked his men to follow him. He told them that they are heading to the de Garde territory at full speed. The scene shifts and we are taken to Castle de Garde. We see Tomos throwing things around. The count could not believe that they failed. He only accepted this secret treaty because everyone knows how powerful Desmond is. Tamos couldn't believe that the powerful Desmond lost to the scrubby Perdium territory. The man in front of the Count asked him to calm down. Tamos asked the man known as Lowell to shut up. He asked him if this looks like a situation where he can be calm. He asked the man to stop standing around and prepare for surrender negotiations. He asked Lowell to tell the bureaucrats to prepare for reparations. Lowell asked the Count if he is serious. Tamos said that Zwalter is an idiot known for respecting customs and honor. He was certain that Zwalter would accept the negotiation. The Count knew that Perdium is desperate for money at the moment. He believed that he could overcome this if he offers them reparations. He planned to make Count Desmond take responsibility for what happened after he is done with the negotiation. Lowell reminded his master that they poured all their finances into the war. He asked the Count about where they can get money for reparations. Tamos grabbed his neck and began to choke him. He called him an idiot. He asked him about how he was able to work in his castle with his brain. He asked Lowell to squeeze the money out of the citizens. With a scary look on his face, Tamos asked the man if he feels guilty about doing this because he is also a peasant. He asked him if the animals are more important than him. While struggling to speak, Lowell told the Count that the peasants are not more important than him. Tamos threw him to the ground and asked him to know his master. He ordered the man to get moving. Lowell spat out some blood. He glared at the Count. He was tired of his tyranny. He was forced into administering this territory. Lowell was well aware that the people couldn't take more of the Count's tyranny. He knew that they might revolt soon. Before he could get up, a soldier ran into the room. He told the Count that there is trouble. He revealed to him that the soldiers from Perdium have already arrived. In the next scene, we see the mercenaries lined up in the Count's office. Tamos sat on his chair waiting for Zwalter. Lowell was behind him. Tamos couldn't believe that the soldiers got here so quickly. He told himself that he won't let anything go as Zwalter wants. The moment he said this, someone stepped into the room. It was Ghislain. Belinda and Kayer were with him. Our boy asked Tamos if he is prepared for the surrender negotiation. Tamos was shocked to see Ghislain. He asked our boy about where his brother is. Ghislain told him that his father is quite busy focusing on the recovery of their territory. He told him that he is the Lord's deputy and he has been put in charge of this negotiation. With a serious look on his face, Ghislain asked his men to bring Tamos to his knees. A few hours earlier, we see Ghislain and his mercenaries riding their horses towards the Dagard territory. Kayer said that Count Dagard is quite fast when it comes to running away. He couldn't believe that the Count abandoned his soldiers and ran back to his territory so quickly. Gordon apologized to Kayer for letting the Count slip away. Kayer smiled and told the man that Gillian is the one at fault. He told him that he and the other men did their jobs well. Upon hearing how Kayer spoke about Gillian, Ghislain wondered if he should grant Kayer the chance to fight against Gillian one day. Kayer moved close to our boy and asked him if he plans on sparing Count Dagard by asking for a surrender negotiation. He asked Ghislain to tell him why he will do this. Our boy explained to him that everyone knows that Count Dagard is a shameless bastard who tried to take over Perdium. His external pretext is the vengeance of his successor. If Perdium demands excessive compensation, they will be put in an uncomfortable spot. Ghislain told Kayer that they need to end their negotiation with reparations. This sounded complicated to the mercenary. He told our boy that they are making things more complicated than it needs to be. He asked Ghislain to tell him why he doesn't just march into the territory and wipe everything out. Belinda felt like Kayer made a stupid suggestion. She asked the man if he thinks that a dispute between nobles can be resolved the same way as a fight between mercenaries. Kayer was offended by this. He told Belinda that mercenaries and nobles are both humans. He asked her to tell him what makes the nobles better than them. He said that the Dagards were the ones who attacked them first. It didn't make sense to him that they still had to think about the position of their enemy. Ghislain asked the man not to think about it. He told him that what he said is what his father would have done. Belinda became worried when she heard this. She asked her master about what he means. Ghislain smiled and told her that he is different. He said that he will make the Dagard territory his own. The scene shifts and we see Kayer and Gazelle raise the Count up by carrying his arms. They kicked the Count's table down. Tamos could not comprehend what was happening. He asked the men to let go of him. The men pushed him down and made him kneel in front of Ghislain. Belinda moved close to her master and gently asked him if he is certain about what he is doing. Our boy told her that he is sure. Belinda asked him to remember that she tried to stop him when his father is questioning him. Tamos told Ghislain that he has sworn his allegiance to the kingdom. He asked our boy if he thinks that he can get away with doing this to the king's subject. He ordered Ghislain to show some respect. Our boy pointed his sword at him. The count quickly became silent. Ghislain explained to Tamos that he is a traitor who was deceived by the enemy's sweet temptations. He broke their alliance and tried to seize Perdium for himself. Our boy told him that only death awaits those who dares to harm Perdium. The count became scared. He asked Ghislain to stop playing around. He couldn't believe that our boy was really going to kill him. Ghislain explained to him that he must also risk his life if he pushes countless lives into the battlefield. He told him that he must pay the price that such actions deserve. Tamos began to laugh. He realized that Ghislain was an insane bastard. He was really going to kill him. Our boy raised his sword. Before he could swing it, Tamos asked him to wait. He said that he has a price to pay. He told Ghislain that he will give him the territory. Belinda and Lowell were shocked to hear this. Ghislain simply smiled. He knew that Tamos would do this. He reminded the count that one must be from the same bloodline or a rightful successor to inherit a territory. Otherwise, they would be against the inheritance law. A domain isn't something that a person can just trade like battering goods. Tamos told our boy that he will handle those issues himself. He asked him not to worry about it. He told him that they will say that he is a distant blood relative. Tamos revealed to Ghislain that he will have his people forge the inheritance rights. He told him that all he has to do is accept it. The count turned to Lowell and asked him to stop standing around. He ordered him to bring a pen and paper. Ghislain decided to press the count more. He told him that he is not sure about the arrangement. Tamos told him that he will still pay reparations. He said that he doesn't have money right now, but he can get some by taxing the citizens. He begged Ghislain to give him some time. Tamos begged our boy to spare him. Ghislain asked the man if he really values his life this much. He told him that he will give him a chance. Tamos was happy to hear this. Ghislain dragged his armor. He took the count outside the castle and threw him to the ground in front of his subjects. The people were surprised to see someone throw their lord to the ground. Tamos turned to Ghislain and asked him about why he put him in front of the peasants. Our boy advised him to watch what he says. Be revealed to him that the people get to decide whether he lives or dies. The count did not know what he meant. Ghislain called out to the people of Dagard and introduced himself as the young lord of Perdium. He announced that their lord declared war against Perdium to avenge his successor and was defeated. He told them that the count wants to collect reparation from the people. He asked if there is anyone that would like to volunteer. The people were shocked to hear this. The count took a lot from them in order to start the war, and now he wanted to take more. The people said that the nobles should handle their issues among themselves. Ghislain announced that he will offer them mercy as the deputy lord of Perdium. He told them that he will also give them a choice. Ghislain asked the people if they will save their lord and pay him massive reparation or let him die and have their land absorbed by Perdium. He revealed to them that they won't have to bear the weight of defeat if they do this. Tamos could not believe what he was hearing. He did not expect that Ghislain would insult him in this way. The moment he thought of this, someone threw a rock at his head. Tamos was shocked to see this. Before he could react, more of his citizens threw heavy rocks at him. The citizens picked up pitchforks and stones. They moved close to their lord. One of them told Tamos that he took his mother's keepsake and the bread for his children. The citizens asked him if he knows the amount of people that have suffered because of him. Tamos couldn't respond. The citizens attacked him with their pitchforks and stones. They beat Tamos as if they had forgotten that he was their lord. They didn't give him the chance to beg. The man could only cover his head and scream out in pain. Ghislain walked up to his men and told them that they can go back now. He said that the war is over. He turned to Belinda. He said that he has something to say to his father. Belinda believed that our boy must have a plan to deal with his father. She told him that she is not worried. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Perdium. We see Zwalter and his council looking shocked after finding out that Count Dagard is dead. Zwalter asked his son to repeat himself. Ghislain told his father that the count is dead again. Zwalter asked his son if he remembers that he asked him to treat the count with as much respect as the situation allows. Ghislain assured him that he did not forget his words. He explained to his father that he judged that this was the best course of action after seeing the count for himself. He told him that the count would have attacked them again if they spared him. Albert and Homern were shocked to hear this. Homern said that this is impossible. Ghislain reminded the men that the Dagard attacked Perdium with an army of over 7,000 men. He told them that this isn't something that the Dagards could do by themselves. Our boy revealed to them that Desmond provided the troops and Rayfold worked behind the scenes. The men couldn't believe what they were hearing. They could not believe that two dominant powers were targeting them. They knew that the Desmond territory is known for maintaining neutrality. They wondered why they supported the Degards. Ghislain already knew that the reason they didn't receive any aid from their allied territories is because of Amelia. She killed the messengers to cut off the flow of information completely. This isolation tactic has always been her specialty. Once Ghislain takes control of the Degard territory, the situation will change. The Desmond and Rayfold County would not be able to launch an immediate attack on Perdium because it would now share a border with the Degard territory. If any of their enemies make a move that is even slightly suspicious, our boy will be able to respond immediately. Zwalter now understood his son's reason for killing Tomos. He reminded his son that the land won't belong to him just because he killed the Lord. He told him that it must be inherited by a blood relative or a rightful heir. Ghislain took out a scroll and placed it on the table. He asked his father to take a look at it. When the Count opened the scroll, he saw that Tomos wrote that Ghislain is a distant blood relative of his, and he is the first successor of the territory. Zwalter could not believe his eyes. Our boy revealed to him that he got it from Count Degard himself. He assured his father that they can dodge all the issues that comes with inheritance with this document. Zwalter was in disbelief. He put himself together and told his son that ruling over a territory is not an easy task. He asked Ghislain if he can handle it with the manpower he has. Our boy smiled and asked his father not to worry. He said that he has someone fit for the role. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the Austin territory in the Siren Kingdom. We are shown a bar in the territory. We see people screaming inside the bar. They were watching some men gamble. Some of the people were surprised to see that a man with green hair was going all in. The man with green hair used a cup to pick up 4 dices. He shook the cup multiple times. He placed it on the table to show it to his opponent. His opponent was a huge bald man. The bald man had 2 bigger men behind him. The bald man asked the man known as Claude if he knows what will happen if he plays a trick on him. Claude smiled and told the man that he doesn't have to be so nasty. He said that it is all for fun. He raised the cup and revealed 4 dices that were perfectly stacked on each other. The dices were showing the same numbers on each sides. With a smile on his face, Claude asked the man to hurry up and place a bet. In the next scene, we are taken to a hall. We see the soldiers and the mercenaries seated in the hall. Ghislain, Zwalter, and Randolph were on stage. Our boy knelt in front of his father. Zwalter acknowledged his son's immense contributions. He announced that Ghislain will now be granted the title of Baron of Fenris under the name of His Majesty. Immediately he announced this. The mercenaries and the soldiers began to cheer. They all shouted our boy's name. Ghislain has now become a lord. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the past. We see Ghislain in his father's office. A map was on the table in front of him. Our boy explained to the council that the Degard territory is composed of a total of 5 baronies. This is excluding the lands that are governed directly by the territory. Ghislain said that he plans on establishing his base in the Fenris barony, which is at the center of the territory. He asked the council if they have any questions. Everyone knew that their questions and opinions didn't matter. Albert moved close to his master and whispered something in his ear. Zwalter asked his son to do whatever he likes. He said that this is something that someone had to do eventually. Ghislain thanked his father for granting him his permission. Zwalter cleared his throat and told his son that their territory has suffered quite a bit of financial bleeding due to the war. Ghislain asked his father to tell him what he means by bleeding. The Count told his son that he can sell some runestones to provide some support for them. Ghislain revealed to his father that he doesn't have any runestone at the moment. Zwalter was surprised to hear this. Our boy reminded him that he used all the runestones to blow up the castle gate. He asked his father not to worry. He said that he will mine more and get some for him. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the present. We see Belinda greet her master with a bright smile on her face. She asked her master to sit down and eat his meal. Gillian bowed his head and referred to our boy as young lord. He quickly corrected himself by calling him lord and congratulated him. Kair told Ghislain that he is well established now. Belinda put her hands together and said that she was always worried about what he might become. She said that her hard work in raising him has paid off. Kair told her that Ghislain must be ruthless and rude because of her. Belinda used her leg to kick him in the stomach. She moved close to Ghislain and smiled at him. She reminded him that he is now a lord. While they were talking, Someone called out to our boy. When Ghislain turned to the side, he saw Elena and another girl with light blue hair. Elena moved close to her brother and asked him if she should call him brother or lord. Ghislain asked her to call him whatever she wants. He turned to the shy girl with blue hair. He referred to her as Rachel. Rachel greeted our boy. Ghislain asked her to let him know if his sister bullies her. He said that Elena can be violent when she doesn't like something. Elena hit her brother's chest when she heard what he said. Ghislain turned to Gillian and told him that his daughter is completely healed now. The man told him that it is all thanks to him. Our boy clapped his hands and called for everyone's attention. He thanked his mercenaries for following his orders during the war. He said that he is now the Lord of Fenris. He revealed to them that his base will now be in Fenris instead of Perdium. He said that he plans on hiring them as his private army. The men were shocked to hear this. They asked Ghislain if they will be getting permanent positions. Our boy told them that they will. He revealed to them that he plans on training them as knights. The mercenaries were shocked to hear this. Ghislain explained to them that what they displayed in the recent war already shows that they are worthy as knights. He assured the men that they are qualified. Belinda moved close to her master. She told him that an army of this scale would cost a lot of money. Our boy smiled and told her that they are going to have to make a lot of money. He turned to Gillian and asked him about his condition. The man said that his body is in a good state. Ghislain ordered him to lead the people to Fenris and wait for his arrival. Gillian was surprised to hear this. He asked his lord if he won't be following them. Our boy revealed to him that he has somewhere to visit. He explained to Gillian that Fenris will be in poor public order since the war ended. He asked the man to first go there and solve this issue before anything else. Gillian did not seem excited to take on the job. It was like his master was pushing him away. Ghislain told the man that he is one of the people he trusts the most. Gillian did not expect to hear this. Our boy tapped his arm and told him that this is the reason he left the task to him. Gillian bowed his head and asked his lord to have a safe trip. Ghislain moved close to Belinda and Kair. He told them that they will be going with him. He asked them to prepare. Belinda asked her master about where they are headed to. Our boy revealed to them that they are going to the Austin territory of the Siren Kingdom. Belinda could not believe that they were going overseas. Kair asked our boy if he is referring to the territory that is famous for its games. Belinda told her master that she loves to travel. Kair asked our boy if they will be playing some games now that the war is over. Ghislain told him that they are not going there for entertainment. In the next scene, we see Vanessa ask someone to let her suck it one more time. Alfoy was shocked to hear what she said. He quickly moved back. He asked her to tell him what she wants to suck. Vanessa explained to him that she might be able to use all the magic she has in her head if she sucks his mana like last time. Alfoy asked her about why she would take his own mana. The girl told him that Ghislain said that he is a mana battery. Alfoy was shocked to hear this. Ghislain stepped into the room and told him that he is still as energetic as ever. Alfoy asked our boy to do something about Vanessa. He said that she keeps trying to take away his mana. Our boy ignored him and asked Vanessa if she is feeling alright. The girl said that she is fine. Ghislain asked her if she was nervous because it was her first time in real combat. He patted her on her head and told her that she did well. Vanessa blushed and thanked our boy. Alfoy said that he also contributed. Ghislain commended him on his efforts. He told him that he played his role well. Alfoy grit his teeth when he heard this. He told our boy that things will be different when he returns to the Magic Tower. Ghislain revealed to the boy that he is traveling with them. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the Austin territory of the Siren Kingdom. We see Ghislain enter the Kraken gambling house with Belinda, Kair, and Alfoy. Kair was happy to be in the gambling house. He said that he missed the atmosphere and smell of this place. Alfoy could not believe that Ghislain brought him to a gambling house. He told our boy that he thought they were going to the Magic Tower. Ghislain threw a pouch full of cash at Kair and asked him to have fun with Alfoy. He told him that he will call him when he needs him. Kair was happy to get some gambling money. Alfoy asked Kair about how they will have fun with the cash. Kair smiled when he heard this. He placed his hand on Alfoy's shoulder and told him that he knows how to use magic, but he doesn't know how the world works. Alfoy asked him about what he means. Kair smiled and asked him to watch and learn. He told him that he will show him how to make money with money. Belinda and Ghislain walked forward. The maid told her master that he can be honest with her. She asked him if he is also there to have some fun. She promised not to nag him if he gambles a little. She told him that he has done a lot. Ghislain assured her that he is not there to gamble. He revealed to her that he came to find the man that he wants to make the steward of the territory. He said that the man lives in this gambling house due to his circumstances. He said that he wants to take the man away before he loses his hand. Belinda was shocked to hear this. She couldn't believe that her master wanted to make a gambler the steward of the territory. Ghislain told her that the man is under special circumstances. He asked her not to worry about it. He assured her that the man is good at handling resources. Before he could tell her the man's name, someone called Claude a crazy bastard and told him that he caught him. Ghislain and Belinda quickly turned around. In another part of the gambling house, we see a large amount of people gathered around a particular table. The people spoke about how it was odd that Claude had been winning. They said that he deserves what he is about to get for boasting about his education. On Claude's table, we see one of the huge men that works for the bald man holding him down. He held out his hand. The other guard took out a sword. People asked the bald man, whose name is Captain Crank, to cut off Claude's hand. Crank reminded Claude that he asked him not to play any tricks. He accused Claude of swapping and using a die that has weight in it. He told him that he can't use tricks with a fake die. The man crushed the die in his hand and asked Claude if he has been scheming this entire time. Claude said that he has never prepared or swapped a die like that. He told Crank that he is the one playing tricks on him, even though he asked him not to play a trick. Crank asked Claude not to feel mistreated. With a smile on his face, he told the man that they can never fully understand each other. Claude grit his teeth out of anger when he heard this. Crank ordered his subordinate to cut his hand off. When the man raised his hand, Claude closed his eyes. He began to sweat. While he was panicking, he heard someone say that it is a fun game. The person asked Crank to let him join them. Claude quickly opened his eyes. He saw that Ghislain was blocking the man's sword. With a look of anger on his face, Crank asked our boy for his identity. Our boy introduced himself as Baron Ghislain Fenris of the Lithania Kingdom. Crank did not expect to meet a noble from a foreign land. His men quickly raised their swords. They wanted to attack Ghislain. Crank ordered them to stop. He welcomed our boy to the Kraken gambling house. He asked him not to start a fuss in this place. He asked Ghislain and his men to put their swords away. His men quickly followed his order. Our boy put his sword away and called out to Belinda. The maid put her dagger away. Crank referred to our boy as a distinguished guest and asked him about why he came to a place like this. Ghislain said that he was looking for someone. He said that he has found the person. He asked Claude to stand up. He told him that he came to get him. In another part of the gambling house, we see someone roll 3 dice. The 3 dice all landed on 1. This roll made Alfoy win the game. He was given a large amount of gold. The boy was shocked to see what he won. The other gamblers could not believe that they lost to a newbie. They wondered about how he was so lucky. Kair placed his hand on Alfoy's shoulder and asked about the amount of money he won. He did not think that Alfoy would be so lucky. Alfoy did not say anything. He realized that he just earned more money than he has ever gotten from selling magic scrolls all day. The boy felt his heart beating fast. He wondered about the last time he felt his heart beat this fast. I think Kair might have created a gambling addict. Kair noticed that people were shouting upstairs. He wondered why they were doing this. Alfoy did not care about the noise. He was more focused on his newfound passion. Belinda asked her master if this is the gambler he is looking for. Our boy told her that it is. Crank told Ghislain that things can't go as he wants. He explained to him that Claude did not honorably participate in the sacred game and resorted to trickery. He said that Claude must pay. Ghislain asked him if he is serious. Claude smiled and bowed his head to Ghislain. He referred to him as Baron Fenris and apologized to him. He told our boy that he lost the money he gave him to support himself to a swindler. He said that this gambling house manages all the dice used here, and they thoroughly screen for the smuggling of cheating tools through inspections of personal belongings. Claude said that it is quite suspicious that a rigged die appeared precisely at the moment he played a big bet. Belinda wondered why Claude was speaking to her master like he knew him. She told him that he has never seen her master. She said that he is lying. Ghislain stopped her before she could raise her voice. He asked Crank if what his subordinate said is true. Crank wondered where Claude got such a huge amount of money. He believed that Ghislain gave him. He told our boy that he doesn't know how he and Claude are acquainted. He asked him not to trust Claude's words. He said that swindlers always have excuses. He revealed to Ghislain that this gambling house belongs to Baron Austin. He explained to him that he won't be able to avoid a diplomatic dispute if he causes trouble there. He suggested that they just pretend that nothing happened and our boy returns to his land quietly. Ghislain told the man that he cannot do this. He told him that he has swindled him. Crank did not expect this. Our boy sat down and asked the man not to scowl at him. He suggested that they find a compromise since they both want Claude. Our boy asked Crank to play a game with him. He told him that he will take Claude and his money if he wins. He said that he will give him his status and all his assets if he loses. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Claude became scared. He told Ghislain that he appreciates the thought. He asked him about why he is going so far for him. Our boy pulled him close and told him that he is someone he needs. Claude did not expect to hear this. Crank laughed and said that he doesn't remember the last time he saw a noble with this much gut. He accepted Ghislain's offer and told him that a person must gamble if they are at a gambling house. Everyone around them began to cheer. They couldn't believe that some no-name noble was challenging Crank. They were all happy to witness a big match. Crank placed the dice on the table and told Ghislain that the person with the lowest number wins. There is no such thing as a tie in this game. Crank laughed and said that nobles these days don't seem to understand the rules if they are too complicated. Ghislain told him that he understands. He asked him to start. Crank was annoyed to hear this. He told our boy that he is hastier than he thought. Someone took out a coin and tossed it up. Ghislain chose heads and Crank chose tails. The coin landed on tails. Crank was asked to start first. The man picked up the cup and said that he will go first. He began to shake the cup. He shook it vigorously. Belinda believed that he was doing too much. She did not know why he was taking all the time in the world to throw a single die. While shaking the cup, Crank swiftly opened the bottom of the cup and did something to it. Immediately he did this. He slammed the cup on the table. When he removed the cup, it was shown that the die landed in 1. The dealer announced that he got 1 point. Everyone began to cheer. They couldn't believe that the game was over the moment it started. They said that people need to stop bothering Crank. Belinda became scared. Claude didn't know what to say. Crank apologized to Ghislain. He said that the game ended too quickly after they caused so much noise. Ghislain asked him to keep quiet. He told him that he has a big mouth. Crank did not expect this. He believed that our boy was bluffing. He assumed that Ghislain was pretending to be calm. He was certain that our boy was panicking. He believed that Ghislain was wasting his time. Crank used a special custom-made cup with a bottom that opens depending on how it is held. He took out a weighted die that always lands at 1 between his fingers. The motion of shaking the cup is used to conceal the process of switching the die. No one has ever caught Crank using this trick. He smiled and told himself that our boy cannot avoid defeat, no matter how hard he tries. Ghislain covered his hand with his mana and pressed it against the cup. A small wave of energy covered him. The energy dispersed when our boy released his mana. He placed the cup down and reminded the man that he said that the person with the lowest number wins. The moment he said this, our boy removed the cup and showed everyone the crushed die. He told Crank that he got 0 points. The man was shocked to see this. Everyone around the table were also shocked to see that Ghislain turned the die into dust. They wondered if this counts as a loss for Crank. Crank stood up and pointed at our boy. He told him that this doesn't count. He said that it is trickery. He told Ghislain that he can't do this even if he is a noble. Ghislain grabbed his hand. He pressed it and made the man drop a die. He asked him to tell him what he was holding. Everyone was shocked to see another die drop from Crank's hand. They couldn't believe that he has been lying to them this entire time. Our boy reminded him that he talked about acting honorably in the sacred game. Crank could not comprehend what was happening. He wondered if Ghislain knew everything from the start. He quickly took out a dagger and thrust it at Ghislain. Our boy easily dodged the attack by moving to the side. Belinda and Claude were shocked to see this. Our boy told the man that he should have done this from the start. He said that there is no reason for him to be polite when he is a thug. Crank moved his dagger to his other hand and told Ghislain that he doesn't know what he is talking about. He told him that they can't let him go now that he knows. He ordered his men to attack our boy. They quickly charged at Ghislain. Ghislain dodged their attacks by jumping. He stepped on their shoulders and used it to push himself forward. Crank was scared to see our boy coming at him. He quickly raised his dagger and thrust it at him. Our boy dodged the attack and landed behind the man. He drew his sword and pointed it at the man's neck. Crank realized that he was screwed. His men quickly turned to him. They were shocked to see Ghislain's blade on their master's neck. Before they could do anything, Belinda and Kair pointed their blades at them. Kair laughed and told the men that they picked the wrong person to mess with. Belinda asked her master to tell her what he wants them to do. Ghislain said that he will be taking the money and Claude with him. Crank told him that he can't do this. Our boy reminded him that this gambling house is the main source of income for Baron Austin. Yet, the manager and overseer of the establishment was caught attempting to rig a game against a foreign noble. Ghislain asked the man if he knows what will happen to a gambling house that has lost its credibility. He moved his blade closer to Crank's neck and asked him if he knows what will happen if he tries to bring up this issue again. Crank could tell that Ghislain was going to kill him. He put his dagger down and said that he understands. After subduing the man, Ghislain turned to Claude. He asked him to follow him. To his surprise, Claude was no longer there. He ran away. Belinda was annoyed to see that the gambling addict ran away and took her master's money with him. She said that the man is ungrateful because he would have lost his hand if they didn't help him. Kayer said that Claude might have just ran away to a different gambling house. Belinda suggested that they search for him. Ghislain asked her not to bother. He said that he already knows where Claude is headed. In the next scene, we see Claude riding a horse somewhere. He carried a bag full of coins with him. He wondered about who Ghislain was. He didn't know why he helped him. He knew that he was only able to get the money thanks to Ghislain. He felt bad for what he did. He convinced himself that he really needs the money. The scene shifts, and we are taken back 1 year into the past. We are shown a poorly built cabin in the woods. Inside the cabin, we see Claude pouring gold coins on the table. He asked a lady wearing a hood to see what he got. This lady's name is Anna. Claude told the woman that he got everything through gambling. He said that gambling isn't all luck. There is a certain winning formula. He told her that they won't have to hide anymore if he can keep making money like this. He said that they can live a normal life again. Anna asked him to stop. She begged Claude to stop. With her trembling hands, Anna told him that she is aware that her father, who is his teacher, didn't pass away because of him. The woman couldn't even look at Claude. His body was covered in bruises and his face was swollen. Claude told her that it is his fault. He said that he made his teacher a traitor because he was stupid and immature. The scene shifts and we see Anna tied up. She was being held by Crank and his subordinate. A fat man said that Anna Arceus, the daughter of Boethius Arceus, a scholar of the Syrian Royal Academy, and a traitor, will be imprisoned. Immediately he said this, he asked Crank and his subordinate to take her away. Claude struggled to get up from the ground. He called out to Anna. The fat man turned to him and asked him to bring him 2,000 gold within a year. He told Claude that Anna is supposed to die, but he will set her free if she can get the ransom. Claude held on to the bag of gold tightly. He said that he will free Anna soon. At the Austin castle, we see the fat man from before writing something. The fat man turned out to be the Baron. Baron Austin found out that the prison camp is full. He didn't like what he heard. He saw the prisoners as lowly bastards who waste food. He said that there is no reason to keep them alive if they can't collect their ransoms. He asked a knight named Rogier to execute anyone who doesn't pay their ransoms within a week. The knight accepted the order. He reminded his master that it has almost been a full year. The Baron quickly realized that the knight was talking about the traitor's daughter. He asked him if he has heard anything about Claude. Rogier said that Claude is only wasting his time at the gambling house. The Baron said that Crank is doing his job well. He had planned to make Anna a maid, but he didn't think it was wise to hire a traitor's daughter. He asked Rogier to execute the woman along with the others and to make sure that Claude never finds out. Rogier asked his master about what they should do if Claude pays the ransom one day. The Baron asked the man to take the money and eliminate him later. He knew that no one would care about a dead gambler. He smiled and said that this can only happen if Claude is able to pay the ransom. Immediately he said this, a soldier stepped into his office. The Baron asked him about why he came to see him at this late hour. The man revealed to him that someone known as Claude is making a fuss and shouting about how he wants to pay a ransom. Baron Austin and his knight were shocked to hear this. A while later, we see Claude place the money on the Baron's table. He told him that the bag contains 2,000 coins. There were 4 soldiers in the Baron's office. Claude asked him to release Anna. Baron Austin carefully looked at the coins. He was surprised to see that the coins aren't fake. He asked Claude about where he got the money from. The man told him that he won it in a bet. The Baron ordered his men to lock Claude up. The man was shocked to hear this. Before he could do anything, the soldiers grabbed him from behind. Claude asked the Baron to tell him what is happening. He told him that he brought the money he asked for. The Baron said that the source of the money is too fishy. He told Claude that he has to confirm things from Crank. He asked him to stay in prison if he doesn't want to be executed. With an evil smile on his face, Baron Austin said that he can't believe a gambler really got the money for the ransom. Claude screamed at the Baron as he got dragged away. Before they could drag him out of the office, the soldiers got hit in the neck. They both passed out. The Baron and his knight were surprised to see this. Our boy tapped Claude on his shoulder and told him that he did a good job. The man was shocked to see him. Ghislain walked forward and greeted the Baron. The fat bastard asked him to tell him who he is. Ghislain snapped his fingers and introduced himself as Baron Ghislain Fenris from the Lithania Kingdom. Immediately he said this. Belinda and Kair brought Crank into the room. Belinda used her rope to push him and make him kneel. Baron Austin was surprised to see Crank. Kair moved forward and drew out a chair. Ghislain sat down and placed his legs on the table. He asked Baron Austin to bring him a cup of tea. The Baron was annoyed to hear this. Rogier drew his sword and told Ghislain that he is acting insolent. He asked our boy to stand up and show the Baron some respect. The moment he said this, Kair pointed his sword at him and asked him to step back. He told him that he can't handle this situation. Rogier was annoyed to hear this. Baron Austin could not believe that Ghislain was acting violent in front of him. He ordered his men to get our boy out. Ghislain assured him that he is not there to cause trouble. He said that he only came to receive compensation. Baron Austin asked our boy about what he means. Ghislain called out to Belinda. Immediately she heard her name. She pushed Crank forward. Our boy grabbed the man's chin and told the Baron that the manager of his gambling house was caught cheating in a game against him. He told the Baron that he and Claude almost lost their life savings on the game they bet on. Baron Austin quickly realized that the money in front of him was gotten from the game. Crank told the Baron that Ghislain is lying. He said that our boy was the one who cheated. Belinda was annoyed to see that Crank was still lying. She kicked his head with her leg. Baron Austin did not expect Crank to cause trouble for someone like Ghislain. He believed that the man should have carefully chosen his opponent. He asked our boy to tell him what he wants him to do. Our boy said that it is unacceptable to cheat in a gambling house where trust and credibility is the utmost priority. He asked the Baron to give him and Claude a fair compensation. Baron Austin said that Crank just said that he is lying. He told Ghislain that he doesn't know who to believe. He asked him to meet a judge if he is looking for a just solution. He said that the situation has nothing to do with him. Ghislain told him that the situation actually has something to do with him. Baron Austin asked him to tell him how it concerns him. Ghislain explained to him that the Kraken Gambling House is a place where many nobles from various countries visit to indulge in gambling. At least half of the Baron's total income comes from the gambling house. Ghislain told the Baron that if people find out that cheating was uncovered in the gambling house, it will look like he brazenly tried to scam the nobles. He said that things will become interesting if this happens. With a look of anger on his face, the Baron asked Ghislain if he wants him to pay him hush money. Ghislain told him that the compensation must be at least twice the amount in the bag. He asked him to also release Anna Arceus. Claude was shocked to hear our boy's request. He didn't know how Ghislain knew about his situation. Our boy told the Baron that he will act like nothing happened today if he can fulfill his requests. Baron Austin said that he finally understands what is happening. While screaming at the top of his voice, he called Claude an ungrateful prick. The man was surprised to hear this. The Baron told him that he gave him the chance to save a woman that is supposed to be executed, but he repays him by working with another country's noble to rob him. Immediately he said this, his soldiers ran into his office. Kair asked Claude to move aside. He told him that he will only get in the way. Belinda felt offended that Baron Austin thought that they were working with Claude from the start. Ghislain asked her to give him a dagger. Baron Austin told our boy that no one will hear about anything if he kills them there. He ordered his men to take out the group. Immediately he gave the order. Rogier swung his sword at Ghislain. Before his blade could reach our boy, he used his leg to kick the bag of gold. The bag hit the knight's head and made him lose balance. Ghislain took out the dagger and charged at the Baron. He stabbed his hand and pressed it into the table. Baron Austin screamed out in pain. His men couldn't reach him because Belinda and Kair were holding them back. With a cold gaze in his eyes, Ghislain asked Belinda and Kair to not kill the soldiers. They accepted his order and charged at the soldiers. Kair used his sword to block his opponent's attack. He then gave him a punch that knocked him out. Belinda took out some thin and light strings. She used it to block her opponent's sword. She gave the man a bone-crushing kick in his neck. Ghislain got on the table and blocked one of the soldiers' attack with his sword. He pushed the man back with his sword. The moment he did this, Rogier charged at him. He swung his sword at him from behind. Our boy easily turned around and blocked the man's attack. He used his sword hilt to hit Rogier in his neck. His attack went through the knight's helmet. Claude watched the group as they fought. He didn't understand what was happening. He couldn't comprehend why they were going this far for someone they didn't know. Immediately, he thought of this. He remembered our boy telling him that he is someone he needs. Claude didn't want to believe this. Life had already taught him that there is no such thing as kindness without a reason. Ghislain and his subordinates took out the entire unit. While crying, Baron Austin called our boy a scoundrel. He couldn't accept the fact that Ghislain wounded a noble. Our boy took out the dagger. He told the Baron that he will be taking the money and Anna. Before he could say anything else, Claude grabbed his clothes. The man decided to accept Ghislain's kindness. He believed that it was better for him to accept it now and regret it later. With a confident look on his face, he told the Baron that he can come to the Fenris territory of the Lithania kingdom if he has a problem with them. He told him that he will treat him like a guest. The next day, we see Kair and Belinda riding their horses in front of Ghislain's wagon. Claude sat with our boy. Ghislain asked him if he is certain that he doesn't want to live with Anna. Claude said that Anna will find it more comfortable to stay in her homeland without the person who caused her father's death. He looked up and said that he didn't even save the girl by himself. Ghislain smiled when he heard what he said. He told himself that he has now repaid his debt to his friend. It was a debt that he owed him when he was obsessed with revenge. He recalled how he held Claude's dead body in his hands. Ghislain looked at the sky and said that he feels much lighter now. He looked at the land in front of them and asked Claude to tell him how he likes the place. Claude asked him to kill the Lord of the Land if he gets the chance. He said that the land looks a bit strange, but it will be easy to take over. Ghislain asked him if he is suggesting that he harms himself. Claude was shocked to hear this. He couldn't believe that this poor-looking countryside belongs to our boy. He told him that he only followed him because he looked rich. Ghislain grabbed his head and moved him closer. He revealed to Claude that he is now the steward of their land. He told him that everything he sees will now be under his management. Claude realized that he messed up. He told Ghislain that he takes back everything he said. He begged him to take him back to Anna. Unfortunately for him, it was too late. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the Desmond territory. We see Count Desmond sitting on his throne. His officials sat on a round table in front of him. The Count mentioned Perdium and Fenris. His officials became nervous when they heard him speak. With a serious look on his face, Count Desmond mentioned our boy's name. He raised his hand and ordered his officials to send a messenger to Amelia. He said that they will be moving up their plan. In the next scene, we are taken to Ghislain's castle. We see our boy standing in front of his men. He was dressed like a proper noble for once. He thanked them for gathering there. He told them that they need to get to work. Everyone accepted his order. The state of the territory that was just freed from Count Degard's tyranny was abysmal. Ghislain appointed Claude to various administrative roles and began to restore order in the territory. As they walked around the town, Ghislain asked Claude to do a census and track down every last person. He asked him to purchase at least 6 months of food supplies in bulk. He told him that solving the food crisis is the top priority. Claude accepted his order and wrote it down. Since they will soon start farming, Ghislain asked Claude to assign oxen with plows to the farming households in order to get the land tilled. He asked him to also check if they can clear parts of the nearby forests to secure more arable land. Claude was surprised to hear this. He asked our boy if they are really going to farm on the dried-up, withered land. Ghislain told him that they are. He explained to him that they will grind the bones of the blood python and use it as fertilizer. He asked Claude to replace all the outdated structures because they are useless. He asked him to construct a warehouse and a sewer. As he heard Ghislain's orders, Claude realized that he was dead. He is the general administrator, inspector, clerk, treasurer, auditor, tribune, requisition officer, customs officer, tax collector, food officer, liquor control officer, and he still held many more positions. The poor bastard shouldn't have accepted Ghislain's kindness. He should have left Anna and ran away. Later in the day, Claude went to meet Ghislain. He told our boy that the work is too much for one person to handle. Ghislain asked him if he has even tried. He asked him to use this opportunity to test his limits. He told him that he can hire more people if needed. Claude realized that he wasn't getting through to Ghislain. He quickly turned around and began to run. Our boy didn't even bother to look at him. He called out to someone known as Wendy. A woman came out of nowhere and charged at Claude. She easily caught up to him and tied him up with her strings. The beautiful woman with platinum blonde hair introduced herself as Wendy. She told Claude that she has received an order from head maid Belinda and has been assigned as his bodyguard. She told him that she looks forward to working with him. Claude screamed out for help. Since they were still in the early stages of development, Ghislain needed Claude to hold out. Our boy remembered that this kinds of things were quite easy for Claude in the past. A noble by right has the responsibility and duty to protect their people. However, this territory has a lot of issues. The citizens don't trust nobility due to the exploitation and oppression they faced from the greedy lords. They have lost the will to work due to endless poverty. There is also the issue of starvation. The more these problems are ignored, the more the nobles end up isolating themselves. Ghislain knew that he needed to resolve the basic issues quickly if he wanted to restore the foundation of this territory. Unfortunately, our boy was met with another problem. There was not enough funds to resolve their issues. Ghislain explained to his group that he won't be able to pay their wages in 3 months if they keep spending money on the territory. Gillian said that this is truly an important issue. Kair didn't understand why our boy was bothered about money. He reminded Ghislain that he can just mine some runestone. Our boy explained to him that the runestone has more uses for it other than just selling it. He said that they need to fund the mage's research. Apart from this, the runestone vein isn't limitless, so they can't rely on it forever. Our boy said that they need a stable source of income. The moment he said this, Claude barged into his office. Ghislain told him that he arrived at the perfect time. He told him that he has something he wants him to do. Claude told him that there is no need for him to do anything. He revealed to him that he has devised the best plan to save the territory. Everyone was surprised to hear this. With a confident smile on his face, Claude asked Ghislain to build a casino. Immediately he said this, he got kicked out of the building through a window. When they brought him back to the room, Belinda gave Wendy the authority to act before Claude can say something. Claude asked her to tell him what she wants him to do. Since they can't farm or use the runestone as they please, Claude believed that the best thing to do would be to turn this worthless piece of land into an entertainment district. He told Belinda that he is just trying to be realistic. Alfoy the gambling addict appeared behind Claude and said that he supports the idea. Ghislain told Claude that he will consider his plan when they have spare time in the future. He asked him to proceed with the tasks he assigned to him. Claude asked him if he really believes they have enough food stock to hold out. Ghislain explained to him that they might be able to make money if they build a casino in a territory with no proper foundation. He told him that they will also be unable to stop the rise of an underworld. Our boy believed that a casino won't be good for him in the long run if he wants to go against his enemies. Claude explained to him that they are constantly importing food due to shortages. He told Ghislain that they need to do something now before they run out of money. Alfoy backed the man up by suggesting that they build a grand game hall in the town. Ghislain told him that he will take care of the food problem. Claude was surprised to hear this. Our boy revealed to him that he will make crops grow on their soil. He asked Claude to do whatever he says without complaints. Claude reminded him that he said that the land isn't fit for farming. Ghislain smiled and asked him if he is certain about it. Claude said that he is sure. Alfoy backed him up and said that it can never happen. With a smile on his face, Ghislain asked them if they would like to make a bet. 3 months later, we see Claude and Alfoy staring at something in shock. Claude asked Alfoy if he is dreaming. The two of them couldn't believe their eyes. The field was filled with rye. The commoners were extremely happy to see that the seeds they planted actually grew. It had been so long since they harvested crops in their land. Claude asked Ghislain about how he did it. Our boy explained to him that rye grows in harsh environments. Before planting the seeds, they spread the powdered bones of the blood python on the soil. The bones are rich in nutrients. They then planted rye seeds which were enhanced with the mana compression sigil. Ghislain touched the rye and told the man that this method will make crops grow faster and allow them to be harvested frequently. Upon hearing our boy's explanation, Alfoy now understood why our boy made them develop a mana compression sigil. Vanessa was amazed by Ghislain's knowledge. She asked him about how he thought of using a mana compression sigil on seeds when it is normally meant for humans. The truth was that Ghislain didn't come up with the idea himself. A mana compression sigil is a magic circle that extracts power stored in a runestone to accelerate growth several times over. When mages first suggested that mana compression sigils could be used this way, they experienced some backlash. People didn't want to use something so valuable on mere grains. However, once the results were shown, no one argued again. This method of farming has already been verified by magic scholars in the future. The principle behind it was none of Gislin's business. The people began to cheer for Gislin. They said that they will now trust him. They were extremely happy to see that they will no longer starve. While the people were cheering, Claude and Alfoy tried to sneak out of the fields. Gislin called out to them. He asked them about where they are going. He told them that they need to write their contracts. With a nervous look on their faces, they asked Gislin about the contract he is referring to. Our boy took out some papers and reminded them that they made a bet saying that he will give them 5,000 gold each and grant them freedom if they won. However, if Gislin won, they will work as unpaid slaves for 10 years. Immediately, our boy reminded them of the bet. His soldiers surrounded them from all ends. The two of them realized that they were screwed. Now that they had resolved their food problems, they were free to use the runestone for purposes beyond just selling them. In the next scene, we see the tower master of the flame magic tower sitting with Gislin. Hubert was shocked to hear our boy ask him to build a branch of his magic tower in his territory. He didn't understand why Gislin suddenly made this request. He told him that he simply stopped by to congratulate him on becoming a lord. Gislin revealed to him that they won the war at a heavy cost. He told him that the victory came at the cost of detonating runestones. He said that this happened even though they received help from the magic tower. Hubert was shocked to hear this. He only heard about Perdium's victory. He didn't hear about the runestone. Gislin let out a sigh and said that if a young territory like Fenris is attacked, they will have no choice but to blow up more runestone meant for the magic tower. Hubert became scared when he heard this. He asked Gislin to stop doing extreme things. With a smile on his face, our boy told him that they will need more mages. Hubert easily accepted his request. Gislin believed that mages shine the brightest when used for construction projects. He used them to solve his housing issue, his waterways issue. He used them to build churches and to construct the Flame Magic Tower's Fenris branch. Due to the fact that more mages were dispatched from the Magic Tower, they were able to complete the large-scale construction swiftly. Of course, there were occasional minor conflicts by some mages who struggled to adapt to the territory. The mages protested against Gislin's treatments. They called him a ruthless scum. They couldn't believe that he was making mages like them do hard labor. Gislin found a way to resolve the issue through what he calls amicable agreements. Of course, our boy knocked them out. He asked Alfoy to get the contracts. Alfoy gladly accepted the order. He didn't want to be the only one who became a slave in this territory. Thanks to the efforts of the mages, the territory quickly regained its functionality. Unfortunately, there were still external issues that Gislin had to face. In the next scene, we see Claude barge into Gislin's office. He told our boy that there is trouble. He revealed to him that a rebellion has broken out in Rayfold. He said that Amelia has started a rebellion. Our boy wasn't shocked. He already knew that the rebellion was going to take place. However, it took place sooner than it did in his past life. Gislin knew that his interference caused this. Desmond and Amelia are puppets dancing to the tune of Duke Delphine. Since the Duke's attempt to use Degard to seize Perdium has failed, he has no choice but to act directly. Gislin was well aware that his war wasn't over. Gillian asked his master about what he wants to do. Belinda said that things are bad for them if Amelia now runs the territory. Gislin wasn't just going to sit back and let the Duke pressure him. He said that they are heading to the kingdom's capital. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Cardinia, the capital city. We are shown a room in a tower. We see sunlight entering the room through the roof. Someone in the shadow moved close to the sunlight. The person put their hand into the sunlight. Immediately they did this. Their skin began to burn. It quickly turned red. The masked person glared at their hand. They said that they want to die. In the next scene, we see an eagle fly over the beautiful capital city of Cardinia and its fortress. The capital was more developed and beautiful than other territories. There were several soldiers watching over everyone. There was a ridiculously huge castle at the center. Gislin and his subordinates marched into the capital. Torin was shocked to see how massive the capital was. He said that the territories they have been to look like trash when compared to the capital. Gordon was also shocked to see how big it was. He said that the castle on their land cannot compare to that of the capital. Kair smiled and dared him to say this in front of Gislin. Alfoy and Vanessa sat together in a carriage. Vanessa was very excited to see the capital. She told the boy that they are selling materials that she has never seen even in their magic tower. Alfoy didn't really care. He said that they must have worked harder than their tower. Outside the carriage, we see Gislin moving with Claude. He said that he doesn't like it. Claude was surprised to hear this. He didn't know what Ghislain meant. Our boy said that he wants to tear the capital down because it feels like it is boasting. Claude didn't know what to say. He moved close to Wendy and asked her about what is wrong with their master. Wendy simply said that anything their master says is correct. Claude wondered if Ghislain also had a twisted side to him. He felt like our boy was holding a grudge from his past life. Ghislain stared at the city's fortress. He referred to it as the impregnable fortress. People used to say that Cardinia was blessed by the goddess. Our boy once brought down this blessed city. He died in this place. He attacked the capital city to kill Duke Delphine, who had seized the throne at that time. Unfortunately for Ghislain, the Duke wasn't there. Due to the fact that he was blinded by revenge, Ghislain made a mistake of turning everyone into his enemies. He knew that he couldn't do everything on his own in this life. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the past. We see Walter looking shocked when our boy informed him that he is going to the capital. Ghislain told him that he needs to go there. The Count asked him about what will happen to his territory. Our boy revealed to him that he will provide 1 year's worth of food for Perdium. He said that he wants Homer and Randolph to be sent to his territory during his absence. The administrator and the night captain were surprised to hear this. They were very happy to hear that Ghislain was going to provide Perdium with a year's worth of food. Walter told his son that this is not important right now. He reminded him that he said that the Rayfolds are planning to harm them. He asked his son if he knows what it means for him to leave his post now that a rebellion is broken out. Ghislain told his father that he understands that they won't stand a chance if Rayfold and Desmond join hands to attack them during his absence. He raised his longbow and fired an arrow at a bird that was hovering above them. His arrow easily went through the bird. He explained to the Count that Amelia still needs some time to stabilize her territory since she just took control of the internal affairs. He said that they need to gather enough power to resist during this time. Walter was shocked to hear this. He asked his son to tell him what he means. Ghislain told his father that they need to get the kingdom on their side. In the next scene, we see a man present a gloomy and dirty mansion with poor infrastructures to Ghislain. He told him that this is the cheap, huge, and marvelous castle he requested for. Our boy asked Belinda about how it looks. With a nervous look on her face, the woman said that it is quite spacious. Alfoy and Claude moved close to the man and asked him to tell them what is wrong with the mansion. The man was also aware of the state of the mansion. He told the men that the place has been unsupervised for a long time. The moment he said this, Gordon screamed when he heard something move in the trees. He moved close to the others. One of the soldiers asked him to act like his size. He didn't know how someone like Gordon went into the forest of beasts. While shivering, Gordon asked the man if he doesn't think that the place is cold. Vanessa wondered why Gordon doesn't just wear some clothes. The agent told Ghislain that things about ghosts and phantoms of the dead appearing in the mansion are just baseless rumors. He swore on his name that the mansion has no problems. Ghislain told the man that he will take it. He asked him for the price. Claude was shocked to hear this. He quickly asked the agent to stop. He grabbed his head and showed Ghislain the smile on his face. He told our boy that this man is obviously happy to get rid of this mansion after not being able to sell it for a long time. The agent actually couldn't even hide his happiness. Claude told his master that they need to perform geomancy on this place. Ghislain assured him that he doesn't need to worry. He told the man that a ghost can't kill him. He told him that he can just beat up the ghost if it shows up. He asked him not to be scared. The agent quickly grabbed our boy's hand and told him that he made a smart decision. He explained to him that the mansion and the land that comes with it originally cost 1,000 gold. He told him that he will sell it to him for 500 gold due to their poor management of the place. Ghislain said that he will pay 200 gold. The man was shocked to hear this. Our boy reminded him that he said that there are ghosts in the mansion. He said that he is very scared of ghosts. He told him that he can go somewhere else if he doesn't want to sell it for 200 gold. The agent explained to him that this is the only mansion in the capital going for this price. Our boy told him that the maintenance costs of a cursed property like this will end up higher than the property value. He reminded him that he will still have to continue paying the annual land taxes if he is unable to sell it. The agent became nervous. With a smile on his face, Ghislain asked the man if he knows anyone else who would buy this mansion other than him. While our boy was talking, we see the masked woman who was in the tower watching him from the roof. Immediately, she got a look at Ghislain. She disappeared. After our boy bought the mansion, Belinda and the others went inside. Belinda told the men that they need to remove all the gloominess in this mansion. The men quickly began to clean the building. While they were cleaning, Claude called out to Ghislain. He reminded him that he said that he will get one of the factions in the capital to support them. He asked him about how he plans to do this. He asked him if he believes that the factions would want to meet a countryside noble. Ghislain told him that the nobles don't have a reason to meet with him. He said that he will give them a reason to meet with him. In the next scene, we see a large amount of ingredients on a table. There were numerous cauldrons next to this ingredients. Claude asked his master about why he prepared these things. Alfoy asked him if he is going to perform some sort of alchemy. Ghislain told him that he is kind of correct. He revealed to the group that they will be making cosmetics from now on. Alfoy and the others were shocked to hear this. Our boy explained to them that he is going to make some samples and send it to every noble house in the capital. Claude asked him if he plans on using this to establish connections across the capital. Belinda wondered if this would really work. Ghislain smiled and told them that they will understand what he means once they use one of the products. He assured them that the nobles won't be able to resist his product. Nobles see exceptional looks as a symbol of power and dignity. They were the kind of people who would stop at nothing to look beautiful or handsome. In the future, it will be revealed that the cosmetics which are made from mercury and cinnabar powder are incredibly harmful to the skin. Duke Delphine created an improved line of cosmetics to address this issue. He made a massive profit from this. Ghislain stole the recipe for this cosmetic when he plundered the Duke's house. This dream cosmetics that resolved all the flaws of the old products is known as Deneb. Our boy asked Vanessa to use her magic to oxidize the zinc and turn it into powder. He placed beeswax into a preheated steamer and let it melt. He then added evening primrose seed oil and shea fruit extract. Once removed from the heat, the zinc oxide powder is added. After this, our boy blended in oil extracted from the blessing of the fairy. The moment he did this, the product released a scent into the air. Vanessa and Alfoy were shocked to smell the amazing scent the product released. Claude wondered why a mere baron would even know how to make something like this. Ghislain gently shook the cream. He told his subordinates that it is not yet finished. He explained to them that they need to leave it for a day in order for the cream to solidify. Ghislain knew that once anyone uses Deneb, they will not be able to get themselves to use other products. This products will become essential to the nobles. Our boy smiled and said that he will make good use of this product. He turned to Claude and asked him to wrap the product up. He ordered him to send it to the nobles as a gift. Claude was surprised to hear this. He asked our boy if he won't even test it. Ghislain assured him that it is fine. While they were talking, the masked woman watched them from a window. She was staring at the product. Later in the night, we see a heavy rain falling in the capital. Everyone in the mansion was asleep. The masked woman appeared in the mansion. She appeared in the room where the products were. She moved close to the wrapped products and picked one up. She opened the product and gently touched the cream. While she was looking at the cream, Ghislain appeared behind her. He asked her if she is the ghost from the rumors. The woman was shocked to hear his voice. She quickly turned around. Ghislain told her that he can guarantee the effects of his product. A heavy lightning struck when our boy said this. The woman quickly drew a sword and charged at Ghislain. She appeared in front of him in an instant. Our boy drew his sword and blocked her attacks before it could touch him. The woman tried to thrust her blade at him, but our boy blocked it before it could touch him. He swung his sword at her and pushed her back. The woman turned around and attacked his back. Ghislain was able to move his sword behind him to stop the attack. He pushed her sword back. The woman took a stance and pointed her sword at him. Ghislain recognized this sword technique. The woman thrust her sword at him. Our boy easily blocked it. He pushed her sword back. He and the woman pushed each other away and swung their swords at the same time. They parried each other's attacks. Ghislain recognized this grace, modesty, and spiral of roses that this woman displayed. Every single one of her movements draws a graceful trace. The woman raised her sword and swung it at our boy from the side. Ghislain easily blocked the attack. He grabbed the woman's hand and dragged her. He put his blade close to her neck. The woman was unable to move. Ghislain found it odd that a lady like her is pretending to be a ghost in a place like this. He asked the woman about her relationship with the Branford family. A while later, we see Belinda and Gillian rush into the room. Belinda was only wearing a garment. She held her dagger in her hand. Gillian asked his master about what caused the noise. When they got inside the room, they saw their lord looking at an open window. Ghislain asked them to go back to their rooms and rest. He said that things might actually work out better than he expected. The scene shifts, and we are taken to a more beautiful mansion. We see a woman standing in front of a mirror after getting her makeup done. Her maid told her that she is as beautiful as ever. This woman is the Countess of Elisber. Her name is Muriel. Muriel wasn't satisfied with her face. She knew that her face was burdened with all kinds of paint and powder. In her youth, she was a pioneer who led the fashion world of the capital. Every woman imitated her cosmetics, and they wore clothes styled to look like hers. However, her fame began to fade as the years passed. Her makeup is now nothing but a veil to hide the passing of time. Muriel wondered if she can never return to her glory days again. While she was thinking, her maid informed her that she has to go to the salon. The moment the Countess turned around, she saw something shocking. Her maid's face was glowing. Her skin looked amazing. Muriel grabbed her face. She felt the moisture and the firmness of her skin. She ordered the maid to tell her what she did to her face. The woman revealed to her that Count Elisber received cosmetics as a gift, but he didn't want them, so he gave them to the maids. She told Muriel that her husband received it as a greeting from a noble who just arrived in the capital. In the next scene, we see Muriel's carriage at Ghislaine's entrance. Alfoy, Claude, and Gordon were shocked to see the woman's golden carriage and white horses. They wondered if the queen was coming to greet them. Claude realized that Ghislaine's cosmetics idea worked. He watched the Countess step out of the carriage with her feather fan when he pushed him and asked him to greet the Countess. Claude bowed his head and greeted her. He asked her to follow him inside to have a talk. Inside the mansion, we see Ghislaine sitting in a pavilion in the garden. He was feeding a bird. Claude greeted him and revealed to him that Countess Elisber has come to visit them. Our boy fed the bird and stood up. The woman asked him if he is Baron Fenris. Ghislaine kissed her hand and introduced himself as the Lord of the Fenris territory in the northern region. He told her that he is honored that she came to a secluded place like this. The Countess told our boy that he didn't send her any gifts. She said that he only gave it to her husband. She said that her fame wasn't great enough to reach the place he lives in. Ghislaine smiled and told her that this is not true. He explained to her that he thought that it would be impolite to give the madam who leads the fashion world something that wouldn't satisfy her. Muriel liked that our boy praised her. She told him that he is not completely clueless. She said that they need to go straight to business. She sat with Ghislaine in the pavilion. She asked our boy to give her his cosmetics. Ghislaine asked her if she has used it. The Countess told him that it is excellent. She said that she no longer needs the other cosmetics she uses because of the product. She revealed to Ghislaine that she wants to monopolize the product. She told him that all he needs to do is focus on developing and delivering the products. Our boy told her that he can only allow her to buy in bulk. The Countess gently smiled when she heard this. She told him that it will be very difficult for him to do business in the capital on his own. She explained to him that it will not be easy for him to enter the network of influential figures even if his product is good. Due to the fact that our boy settled in an old mansion, the Countess assumed that his finances are not very great. Belinda was annoyed to see the Countess talking down to her master. Claude found Muriel's words to be weird because they only settled in the mansion out of Ghislaine's stubbornness. Our boy told the woman that the supply price will be a bit high. He asked her if she is okay with this. The Countess laughed when she heard this. She revealed to him that the Elisber family is one of the wealthiest family in the capital. Ghislaine told her that each unit will cost 100 gold. The Countess was shocked to hear this. She asked our boy if he is joking. Ghislaine assured her that he is not. He said that the Queen of Socialites has set her eyes on a product, so it must be worth a lot. Muriel blushed for a moment. She quickly put herself together. She believed that our boy was a sly fox. If it were jewelry or furniture, the price would make sense. It is completely absurd to sell a single jar of cosmetics for 100 gold. In order to make any profit, Muriel would need to raise the retail price above the supply price. Our boy was basically telling her to give up on the monopoly. She was annoyed to see that Ghislaine was toying with her. Our boy smiled when he noticed that she was angry. He told the Countess that he has another offer. Belinda moved close to him with a box. Our boy explained to her that he can give her honor even if he cannot give her an exclusive deal. Muriel asked him about what he means. Ghislaine placed the box on the table and opened it. He presented 15 cosmetics to Muriel. The woman was shocked to see this. Ghislaine told her that this is the cosmetic he made by himself. He told her that it is called Deneb. He said that it is a gift to commemorate their connection. He picked up one of the Deneb and explained to her that there are still many nobles who don't know how effective Deneb is. He said that this is a product that can change the market. He told Muriel that she can be the one to change the market. Muriel let down her feather fan and smiled. She told Ghislain that he is a baron who only knows how to pick the prettiest words. She closed the box and accepted his offer. She stood up and moved her fan close to him. She told Ghislain that he will distribute the cosmetics, and she will lead the trend. Our boy smiled and said that this is excellent. He walked the Countess back to her carriage. Before getting in, Muriel asked Ghislain to let her know if he needs anything. She told him that she will help him out if it is within her power. Ghislain asked her if she can grant him a request. Muriel was surprised to hear this. He asked her if she can relay some words to Marquis Branford. He asked her to tell the Marquis that Baron Ghislain Fenris can solve his daughter's problem. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the Branford territory. We see someone telling an old man with red eyes what Ghislain said. This man is the Marquis. In the next scene, we see Claude throwing money in the air. He screamed that they have hit the jackpot. He was very happy. He realized that the Countess was really famous. He couldn't believe that the expensive cosmetics were selling like hotcakes. Kayer was also surprised to see how much they made. Alfoy the gambling addict was amazed to see how much they made. He said that he can gamble until the day he dies with this money. Claude advised Ghislain to forget their land. He said that they should just stick to the cosmetics business. Wendy quickly tied him up to shut him up. Belinda wondered why he was so excited when it wasn't even his own money. Gillian commended his master for easily securing a place in the capital. Ghislain said that this is not enough. What he really wanted was something else. Later in the night, we see Ghislain walk to his pavilion. When he got there, he saw a knight waiting for him. The knight informed him that Marquis Branford has summoned him. The scene shifts, and we see Ghislain and his subordinates walking to the Marquis's huge mansion. When they got to the entrance of the Marquis's office, 2 guards opened the door for them. When our boy stepped inside, he saw the Marquis and the knight that came to summon him. There was also another man next to the Marquis. Marquis Branford didn't pay attention to Ghislain. He was looking at a book. Our boy bowed his head and greeted him. He introduced himself to the Marquis. Marquis Branford raised his head when Ghislain greeted him. He called our boy the son of Count Zwalter Perdium and the heir of Perdium. He called him an arrogant brat who won the war against Degard, killed the count, and seized the lord's seat. The Marquis told Ghislain that he is completely different from his father. Our boy was not surprised to hear this. He knew that the Marquis had been watching the situation unfolding in the Northern Territories. Marquis Branford is a minister and the greatest authority in the kingdom. He is the leader of the royalist faction that opposes Duke Delphine. All the kingdom's affairs pass through the Marquis's hands. If it weren't for Countess Muriel, who is a fellow royalist, Ghislain wouldn't have been able to meet him this quickly. The man next to the Marquis drew a chair out for our boy. The Marquis asked him to sit. Ghislain noticed that the Marquis had a deneb on his table. He sat in front of him. The Marquis told our boy that he heard that he claimed that he can solve his daughter's problem. Ghislain told the man that he can cure her illness. The Marquis let out a sigh and closed his book. He told Ghislain that he has never even met his daughter, whose name is Rosalind. He asked our boy about how he plans to cure an illness that they have been unable to cure for years without even knowing her symptoms. Ghislain informed the man that he heard some rumors while staying in the capital, and he gathered information on his own. He told him that he has cured an illness before. The Marquis told Ghislain that he likes his confidence. Before our boy could reply to him, the Marquis asked him to leave. Ghislain did not expect to hear this. The man told him that he is not the first person to claim that he can cure his daughter's illness. He said that all the others have failed. Each one of them had to pay the price with their lives for not taking responsibility for their words. The Marquis picked up the deneb. He said that he doesn't want a talented young man to waste his life. Ghislain understood the Marquis's cold consideration. He knew that the man would have already tried everything possible to cure Rosalind's illness. He asked him if he doesn't plan on curing his daughter. The man said that it is not a big deal. He said that having bad skin cannot kill her. Ghislain told the man that his daughter won't agree with him. The Marquis knew that our boy was right. He told him that he brought him there because he wanted to confirm it by himself. He asked Ghislain if he is confident. Our boy placed his hand on his chest and told the man that he is different. The Marquis could tell that he was serious. He asked Ghislain to do his best if he is determined to risk his life. He ordered the man next to him to provide Ghislain with everything he needs. He asked him to reward our boy well if he succeeds. Ghislain told the Marquis that a reward is not enough. He asked him to give him something that he desires. The Marquis did not expect to hear this. He asked our boy to repeat what he said. Ghislain told the man that he is the pillar supporting the kingdom. He asked him if granting him one small wish would be difficult. The Marquis asked our boy if he is really asking for compensation just for treating his daughter. Our boy told him that he is. He asked the Marquis to tell him the value of being the pillar of the kingdom and the greatest authority if he cannot even protect his own family. He asked the man to tell him the use of his authority. Belinda was surprised to hear what her master said. Claude was scared. He didn't know why Ghislain was speaking so boldly. The Marquis told our boy that the price of demanding something from him is not cheap. He told him that he has to put everything he has on the line if he wants to get what he wants. The moment he heard this, Ghislain remembered his county, his sister, his father and his officials, his comrades and soldiers. This were the most important people to him. With a serious look on his face, the Marquis stretched out his hand and asked Ghislain if he can do it. Our boy looked into the man's eyes. He put himself together and shook his hand. The Marquis was surprised to see this. Our boy told him that he will put everything on the line. The Marquis looked into his eyes. He could tell that Ghislain was being serious. He turned to his assistant and asked him to inform the royal treasurer to prepare to cut off all support for Perdium. He asked him to instruct the commander of the guards to surround Ghislain's mansion in the capital. He forbade all entries and exits. The Marquis stood up and told Ghislain that he has 1 week. He asked him to bring Rosalind to him in perfect condition within this time. Our boy smiled and said that he can do it. Belinda became nervous when she heard this. Claude was annoyed. He couldn't believe that Ghislain put them in another issue when they just solved their money problem. Belinda knew that the Marquis could easily take out Perdium and Fenris. She hoped that her master knew what he was doing. Ghislain stood up. He knew that the Marquis doesn't tolerate anyone who challenges his authority, especially when it comes to his daughter's illness. Since it was a problem even the most powerful man in the kingdom could not solve, he decided to just accept his fate. Our boy knew that he had to succeed. He walked out of the Marquis' office. Marquis Branford watched him as he walked out. He said that there is no turning back now for Ghislain. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Rosalind's room. We see her looking around. While looking around, Rosalind remembered asking her father if she has to risk her life to help others. At this time, her skin was still normal. The Marquis told her that helping the powerless is nothing but hypocrisy. He explained to her that she needs to first acquire strength if she wishes to be in a position where she can help. Rosalind looked at her sword and said that she followed her father's words. She said that she acquired the strength that she needed, but it came with a hideous appearance. Ghislain stepped into her room and told her that he knew that she would be the daughter of Marquis Branford. Rosalind turned around when she heard this. Our boy stretched out his hand and introduced himself as Ghislain Fenris, the lord of the Fenris territory. Rosalind asked Ghislain to tell her why he is there. Our boy explained to her that he came to cure her illness. He asked her if the cosmetics he gave her had any effect. Rosalind threw the deneb at him when she heard this. Ghislain dodged it by bending his head. The product hit the wall and got destroyed. With a shaky tone in her voice, Rosalind asked our boy if he thinks that he is the first person to attempt to cure her illness. She put her hands around her body and told Ghislain that she is not interested in knowing the medicine or method he will use. She asked him to leave her alone. She said that it is all futile. Ghislain assured her that he is different. He revealed to her that he is putting his life on the line to treat her. Rosalind turned to him and told him that everyone who came to satisfy their greed always say that they are putting their lives on the line and they are different. She asked him if he thinks that he is special because his cosmetics are selling well. Ghislain told her that he understands that she has been through a lot. Rosalind Branford is a girl who inherited the blood of the Marquis and her mother, who is the daughter of the kingdom's chancellor. After her mother passed away, she became the sanctity of her family. The girl was skilled in both the pen and the sword. She knew how to wield the sword and use mana. She also built her achievements as the foremost patron of Cardenia's various industries. However, an unknown disease completely overturned the life of this talented girl. Even when the Marquis' family exhausted every possible means, Rosalind's illness couldn't still be cured. Due to this, Marquis Branford sought to resolve his daughter's problem through a political marriage. Even if she could no longer live like before, the Branford name would still be able to protect the girl. The cause of Rosalind's illness is an irreversible spontaneous skin eruption, which is caused by improper training of the mana cultivation technique. This is one of the rare rejection responses that appears when the balance between the polarities of mana collapses. In other words, Rosalind's mana road itself was in disorder. Rosalind drew her sword and covered it with mana. She asked Ghislain to get lost before she kills him. Our boy knew that Rosalind's illness will worsen if she continues to force mana out of her body. He apologized to her and told her that he is going to have to treat her forcefully. Immediately he said this, he charged at the girl. Rosalind swung her sword at him when he got close to her. Ghislain blocked her blade with his sword hilt. He used his sword hilt to push her blade down and grabbed her arm. He slammed Rosalind on the ground and managed to hold her down. Immediately he did this. He called out to Belinda and Wendy. The two women entered the room with a bed. They tied Rosalind to the bed. The girl asked them to let her go immediately. Claude stepped into the room with a box. Ghislain took off his jacket and told the girl that he will remove her mask. Rosalind was shocked to hear this. Our boy explained to her that he needs to check her condition before beginning the actual treatment. When he placed his hand on her mask, Rosalind asked him to stop. She told him that she doesn't need his treatment. Ghislain didn't listen to her. He took off her mask. Claude and the rest of the group were quite shocked to see how damaged her skin was. Ghislain didn't seem surprised. He took out a vial from the box Claude was holding and explained to the girl that she will have to endure a lot for a week. He told her that she can endure what is about to happen as long as she is determined. Rosalind grit her teeth out of anger. She asked our boy if he has a death wish. She asked him if he really thinks that he can treat her illness. Our boy told her that he will die if he is not able to treat her. He poured the substance in the vial in her mouth. He told the girl that she will also die if she doesn't get treated. Rosalind was shocked to hear this. Tears flowed out of her eyes. Ghislain covered his hand with his mana. He was certain that his method will be successful. This is because this treatment was invented by Rosalind's future self. Our boy placed his hand on Rosalind's stomach and pushed his mana into her body. His mana entered her veins. Rosalind felt a large amount of excruciating pain when Ghislain's mana entered her veins. She couldn't believe that she had to endure this for a whole week. The girl wondered why she had to get this illness. She wondered why she was the only person in the world who had to suffer this kind of pain. The moment she thought of this, she remembered Ghislain telling her that she will also die if she doesn't get treated. The girl grit her teeth and pulled herself together. Since she was going to die eventually, she asked our boy to try his best until the very end. She told him that she will kill him if he messes up. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Ghislain's mansion. We see the mansion surrounded by the Marquis' soldiers. Ghislain's soldiers were scared and confused. They didn't understand why they were in a situation like this. While trembling, Alfoy said that their stupid lord must have made another mess. Gordon suggested that they look for Ghislain instead of staying like this. Gillian asked him not to bother. He and Kair walked down the stairs with barrels of liquor in their hands. Kair asked the men to relax and have a drink. He reminded them that their lord wouldn't make a move without thinking. A week later, we are taken to the Marquis' mansion. We see the Marquis and two knights walking to the basement. When he stepped into the basement, the man saw something surprising. He saw Ghislain standing in a room covered with blood. His daughter's face had a light veil on it. Our boy turned to the Marquis and looked him in the eye. Marquis Branford stared at Ghislain with a chilling look on his face. Ghislain used his hand to remove the veil on the girl's face. The Marquis was shocked to see what our boy did. The scene shifts, and we see people gossiping about how the daughter of the Marquis has been cured of her illness. Later in the day, we see Ghislain step into the Marquis' office with Claude and Belinda. He bowed his head to the Marquis when he stepped into his office. Marquis Branford smiled and told our boy that he wasn't all talk. Ghislain sat down and told him that he was able to do it because he gave him a chance. The Marquis asked him to tell him what he wants. Everyone in the room nervously looked at Ghislain. They all wanted to know what he would ask for. Our boy asked the Marquis to be his guardian. The Marquis' subordinates were shocked to hear this. Belinda was happy to hear what her master said. She knew that he would request for this. Claude knew that Marquis Branford would be forced to take responsibility for his lord if he becomes his guardian. This is perfect for building a base of power in the kingdom. Marquis Branford reminded Ghislain that he said that he needs a small favor. He told him that he now understands why he came to him. Ghislain smiled when he heard this. The Marquis revealed to him that he already has someone in the north who he has set his sights on. Our boy asked him if he is referring to Count Brivant. The Marquis did not expect to hear this. He reminded Ghislain that Count Rayfold and Count Desmond are also great lords in the north. He asked him about why he thinks it is Count Brivant. Our boy explained to him that Count Desmond pretends to be neutral, but no one knows what he is really thinking. The Rayfold County is currently in chaos due to internal family strife. Besides this too, the other lords are incompetent and greedy. On the other hand, Count Brivant is wealthy and close to the royalist faction. He also possesses the military power of the Flame Magic Tower. The only person that the Marquis could set his eyes on is Count Brivant. Marquis Branford asked Ghislain if he is saying that he is more worthy than Count Brivant. Our boy smiled and asked the man to be honest. He asked him if he doesn't find the Count to be unsatisfying. Marquis Branford began to laugh when he heard this. He told Ghislain that he is correct. He said that the Count is a good man, but he is lazy, indecisive, and easily influenced. Our boy told him that the Count would have already been influenced by the Duke because of his personality. He asked the Marquis to be bolder if he is going to grant his wish. He asked him to make him the representative of the North. Marquis Branford did not expect this. He told Ghislain that he now knows why he risked his life for this. He stood up and asked everyone present to bear witness. He announced that he will support Ghislain as his guardian. He said that our boy's enemies are now his enemies. Everyone who wants to face Ghislain must remember that the Marquis stands behind him. Marquis Branford turned to our boy and asked him to swear that he will consider his honor in everything that he does. Ghislain went on his knees and drew his sword. He held his blade and swore that he will consider the Marquis's honor. The moment he did this, someone congratulated him. Our boy quickly turned around. The person told him that she couldn't greet him properly because of the chaos. The girl with a blue fan told Ghislain that although her father has rewarded him, she is the one who is truly indebted to him. Immediately she said this. Rosalind closed her blue fan and revealed her beautiful face and shining red eyes. The girl told our boy that she will become his guardian. In the next scene, we see a party taking place in the Marquis's mansion. We see nobles dancing and talking to each other. Some of them talked about how Rosalind's illness was cured by some no-name noble with cosmetics. Someone said that it might be the Deneb that Countess Muriel has been advertising. A noble lady asked the man not to make her laugh. She said that a cosmetic product cannot cure an illness that even doctors couldn't cure. Another man said that Marquis Branford wouldn't host a banquet for no reason. He said that he heard that the Marquis has already decided on whom to support. While the nobles were chatting amongst themselves, someone asked them to look up. Everyone quickly turned to the door. They saw Ghislain walking with Belinda by his side. The woman wore a beautiful dress. Belinda grabbed her master's hand and asked him to take it out of his pocket. She asked him to put a smile on his face. Ghislain wasn't really interested in doing this. He asked the woman if she doesn't think that she is a little overdressed for the event. Belinda smiled and asked her master if he knows when she will get the chance to come to a banquet like this. She said that she cannot miss a banquet hosted for him by the real power of the kingdom. Ghislain said that he is not certain if the banquet is for him. Immediately he said this. The doors slowly opened. Someone announced that Marquis Branford is entering the hall. Everyone quickly turned to the door. They saw the Marquis step into the hall with a lady by his side. Rosalind gently walked down the stairs. She put her blue fan away and revealed her face to the nobles. She asked them if they have all been well. The nobles began to cheer when they saw Rosalind's face. They couldn't believe that the rumors were true. One of them said that she is even more beautiful than before. Belinda said that she almost didn't recognize the girl. She told our boy that no one would believe that this was the same person who had a bad temper a few days ago. While looking at the nobles, Rosalind turned to our boy and carefully looked at him. Ghislain didn't know why she did this. The Marquis thanked everyone for attending his banquet. He said that today's banquet is to celebrate his daughter and to allow him to officially announce that he has decided on his ward. The nobles were surprised to hear this. They couldn't believe that the rumors were true. Marquis Branford told them that some of them might already know our boy, but most of them don't. He said that Rosalind was able to break free from the illness that has been oppressing her for years thanks to the efforts of Baron Ghislain Fenris. The Marquis said that his family will do its absolute best to help Ghislain as its guardian. He asked the nobles to treat our boy the same way they treat him. He smiled and asked them to enjoy the banquet. Immediately he said this. The nobles turned to Ghislain and glared at him with a scary look in their eyes. They looked like predators that have found their new prey. Ghislain realized that the Marquis might be careful when making a decision but he is decisive when it is time to act. He remembered the Marquis asking him to attend the banquet so that he could introduce himself to the nobles of the faction. He told our boy that the nobles can provide him with help in the future. Ghislain noticed that most of the kingdom's important figures attended this banquet. He didn't like interacting with nobles, but he understood that the banquet would benefit him a lot. While he was looking around, he heard some people gossiping. Some wondered if Ghislain deserved to be under the Bramford family. Some said that his family doesn't even have any real power. Belinda was annoyed to see that they were looking down on her master. While the nobles were talking, someone called out to Ghislain. Our boy and Belinda quickly turned their heads. Rosalind bowed her head and told Ghislain that she would like to extend her gratitude to him. The nobles were shocked to hear this. The hall became quiet. Rosalind asked him not to pay attention to the petty noise. She said that it is natural for rumors to follow a popular figure. Ghislain said that he is not interested in this kind of popularity. He told the girl that their intense gazes are almost burning his skin. Rosalind told him that today is a special day. She explained to him that the nobles have confirmed that she has officially returned to the public's eye, and they found out that her father has become his guardian. She said that the nobles must be itching to do something. She stretched out her hand and told Ghislain that they need to greet the nobles. She said that everyone is waiting. Our boy carefully turned and looked at Belinda. The woman smiled and waved at him. Ghislain smiled and grabbed Rosalind's hand. The girl explained to him that the royalist faction is divided into 3 main groups. The first group belongs to the wealthy house of Elizabeth, which dominates the capital's culture and commerce. The second group is under the Chief Justice, who oversees law and administration. He is the eldest son of the Royal Chancellor and Rosalind's in-law. His name is Sir Bilor Norton. The third group is under Marquis Maurice Macquarie. He is the commander-in-chief of the kingdom's army. He is in control of the nation's military might. Rosalind explained to Ghislain that this people are the high nobles of the Lithania kingdom who wield immense power over administration, finance, and the military. She told him that whoever he chooses to greet first as the northern representative will either raise or diminish their prestige. The moment he heard this, our boy remembered the Marquis telling him that the world he is about to step into is completely different from the one he comes from. Rosalind told him that he has to choose well. Ghislain carefully looked at the nobles. He let out a sigh and walked forward. He moved close to Count Elizabeth and bowed his head to introduce himself to him. Marquis Maurice was annoyed to see this. Count Elizabeth greeted our boy with a smile on his face. He told him that his wife has gained some confidence thanks to him. He asked Ghislain to let him know if he ever needs any help. Countess Muriel moved close to our boy and referred to him as their little brother. She said that our boy is quite loyal. Ghislain asked her if she is allowed to call him this in this formal setting. The Countess said that it is not important since they are the only ones there. She thanked Ghislain for saving their faces. Immediately she did this. Marquis Maurice cleared his throat loudly so that Ghislain can notice his presence. A man wearing blue clothes said that Ghislain should first pay his respects to the commander of the army if he is the son of a count. A man wearing red who stood behind Marquis Maurice said that Marquis Bramford has grown old. He said that Marquis Bramford is now poor at discerning people. Ghislain turned around and moved close to the Marquis. He walked past the man instead of greeting him. Marquis Maurice was shocked to see this. He saw our boy introduce himself to Sir Bilor Norton. The man was annoyed to see this. Sir Bilor thanked Ghislain for curing Rosalind. He told him that he has lifted a great burden off his heart. He revealed to him that Marquis Bramford told him that he was looking for dwarven and elven slaves. He told Ghislain that he takes care of the legal issues related to slave traders and taxes. He asked him not to worry about it. Ghislain thanked the man for his help. After he was done with Sir Bilor, he went to greet Marquis Maurice. The man was quite angry to see that our boy greeted him last. He asked him not to get conceited because Marquis Bramford is backing him. He told Ghislain that he can cut him off anytime. Our boy said that he still has many shortcomings. He asked Marquis Maurice to continue guiding him in the future. Marquis Bramford watched our boy as he greeted the nobles. He heard the other nobles discussing about how Ghislain greeted the high nobles. When Ghislain was done, Rosalind asked him if the order was intentional. Our boy told her that he simply followed his heart. The moment he said this, the other nobles ran to him. They wanted to give him gifts and talk to him. The Elizabeth family and Sir Bilor watched Ghislain as the other nobles surrounded him. Count Elizabeth said that our boy has earned the resentment of Marquis Maurice. His wife asked him not to worry because the Marquis is a simple man. Sir Billor said that Marquis Morris can't cut Ghislaine off just because he is jealous. Marquis Branford said that this is natural. He said that our boy is the only one who was capable of curing Rosalind's illness. Sir Billor was amazed that the Marquis discovered such an excellent talent. He referred to him as brother and told him that he is quite impressive. Marquis Branford said that he didn't do much. He explained to him that Ghislaine rose from the bottom to this position with his own strength. He said that our boy possesses the might to turn an unfavorable war into victory, and he has the ability to read the surrounding state of affairs and foresee what lies ahead. The Marquis said that he believed that Ghislaine was worthy to receive his support. The moment he said this, someone stepped into the hall with a cane in his hand. Ghislaine immediately sensed the person's presence. The high nobles and our boy quickly turned to the door. They saw a well-dressed man with a walking cane. Ghislaine grit his teeth out of anger when he saw this man. He was happy to see that the man had finally crawled out. This man is the closest aide of Duke Delphine and the strategist of the ducal house. His name is Raoul Joseph. A man wearing a coat on a huge armor walked into the hall after Raoul entered. Our boy seemed to recognize this man too. The other nobles recognized Raoul. They all knew that he was from the Delphine ducal house. They believed that it wouldn't be smart to associate with him. Raoul and his knight walked up to the Marquis. Raoul greeted Marquis Branford. The Marquis told the Viscount that he believed that he had no interest in events like this. The Viscount told him that he simply came there to pay his respects. He told the Marquis that he heard he recruited a young lion. The Marquis told him that his lion is not special enough to interest the Duke. He asked the Viscount about the identity of the person behind him. Raoul told the Marquis that it is his escort. He said that it is not someone special enough to interest him. The Marquis's knight told the Viscount that his escort needs to remove his helmet and reveal his face. He asked the escort knight to show his face. The man didn't do anything. The Marquis's knight was annoyed to see this. He placed his hand on his sword and asked the escort if he didn't hear him. Before he could draw his sword, Marquis Branford asked the man whose name is Tolio to stop. He said that it is okay. With a serious look on his face, the Marquis asked Raoul to enjoy himself since he has come a long way. He asked him to take care of himself before he leaves so that he doesn't dishonor the Duke's name. The Viscount smiled and thanked the Marquis for his consideration. He turned around after thanking the Marquis. Marquis Branford could not believe that he was not informed that someone like Raoul, who is a significant figure in the Duke's faction, was in the capital. He couldn't believe that the man managed to avoid his eyes and ears. He realized that the Duke's influence has reached the capital. Raoul and his knight walked up to Ghislaine. Our boy looked the Viscount in his eyes. He glared at the man to show his disdain for him. Raoul did not understand why Ghislaine was glaring at him. This was his first time meeting him. He asked our boy if he knows him. Ghislaine put himself together and stopped glaring at the man. He told him that he knows him. He said that he heard many things about him in the capital. The Viscount told Ghislaine that he also knows him very well. He said that our boy put on an amazing show in the northern region. Ghislaine was not surprised to hear that the man knew about what happened in the north. This is because Raoul was the one who made all the plans to bring Perdium to its knees. The Viscount suggested that they move somewhere else since they have greeted themselves. He told our boy that he has something to tell him privately. In the next scene, we see Ghislaine in a room with the Viscount and his knight. Raoul decided to be straightforward. He told our boy that they are interested in his cosmetics. He explained to him that he came to the capital because he heard that a product that was good enough to cure Rosalind's skin and bring it back to life had appeared. He said that they were actually developing something similar. Ghislaine wasn't looking at the Viscount when he was talking. He was staring at the knight behind him. Our boy turned to the Viscount and told him that he will have to apologize to him if he came to talk about an exclusive contract or technology sharing. The Viscount told him that he did not come there to engage in such a tedious talk. He said that a brilliant young man like him is rotting away in the countryside with nothing. The Viscount said that a scoundrel suddenly made a name for himself, led a war to victory, and secured a successful position in the capital. He asked our boy if this is by luck or skill. Ghislaine told Raoul that he improved by studying a bit. This wasn't the answer Raoul wanted. With a smile on his face, the man asked our boy to come to the Duke's faction. Our boy was not surprised to hear his offer. Raoul said that there is an expiration date to talents and abilities. He told our boy that his life will end before he gets the chance to show his talents if he stays in a harsh place like the North. He told him that he will be worn down by barbarians and foreign wars. He said that this is not the first time he has seen brilliant young men waste away like this. He stretched out his hand and told Ghislain that he won't have to worry about this if he joins them, because they have the power to change his life. Our boy reminded the man that he has already joined the royalist faction. Raoul told him that he cannot really say that he joined the faction when it has not been that long. He revealed to our boy that they can provide some fine lands in the south and give some to his father too. He said that Count Perdium must have been through a lot of troubles to protect the kingdom from the barbarians. He told our boy that the Count can't fight forever. He said that it might be time for him to retire. Ghislain already knew that Raoul would try to convince him like this, even though our boy already joined hands with the faction that opposes the ducal house. The Viscount is still trying to win him over. He spoke as if joining their side would somehow solve all of Ghislain's problems. He tried to sweet-talk and coax our boy to make him one of their own. Ghislain was certain that the man has used this same tactics on many people. He knew that this tactic was nothing more than a scheme to keep an uncontrollable variable within his grasp. He told the Viscount that the north is actually a better place than he thinks. Raoul told him that he doesn't have to decide right now. He said that he is planning on staying in the capital for a while. He asked our boy to take his time to think. Ghislain told the Viscount that he has a counteroffer for him. Raoul did not expect to hear this. Our boy asked the man to join their side. Raoul glared at Ghislain when he heard this. In the next scene, we see a carriage leaving the Marquis's mansion. Raoul and his knight were inside the carriage. The knight asked him about how he feels about Ghislain now that he has seen him. The Viscount said that our boy has strange eyes. He said that he wants to gouge them out. The knights revealed to him that Ghislain tried to kill him. Raoul was surprised to hear this. The knight told him that he could feel our boy's killing intent. He said that Ghislain was gauging his skills during the entire conversation. Our boy was wondering about how fast he could kill the Viscount after getting past the knight. He and the man locked eyes. They fought with their minds. In his mind, Ghislain swung his sword at the Viscount in an instant, but his attack was blocked by the knight. The knight pushed Raoul away and blocked our boy's attack. Although his first attempt was stopped, Ghislain didn't give up. He tried again, but his attacks were blocked by the man. Our boy and the man glared at each other. Our boy increased his speed and swung his blade at the man. The knight easily blocked his attack. He pushed Ghislain's sword back. Our boy gathered his strength and pushed his sword away. He and the knight quickly swung their blades at each other. Their fight came to a standstill. Ghislain realized that he couldn't get his way. He glared at the man. He grit his teeth and gave the Viscount the offer to join them. Raoul smiled and told him that he now understands why the Marquis likes him. He stood up and told Ghislain that he enjoyed talking to him. He told him that he will see him again in the future. Our boy said that he is also looking forward to it. After Ghislain said this, the knight glared at him with his green eyes. Our boy looked him in his eyes and told him that he looks forward to seeing him. He referred to the man as the strongest swordsman of the kingdom. His name is Cain Balzac. The swordsman revealed to Raoul that our boy knew him. Upon hearing this, Raoul realized that Ghislain's performance in the north is not a rumor. He said that this doesn't change his plan to take over the north. He said that his plan is only delayed. He told Cain that there are still many methods to use. He said that he will warn Count Desmond about our boy. He planned to tell the Count to consider Ghislain as a knight captain of a territory when facing him. Cain told him that he is wrong. Raoul did not expect to hear this. The swordsman had already seen Ghislain's skills, so he knew that our boy was not some knight captain. He asked Raoul to tell the Count to consider Ghislain as the strongest sword in the north. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Ghislain's mansion. We see the soldiers packing up the things in the mansion. Kair and Claude were in charge of supervising. Kair ordered the men to take every last penny. He warned them not to leave a single coin behind. Gillian controlled the soldiers outside. He told them the places where they were to keep each items. While the soldiers were busy packing up, we see Rosalind looking shocked when Ghislain informed her that he is returning home. The girl asked him if he is serious. Ghislain told her that he has a lot to do. He told her that he will leave the Deneb in the capital to her. He asked her to send the 300,000 gold to him. Immediately he said this. He noticed that she wasn't pleased. Rosalind asked him if he doesn't have anything else to talk about other than money. Ghislain didn't know what to say. He reminded her that she is his sponsor. Rosalind told him that he is cold. She let out a sigh and explained to him that she needs to know more about him as his sponsor so that she can understand him better. She said that she would like to know things like the kind of goal he has for him to devote his life solely to work. Ghislain told the girl that it is nothing much. He said that he simply wants to live his life well, without starving to death. Rosalind said that this is not true. She told him that he would have accepted Viscount Joseph's offer and joined the Delphine faction if this was his goal. Ghislain revealed to her that he has set a certain goal for himself as Perdium's successor and the Lord of Fenris. He told Rosalind that he needs her help in order to achieve this goal, but he cannot allow her to share his burden. Rosalind did not like what she was hearing. She asked Ghislain to tell her why he won't share his burden with her. She said that a burden is naturally supposed to be shared. Ghislain pushed her fan out of her hand and grabbed it. He gently raised her hand and kissed it. Rosalind was shocked to see this. She began to blush. Ghislain told her that he cannot share his burden with her because he wants her to be happy. After saying this, he turned around and walked forward. Rosalind watched him as he walked away. She seemed blown away by our boy's smooth nature. As he walked away, Ghislain thought about how the banquet ended with a positive mood. By rejecting Raoul's offer, Ghislain was able to save the Marquis's image. All the support materials that would have gone to the Brivant territory are now headed towards Fenris and Perdium. Under the Branford name, Ghislain can now enjoy many benefits like tax exemptions and preferential treatments. Our boy was able to secure 50,000 residents from the capital who will relocate to his territory. The dwarven slaves who are precious laborers have been sent to Fenris. With this improvement, no one will be able to look at Fenris as a small and impoverished domain any longer. However, the fact that the nobles from the ducal faction came to see Ghislain in person means that they are plotting something else already. Our boy knew that this people will strike him down if he hesitates for a moment. He promised to kill Duke Delphine and erase every trace of him in the world. In the next scene, we are taken to a better-looking Fenris. We see some people handcuffed with chains. These people are dwarven slaves. The dwarves were being escorted by some soldiers. A bald dwarf called out to a dwarf with full beards. This dwarf's name is Galveric. The bald dwarf informed Galveric that the lord of the territory has arrived. When Galveric raised his head up, he saw Ghislain and his cool-looking horse marching into the town. The people of Fenris came outside to cheer for our boy and his soldiers. Belinda was surprised to see that everyone came out to greet them. Kair and the soldiers seemed to like the standing ovation. The dwarves noticed that the citizens were excited. One of them said that he has never seen a territory like this. He revealed to his comrades that he heard that their new lord will build them a home and will never starve them. Galveric was annoyed to hear this. He asked his comrades if they haven't learned their lesson. He said that a noble is a noble. He turned to Ghislain and said that nobles are pieces of trash who only think about themselves. He said that their new lord is no different. The others became worried when they heard this. The bald dwarf asked him if he really wants to continue with his plan. Galveric told him that they will proceed as planned. While on his horse, Ghislain turned to the side to see the dwarven slaves. He saw Galveric. Belinda moved close to him and tapped him on his shoulder. She asked him to wave to his citizens. Ghislain raised his hand and waved to them. Claude was quite happy to return to Fenris. He believed that he can relax now that they have made a lot of money. Ghislain called out to him and asked him to organize the materials that he told Lowell to research on and bring them to his office. Claude was annoyed to hear this. He told our boy that they just got back. He begged him to give him some time to catch his breath. Ghislain said that there is no time for a slave to rest. He asked him to consider the time he spent in the capital as his vacation. He ordered him to call for a meeting immediately. In the next scene, we see everyone gathered in Ghislain's office. Our boy called out to Lowell and asked him if he had any trouble with Homern. The man said that he didn't. Ghislain asked him to tell Homern that he will visit him soon. He asked the man to report what happened in his absence. Lowell took out a report and revealed to him that the administration of the territory has been carried out exactly how he instructed before he left for the capital. Ghislain asked Alfoy about the construction work on the major facilities. While scratching his nose, Alfoy revealed to Ghislain that the mages finished the roads and the waterway maintenance while he and Vanessa were not around. Vanessa used her staff to hit him on his head and asked him to try to be more polite. Lowell said that Alfoy is correct. He told his lord that they will soon finish building the workshops and the grain storage. He said that it will be completed quickly once they put the dwarven slaves to work. He said that their crop yield is so abundant that they may no longer need to purchase grains from merchant guilds. Belinda curiously asked him about how great their crop yield was. Claude told her that it rivals the Rayfold's yield in sheer volume. He said that it has the highest per unit area of production in the kingdom. Wendy couldn't believe that this was coming from the man who once said that it is impossible to farm there. Belinda was quite happy to hear this. She said that her young master will soon become a great lord. She said that his chances have improved now that he has the backing of the royalist faction. Gillian told his master that his goal of truly reviving his land is slowly becoming reality. Ghislain believed that the territory has only taken a proper form. He said that this is not enough. He turned to Claude and ordered him to keep buying food until he says that it is enough. He said that they need to expand their residential area, so they need to secure land in advance. Claude was surprised to hear this. Ghislain announced that they will now be preparing for a war. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Claude asked him about what he means. He asked his lord to tell him who will dare to attack him now that he has joined the royalist faction. Ghislain said that it could be Desmond or Rayfold. He asked Claude to read the report in Lowell's hands. The man was shocked to see what was written on it. He read that there was a large-scale conscription and training in the Desmond territory. They were also recruiting free knights. Claude saw records of massive purchases of weapons and iron ore. Ghislain revealed to the administrator that this is the data he asked Lowell to collect on Count Desmond's movements before leaving for the capital. He said that the critical part is that Count Desmond has been buying up large quantities of high-quality iron ore from the Cabaldi territory. Gillian said that the most important resources in war are food, manpower, and weapons. Iron ore is an essential resource used in forging and maintaining weapons. However, the amount the Count is purchasing is far too much for a peaceful era. Kair smiled and said that a war might really break out. Alfoy was sad to hear this. He couldn't believe that he had to take part in another war again. Claude told his lord that they will be in trouble if Count Desmond gets more iron ore. He said that Count Cabaldi won't sell the iron ore to them even if it is necessary for the overall advancement of the territory. Ghislain said that they need to consider Count Cabaldi as a part of the Delphine faction. He said that their enemy can already be ready to attack while they are trying to get their iron ore. He asked the group if they now understand how uncomfortable the situation is. The room became silent. Ghislain told them that he is going to share his plan with them. Everyone quickly turned their eyes to him. He announced that they will be attacking the Cabaldi County first. Everyone was shocked to hear this. In the next scene, we are taken to the Cabaldi County. We are shown the Cabaldi Castle. Inside the castle, we see a man eat a berry and spit out a seed on the table. Count Desmond was sitting across this man. The man with the unique chin is Count Cabaldi. The Count asked Desmond to tell him what he means by strongest sword in the north. Count Desmond revealed to him that he received a report about the Fenris territory from the Duke. He said that the Duke asked them to consider Ghislain as the strongest sword in the north when facing him. He told Count Cabaldi that our boy is an unpredictable individual. He advised him to make preparations for war. Count Cabaldi asked Harold about why he is telling him this. He told Count Desmond that he will be the one to go out to fight. Harold told him that it was an order from the Duke. Count Cabaldi began to laugh like a crazy person. He asked Harold if he lost all his senses after losing to Ghislain. He asked him if anyone would dare wage war on his territory. His territory possesses a double wall that is built sturdier than an ordinary fortress. There is also a moat surrounding the castle. The siege weapons in the castle were forged with the North's finest smithing techniques. Count Cabaldi asked Count Desmond if he is really telling him to make preparations after seeing this citadel that has been handed down for generations. He told him that his castle has never been breached. With a confident smile on his face, he said that it has never happened in history. He advised Harold to worry about himself first. He reminded him that he recently lost his secret weapon. Count Desmond was annoyed to hear this. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Fenris. We see Kair, Gillian, and Belinda bow their heads as our boy walked past them in his armor. Ghislain stepped on the stage and looked down to see his soldiers standing in front of him. He could see the determination in their eyes. He liked their expressions. He told the men that trusting and following someone isn't easy, but they trusted and followed him this far. Ghislain took out his sword and slammed the blade on the ground. He announced to the men that he will turn all 200 of them into knights. He said that this is the founding of the Fenris Knight Order. The men raised their hands and began to cheer when they heard this. Claude and Wendy watched them cheer from their tent. The administrator was also wearing an armor. He said that the situation is driving him crazy. He told the woman that it doesn't make sense no matter how mmany times he thinks about it. He said that he is not sure if it is possible. He asked Wendy if she also shares the same views as him. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to when Ghislain announced that they will attack the Cabaldi County first. Claude stood up and asked his lord about how he reached this conclusion so quickly. Ghislain explained to him that Count Desmond and Count Cabaldi are pretending to be neutral even though they support the ducal house. In other words, they are chess pieces that can move freely in place of the ducal house. Our boy told the group that Count Cabaldi is also their enemy. He said that they will get the Count's iron, or if they win the war, they will also slow down their enemy's growth and accelerate their own. This move made sense to everyone. Claude asked his lord about what they are going to do. Gillian told his lord that the armaments of Cabaldi's soldiers are among the finest in the north. Kair said that their overall military power is lacking in quantity and quality. Ghislain revealed to them that he is going to turn all 200 mercenaries into knights who can wield mana. Kair and Gillian were surprised to hear this. According to Ghislain, a well-trained knight has the power of 100 ordinary soldiers. If they are able to form an order of 200 knights, they will gain an equivalent strength of 20,000 soldiers. With a worried look on her face, Belinda asked her master about how he is going to do it. She reminded him that it takes years to master mana properly. Ghislain asked Vanessa to bring something. The girl and other mages brought in some barrels containing a large amount of scrolls. Alfoy said that these are mana compression sigils. Claude asked his lord if he used the runestone to create these things. Our boy took out one of the scrolls and said that the mercenaries will be able to master mana with it. He said that it might stray a little from the normal method. He told his subordinates that he modified the Perdium family's mana cultivation technique to make it easier to learn. He said that it should take the soldiers a month to master it. Belinda became nervous when she heard that our boy modified the family's mana cultivation technique without permission. She asked him if the lord won't be mad about it. Ghislain told her that it is better that his father gets angry than they lose their soldiers. Gillian told him that they won't be able to bring down the Cabaldi castle by simply training their soldiers. He revealed to him that he has been to the castle during his mercenary days. He said that the castle has a sturdy double wall with a deep moat surrounding it and flawlessly arranged defensive weapons. With so many elements favoring the castle's defense, people say that it has never once fallen throughout the lineage of the family. Gillian told his master that their mercenary tactics won't work if the Count resolves to hold a defensive siege. Claude suggested that they give up on the castle and focus on blocking Count Desmond. He said that they can get iron ore from other regions, even though it might be difficult. Ghislain asked him if he wants to bet to see if they will lose or win. Claude was annoyed to hear this. He asked our boy to stop betting on his territory's fate. Ghislain smiled and asked him not to worry about it. He told his administrator that he always has a plan. The scene shifts, and we are taken to a training hall. We see Ghislain standing in front of his soldiers. The soldiers wondered if they don't need to know how to use mana to become knights. They knew that it would take a few years to learn mana. Gordon raised his hand and asked Ghislain about how they are going to use mana. Ghislain told the soldiers that it would normally take several years to learn how to use mana. He told them that he will make sure that they all learn it within a month. Gordon and the other soldiers were surprised to hear this. Ghislain smiled and said that he will explain to them in a way that they can really understand. A while later, we see Ghislain pushing his mana into Gordon. There were several exhausted soldiers laying on the ground. They were breathing heavily. Gordon grit his teeth to endure the pain of our boy's mana. Ghislain asked him to bear with it. He told him that he is compressing several years into a single month. The burden for this is naturally enormous. He told Gordon that he will temporarily feel mana through the compression sigil. He asked him to gather the mana particles in the air and take them beneath his lower abdomen to form a mana core. He advised Gordon to imagine winding up a skein of thread. While following his orders, Gordon dragged the mana beneath his lower abdomen. He screamed out in pain. A while later, we see Ghislain step out of the training hall. He saw Belinda and Lowell waiting outside for him. Belinda told him that he did well. Ghislain thanked her and asked her if she can take the soldiers back to their lodgings. He told her that she will need to keep an eye on them for a while. While breathing heavily, he called out to Lowell and informed him that they will be crafting the armor that their order will be using. He asked him about how their dwarven slaves are doing. Lowell informed his master that the elves haven't arrived yet, but the dwarves are already waiting in the territory's lodgings. Ghislain turned to the sky when he heard this. He said that the moon won't be rising tonight. The scene shifts, and we are taken to a forest outside the town. We see someone push his hand out from the ground. The person created a huge hole and came out of the ground. The person turned out to be Galveric. His comrades were behind him. Galveric asked his comrades to come out after looking around. One of the dwarves asked Galveric if he is certain that they will be free once they escape this kingdom. Galveric revealed to him that people said that there is a secret autonomous district in another kingdom where slaves of different races live together. He asked his friends to leave with him. He said that the border is right in front of them. The moment he said this, Galveric noticed that his friends were hesitant. They seemed to be shaking. Galveric was annoyed to see them hesitating. He asked them if they have some lingering attachments to the slave life. He asked them to go back and spend their whole lives crafting toys for nobles if they are scared. The bald dwarf said that this is not it. He pointed at something and asked Galveric to turn around. When the man turned around, he saw Ghislain behind him. Our boy told the dwarves that there is no point in running away. The dwarves were shocked to hear this. They believed that Ghislain knew about their escape plan. Galveric couldn't believe that he already caught up to them. The moment he thought of this, he noticed something. He didn't see anyone behind Ghislain. He asked him if he came alone. Our boy told him that he did. The dwarves quickly came together and had a little meeting. They turned to Ghislain and glared at him. Galveric told him that they will be free if he is gone. Ghislain smiled and asked them to do their best. A while later, we see Galveric struggling to get up after taking a beating from Ghislain. His friends couldn't even move. Ghislain moved close to him and told him that dwarves are quite sturdy. Galveric raised his head up when he heard this. Ghislain explained to him that the slave traders are going to search for him once he runs away. He asked the man if he would like to just work for him. Galveric asked our boy not to make him laugh. He said that he would rather die chasing freedom than getting stuck there and making boring toys for him. He told Ghislain that he is gravely mistaken if he thinks that they are going to work without resisting. Ghislain smiled when he heard this. He liked the dwarf's resilience. He believed that his behavior was normal since he is someone who will later be called the legendary blacksmith in the future. Galveric pushed himself up and took a stance. Ghislain asked the man to give him 10 years. He promised to build an autonomous district for dwarves in his territory and free them from slavery if they cooperate with him earnestly. The dwarves were shocked to hear this. They all got up. Galveric asked him to stop lying. He told Ghislain that the kingdom legally defines them as slaves. He told him that it will be meaningless for a rural lord like him to give them freedom. Ghislain told the man that laws can be fixed when needed. The bald dwarf informed Galveric that Ghislain is backed by the royalist faction. He said that it might really be possible for him. Galveric clenched his fist out of anger. He knew that he couldn't win this fight. Ghislain told him that he is not interested in some luxurious craftsmanship. He told him that he wants to make something more fun than this. Galveric was surprised to hear this. He asked our boy about what he means. Ghislain raised his head and looked at the sky. He said that he wants to fly in the sky. A month later, we are taken to the Cabaldi castle. We see the count reading a letter from Ghislain. Our boy wrote that he is disrupting the fairness of the entire northern iron market with his iron dealings, which are biased toward a certain house. He told the count that he will regret it if he doesn't open the market to Fenris and its neighboring territories. The count asked his subordinates to tell him what he is holding. One of them told him that it is a letter from Baron Fenris. Another official called Ghislain a rude, insolent brat. He said that our boy must be out of his mind. Count Cabaldi smiled and said that this method only works when used by those in power. He said that Fenris must be doing bad for them to send such a terrible letter. One of his officials informed him that Fenris has recently been buying up food in large quantities from other territories, and they are even paying extra money to get it. A man next to the official said that the territory must be experiencing food shortage after taking an immigrant sent by the royalist faction. Another vassal said that he cannot understand why Fenris keeps choosing to do things that bring them losses. He said that harvest season will soon come and prices will drop. The noble next to him asked him not to bother trying to understand the actions of the territory. He said that it is typical for a youngster to act reckless without thinking. Count Cabaldi used a candle light to burn the letter. He told his subordinates that it is natural for Ghislain to run into trouble because he is trying to bulk up a territory that was just on the brink of ruin some time ago. With a smile on his face, the count said that he is sad that he won't be able to see Ghislain's downfall. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Marquis Branford's mansion. We see the Marquis step into his office. Before he could take off his jacket, the Marquis saw something on his table. He saw a letter on his table. He noticed that his window was open. The Marquis did not expect this. He picked up the letter and opened it. He saw that it was from Ghislain. Our boy advised the Marquis to tell the royalist nobles to stockpile 10 years' worth of food in advance. He revealed to him that a great famine will soon come to the kingdom. This famine is severe enough to shake the entire kingdom. Marquis Branford did not know how to react to this information. The next day, we see Rosalind step into her father's office. The girl told him that she heard that he wasn't in bed last night. Marquis Branford didn't say anything to his daughter. He turned to her and asked her to tell the vassals and royalist nobles that he is calling for a meeting right now. After sending the letter to the Marquis, an unprecedented famine spread across the entire kingdom. Under an extremely arid climate, the rivers laid bare, crops withered and died, starvation victims appeared one after another, and mass chaos erupted in the struggle for food. It was a natural disaster that went down in history. In this chaotic time, Ghislain decided that it was time for him to make his move. In the Desmond and Rayfold territories, their vassals informed them about how food prices are skyrocketing. They were complaining about how an abnormal weather strikes without warning. The vassals found out about how the royalist nobles already stored food in advance. Amelia and Count Desmond found out that the Fenris territory has successfully harvested its food. The scene shifts, and we see Count Cabaldi slam his hand on his table. He asked his vassals about the food that Count Desmond is supposed to send. He said that Count Desmond should have taken over Fenris in advance and secured their food and land. One of the vassals said that Count Desmond asked them to wait a little longer. He said that the Count has also missed the right timing due to the weather. Count Cabaldi called Desmond a fool. He asked his subordinates about when Harold is going to send the food. One of them said that he knows a way which they can secure food quickly. He suggested that they follow Ghislain's wish and give him iron in exchange for food. Another vassal asked him to stop spouting nonsense. He said that Ghislain belongs to the royalist faction. He told him that the ducal house won't appreciate it when they find out. A man in blue clothes said that the food can arrive at any time. He reminded his comrade that the ducal house and Count Desmond already promised them. He suggested that they wait for them. The man who made the suggestion told the other vassals that there is a limit to the amount of food they can requisition from the citizens. He said that they can barely suppress public unrest by using the army. He told the others that he is not certain if they can hold out until support arrives. The man turned to his lord and told him that it will be bad for them if the military grain runs out and the soldiers begin to starve. He said that the Iron Fortress, which has never been breached before, will be destroyed by an internal uprising. Count Cabaldi was shocked to hear this. He couldn't believe that his vassals wanted him to crawl to Ghislain. He grit his teeth and put himself together. With a nervous look on his face, he ordered his subordinates to give Fenris iron in exchange for food. The vassals who were against the idea called out to their lord. Count Cabaldi clenched his fist and said that Ghislain will die by the hands of the ducal house. He said that the result won't change even if he gives them some iron. While smiling like a lunatic, the count said that the ducal house or Count Desmond can come to his fortress if they have a problem with him. He told his vassals that no one can take over his fortress. He turned to a guard and asked him to send a messenger to Fenris before everyone starves to death. The guard told him that there is no need for this. He revealed to the count that Baron Fenris is already at their gate with his army. Count Cabaldi was shocked to hear this. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. The scene shifts, and we are taken outside the castle. We see Ghislain and his knights marching towards the gate. The knights were all wearing the same armors. Gordon said that the armor is just too small for him. Torin asked him to shut up. He told him that they used twice as many blood python scales for him. Gordon tapped his breastplate. He told the man that he now has mana flowing through him. He said that no one can scratch his perfect muscles now. The moment he said this, someone hit him in his chest. The man felt some pain in his chest. The person who hit him was Ghislain. Our boy said that the dwarves make really sturdy armors. He moved forward with his badass horse and ordered his soldiers to march forward. Ghislain and his army passed through the barricade of the castle and marched towards the gate. When Count Cabaldi and his vassals arrived at the castle walls, they saw Ghislain and his army standing in front of the castle. Someone informed the count that the army has surrounded them. He told them that the moats are dried up because of the drought. The vassals were shocked to see the amount of soldiers Ghislain had. One of them said that it is impossible for a mere baron to possess such a large number of soldiers. He said that Ghislain must be receiving support from the royalist faction. Count Cabaldi laughed and asked his vassals to stop making a fuss. With a nervous smile on his face, the count asked the men to tell him what Ghislain and his army can do in front of his castle. He told them that the army won't be able to set foot on the castle's shadows if they deploy their powerful weapons. Our boy called out to the count. He asked him if he read his letter. Count Cabaldi asked him to explain why he is being a nuisance. He told Ghislain that he brought an army to his castle without prior notice. Our boy reminded him that he conveyed his intent with his letter. He reminded the count that he told him that he will regret it if he doesn't open the market. One of the vassals grit his teeth and said that this is not a reason for war. Another one told Ghislain that he can't just use anything to justify waging war. Count Cabaldi raised his hand and asked Ghislain to prepare a proper justification and formally declare it if he wants war. He said that he won't associate with someone who disrespects noble etiquette. Upon hearing that he needed to properly declare war, Ghislain called out to Gillian. The man took out a longbow and arrow. Ghislain grabbed the items and raised it up. Count Cabaldi was shocked to see this. He called our boy a crazy bastard. His soldiers quickly stood in front of him with their shields. Gillian informed his master that the wall is quite tall. Ghislain stretched the string of the longbow. His horse bent down in order to allow him get in the perfect position. Our boy fired his arrow with the right amount of strength. The arrow flew towards the castle wall at a crazy speed. It pierced through a shield and went through a soldier's helmet. It tore the count's ear apart. The entire thing happened at a crazy speed. No one was able to react to the arrow. With a smile on his face, Ghislain told the count that this is his declaration of war. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the Marquis's estate in the capital. We see the Marquis and his daughter in his office with the three important nobles of the royalist faction. It was announced that Ghislain has started a war. Count Elisber said that it is true that they were able to endure this great famine thanks to Ghislain's advice, but this situation is difficult. Sir Bilor said that he did not think that Ghislain would start a war at a time like this. Marquis Branford said that he wants to know Ghislain's justification. Rosalind informed her father that the Cabaldi County didn't open up their iron market to Fenris or any of the territories around them. She said that this incident has revealed that Count Cabaldi has been conducting nearly exclusive trade with the Desmond territory. With a nervous look on his face, Count Elisber said that a person can make up any justification. Marquis Morris said that the solution is clear. He told his comrades that they need to get Ghislain out of their faction before he causes more trouble. His blue-clothes vassal agreed with him. The red-clothes vassal said that they need to be focused on recovering from the famine instead of starting wars. Sir Bilor asked Marquis Morris if he isn't saying this just because he hates Ghislain. The Marquis became nervous. Rosalind closed her hand fan and asked the men to stay calm. She said that what they need to do right now is to prepare a solution for this situation. She said that the war has already started and any discussion regarding why it happened is meaningless. Marquis Morris told the girl that he is very calm. He said that this war will make them an easy prey for the ducal house. A man appeared in the room and told them that he agrees with Marquis Morris. Everyone in the room was surprised to see the man. They all recognized him as a noble from the ducal house. Marquis Branford referred to the short man as Count Foude. The count said that Ghislain has declared war on a neutral noble. He said that it is unbelievable that our boy would do this while everyone is suffering from the natural disaster. The count asked Marquis Branford if he should take Ghislain's actions as the will of the entire royalist faction. The Marquis frowned when he heard this. Sir Bilor was amazed by the intelligence network of the ducal house. Count Alciber found it odd that the man came out strong from the start. He wondered if Count Foude was trying to say that he is confident. Rosalind understood that this war could turn the entire group of neutral nobles against the royalist faction. It will be the perfect opportunity for the ducal house to gain more influence. It is no exaggeration to say that the very fate of the royalist faction depends on how Marquis Branford answers. Also, if Ghislain loses the war, the royalist faction would lose their influence on the north. However, if our boy is able to win and secure the largest iron mine in the north, the risk would be worth it. Marquis Branford put his hands together and said that he believes that the war is justified. Count Foude did not expect him to give him this answer. He asked Marquis Branford if he can explain what he means. The Marquis told him that this is a personal dispute between Baron Fenris and Count Cabaldi. He said that it doesn't represent the will of their entire faction, but it also doesn't give the ducal house the justification to intervene. Count Foud said that even war has its proper time. He said that turning a blind eye to this war is no different from abandoning their duty as nobles to uphold the kingdom's order. Marquis Branford let out a sigh. He told the man that he fails to understand why the ducal house is reacting so sensitively to this war. With a smile on his face, the Marquis told the man that it almost looks as if Count Cabaldi belongs to their faction. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the Cabaldi territory. A loud scream was heard by everyone on the castle wall. Ghislain turned to Gillian and told him that he gave him a good longbow. Kair said that the Count won't be wearing any earrings anymore. On the castle wall, we see Count Cabaldi hold his bleeding ear on his knees. The soldier who took the arrow to his head fell to the ground. The other soldiers surrounded their Count. They wanted to stop the bleeding. Count Cabaldi grit his teeth and ordered his soldiers to take their positions. He asked them to shoot down the worthless bastards. He ordered his men to show Ghislain the majesty of the Cabaldi castle, which has never fallen to its enemies before. The men accepted the order and quickly got in position. They all grabbed their catapults and prepared to fire. Gillian informed his master that the enemy is preparing to attack. Ghislain said that this people have defended this wall so many times that it has become a second nature to them. He wasn't surprised to see how quick their response was. After the catapults were loaded and ready, Count Cabaldi ordered his men to fire. The soldiers released a ridiculous amount of arrows on Ghislain's army. They covered the sky with their arrows. Ghislain placed his hand on his sword when he saw the arrows coming towards him. He drew his sword and used it to block every single one of the arrows. His badass horse also dodged the arrows that came close to his neck. Kair and Gillian easily blocked the arrows with their weapons. The knights used their shields to block the arrows. The arrows didn't touch a single person. Count Cabaldi was shocked to see this. Ghislain put his sword away when he realized that the Count was done throwing a tantrum. He turned his horse around and ordered his soldiers to retreat to their base. He said that they need to prepare for the next stage. The scene shifts and we see Claude smiling brightly. He said that their lord picked the perfect time to start a war. He was wearing an armor and sitting in a tent. He told Wendy that their enemy didn't even stock up on any food, so they just have to wait until they give up. Alfoy placed his head on the table and asked Claude to tell him why they even brought him there. Claude told him that this place isn't bad. He referred to the mages as their laborers. He quickly corrected himself and told the boy that the mages worked hard to build this post. He asked Alfoy to get some rest. He told him that he can rest in the back lines without having to work. He told the boy that they can play a game if he is bored. Alfoy quickly raised his head up. He asked Claude to tell him how much he wants to bet. Before the two of them could start gambling, Ghislain stepped inside the tent and asked Claude to come out. Alfoy was shocked to hear his voice. Claude quickly got up and asked our boy about why he is already back. Ghislain ordered Alfoy to gather the mages. Alfoy slammed his hand on the table. He knew that he was screwed. Ghislain revealed to him that he has to dig an underground tunnel leading to the castle. Alfoy was shocked to hear this. Claude explained to his lord that they simply have to wait out here to win the war. He asked Ghislain if he's certain that they really have to put in any efforts. Ghislain told him that they can't just sit still. He explained to his advisor that they need to end the war before Count Cabaldi begins to receive supplies from the Duke's faction. Ghislain stepped outside and looked at the castle. He said that the war will end faster than anyone can imagine. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the castle wall. We see Count Cabaldi having a meeting with his vassals on the castle wall. The Count wrapped a bandage around his head to stop the bleeding. He called Ghislain an insolent bastard and said that he ran away after injuring his noble body. One of the vassals said that Ghislain has probably realized that he stood no chance against their incredible firepower. He said that this is why Ghislain changed his strategy to waiting until they ran out of food. Count Cabaldi was annoyed to hear that our boy plans to wait until they surrender. He told his officials that the ducal house is backing him. With a smile on his face, he said that he is certain that the ducal house will soon send reinforcement since they can't give up the iron mine that he owns. He said that they just have to wait until that time. The moment he said this, a knight informed him that Ghislain's army is digging an underground tunnel. The Count was surprised to hear this. He used a hand telescope to check on Ghislain's army. He saw the mages digging the tunnel. He couldn't believe that Ghislain wanted to build a secret tunnel out in the open. One of the vassals said that they want to attack them from below the ground since facing them head-on is difficult. A vassal with yellow clothes said that the exit of their tunnel must be the southern gate. Count Cabaldi called out to a guard known as Jaemon. He ordered the guard to station their soldiers at the southern gate. The man accepted his order. The Count told him that they will attack their enemies immediately they pop their heads out of the hole. He ordered Jaemon to open the gates and have the cavalry on standby so that they can sweep away the Fenris troops at once. The man asked him about what they should do about the castle wall. Count Cabaldi said that their enemies don't even have a siege weapon. He asked him to tell him what they can even do. He said that their enemies only have an infantry. He told Jaewon that they can hold them off by deploying a small force. With a smile on his face, Count Cabaldi told himself that he will be the one standing at the end, even though it was Ghislain that launched an attack on him. Later in the night, we see Ghislain's soldiers and the dwarves pushing something up a mountain. While they were pushing the items, one of the dwarves said that it doesn't make sense that Ghislain is asking them to bring these items to high grounds like this. The bald dwarf said that he can't even see because there are no torches on their path. One of the dwarves turned to Galveric and told him that they made the items just as Ghislain ordered. He asked him if he is certain that the items will work. While breathing heavily, Galveric told his comrade that there is no way an item he created wouldn't work. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the time Ghislain made a deal with the dwarves. They all sat around a bonfire. Ghislain told them that he wishes to fly. Galveric asked him if he got a blueprint of the legendary airship, which is a lost technology of an ancient empire. Our boy told him that he didn't. He picked up a large shirt and told the dwarf that he is going to get a better understanding of what he means once he sees what he is about to do. Ghislain placed the shirt on a rope and carefully tied it together. He placed the shirt above the fire. This allowed the shirt to float in the air. The heat was escaping from the top of the shirt. Galveric and his friends did not understand what was happening. Galveric asked our boy to tell them what he wants them to see from this. Ghislain asked him to see how the shirt got bloated. He explained to him that the heated air tries to rise upward, and it fills the inside of the shirt. Galveric was shocked to hear this. The bald dwarf told Ghislain that this is just the wind. Galveric told his friend that he is wrong. He said that the shirt would have just fluttered if this was wind. It wouldn't have been bloated. Ghislain smiled when he heard this. He realized that the man understood his idea. He picked up a stick and used it to draw a bigger cloth. He said that they can create an air pocket much larger than this. Before he could finish explaining, Galveric grabbed the stick and drew a basket underneath the air pocket, with a face filled with excitement. The dwarf said that they can put a basket large enough to contain a person and generate hot air in it. Galveric asked Ghislain to tell him why this phenomenon even happens. He asked him to tell him why hot air rises. Ghislain said that he has no idea. He said that he only figured this out while doing some laundry. Galveric said that no one would think of this while doing laundry. He asked our boy to take him. Ghislain asked him about where he wants to go. With a bright smile on his face, Galveric told him that he wants to go to his workshop. He told Ghislain that he wants to make this thing and put it to test right away. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the present. We see Ghislain waiting for Galveric and the others at the top of the mountain. He told them that they arrived just in time. Galveric told our boy that this is an easy job for them. Belinda moved close to him and gave him his helmet. She informed him that the mages and knights have finished their preparations. Ghislain asked Belinda to get prepared. Alfoy was annoyed to see what Ghislain created. He asked him to tell him why he ordered them to dig the tunnel if he was just going to do this. Gordon grabbed his neck and asked him not to yell at their lord. The knights cleared a path and allowed their lord to walk forward. Kair and Vanessa smiled at our boy. Ghislain looked at the castle. He told his knights that they are about to be dropped in the middle of their enemy's territory. He told them that they will infiltrate the castle and take control of the inside just as they have trained. He explained to them that the main objective of this plan is to open up the gate and call in Gillian's cavalry unit. He informed them that the Cabaldis have the best equipment in the north, so this fight won't be easy even if they have learned mana. Ghislain informed them that the enemies they will face in the future will be even stronger than the Cabaldis. He told them that there will be no next time for them if they cannot easily end the war at this level. The knights became nervous when they heard this. Ghislain smiled and asked them not to worry. He reminded them that they already pioneered the forest of beasts, which no one has managed to do. They have even led a hopeless war to victory. While screaming at the top of his voice, Ghislain asked his men if their preparations are lacking. The men said that it is not. Ghislain asked them if they are afraid. The knights said that they are not afraid. Our boy wore his helmet and told his knights that they have all grown faster than anyone could have ever imagined. He told them that it is time for them to fly. Immediately he said this, several hot air balloons appeared in the air. The mages were using their magic to create the flames that kept the balloons in the air. At the castle wall, we see a soldier looking at Gislin's camp with his hand telescope. The man recalled that their enemies have been digging all morning, but now they were suddenly gone. A soldier holding a torch told the man that their enemies must have gone to sleep. The moment he said this, 2 guards carrying torches came to them and told them that it is time to change shifts. One of them asked the man with the telescope if he noticed anything. The man said that there is nothing out of the ordinary. He told his comrade that he doesn't know how many more days that they have to watch their enemy. He said that he doesn't believe that they plan to attack them. After saying this, the soldier and his partner walked forward. His partner let out a sigh and said that he can finally get some sleep. The man yawned and told him that they still have to go through this tomorrow. The moment he said this, the man saw something in the sky. He asked his partner if he can see what he is seeing. He told him that some round things are approaching their castle. His partner asked him if they are monsters. Before the man could answer, he saw a hand reach out to him from the sky. Before the man could scream, Gislin used his hand to close his mouth. He slammed the man to the ground and tore his partner apart with a single slash. He quickly turned to the man and beheaded him with a single strike. Kair and Belinda used a rope to move to the ground. The knights also did the same thing. Gislin told the men that he will stand on the front lines in this battle too. With a cold gaze in his eyes, Gislin ordered his knights to kill everyone. In the next scene, we see 3 Kabaldi knights walking somewhere. The knight in the middle was wearing a different armor. This knight is the captain of the Kabaldi Knight Order. His name is Leslie. Leslie and his men walked up to a door. There were 2 guards at this door. Leslie asked them about where their lord is. One of them told him that the count is still asleep. The captain barged into the room. The count quickly woke up when he heard someone enter his room. He asked Leslie about what he is doing. The captain told him that it is an emergency. He revealed to him that their enemy has invaded the castle. Count Kabaldi was shocked to hear this. At the castle wall, the soldiers raised their torches to see the hot air balloons. While they were staring at the balloons, Gislin, Kair, and Belinda tore through the soldiers. Our boy's knights also helped him tear through the soldiers. With a smile on his face, Kair told the men that they need to tear off the remaining ear of the butt-chinned lord. Inside his room, Count Kabaldi could hear the sound of swords clashing. He became scared. He asked his knight captain to tell him how the Fenris soldiers got over the wall. He asked him about what happened to the tunnel. Leslie reported to him that the soldiers came from the sky. They were riding unidentified spheres. The count couldn't believe that Gislin and his soldiers flew into the wall. He asked Leslie if he knows what he is saying. The captain told his lord that it doesn't matter if they flew in. He revealed to him that their enemy's momentum is quite strong. He said that they are taking over the castle at a rapid pace. He told the count that they need to start moving. He explained to him that he will be going to the underground passage that leads to the outer bailey and defend the castle. This will allow them to call in the main force stationed at the south gate and encircle their enemy. Count Kabaldi was still in a state of shock. He realized that they fell for a diversion when they targeted the tunnel and even laid a counter trap. While laughing like a crazy person, he said that the castle which has never fallen might end with him. He couldn't believe that the lineage of the Kabaldi family will end with him. Leslie placed his hands on his lord's shoulders. He asked him to escape through the secret passage with his retainers and seek aid. He told him that he will remain there to hold the castle. With a serious look on his face, Leslie asked his master to bring something out if the situation doesn't get resolved. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the castle wall. We see some soldiers looking startled. They wondered about how their enemies got in. Unfortunately for them, Gislin wasn't in the mood to answer their question. He beheaded the first soldier that charged at him. He also cut off the head of the second soldier with a single swing. The third soldier quickly charged at Gislin. Our boy blocked his sword and pushed it to the side. He tore the man's body apart with a single slash. 3 more knights appeared to fight him. 2 of them were holding a crossbow, and 1 was holding a sword. The man carrying the sword was the platoon commander. He ordered his frightened soldiers to get themselves together and fire at our boy. Before they could do anything, one of them asked the platoon commander to look up. The soldiers got slammed to the ground by a hot air balloon that crashed into the wall. Alfoy and Gordon crawled out of the balloon. While struggling to catch his breath, Alfoy called Gordon a stupid pig and reminded him that he told him that he would be too heavy for the balloon. Gordon asked him not to swear. Immediately he said this. The platoon commander and another soldier appeared behind them. Before the men could use their weapons, they got killed. The platoon commander got stabbed in the neck with a dagger, and the archer got stabbed in the neck by a huge sword. Belinda and Kair were the ones who threw their weapons at them. Ghislain asked Alfoy and Gordon if they are all right. Kair told Gordon that he is still the same even after becoming a knight. Gordon laughed out loud. The moment he did this, someone blew a horn. Ghislain and the rest of the group quickly turned to the other side of the castle wall. The Cabaldi soldiers announced that the enemy has invaded. The soldiers were ordered to secure the gate. Kair did not expect the Cabaldi soldiers to already take a defensive formation. Even Ghislain did not expect them to react this fast. He realized that there's someone sharp among the knights. Our boy knew that the enemy forces they dispersed with the tunnel operation will soon regroup. He knew that they were running out of time. He turned to his knights and asked them if they are all there. The men told him that they are complete. Ghislain ordered Kair to stop the soldiers on the wall and destroy their siege weapons. He asked Belinda to find the count. He said that he will open up the path to the castle gate by himself. He asked his knights if they are ready. The men raised their weapons and released their mana. They told their lord that they are ready. Ghislain smiled when he saw this. He closed his helmet and drew his sword. He ordered the Fenris Knight Order to take action. He led his Knight Order towards the main gate. Leslie and his men were already waiting for them there. The captain was not surprised to see that they actually came for the gate. He raised his sword and ordered his soldiers to charge. He asked them to stop the enemy and hold them here until the main force at the south gate arrives. Ghislain and his knights easily tore through the men that charged at them. Leslie was shocked to see this. He saw how Torin, Gordon, and the Order Knights fought multiple soldiers. They were easily tearing through them. The soldiers slowly became demoralized. They wondered if they could really stop the people in front of them. Leslie noticed that every single person in Ghislain's army were wielding their weapons with mana. He couldn't believe that these men were knights. Even if they were knights, it didn't make sense that they were able to push back a medium infantry this quickly. Leslie realized that this was happening because of the knight at the front. He knew that this was happening because of Ghislain. He knew that they had to stop him. One of the soldiers told the captain that their enemy's momentum is too strong. He said that they can't stop them with their current troops. Another soldier said that the gate will be breached before the main force arrives. Leslie ordered the men to break something. The soldiers asked him to repeat himself. The captain ordered them to break all the switching mechanisms. He released his mana and said that he will buy time. He charged at Ghislain. Our boy was able to block his sword. He and Leslie locked eyes together. Ghislain pushed the man back. The captain thrust his blade at him. Our boy brushed his blade aside and swung his sword at him. The captain blocked his sword with his own sword. He moved his sword out of the way and let Ghislain's sword hit his shield. He thrust his blade at Ghislain again. Our boy was able to move his sword at a crazy speed and push Leslie's sword away. Ghislain carefully observed the man. Leslie introduced himself as the Knight Captain of Cabaldi. He put his sword and shield together and told Ghislain that he will not pass. While everyone was busy fighting for their lives, the Count went to visit a chained man in jail. He placed his hand on the iron bar and called out to a man known as Lucas. He told him that he will have to buy them some time. Lucas glared at the Count. He gently smiled and asked him to take off his shackles first. On the castle walls, we see Kair and the knights destroying their enemies' weapons. Kair ordered them to not leave any weapon intact. While he was busy destroying the weapons, we see Belinda tearing through the soldiers as she ran into the castle. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to Ghislain. After the captain introduced himself, Ghislain raised his sword and charged at him at a crazy speed. Leslie was shocked to see our boy in front of him. He was able to block Ghislain's attack, but his sword got pushed back. He quickly thrust it at our boy. Ghislain was able to block his blade. He swung his sword at the captain with a large amount of energy. Leslie was able to block the attack, but he got pushed down. He grit his teeth and struggled to hold on. He pushed Ghislain's sword away and used his sword to push him back. Unfortunately for him, our boy wasn't going to back down. He quickly charged at the captain. Leslie was able to block his sword strikes. He quickly thrust his blade at Ghislain. Our boy carefully swung his sword at the man's head. Leslie was shocked to see our boy's sword coming towards his head. He quickly bent his head to dodge the attack. He was able to dodge the strike, but a part of his helmet got destroyed. Ghislain didn't give him the chance to regain his balance. He quickly swung his sword at the man's head again. Leslie was able to use his shield to block the attack, but he got pushed back. One of the soldiers called out to his captain when he saw this. His comrade called him a fool and asked him to focus on his enemy if he has the ability to care for his captain. Leslie quickly took a stance. He was trying to catch his breath. He was amazed by Ghislain's strength. He noticed that his shield has been heavily damaged. He realized that his arm is not going to be able to keep up with Ghislain's strikes. He smiled and told himself that this is not enough to defeat him. He believed that Ghislain was already aware that he will be surrounded by their main force if he wastes any more time. He decided to deflect Ghislain's attacks obliquely to maintain an appropriate distance. This will allow him to seize the momentum by aiming for the gaps between our boys' strikes. Leslie carefully carried out his plan and put some distance between himself and Ghislain. He believed that he will win the moment Ghislain is unable to contain his impatience and makes a hasty attack. The moment he thought of this, Ghislain appeared in front of him and asked him if this is all he can do. Leslie was shocked to see him. Our boy thrust his sword at the man's head. Leslie quickly bent his back to dodge the attack. Ghislain gave him a heavy punch on his face. Leslie spat out some blood. He quickly regained his balance and raised his sword. He thrust it at our boy. Ghislain used his sword to push himself up and dodge the attack. He used his sword to cut off Leslie's arm while he was in the air. The captain was shocked to see what just happened. Our boy landed on the ground and told him that he wasn't too bad. Immediately he said this. He swung his sword and landed a powerful strike on Leslie. Blood gushed out of his body. The knight captain couldn't comprehend what was happening. He quickly remembered what Count Desmond said. He recalled that the Count asked them to consider Ghislain Fenris as the strongest sword in the north. The captain fell to the ground the moment he thought of this. His men were shocked to see this. They couldn't believe that their captain was on the ground. Gordon and Torin were happy to see that their lord defeated the captain. Ghislain ordered his knights to charge forward and open the gate. His men quickly ran towards the castle gate. Leslie gathered his strength and raised his head up. He called out to Ghislain and told him that things won't go as he planned. A knight came outside of the control room and informed our boy that the gate is not opening. Torin said that the machine is broken. He said that they cannot open the gate like this. Ghislain commended the captain for using his brain. Leslie smiled and told our boy that their main force will soon arrive. He told him that he doesn't stand a chance against their sheer numbers. He said that they will win as long as they can protect the gate. Immediately he said this. Our boy saw the main force coming towards them. Gordon asked him about what they should do. One of the men said that they are now knights. He said that they can take the main force. Ghislain noticed that his knights were breathing heavily. He knew that they were all exhausted because they had used all their mana. He knew that his knights couldn't fight the enemy in their current state. Our boy walked up to the gate. Gordon called out to him. He didn't understand what his lord was doing. Ghislain placed his hand on the gate. He took a look at his sword and said that he has to use something even if it is just for a moment. He ordered his men to move away from him. In the current era, the term master is closer to a title than a true state of mastery. This is because there was no established standard to define what a master realm is. The only thing that is known is that a mana blade is regarded as the qualification of knights. Ghislain released his core energy. He gathered the mana that tried to scatter in all directions and compressed it into his blade to push its limit. His sword released a bright golden energy that shined brightly. His comrades got pushed back by this energy. Leslie couldn't believe his eyes. He remembered the legend of the ancient empire that is passed down among warriors. Even among those who have honed their mana to the utmost extreme, there exists a necessary condition to be acknowledged as a master. Ghislain tightened his grip around his sword and swung his aura blade at the gate. Immediately he did this. The commander of the main force ordered his subordinates to surround the Fenris Knights. He said that they will make them pay for attacking the Cabaldi castle. The commander charged at Ghislain. He wanted to attack our boy from behind. Before he could do anything, the gate fell to the ground, and our boy's reinforcement charged in with Gillian at their front. Ghislain's crazy horse was the first to enter. It used his hoof to hit the commander in his head. He screamed to make others aware of his presence. While trying to catch his breath, Ghislain asked Gillian about why he brought his horse. The man told our boy that the horse followed him on his own accord. The Cabaldi soldiers were shocked to see that their gate got split apart. They didn't understand what was happening. One of them called out to Commander Jaemon. The commander quickly stood up. and ordered them to retreat to the castle. Ghislain got on his horse and raised his sword. He ordered his soldiers to charge. He asked them not to spare a single enemy. The scene shifts, and we are taken inside the castle. We see Belinda kneeling in front of someone. She was breathing heavily. She was kneeling in front of Lucas. The man was holding a spear. He seemed to have subdued Belinda. He asked the woman about the kind of relationship she has with the Shadow Knights. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the entrance of the castle. We see the Cabaldi soldiers trying to run inside the castle. Unfortunately for them, Kair appeared out of nowhere with his men and began to attack them. He informed the soldiers that they have nowhere to go. He said that they have already taken over the inner castle. Ghislain pointed his sword at the enemy and told his men that they don't need prisoners. He asked them to kill everyone. Immediately he said this. Our boy felt a large amount of pain in his body. He placed his hand on his chest and tried to catch his breath. He knew that he pushed himself too hard by using Aura Blade at his current level. He didn't expect to get this tired after using some mana. He knew that he couldn't fight for long in this condition. Kair called out to him and asked him if he is already tired. Gillian informed his master that they have successfully subdued the enemy's main force. Our boy commended the men for their work. He asked them about where Belinda is. Alfoy told him that they haven't heard from the woman since she went into the castle. Kair smiled and said that she is such a slowpoke. Ghislain found this odd. He called out to Gillian and told him that there must be a secret escape route built somewhere in the castle. He said that Count Cabaldi couldn't have gotten too far. He ordered the man to lead the cavalry and search for the exit of the secret passage in the outskirts of the castle. Gillian accepted his lord's order. Our boy rode his cool horse forward and said that he will search for Belinda himself. The scene shifts, and we are taken back inside the castle. We see Belinda looking shocked after hearing Lucas's question. She asked him about how he knows this name. Lucas didn't say anything to her. Belinda quickly threw a dagger at the man. Lucas easily blocked it with his spear. He quickly noticed that a string was wrapped around his spear. Belinda pulled the string and used it to pull herself up. She gave Lucas a kick when she got close to him. The man was able to block the attack with his spear. Belinda asked him to give her an answer. Lucas ignored her and swung his spear at her. Belinda was able to dodge it by moving to the side. Unfortunately, Lucas was not yet done with her. He swung his spear at the woman multiple times. Belinda was able to dodge each one of his strikes. However, Lucas's attacks became faster. Belinda began to struggle to dodge his strikes. She had to jump back to create some distance between herself and the man. Lucas was not ready to give her some space. He charged at her the moment she landed on the ground. He thrust his spear at her. Belinda jumped over the spear and raised her leg. She gave Lucas a kick on his head. Unfortunately, the man was able to block her kick with his spear. He reminded the woman that she asked him about how he knows the name. He hit Belinda in her leg and moved his spear close to her neck. He told Belinda that there is no special reason why he knows the name. He told her that she just looked like his ex. The woman grit her teeth and asked him about what he means. Lucas explained to her that he doesn't care about the outcome of the war, but he can't just slack off. He told her that he can't just let her go if she decides to continue fighting. He told her that it is nothing personal. He moved his blade closer to her neck when he said this. The moment he did this, someone charged at him. Lucas was shocked to see someone coming towards him with a huge sword. He quickly used his spear to block Ghislain's attack. Belinda was shocked to see her master. Our boy asked her to go. He told her that he will take care of the man. Lucas smiled when he heard Belinda call Ghislain young master. He raised his spear and pushed our boy's sword back. Ghislain quickly swung his sword at him again. Lucas was able to block his sword with his spear. He and Ghislain easily blocked each other's attacks. Lucas said that he can't chase after Belinda again. He asked our boy if he is the noble who started the war. He thrust his sword at Ghislain when he said this. Our boy used his sword to hook a part of Lucas's spear and used it to drag the man to him. He swung his sword at Lucas's leg. The man was able to dodge the attack by jumping over Ghislain's sword. Before he could land on the ground, our boy gave him a kick in his head. Lucas spat out some blood. He quickly moved back when he landed on the ground. Ghislain laughed and told Lucas that it is good to see him. The man didn't expect to hear this. He asked our boy if he knows him. Ghislain told the man that he does. Lucas was our boy's subordinate and comrade in his past life. Ghislain has actually been wondering about where the man was. He didn't expect him to be in the Cabaldi County. Lucas cleaned the blood coming from his nose and told our boy that it is weird that he knows him. He told him that he doesn't fight like a noble. He told Ghislain that his style is not like that of the nobles he knows. It was quite different from the general style. He pointed his spear at Ghislain and asked him about who he is. Our boy told him that he has worked as a mercenary in the past. Lucas found it odd that a noble worked as a mercenary. Ghislain told him that he wants to make a proposal. He told Lucas that he will withdraw his soldiers from the castle and pay for the recovery of the damage they caused if he is able to beat him. He told the man that he has to work for him if he wins. Lucas found this proposal to be weird. He asked Ghislain about why he is spouting nonsense. He asked him if he is really going to throw away his victory for a petty bet. He said that he doesn't even have any real ties or regrets about this castle. Ghislain asked him to come work for him if he doesn't have any ties to this place. Lucas told him that he can't. He said that it cost a lot to hire him. Our boy told him that this is the reason he is risking this castle to make a bet. He told Lucas that he is more valuable than this victory to him. Lucas didn't expect to hear this. He couldn't believe that Ghislain was telling him that he was more valuable than the castle. He asked Ghislain to tell him his name. Ghislain took off his helmet and introduced himself as the Lord of the Fenris territory. He told Lucas that this is the identity of the master he will be serving. Lucas noticed that Ghislain was breathing heavily. He told him that he doesn't look so good. He took a stance and asked our boy if he is not pushing himself too hard. Ghislain smiled and asked him to think of it as a handicap. Lucas smiled and asked our boy to do as he wishes. He quickly charged at him. The scene shifts and we are taken to the past. We see some mountains covered in snow. A man packed his bags and stepped out of his tent. The man with a scar on his face wore a huge coat and carried a long spear at his back. This man turned out to be the older Lucas. Lucas walked up to the older Ghislain and told him that today is the last day he promised to work for him. He asked him if he knows this. He said that it has been 10 years since the Moriana's recognition took place. This means that their contract has come to an end. Ghislain didn't think that the man had been with him for 10 years. He asked Lucas if he doesn't want an extension. Lucas walked past him and rejected his offer. Ghislain smiled and asked him if it is because of the woman. Lucas asked him not to take it personally. He told Ghislain that he can't let his life be devoured by his fight. Our boy let out a sigh and asked the man to go search for his precious woman. He told him that he also needs to finish his own task. Lucas stopped walking and turned to his captain when he heard this. He told him that he will promise him one thing. He told his captain that he will come to his rescue when he is in danger. The scene shifts and we are taken back to the present. We see Ghislain block Lucas's attack. He pushed the man back with his sword. Lucas thrust his spear at him at a crazy speed. Ghislain blocked his attacks and thrust his blade at the man. Lucas was able to dodge his blade. He pushed our boy's sword aside and swung his spear at his head. Ghislain quickly bent his head to dodge the attack. He swung his sword at the man's leg. Lucas dodged his attack by using his spear to push himself up. Ghislain quickly swung his sword at the spear. Lucas pulled it up and spun in the air. He landed in front of our boy. He found Ghislain to be impressive. He told him that his face was actually screaming fatigue at first glance. Ghislain told the man that he can't lose a bet he started. Lucas laughed out loud when he heard this. He apologized to Ghislain and told him that he will still win this fight. He said that he knows that things will become bothersome if he works for our boy. He released his mana and took a stance after saying this. Ghislain was surprised to see the amount of mana Lucas had. He realized that the man was already considerably strong even before he met him. Lucas worked for Ghislain for 10 years after he lost the Moriana's recognition. He was a confidant of the mercenary king who succeeded in anything he was ordered to do. However, even Lucas couldn't find his lover whom he chased after his entire life. On the day Ghislain fell into Aiden's trap, Lucas tried to help him as he promised. He ended up losing his life. Ghislain smiled when he remembered this. He threw his sword to the ground. Lucas was shocked to see this. He quickly charged at Ghislain with this opportunity. Ghislain told the man that he won't let the past repeat itself. He bent his head and dodged Lucas's spear. Lucas quickly swung his spear at our boy's legs. Ghislain dodged it by jumping. While he was in the air, he placed his leg around the man's neck and used it to raise the man. He threw him to the ground. Lucas slammed his back on the ground. He screamed and spat out some blood. Ghislain quickly pointed a dagger at his throat before he could get up. He told Lucas that he won. The man smiled and said that things have gotten more complicated. A while later, we see the castle filled with the dead bodies of the Cabaldi soldiers. Ghislain stood in front of his soldiers. Kair and Gillian were next to him. Gillian placed the Count before his lord. Count Cabaldi began to sweat when he saw Leslie and his soldiers on the ground. He couldn't believe that our boy managed to take over his impenetrable fortress. Ghislain called out to the Count, whose name is Armstrong Duggan Cabaldi. With a cold gaze in his eyes, he told him that there is no such thing as an impenetrable fortress. The Count instantly recognized the look in Ghislain's eyes. He realized that our boy didn't attack his castle out of greed. He asked him about what his goal is. Ghislain revealed to him that he has a lot of goals. He told the man that one of his goals is to kill him. Armstrong was annoyed to hear this. He asked our boy if he believes that him and his father will be able to get away with this. He told him that the royalist faction can't protect him from everything even if he has their backing. He told Ghislain that things will really get out of hand if he kills him. He said that he has someone supporting him from behind. Ghislain asked him if he is referring to Duke Delphine. The Count was shocked to hear this. Ghislain assured him that he knows about his backer. He said that he knows that the Duke's faction is slowly devouring the north by recruiting neutral nobles. Ghislain told him that he knows the Duke's faction supplied Count Desmond and Rayfold with iron ore to bolster their armament, because they will be the main force in the northern conquest. Even the Crimson Magic Tower receives the Duke's support, so that they can strike the royalist from behind at the right moment. Ghislain said that all this is done to instigate a civil war in the Lithania kingdom. Armstrong was shocked to hear what Ghislain said. He couldn't believe that our boy knows everything. He wondered about who Ghislain truly is and how he knows about their plans. He told him that he doesn't need to explain if he knows everything. With a nervous smile on his face, the Count told our boy that he will give him a last chance. He promised to provide him with half of the iron ore production for the next 20 years. He told Ghislain that he will also tell the Duke about his excellence. He told him that him and his father won't have to work hard for the rest of their lives if they are able to join the faction. Ghislain was annoyed to hear this. The Count told him that it will be more profitable for him to spare him. The moment he said this, Ghislain swung his sword. He told Armstrong that he has no intention of working with him. Immediately he said this, the Count's head split apart. Ghislain turned around and told the Count that all of them will die by his hands. In the next scene, we are taken to Count Desmond's castle. We see the Count reading a letter he took from a pigeon. The man squeezed the letter out of anger and slammed his hand on his chair. He couldn't believe that Ghislain took out Count Cabaldi with his brief window of opportunity. Harold told his officials that they followed a method of meticulous preparation and planning just as the Duke advised. He asked them to tell him the result of their preparation. He said that it ended in failure. He remembered how Ghislain took out the assassins they sent to kill his sister, how our boy beat up his cousin, and how he took out Victor. He said that they have only experienced failure upon failure, and now, Ghislain is being backed by the royalist faction. With a look of anger on his face, Harold said that the sprout must be trampled on. He said that he no longer needs any reports or commands from anyone. Count Desmond said that he will decide everything by his will. He announced that their utmost priority is the fall of Fenris and Perdium. In the next scene, we are taken to Marquis Branford's mansion. We see Marquis Morris looking shocked after hearing that Ghislain won the war. He couldn't believe that our boy won Count Cabaldi, a noble who is famous for his impregnable fortress. Count Elisber said that he never imagined Ghislain would be this exceptional in military affairs. He laughed and said that a person can truly not judge a book by its cover. Rosalind informed the nobles that Count Cabaldi didn't surrender. His fortress was taken over through a full-scale assault. The woman told the nobles that Ghislain has already proven his military capability through the previous war that took place in Perdium. Now, no one will doubt his ability. Marquis Morris said that our boy simply got lucky. He said that Ghislain wouldn't have won without the famine. Sir Billor laughed and told him that he speaks as if this really matters. He told Morris that the important thing is that Ghislain stood victorious. Marquis Branford didn't say anything. He turned to a knight whose name is Toledo and asked him if Count Desmond made any moves. Toledo said that the Count has been silent. Marquis Morris said that he actually went out of his way to dispatch some of the royal troops on the path leading to the Cabaldi fortress. Count Elisber said that they have gained a lot from this war. Sir Billor agreed with him. He told the group that it will be difficult for the ducal faction to intervene since it has been revealed that Count Cabaldi was actually receiving support from them. Rosalind let out a sigh. She believed that they would have confirmed if Count Desmond was with the ducal faction if he made a move. Marquis Branford told Sir Billor that it is too early for them to judge. He stood up and said that Gislin's victory will allow the royalists to expand their influence to the northern region. The Marquis agreed that the royalist faction had gained a huge advantage. He reminded the group that the ducal house won't sit idly and let them act as they please. He asked the nobles to be cautious at all times. After saying this, he suggested that they adjourn for today. Count Elizabeth was not surprised by what the Marquis said. He said that the Marquis is still the same as ever. He couldn't believe that Marquis Branford didn't even smile after hearing about a considerable victory. Sir Billor told him that the Marquis's cold composure is what has allowed him to lead the royalists to this point. Marquis Branford walked forward and asked his daughter to follow him. Before she could reply, Rosalind saw something shocking. She saw her father gently smile. The woman was delighted by this. She followed her father out of the room. The scene shifts, and we see some warriors riding their horses towards the Cabaldi fortress. The leader of the warriors had a young woman riding his horse with him. Someone called out to the leader, whose name is Captain Max, and asked him if he doesn't think that this place is a little too quiet for a battlefield. Max said that the Fenris army might have been defeated. The woman behind the captain was shocked to hear this. She asked him about what will happen to their mission. She reminded him that Lady Muriel and the daughter of Marquis Branford asked them to save Baron Fenris at all costs. She said that she wouldn't know how to face them if they return empty-handed. Captain Max asked the woman not to worry about such useless things. He said that Gislin is the one at fault since he started the hopeless war. The woman didn't know what to say. Max told her that she is the one who has to deal with the problem. He said that him and his men are mercenaries who work as much as they get paid. He asked her not to worry about them. Immediately he said this. His comrade pointed at something and asked him to look. He told Max that he can see the castle from there. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Count Cabaldi's town. We see Gordon clap his hands and ask everyone to get in line. He announced that they have enough food to feed everyone. He assured them that their new lord won't let them starve. He asked them to come get their food. The people were happy to hear this. While others were getting their food, the miners in the town were asked to sign a contract. The miners were shocked to hear about a contract. The people of the town were very happy to get some food. They were happy to see that their new lord was merciful. They knew that the hellish days of having everything taken from them was finally over. One of them said that there might be no more labor without reward. While the people were cheering, we see the dwarves moving a large amount of wood. Galveric saw Alfoy struggling to pick up a single log. He didn't expect him to be so weak. He asked him if he can even pick it up. Alfoy asked the dwarf to shut up. He called him a midget and reminded him that he is a mage, not a laborer. While Alfoy was struggling, the other soldiers were ordered to carry all the materials for the temporary housing to another location. Everyone was busy. Captain Max and his men were surprised to see the soldiers moving the materials. He wondered if the war was already over. The moment he said this, someone called Count Cabaldi a sly bastard and wondered about how many stolen goods he was hiding. The woman turned around when she heard this. She saw some soldiers walking with Claude. Claude seemed to be very happy. One of the soldiers said that the Count has so much gold and expensive artworks in his castle. Claude said that the military warehouse is filled with high-end equipment and reserved iron ores. The woman told Max that the men just mentioned that they were carrying Count Cabaldi's stolen items. The man realized that Gislin won the war. The moment he thought of this, someone told him that he hasn't seen him around there before. Max and the woman quickly turned to the person. The person turned out to be Gillian. The woman and the captain were shocked to see the huge man. With a scary look on his face, Gillian asked them to reveal their identities. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the Count's castle. We see two knights standing guard at a door. The knights slammed their spears to the ground and opened the door when they saw Gillian. Gislin was standing inside the room. The woman and the captain nervously stepped into the room. Gillian entered the room and slammed the door. The woman became scared when she heard the sound of the door. Gillian informed his lord that this people are visitors from the capital. Gislin turned around when he heard this. Captain Max became more nervous when he saw our boy's face. After being a mercenary and a problem solver for a long time, Max is now able to grasp a person's true nature. He can know the kind of person they are by the atmosphere they give off or their scent. Max recognized the metallic, fishy smell of blood that still lingers on Gislin's armor even after the war has ended. The man noticed our boy's restricted movements. He was certain that the person in front of him is Baron Fenris. Gislin asked them for their identities. The two of them quickly bowed their heads. Max introduced himself to Ghislain and informed him that Countess Elizabeth and the daughter of Marquis Bramford sent them. He revealed to Ghislain that he was sent here under the request of rescuing him at all costs if he was in danger. Ghislain told the captain that he was late. Max explained to him that they considered the mission's priority and tried their best to get here as early as they could. He told our boy that they never expected him to end the war so quickly. He told Ghislain that he would expect nothing less from the rising star of the royalist faction. He told him that they will be taking their leave. Our boy asked him about where he is going. The captain became scared when he heard this. Ghislain explained to him that they are short on manpower because the war just ended. Max told him that this has nothing to do with his mission. Ghislain reminded him that they were not able to help him when he was in danger. Max didn't know what to say. He never expected our boy to have ended the war before they got there. Ghislain placed his hand on Max's shoulder and told him that he doesn't know what to say if his two employers ask him about how he did. He told the captain that it would be best if he saves his employers' faces. Max knew that he was screwed. He bowed his head and told Ghislain that he will do as he requests. The woman called out to Max when she heard this. Ghislain quickly turned to her. He asked the woman if she is a priest. The woman said that she is. She introduced herself as Pyot, a servant of Wana, the goddess of beauty and abundance. Pyot said that she was dispatched here because Countess Muriel is a patron of their order. Ghislain recalled that those serving the goddess of beauty reject battle and all forms of impurity. He knew that there were almost no priests in the northern region. Only the Rayfold County has some. This was why Gillian had to stay in the Rayfold territory to cure his daughter. Ghislain was aware that the divine power of the priest was a very precious resource. He believed that Pyot came at the right time. He bowed his head and told her that she has suffered a lot to reach this place. Pyot told him that he doesn't have to be so polite. Immediately Ghislain heard this. He ordered Belinda to take the woman to the working area. Before Pyot could say anything, Belinda and Wendy grabbed her arms and moved forward. Pyot said that she did not come there to work. Belinda told her that there are many lost sheep that need her guidance. Gillian told his lord that the priest is an unexpected fortune. Ghislain agreed with him. He told the man that he didn't expect the royalist faction to be able to get the order to assist him. He said that he will now be able to move around freely. He asked Gillian to call someone in. In the next scene, we see Kair cough out some blood as he fell to the ground. He got punched by Lucas. The knights were shocked to see their captain on the ground. Lucas moved close to Kair and asked him if he is really Ghislain's right-hand man. Kair was annoyed to hear this. He stood up and said that he hasn't even started fighting. He charged at Lucas. Lucas clenched his fist when he saw Kair coming at him. Immediately, he swung his fist. Gillian appeared out of nowhere and blocked he and Kair's attacks. Everyone was shocked to see this. Kair referred to Gillian as Gramps. He didn't expect to see him there. Gillian told the two men that they have done enough. Lucas stepped back and said that Gillian is the one who deserves to be Ghislain's right-hand man. Kair was annoyed to hear this. He asked Gillian to let go of him. He said that the fight is not yet over. Gillian twisted his arm and gave him a powerful push. The attack sent Kair flying. He slammed his body on the ground. Gillian advised him to maintain his dignity in front of his subordinates. He turned to Lucas and asked him to follow him. He told him that Ghislain is looking for him. While breathing heavily, Kair watched Gillian walk away with Lucas. He grit his teeth out of anger. Gillian carefully looked at him. He noticed that Kair was angry. While he was looking at him, Lucas laughed. Gillian asked him about why he is laughing. Lucas revealed to him that the first thing Ghislain ordered him to do is to beat up his own subordinate. He found this quite funny. He believed that Ghislain was a weird guy. Later in the night, we see Ghislain enter the training ground. He saw someone swinging his sword at a dummy. The person turned out to be Kair. The warrior was angrily swinging his sword. He turned around and swung his sword at Ghislain when he felt his presence behind him. Our boy easily blocked his attack with his sword sheath. He told Kair that he heard about how he got crushed by the new guy. Kair turned around and asked Ghislain to leave if he came there to make fun of him. He reminded him that he is a busy man. He told him that he shouldn't have time for him. Our boy smiled and threw something at him. He asked Kair to catch it. He gave Kair a book. He revealed to him that he jotted down his thoughts on the mana circulation method and swordsmanship that should suit him. He asked the man to make good use of it. Kair quickly scrolled through the book. He was shocked to see what was inside. He asked his lord about why he didn't give it to someone like Lucas. Our boy asked him to give it back to him. Kair declined his request and thanked him. Ghislain walked past him and explained to him that there isn't a big reason why he lost. He simply lacked fundamentals. Our boy told Kair that experience and instinct have their limits. Kair referred to him as captain and called out to him. When Ghislain turned around, Kair bowed his head. Ghislain smiled and asked him to rest. He told him that he will see him tomorrow. After a month, Fenris absorbed the Cabaldi territory and quickly underwent rapid territorial expansion and stabilization. Fenris was able to secure the wealth it needed by confiscating the wealth of Count Cabaldi and his retainers. They calmed the public sentiment by distributing food to the territory's residents. Fenris also took care of the largest iron mine in the north. By giving proper compensation to the laborers who had long been exploited, their motivation to work increased. This allowed iron of higher quality to be supplied even faster than before the fortress was taken over. With this as the foundation, Fenris was able to develop its technology and acquire advanced armaments smoothly. The territory will no longer experience resource shortage. The scene shifts, and we see Ghislain in a room with his subordinates. He told them that everything that happened is thanks to everyone fulfilling their roles excellently in their respective positions. He said that no one will be able to look down on Fenris again. Claude agreed with his lord. He said that 1/3 of the northern region belongs to them if they add Perdium to their territory. Fenris is no longer lacking in population or military power. Claude said that Count Desmond can come at them. Ghislain called out to Wendy when he heard this. The woman hit Claude in his throat for mentioning Desmond. Belinda wondered why Claude had such a loose mouth. Ghislain told his advisor that it is too early to celebrate. He reminded him that the root of the threat still remains. While struggling to catch his breath, Claude asked our boy if he can't take a break. Vanessa called out to Ghislain. She informed him that the mages have recently been telling her that they are too tired to work. She asked him about what she should do. She said that Alfoy even tried to escape a few nights ago. Unfortunately for him, he got caught. Ghislain told Vanessa that the mages are his slaves. He smiled and asked her not to worry about it. He reminded her that they have a priestess now. The scene shifts, and we see Pio releasing a bright light from her body. She asked someone to rise in the name of Wana. The person screamed and asked Pio to not heal him. The person screaming was Alfoy. The boy begged the priestess to just let him be exhausted. He said that he doesn't want to work anymore. Unfortunately, he couldn't run away from her divine power because Gordon was holding him down. He asked Alfoy to just receive the healing. Pio asked Wana if it is really okay to use divine power like this. She couldn't believe that she was healing people who are exhausted so they can return back to work. She wondered when Ghislain was going to let her go. She recalled that he said she was only going to do a little work. The moment she thought of this, Ghislain walked up to her and called out to her. Pio was surprised to see him. Ghislain told her that he noticed that her divine power has increased. The priestess said that she can't really tell. Unlike mana, the total amount of a person's divine power does not increase through training. It is a mysterious power that only gifted individuals can wield. Our boy realized that Pio was not an average priestess. He asked her if she has experienced any inconvenience during her stay. Pio nervously asked him about when she can return to her order. Ghislain told her that she can leave now. The priestess was shocked to hear this. Ghislain told her that his territory has received so much help thanks to her contributions. He told Pio that he would like to repay her. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Marquis Branford's territory. We see the people discussing about Ghislain's battle. They spoke about how he traveled through the sky to infiltrate the castle. Some people believe that this was a lie. They said that Ghislain is not a bird. At the Marquis' mansion, we see Ghislain step inside a room with Belinda and Pio. He saw someone waiting for him there. Ghislain greeted her and asked her about how she has been. The person turned out to be Rosalind. The woman gently blushed when she heard Ghislain's voice. She told our boy that she is relieved to see that he is okay. Ghislain bowed his head to her and thanked her for sending talented people to his territory. He said that he received a great deal of help from the priestess. Rosalind smiled and said that she is glad to hear this. She told Pio that she can return to the order now that her dispatch is over. Pio thanked her for this. She was relieved to see that her first dispatch was now over. Although the Fenris territory was a good place to live in, it was still mentally exhausting for Pio. The moment the priestess thought of this, Ghislain told Rosalind that he has a request to make regarding the priestess. Pio was shocked to hear this. Before Ghislain could say anything, A knight informed him that the Marquis is waiting for him. Our boy moved close to Rosalind and asked her if he can talk to her later. Rosalind smiled and told him that he can. When Ghislain stepped into the Marquis's office, everyone turned their heads to him. With a serious look on his face, Marquis Branford told our boy that he is late. Ghislain bowed his head and apologized to the Marquis. He explained to him that it took him some time to stabilize his territory. Marquis Morris told him that he should have come immediately. He won the war. Sir Bilor asked him to stay calm. The Marquis reminded Ghislain that he once said that he must consider his honor before he acts on anything. He explained to him that his honor and the honor of the royalists would have been tarnished if he didn't defeat Count Cabaldi. The ducal faction would have seized the initiative and secured their position in the north. The Marquis told Ghislain that he is gravely mistaken if he thinks that he is going to excuse all his unilateral actions because he is his patron. With a serious look on his face, he asked our boy to tell him everything about the war and convince him. Ghislain informed Marquis Branford that he doesn't fight battles that have no chance of victory. He said that he saw an opportunity and quickly took it. He told the Marquis that this is all that happened. He explained to him that the reason he is there is not to review what has already happened, but to discuss what to do from now on. He sat down and asked Marquis Branford to appoint him as the commander of the Northern forces. Everyone was shocked to hear this, but no one was as shocked as Marquis Morris. Branford glared at Ghislain when he heard his request. Our boy didn't look away. He looked the Marquis in his eyes. Marquis Branford stood up and told Ghislain that they have begun to change everything since he arrived. He said that he is feeling the wind of change breezing across the royalist faction. Ghislain smiled and told him that he will be their tailwind. Branford explained to him that the commander of the Northern forces is an empty title in peacetime. However, during war, it becomes an important title that holds tremendous authority. The Marquis asked Ghislain if he is saying that he should put this sword in the hands of someone as unpredictable as him. With a confident smile on his face, Ghislain told him that he is correct. The current military organization of the Lithania Kingdom consists of 4 corps. The regional army commanders are selected in advance during peacetime to establish strategies to deal with various situations. As the Marquis stated, the title is an empty title in peacetime, but once war breaks out, the story changes. This is because the commanders gain the authority to summon all the lords in the region. Ghislain told the Marquis that the position of the commander of the Northern forces is currently vacant. He asked Branford to give him the position if he wants to put someone there. The Marquis sat down when he heard this. He asked Ghislain to tell him what makes him think that the position is vacant. He said that he can put someone in the position if he didn't want it to be vacant. He told our boy that the position can't just be given out because someone asks for it. Ghislain asked him if the Duke's influence hasn't already reached the southern and the western commanders. Branford was surprised to hear this. Our boy said that the east and the north are still under the royalists, but the untrustworthy Count Desmond is aiming for the position. Ghislain clenched his fist and told the Marquis that it will be even more difficult to clean up after the balance collapses. He said that they need to strengthen their power with every means possible while their faction still holds the upper hand. Ghislain told the nobles that they need to gain enough power that they would be able to suppress the ducal faction even if they start a civil war in the kingdom. Count Elizabeth, Sir Bilor, and Marquis Morris were shocked to hear this. They didn't expect Ghislain to think this far. The Marquis was surprised to hear this. He smirked and called our boy a little brat. He knew that our boy was toying with him. He picked up a pen and began to write. He revealed to him that he will submit a request for his promotion to the royal court very soon. He explained to him that the kingdom's law states that one must be a count to sit in the commander's position. He told Ghislain that his father's pride would be hurt if he gives them the same title and gives him an even greater authority. Marquis Branford told our boy that they will be promoting his father too. He revealed to him that he has a condition. Belinda and Pio were surprised to hear this. With a smile on his face, the Marquis revealed to Ghislain that they received a rescue request from the Shadow Mountains of the Turian Kingdom. He told him that he will be the one to go there. Our boy didn't expect to hear this. The Turian Kingdom is the nation of knights. It is a country where monsters pour out endlessly from the Shadow Mountains, which occupies most of its territory. Due to this, most of the people in the kingdom are tough, and they place great value on martial prowess. Even the knights' combat strength ranks among the top in the continent. Ghislain recalled that he once hunted and trained in this place, since their royal court has allowed even outsiders to hunt in order to deal with the monster problem. There is only one reason for them to request aid. The Marquis informed our boy that there has been a problem in preparing for this year's monster wave. He told Ghislain that this problem shouldn't be an issue for someone like him who can infiltrate a fortress by flying through the sky and cut down a castle gate with an aura blade. Ghislain told him that he understands. He begged Marquis Branford to deploy the royal army to the Fenris territory while he and his close aides are away from the castle. He explained to him that there is no telling what the ducal faction will do even if their momentum has been temporarily reduced. After the meeting ended, Ghislain left the room with Belinda and Pyote. As he walked out of the mansion, Ghislain carefully looked around. He remembered how Duke Delphine preemptively won over the lords who held the commander positions in his past life. The Duke was able to incite a civil war and ultimately usurp the king's throne. At that time, the commander of the northern forces was Harold Desmond. Ghislain decided to make the first move in this life. He promised to take the north for himself the same way the Duke did. The scene shifts, and we are taken to a field. We see Victor's damaged helmet placed on his sword. The sword was shoved into the ground. A man gently touched the helmet. It seemed like he knew Victor. While he was looking at the helmet, someone called out to him. The man's name is Hutton. The person who called out to him turned out to be Count Desmond. The Count was wearing his armor. He asked Hutton about how he is feeling. Hutton turned around to see the Count. He turned back to the helmet and said that he had great expectations for Victor. He told Harold that the world is a cruel place. He asked him if the person that killed Victor is Ghislain Perdium. Harold corrected him by saying that our boy's name is now Ghislain Fenris. He told him that Ghislain is now a baron. The swordsman didn't say anything. He walked past the Count and said that there is no point in lamenting. He told Harold that the rule of the world is that there is always someone better than you. He thanked him for his concern. Before Hutton could leave, Harold told him that the ducal house underestimated Perdium and Fenris, and yet they are the ones who had to pay the price. The Count said that Viscount Joseph only asked them to reassess Ghislain as the finest sword in the north after everything had already ended. He told Hutton that Ghislain has the royalists behind him. Due to this, the royalists are moving the royal army to keep watch over him. Harold told the swordsman that his position as a neutral noble is now nothing but an empty shell. Hutton asked Count Desmond if he is questioning the authority of the Duke. The Count turned to him and said that he will no longer be swayed by anyone's orders. He revealed to Hutton that he will personally start a war to destroy Perdium and Fenris and settle matters with the ducal faction once and for all. Hutton didn't expect to hear this. He informed the Count that the royalist faction won't sit idly and let him do as he wishes because he would be inciting a civil war. He told Harold that it is a bit too much for him to oppose the royalists without the help of the Duke. Count Desmond called out to Hutton and told him that there is no reason for him to hide his true feelings in front of him. He asked him if this situation is truly enough for him. Hutton asked the Count about why he's saying something so harsh. He said that he cannot just forget about that night. The night when Victor, who had never known defeat, returned as a shattered helmet. With a shaky tone in his voice, Hutton referred to Victor as his one and only disciple. He clenched his fist and grit his teeth. He said that he should have trained Victor to become stronger. He told Harold that there is no way that this is enough for him. He went on his knees and told Harold that he will behead Ghislain Fenris. He begged the Count to let him do it. Harold assured Hutton that the time will come soon. The moment he said this, several knights appeared behind him. Harold stretched out his hand and asked Hutton to tear everything to shreds together with his two-winged knight order when the time comes. Count Desmond told himself that Ghislain will die on that day. Before Ghislain left the capital, Rosalind went to see him. With a worried look on her face, she asked our boy if he is really going to the Turian kingdom. Ghislain told her that he has to go there. He said that it was an order that he received from the Marquis. Rosalind couldn't believe that he was going to such a rough place. She recalled that it hasn't been long since the war with Count Cabaldi ended. Ghislain explained to her that her father doesn't truly trust his performance in the war. He said that the Marquis wants him to prove his strength with this mission. He smiled and asked Rosalind not to worry. He told her that he has killed several monsters. The girl still seemed bothered. She informed our boy that the negotiation he requested with the Wana order has been completed. She told him that he can hold on to the priestess for some time, without any problems. Pyote heard what Rosalind said inside the carriage. She knew that she was doomed. Ghislain told Rosalind that he is actually quite surprised. He told her that he did not expect her to be able to bring in a priestess from an order with such strict internal discipline, even if she is a sponsor. Rosalind smiled and said that it actually wasn't so difficult. She said that Leader Perisco is a priest of the Wana order, but he is extremely weak when it comes to money. Ghislain bowed his head to Rosalind and told her that he is indebted to her again. Rosalind blushed when she heard this. Our boy stretched out his hand when he noticed this. Rosalind gave him her hand. Ghislain gently kissed her hand and told her that he will always hope for her happiness. The scene shifts, and we are taken under the Shadow Mountains of the Turian Kingdom. We see Ghislain, Kair, Belinda, and Lucas riding somewhere. They were all wearing their armors and coats. As they rode their horses forward, Belinda called out to her master. Ghislain quickly placed his hand on his sword. He and the group saw some monsters running towards them. The monsters charged at them. Ghislain and his subordinates began to tear them apart. It wasn't even a challenge for our boy. Lucas also handled the monsters around him easily. Kair jumped off his horse and tore the monsters around him apart with a single swing. He laughed and called the monsters vermin. He asked them to come at him. Immediately he did this. Belinda hooked his mouth with her rope. She dragged him to his horse. Kair was annoyed with this. He asked her about why she had to hook his mouth. Belinda put away her rope and asked him if he wants her to hook it somewhere else next time. Kair informed his master that they have been running into monsters the whole way there. He asked him if this place is the lawless wilderness crawling with strong beings. Lucas couldn't believe that Kair followed them, even though he was aware of the kind of place it is. He told Kair that he doesn't know if he is brave or dumb. Kair decided to ignore him. Ghislain turned to the men and asked them to get ready. He told them that they will soon reach their destination. A few days ago at the Fenris territory, Ghislain gathered his subordinates and informed them that he will be going to the Turian kingdom. He told them that he won't be there for long. Claude and Alfoy were very happy to hear this. They acted as if they were sad. Claude told his lord that he doesn't know what he will do without him. Alfoy said that they will have no choice but to take a vacation. Ghislain ordered Gillian to manage the territory in his absence. He asked him to make sure that Alfoy and Claude don't slack off. Gillian told his master that he understands. Ghislain explained to his subordinates that he has deployed some units from the kingdom around the territory. He said that they don't know what Count Desmond is up to. He told his subordinates that the opposition will still try their absolute best to win, even if they have cornered them. Our boy asked Gillian to retreat if Count Desmond attacks. Gillian assured his lord that he understands. Ghislain turned around and asked Belinda and Lucas to follow him. Kair called out to his lord and asked him to take him too. Claude and Alfoy were shocked to hear this. They had never seen Kair refuse to take a break. Lucas told Kair that he is not joking around when he says that he won't survive in Turian with his mediocre skills. He told him that Ghislain is actually doing him a favor. He asked him to stay in Fenris and protect the territory. Immediately he said this, he saw something in front of him. Kair already swung his fist at him. His attack got stopped by Ghislain. Kair told Lucas that the competition isn't over yet. He assured him that things won't end like they did last time. Lucas smiled when he heard this. Ghislain also smiled when he saw how energetic his subordinate was. He called out to Gillian. The man informed him that he is more than capable of taking care of everything on his own. Ghislain smiled and asked Kair to join them. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the present. We see the group enter a fortress. This place is Fortress Ironcliff. It is in the Shadow Mountains. There were several warriors in the fortress. All the warriors turned to Ghislain and his subordinates when they entered the fortress. Some of the warriors were standing next to the monsters they captured. Belinda noticed that the warriors were staring at them. She said that they are really trying to set a mood. Lucas told her that the place is just as he remembered. Kair asked the warriors to tell him what they are looking at. Ghislain ordered him not to pick a fight with them. Kair asked him if they will go straight to hunting monsters after unpacking. Our boy told him that they can't. He explained to Kair that they have to register themselves as hunters in the guild building in order to be able to hunt. Belinda found this odd. She reminded her master that he came there because of the kingdom's royal family's plea for help. She told him that there should be some kind of special treatment available to him. She asked him about why he needs to go through such a troublesome process. Ghislain smiled and told her that they cannot rely on their status there. He told her that the rules there are for everyone. He and his subordinates went into the guild building. They met a warrior at the front desk. Ghislain informed the warrior that he is Baron Fenris from the Lithania kingdom. He told him that he came there in response to the Turian royal family's request for aid. The knight turned to him and asked him if he is there for the hunter registration. He informed Ghislain that his nobility status isn't recognized there. He told him that nobles and slaves are all the same to them. Belinda was shocked to hear this. The knight began to write on a paper. He asked Ghislain not to earn resentment by acting like a noble for no reason. He explained to him that the Knights of Turian merely oversee things at the fortress so that it can maintain its minimum functions. Any problem that comes up amongst hunters is expected to be resolved on its own. He asked our boy to try not to kill anyone. He said that they all came there to hunt some monsters. Kair smiled and told the man that the knights are simply lazy slackers. The knight asked Ghislain if he agrees to their terms. Our boy told him that he does. The moment he heard this, the man threw 4 tokens on the table. He explained to the group that they will be permitted to hunt anywhere in the Shadow Mountains area if they hold on to the tokens. He asked them to make sure they have it on them at all times. Ghislain and his subordinates picked up the tokens when they heard this. The knight asked them to have a great time. Belinda didn't like the attitude of the people there at all. She didn't like how they were acting even though they came to help them. While she was complaining, someone welcomed them to Iron Cliff. He asked Ghislain if he just finished his hunter registration. Our boy turned to the side when he heard this. He saw the man with 2 other men. Kair asked the man to get lost. He told him that they are busy. The man smiled and said that he works for Donkad, the king of Iron Cliff. He took off his hood and revealed his scarred face. He said that he belongs to an association that was established under Donkad's protection to safeguard the rights and interest of hunters. Kair laughed when he heard the name of the so-called king. He said that there is always one idiot who wants to play king everywhere he goes. He asked the man to tell him what he is going to do if he says that this is their first time there. The man told him that the knights of the kingdom never do anything. He said that the hunters have to work together to keep the law and order around there. He told Kair that they simply wanted to help them get used to this place. He informed him that they won't have to waste time with unnecessary dispute if they pay a small fee to join the association. Lucas called out to his lord when he heard this. Belinda couldn't believe that the man was trying to rip them off. Ghislain asked Kair to watch carefully. He told him that he wants to show him what to do when he goes to a new neighborhood, especially in a lawless city like this. He walked up to the man. The man believed that our boy had made up his mind. He told him that he is very quick-witted. He told Ghislain that they will be seeing each other in the fortress whether they like it or not. He said that it is better they cooperate. Immediately he said this. Ghislain gave him a bone-crushing punch in his face. The attack sent the man flying. He crashed into the wall. Kair was shocked to see what his master did. Our boy told him that fist comes before talks in places like this. He said that the strong define justice. The warriors next to the man took out their huge hammers. One of them called Ghislain a fool. The other one told our boy that he dug his own grave when he refused to work under Lord Donkad's protection. The moment he said this, he and his comrade charged at our boy. Ghislain took out 2 daggers and threw it at the men. The daggers never hit them. They were just a diversion. Kair and Belinda attacked them when they got distracted. Belinda used her leg to hit one of them in the chin. Kair gave the other man a punch in the head. The men got knocked out. The knight told them that they have done enough. He asked them if they are going to pay for the damage they caused. Belinda reminded him that he said that he wasn't going to intervene. Kair smiled and told his lord that he understands what he means now. He told him that he simply needs to show his skills and stop using his brain. Ghislain nodded his head at him. Lucas told our boy that he seems to know this place quite well. He asked him if he has ever been there before. Ghislain told him that he has. Belinda was surprised to hear this. She didn't know how this was possible. Our boy recalled that the special one among the continent's 7 strongest used to be in the Turian kingdom. The first man who our boy hit stood up and called them bastards. With his messed up face, he told the group that they have no idea about what they have just done. Before he could say anything else, Kair gave him a punch to knock him out. He asked his lord about what they are going to do now. Ghislain told him that they can't waste their time dealing with this riffraffs. He said that they will flock to their side on their own once they know who is on top. He asked the men on the ground to pass a message to their king. He asked them to tell Donkad to come find him by himself if he has a problem with him. The scene shifts and we see a man scream out in pain when he got stabbed in the chest with an axe. The man screamed that barbarians are there again. The huge and muscular barbarians tore the men there apart with their weapons. Their huge leader wore a huge monster fur. He raised his axe and ordered his warriors to begin the harvest. He asked them to indulge in the moment. The barbarians destroyed everything there. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the Soundwind tribe's encampment at the northern edge of Lithuania. The barbarians sat around a fire and discussed how they tore their enemies apart. One of them said that a man was begging for his life. His comrade told him that he is not skilled enough. He explained to him that he won't have to see something like that if he kills his prey cleanly. While they were talking, someone called out to the chief and asked him to take a look at a letter. The chief of the Soundwind tribe, whose name is Kustu, turned to the man when he heard this. He grabbed the letter and opened it. He was shocked to see what was inside. He turned to his subordinate and threw his liquor at him. He told him that he should have brought the village chief along with him if he got a paper that has letters in it. He asked him if he is making fun of him for being illiterate. The man apologized to him and told him that he will go get the village chief. The chief opened the letter and said that the north is empty. He said that the writer has permitted them to claim Perdium. A bald man said that they have finally gotten the chance to plunder the rich land that the northern wolf cherishes dearly. Another warrior sitting next to the chief smiled and said that the time has finally come for the warriors to claim the land that they have long desired. The moment he said this, the man noticed that his chief was quiet. Kusta found it odd that the writer asked him to claim Perdium. He began to laugh. He wondered about what kind of scheme the bastards in Lithuania Kingdom are trying to pull. He couldn't believe that they sent a personal letter to him. He didn't really care about the scheme as long as he got to fight. Their tribe has already been planning to invade Perdium. This situation favored them. He stood up and ordered his men to tell the other chiefs to muster their warriors. He said that the time has come to claim Perdium. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the Shadow Mountains. We see Kair looking shocked when Gislin told him that he needs to kill 100,000 monsters. Our boy reminded him that he said he wanted to get stronger. He told him that he needs to kill at least this much monsters. Kair asked his lord to tell him how he will get stronger by killing some dumb monsters. He said that there are so many people in the world who are stronger than the monsters. The moment he said this, Belinda asked her master to look forward. When Gislin raised his head, he saw some monsters eating another monster. One of the monsters turned its head around when it sensed the group's presence. The monster had the head of an owl. These monsters are the apex predators of the Shadow Mountains. They are known as owl bears. The monsters were huge owls. They turned to the group and showed off their claw-like hands. Kair grabbed his sword and asked his lord to wait there while he takes care of them. He said that he can fight thousands of owl bears. Immediately he said this, Gislin gave him a punch that pushed him off his horse. The owl bear appeared out of nowhere and used its huge leg to grab Kair's horse. Our boy advised Kair not to take his eyes off the monsters. He said that the owl bears don't make a sound when they move. Kair drew his sword and told his lord that he should have mentioned this earlier. He charged at the owl bear and swung his sword at it. The monster jumped and dodged the attack. It let go of Kair's horse. The man had to move back to dodge his horse. The moment he did this, the other owl bear with an injured eye grabbed his hand with its beak. It turned Kair around with its head and threw him to the ground. The first owl bear quickly charged at Kair and tried to crush him with its huge legs. Kair was able to block the attack, but the owl bear was still trying to squash him. He turned to his lord and asked him if he will just stand there and watch. Gislin reminded him that he said that he could take them on by himself. Lucas reminded Kair that he told him that he can't survive there with his half-assed skills. Kair was annoyed to hear this. Lucas smiled and told him that he doesn't know how he will progress if he is having a hard time against some birdhead. Kair grit his teeth out of anger when he heard this. The two owl bears began to attack him with their legs. Belinda nervously asked her master if he won't die from this. Gislin told her that Kair is not someone who would die from something like this. He explained to her that owl bears are quite smart. If a person charges at them without much thought, they will fall right into their trap. They are not the apex predators of Shadow Mountains for no reason. This is why they never even imagined that they would be the ones being hunted. It was just like the time when Kair managed to land a cut on Victor. Gislin knew that he already taught Kair how to get stronger, and he has seen him do it before. The problem is that Kair doesn't utilize his strength well unless his life depends on it. Gislin believed that Kair needs to think with the mindset of a hunter, not the prey. Kair needed to avoid charging in blindly. He needed to wait until the moment comes when he is certain that he can get the kill. Kair needed to make his instinct his own. The man grit his teeth. He moved his sword in between the toes of the owl bear. He caught off one of its toes. The leg of the monster slipped when this happened. Kair got up and landed a quick cut on the monster's neck. Belinda and Lucas were surprised to see this. The other owlbear quickly swung its hand at Kair when it saw what he did. Kair dodged the attack by jumping. While he was in the air, he landed a clean cut on the monster's body. He smiled and asked the monster not to mess with him. Ghislain was happy to see that his subordinate was improving. Back at the Ironcliff Fortress, people spoke about Ghislain and his team. They talked about how the group has been taking out monsters to the point where the place is practically empty. The people couldn't believe that the group was poaching without having a single casualty. One of them said that they will soon have no monster materials left to sell. One of the warriors said that the group messed with Doncad's subordinates. He said that it won't be long before the group is dead. He said that Doncad will soon step in. The scene shifts, and we see a huge man standing in front of some monsters. The huge man said that he was going to let Ghislain get away with messing with one of his subordinates. He said that he can't believe that our boy is aiming for his table. He raised his unique weapon and put it on his back. He ordered his hunters to get ready. He told them that it is time to hunt. The scene shifts, and we see Ghislain and his subordinates putting away their weapons after taking care of a large number of owlbears. Kair said that they killed a lot of monsters. He turned to some men loading up the monster corpses and asked them to finish up quickly before more monsters come. He asked them not to take any materials because he is going to count every single one. The men nervously told him that they understand. Lucas told Kair that he will soon find a blade sticking out of his back if he keeps pressuring them. Kair brushed off his advice and told him that he wants to see the men try it. He asked him if there is a reason why he has to respect anyone who sucks up to Doncad. He said that they did not run into anyone who tried to mess with them for days. He said that Doncad must be scared. The two men turned around and glared at Kair when they heard this. Ghislain noticed this. Kair looked at the monster bodies and asked his lord about what they are going to do with the bodies. He reminded Ghislain that they already have too many materials stocked up in their storage. Ghislain asked him to send them to the territory and to Cardinia. He said that the dwarves are going to love these materials since they don't get them in Lithania. He told Kair that he already sent a letter telling Claude to form a transport unit. The moment he said this, Belinda called out to her master. She told him that they have a problem. She showed him a letter and told him that it just arrived from Perdium. She told him that he needs to read it. Ghislain quickly opened the letter. He was surprised to find out that Perdium is being attacked. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Perdium. We see the archers of the territory firing a ridiculous amount of arrows at the barbarians below. The barbarians raised their shields when they saw the arrows coming at them. Zwalter ordered his archers to shoot every barbarian down. He asked them to not let any barbarian set foot in their territory. Kustu ordered his warriors to climb the walls. He said that the highland is right in front of them. He asked the energetic warriors to dethrone the wolves. The warriors laid their ladders on the wall and began to climb it. The Perdium soldiers used their spears to hit them and push them down. Randolph was shocked to see that there were so many barbarians. He wondered if they were serious about taking over Perdium. Scoven was also shocked to see this. Although the barbarians have attacked them before, it was never something on this scale. Randolph turned to Zwalter and told him that there is nothing ordinary about this attack. He suggested that they ask Ghislain for assistance. He told him that they need to send a letter to our boy right now. The Count asked him not to even think about it. He said that this is an issue that the Lord of Perdium has to solve. It is not for the Lord of Fenris. Zwalter said that they do not need any assistance. According to the letter Ghislain got, 6 of the barbarian tribes united to attack Perdium's northern fortress. Ghislain found this odd. The barbarians have always attacked Perdium, but they have never formed an alliance. This was something that didn't happen even in our boy's past life. Ghislain read that half of Fenris soldiers have already been sent to Perdium. Ghislain knew that his father would never write a letter like that to Fenris. He believed that his father might have done this because the barbarians united. However, something still felt off to our boy. While he was thinking, Lucas asked him about what he will do. Kair said that he was just starting to get used to this place. Ghislain told his subordinates that they will end their hunt here. He said that the integrity of the letter hasn't been proven yet. He said that they will need to return to their lodgings. Immediately he said this, he sensed something. Our boy quickly ordered his subordinates to jump. The group did as he ordered. They were able to dodge several arrows by jumping. Several warriors charged at them with their huge hammers. Ghislain used his sword to block 2 huge hammers. He pushed the hammers aside and tore the 2 men apart while he was in the air. Belinda threw a dagger at her opponent's neck. Lucas stabbed his opponent in the chest, and Kair landed a cut on his opponent's neck. The moment they did this, Doncad raised his huge weapon and slammed it on the ground. He released an avalanche on the group. Kair and Belinda were shocked to see the avalanche. Ghislain moved forward and pushed his sword into the ground. He ordered everyone to get behind him. The heavy snow poured on them. Doncad jumped down to see if he had taken care of the group. To his surprise, Kair told him that he came prepared. He pointed his sword at Doncad and asked him about who he is. Doncad told him that he just gave them the only chance to die peacefully. He introduced himself as the King of Ironcliff. He asked them if he needs to explain why he is there. Ghislain told the man that he was the one who asked his subordinates to tell him to come. Lucas told him that he never expected him to come just because Ghislain called him. He asked Doncad if he is a dog. Kair realized that this was the idiot playing king. He asked Doncad if the rule doesn't state that they should refrain from killing each other. He asked him if he really thinks that he is above rules just because people call him king. Doncad smiled and said that rules are very important. He told Kair that he never said he was going to kill them. He said that they are currently in the middle of the Shadow Mountains. It is not too strange for people to die to monsters there. Immediately he said this. He showed the group the tokens of people he has killed. Kair wasn't impressed with his display of power. Doncad asked the group about who their leader is. Kair wanted to call out to his lord. Before he could say anything, Ghislain tapped his shoulder and said that he is the leader. He told Doncad that Kair will become king of Ironcliff very soon. The man laughed and asked our boy if he is certain that he is not the leader. Ghislain told the man that something came up. Kair smiled and raised his sword. He asked his lord to go take care of his business. He told him that he is going to crush Doncad quickly. Ghislain put his sword away and asked Lucas and Belinda to follow him. Lucas asked Kair to try not to die. Doncad's subordinates were annoyed to see Ghislain and his subordinates walking away. They charged at them. Kair moved to the side and landed a huge cut on their necks with a single swing of his sword. His sword was so fast that the men couldn't react to the attack. He smiled and asked the men not to take their eyes off him. He told them that he is their opponent. Doncad smirked when he heard this. He told Kair that he will grant his wish. His remaining men charged at Kair with their huge hammers. Kair blocked the attack of the first man that swung his hammer at him. He cut the man down with a single strike. Another warrior swung his hammer at him. Kair blocked the attack and pushed his hammer aside. He tore the man's stomach open with his sword. The third warrior appeared behind him. He swung his hammer at Kair's head. Kair bent his head and dodged the attack. He gave the man a powerful kick in his chin. The man spat out some blood. The kick sent him flying. Before Kair could get up, Doncad swung his pillar at him. Kair quickly jumped back to dodge the attack. Doncad instantly raised his weapon and made a huge swing. Kair was still able to dodge the attack. Doncad referred to him as Red Hair and told him that he is not half bad. He asked Kair to come work for him. He assured him that he will treat him well. He licked his lips in a disgusting manner and told Kair that the two of them will make a great team. Kair asked the man to tell him how a wolf can work under a pig. He said that he is going to be the king of this place from now on. Some minutes later, we see some crazy movements in the snowy mountain. Kair and Doncad were the ones destroying the trees and the terrain. Kair was dodging Doncad's attacks. The huge man swung his pillar with ease and precision. Each attack was smooth and well executed. Although Kair was able to dodge his attacks, he was getting pushed back. Kair decided to attack the man. He thrust his blade at him at a crazy speed, but Doncad easily blocked his attacks. Kair found the man to be quite annoying. He couldn't believe that Doncad was using the pillar like it was some kind of shield. Immediately he thought of this. Doncad swung his pillar at him. Kair jumped in order to dodge the attack. He swung his sword at Doncad while he was in the air. The man quickly raised his pillar and blocked the attack. He moved his pillar aside and made Kair lose his balance. He gave him a kick in his chest before he could land on the ground. The attack sent Kair flying. Fortunately, the knight was able to quickly regain his balance. He grit his teeth out of anger. He found it incredible that Doncad was able to move this fast, even though he is fat. He couldn't believe that the man wasn't showing any openings despite the fact that he was carrying a stupidly massive pillar. Kair knew that he would pass out if he gets hit even once. He didn't know how he was going to beat this man when his counterattacks don't work. The moment he thought of this, Doncad appeared in front of him. He swung his pillar at him. Kair was able to bend his head and dodge the attack. Donkad's pillar hit a tree and destroyed it with a single swing. The tree quickly fell apart. It slowly fell on Kair. Kair realized that Donkad already knew that he would dodge the attack. He was actually aiming for the tree. Before he could jump out of the way, he saw Donkad raise his pillar. The man smiled and told Kair that he has run into guys like him as many times as the number of monsters he has hunted. He said that guys like him always think that they are some kind of top dog. Immediately he said this. He hit Kair with his pillar. The tree also fell on the knight's body. Kair was able to raise his sword to block the pillar, but it wasn't strong enough to stop it. He spat out some blood. The attack caused a loud explosion in the area. When the cold air cleared up, we see Donkad sitting on his pillar. He robbed some flint rocks together and used it to create fire in order to light his cigar. He quickly put the cigar in his mouth and let out a puff. Kair was lying on the tree that hit him while Donkad was smoking. The huge man told Kair that he has never met someone who challenged him for his position. He said that he forgot how to hold back. He told Kair that it is not always a good thing to become renowned. He said that everyone backs down before they even try. He revealed to Kair that he noticed that he started getting scared at some point and focused on dodging. He said that he decided to finish things quickly because it stopped being fun. Donkad stood up and told Kair that he feels bad for the blonde guy who trusted him. He said that the fight was boring. Before he could walk away, Kair stood up and called him a shithead. He asked him if he ever said that he got scared. Donkad was surprised to hear Kair's voice. He quickly turned around to see Kair's body covered in blood. He asked him if he will reconsider his offer. He asked Kair to work for him. He told him that it isn't too late for him. He said that pride doesn't put food on the table. He asked Kair if it isn't better to live as a satisfied pig than a hungry wolf. While breathing heavily, Kair let out a sigh. He took a stance and pointed his blade at Donkad. He told the man that one of them will have to die there today. He assured Donkad that the person dying won't be him. Donkad called him a fool. He took a stance and covered his pillar with mana. He told Kair that he won't be able to regret his actions after he dies. Even though Kair was putting on a brave face, he felt like he was about to die. He was certain that all the bones in his body have completely shattered. He realized that things are always like this for him. He thought that he understood everything Ghislain taught him, but he forgets them in real situations like this. He knew that Donkad was right when he said that he got scared. Kair was unable to execute his moves clearly due to his fear. He noticed that his hand was shaking. He quickly grabbed it to calm himself. He realized that this was fear. He remembered asking Ghislain to tell him when he ever got scared. Our boy told him that he was scared of getting his position taken away by Lucas. He underestimated Lucas before the fight, but it turned out that the man was better than he expected. Due to this, Kair became scared. Ghislain asked him about how he plans to win a fight while being scared. Kair didn't know what to say. He knew that Ghislain was right. He told his lord that he actually never got scared when he fought in the Forest of Beasts or when he fought Victor. The moment he said this, Kair saw a blade coming towards him. He quickly bent his head to dodge Ghislain's attack. He used the sword in his hand to block his lord's attacks, but he got pushed back. He asked our boy about what he is doing. Immediately he said this. His back hit a wall. Ghislain quickly swung his sword at the man's neck. He stopped moving when his sword got close to Kair's neck. Our boy explained to Kair that he starts getting too focused on dodging once he starts thinking that he is at a disadvantage. He said that this is naturally something that humans instinctively do. He raised Kair's hand and moved his blade close to his neck. He told him that he would have stood a chance if he had pressed in. Kair remembered his captain telling him that he needs to overcome his fear in order to achieve his goal. Immediately he thought of this. He saw Donkad's huge pillar coming at him. Kair calmly raised his head and looked at the pillar coming at him. He realized that death is something that must be avoided at all costs, but it was also the greatest teacher. Kair calmly dodged the pillar by carefully moving his body. His movement was well calculated. He was able to stab Donkad in his stomach. The man was shocked to see what happened. He quickly swung his pillar at Kair's head. Kair easily dodged the attack. Donkad thrust his pillar at the knight. Kair jumped over his pillar and dodged the attack. He used the pillar to push himself forward. He landed a clean cut on Donkad's shoulder. The huge man couldn't believe that this was the second time Kair's blade was touching him. He could tell that the attacks weren't lucky shots. He realized that Kair was growing stronger during the fight. He couldn't accept that the king of Ironcliff was losing to some unknown brat. He charged at Kair out of anger. Kair jumped out of the way and dodged the attack. Donkad's pillar hit the tree that was behind Kair. He screamed and asked Kair about what he has done. He thrust his pillar at the knight. Kair told Donkad that he didn't do anything special. He jumped over the pillar and grabbed the falling tree. He used it to move himself in front of Donkad. With a smile on his face, Kair told the man that he is no longer afraid. The moment he said this, he beheaded Donkad with a single slash. The man didn't expect to see his head leaving his body. The scene shifts, and we see Ghislain and his subordinates riding their horses at full speed. A man watched them from afar with a telescope. He quickly informed his senior that Ghislain has started moving. The officer quickly checked to see if he was looking at Baron Fenris. He noticed that there was someone missing in Ghislain's group. He said that this is fine. He ordered his subordinate to send a letter to Count Desmond. He asked him to tell the Count that Baron Fenris is moving according to their plan. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the northern fortress of Perdium. We see Zwalter and his soldiers fighting off the barbarians that managed to climb the fortress wall. The Count raised his sword and told his soldiers that these barbarians are nothing but scarecrows made of flesh and blood. He asked them not to be afraid. The soldiers pushed forward and cut down the barbarians on the wall. They wondered if the barbarians never get tired. They knew that the barbarians would have normally left after receiving this much damages. Custa smiled and said that the wolves are exhausted. He could tell that Perdium will fall if they clash a couple more times with them. He raised his hand and ordered the members of the Soundwind tribe to retreat. He said that it is time for them to rest. He asked his subordinates to switch with the follow-up unit. The warriors of the Soundwind tribe didn't like what they were hearing. They couldn't believe that they had to switch at this moment. One of them told the others that they need to follow Chief Custa's order. The soldiers of Perdium couldn't believe that another unit was coming at them. They were extremely tired. They wondered about how many times the barbarians were going to switch units. While breathing heavily, Randolph informed the Count that the 6 tribes are using a rotation strategy. They are taking turns in order to continue the flow of their attack. Randolph explained to his lord that their forces are far too lacking to absorb the gaps between the barbarians' assaults. While breathing heavily, Scovin said that he never expected the barbarians to use a strategy. He told his lord that the barbarians are trying to exhaust them to death. Randolph found the alliance of the 6 tribes to be strange. It didn't make sense to him that the barbarians would use a strategy. He told his lord that there must be a mastermind behind this situation. Zwalter ordered Randolph to open the gates the next time the barbarians get close. He said that he will personally go out to get the head of the enemy chief. The knight captain and Scovin were shocked to hear this. Immediately Zwalter gave the order. Randolph saw something from afar. He asked the Count to look forward. Zwalter saw some knights charging towards them. He was shocked to see the unit approaching the fortress. It was Ghislain's unit. Our boy and his knights gloriously charged at Perdium. Belinda was annoyed to see the barbarians surrounding the northern fortress. Lucas said that the alliance of the 6 tribes must be true. Ghislain ordered Belinda and Lucas to lead their units and spread out to both flanks to form an encirclement. He said that they will wipe out the barbarians today. Immediately, he gave his order. Belinda and Lucas moved in different directions with their units. Some of the barbarians laughed and asked about who the new losers are. One of them asked about why the knights were coming from their rear. A barbarian smiled and said that he doesn't care. He said that he was just getting tired of retreating like a coward. He told his comrades that this is a great opportunity for them. The barbarians noticed that Ghislain was charging at them alone. They decided to kill him and feast on his blood. When Ghislain got close to them, he raised his halberd. With a single swing of his new weapon, our boy beheaded them. The barbarians were shocked to see the heads of their comrades in the air. He spun his halberd in the air and began to attack the barbarians. He tore them apart with each attack. None of them were able to block or withstand his attack. It wasn't even a challenge to Ghislain. Every enemy that faced his weapon got cut down. The barbarians were shocked to see this. They couldn't believe that Perdium had a warrior like this. They wanted to get Ghislain off his horse, but their efforts were meaningless in front of our boy. Kustu watched Ghislain cut down his warriors. He grit his teeth out of anger. He asked his warriors if great warriors like them are scared of one guy. One of his warriors quickly informed him that they have a problem. He revealed to Kustu that their new enemy is pushing them back from the flanks. He said that the northern wolf is coming at them from the rear with his soldiers. Kustu did not expect Zwalter to open his gates. The Count has never done something like this before. He didn't like the fact that Zwalter did this now. He raised his axes and told his warriors that none of this matters. He reminded them that they outnumber their enemies. He asked them to push forward. The moment he said this, he noticed that his warriors were frozen in shock. They said that a demon is in front of them. They saw a demon soaked in blood. It was a demon from a myth. On the day that the forest of beasts burned, there was a tale of a demon that was drenched in crimson blood. This demon stole everyone's soul. It is known as the Bloody Demon. The barbarians saw Ghislain as the Bloody Demon. Our boy and his horse were covered with the blood of the warriors. Custa smiled when he understood why his subordinates called Ghislain the Bloody Demon. He laughed and said that this is fun. He told Ghislain that he never thought that there would be someone as strong as him in the north. He charged at our boy and introduced himself as the great warrior of the north. He referred to Ghislain as Demon and told him that he will take his head. Ghislain told the man that he is disgusting. Immediately he said this. His crazy horse raised his hoof and used it to hit Custa's horse in the face. Custa quickly jumped off his horse when he saw that it was about to fall. Before he could hit Ghislain, he asked him if he knows the amount of the northern lands that have been gnawed away by his barbaric axe. Ghislain thrust his halberd at the man. Custa was able to dodge it. He swung his axe at our boy's head. Ghislain moved his body back to dodge the attack. He used his halberd to hold Custa's axes before he could swing it again. He dragged the chief and threw him to the ground. Custa quickly got up. He asked Ghislain to fight him properly. He told him that he will take his life. Immediately he said this. Our boy's horse kicked him in the face. The attack sent the chief flying. It sent him to the mouth of the northern wolf. Zwalter stabbed the chief in his chest. Custa carefully looked behind him to see who stabbed him. He never expected it to be the northern wolf. Ghislain told him that a new mythology will spread among the barbarians. From this day on, the barbarians will always know that the northern wolf will slit the throats of their warriors. Zwalter took out his sword and let Custa's body fall to the ground. He announced to his men that the chief of the barbarians is dead. He asked them to make the barbarians never think of coveting Perdium again. Ghislain and his father came down from their horses. Our boy walked up to his father. Zwalter smiled and told him that it has been a while. Ghislain took off his helmet and placed his hand on his chest. He said that he was a little late. Randolph quickly hugged him and told him that he is so proud of him. He told Ghislain that they can finally breathe thanks to him. Zwalter asked his son about how he knew about the situation and how he knew that he was to come with this many soldiers. Ghislain revealed to his father that he came there after receiving an urgent plea for aid bearing the seal of Perdium. He explained to Zwalter that the letter stated that he was under attack by the barbarians and that he has already received a part of Fenris's forces as reinforcement. The Count was surprised to hear this. Ghislain took out the letter and asked his father if he wasn't the one who sent it. Zwalter glared at Randolph when he heard this. The knight captain assured his lord that he wasn't the one who sent it. He reminded Zwalter that he ordered him not to send any letters earlier. The Count didn't understand what was happening. He wondered about who sent the letter. With a calm tone in his voice, Ghislain asked his father to listen well. He told Zwalter that they have fallen into a trap. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the camp of the 2nd Corps garrison of the Royal Army. We see the soldiers gambling. One of them said that he has lost his weekly salary again. Another soldier turned to the Corps commander and asked him about when they are going to leave. He said that this lifestyle is too exhausting for him. Another man said that he is starting to miss Cardinia. The Corps commander, whose name is Doran, told his men that they will go home when they are ordered to leave. His subordinate said that he heard that they were there to stand guard in case Count Desmond attacks Fenris. His comrade said that they haven't seen a single movement from the Count. He told the other men that there is no way that the Count would do something like that with the Royal Army watching. Commander Doran asked his subordinates not to be too worried. He said that he knows Count Desmond wouldn't do something so reckless. He told his subordinates that Count Desmond would be opposing the entire kingdom by attacking. He said that even the strongest great lord of the north wouldn't do something so insane. Some minutes later, we see an army appear on a hill. Their flags were in the air. A soldier quickly ran into the commander's tent. He informed Doran that they have some trouble. He revealed to him that Count Desmond's army is charging towards them. Count Desmond was the one leading the soldiers. Doran quickly got out of his tent and announced that this is a night ambush. He ordered his men to form up the front lines and prepare for battle. He ordered the spearmen to move to the front and stop the advancement with the phalanx formation. The men quickly prepared to attack when they saw the Count getting close. Unfortunately for them, Count Desmond and his soldiers destroyed their formation and tore them apart. Harold and his two-winged knight order easily destroyed the men. It wasn't even a challenge for them. The soldiers of the royal army could barely keep up with them. One of them told the corps commander that they can't last any longer. He said that they cannot hold the formation. The man couldn't believe what he was seeing. He knew that the royal army is made up of the kingdom's elites. He didn't understand how they were reduced to this level in an instant. Commander Doran ordered his men to give up on the battle and retreat to Fenris. He asked his subordinate to send a messenger to Cardinia. Immediately he gave the order. He heard a loud explosion from behind. The explosion was caused by Desmond's cavalry. The cavalry attacked the army from behind and cut off their escape route. The cavalry was led by Hutton. Commander Doran couldn't believe that Desmond made the royal army focus on the front and sent his cavalry to the back to block off their escape routes. He realized that Count Desmond completely got them. The moment he thought of this, a horse appeared in front of him. Count Desmond was the one on the horse. The Count greeted Viscount Doran. The commander grit his teeth out of anger and asked Harold if he has lost his mind. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the Cabaldi territory. We see Claude looking shocked when he found out that Count Desmond wiped out the entire Second Corps of the royal army. The messenger informed him that the Count is advancing to Fenris without stopping. Everyone in the room was shocked to hear this. Alfoy couldn't believe that they were going to go to war again. Pyote was shocked to hear about them going to war. Claude's assistant asked him about what they should do. Claude said that Ghislain ordered them to destroy all the important facilities in Cabaldi and move all the supplies and troops to the Fenris castle if Count Desmond attacks. Gillian said that this is the time to follow their lord's order. Alfoy asked them about why they are all waiting around. He suggested that they all start moving. He said that the place is done for. The knights and dwarves did not like what they heard. Even Vanessa was reluctant to move. Alfoy called them fools and told them that the strongest lord in the north is coming to kill them. He asked them to stop acting sluggish and start moving. Pyote quickly agreed with him. Vanessa told Alfoy that she is not leaving. She said that she will find a way to stop Count Desmond with magic. Alfoy and Pyote were shocked to hear this. Alfoy moved close to Vanessa and asked her to not say something so stupid. He told her that she will definitely die if she stays there. Vanessa told him that everything that they have done so far will be taken by the enemy if they leave this place. Alfoy explained to her that they are not discarding anything. He told her that he wants them to survive first. He said that someone with Ghislain's temper will definitely take the land back from Count Desmond. Vanessa reminded him that they have done all kinds of impossible things until now. She said that she is certain that they can stop the enemy if they try their best. Vanessa told Alfoy that this land has a smithy and core facilities that the dwarves and mages worked on together. Public order has been established through the efforts of the knights, and the citizens have begun to live a new life. The mage said that this land holds their lord's dream. She swore to protect it at all costs. Pyote was surprised to hear this. Claude called out to Vanessa and told her that he will share some really important information with her if she really wants to stay there. He revealed to her that he received a report that Count Desmond's army has 30,000 troops with 8 siege towers and 12 catapults. Aside from this, the Count's personal mage who is at the 6th circle is also in the army. Alfoy and Vanessa were shocked to hear this. Gillian explained to the group that they won't even last 3 days once the siege begins because some of their troops went to Perdium. He said that the enemy will get through the gate before their lord arrives. Vanessa was surprised to hear this. Gillian stood up and said that their lord's order is absolute. He ordered everyone to evacuate with supplies. He said that he will stay. Vanessa was surprised to hear this. Claude asked Gillian if he didn't hear what he said. Gillian explained to him that they will be able to slow Count Desmond down if they go to the Stonehaven Fortress, which is the gateway leading to the Cabaldi territory. He said that Count Cabaldi was actually quite wary of Count Desmond when he was alive. He clenched his fist and told the group that their lord will definitely come. He said that he will buy time until Ghislain arrives. Galveric told the man that he will start making some good equipment. The dwarves said that they don't have time to waste. Gordon stepped forward and said that he will stay too. Alfoy was shocked to hear this. Gordon clenched his fist and said that he doesn't know what Captain Kayer would say if they ran away like losers. Gazelle said that he would rather fight and die there than hear Kayer call him a loser for the rest of his life. The other knights agreed with the men. They raised their swords and said that they were going to stay too. Alfoy didn't like the fact that everyone was suddenly acting brave. He couldn't believe that he missed his chance to run away. He knew that he couldn't just leave at this point. Vanessa was touched that her comrades were all ready to lay down their lives for the territory. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the northern fortress of Perdium. We see Ghislain reading a letter. The letter was from Gillian. Gillian told his lord that he has accomplished what everyone said was impossible. He said that he knows that this region is needed for them to face even greater enemies. He assured Ghislain that he will protect the territory no matter what. Our boy was touched that his subordinates were willing to lay their lives down for him. He knew that Count Desmond commands an army of 30,000 with the strength to wipe out the royal army's second corps in an instant. Ghislain understood that the Count sowed confusion in his intelligence network and dispersed Fenris forces. He launched his attack while keeping our boy tied down there. Ghislain didn't like this situation at all. He considered the fact that the Count might act independently, but he never thought that he would do something like this. Randolph told our boy that he shouldn't be there while Count Desmond's army is advancing. Zwalter told his son that he needs to go back to his territory now. Immediately he said this, Scoven barged into the room and informed him that they have a problem. He said that the follow-up units of the barbarians are advancing towards them again. Everyone quickly went outside to see the barbarians. They were even more than before. Randolph was shocked to see how many barbarians were coming towards them. Zwalter didn't expect them to be this much. He thought that they had fully stopped the barbarians' attack. Ghislain knew that even his father won't be able to stop this many barbarians. He was certain that the barbarians will take over Perdium if he leaves now. He didn't expect Harold to use this strategy. He realized that the Count has staked everything on this war. Zwalter placed his hand on his son's shoulder and asked him about what he is waiting for. He explained to Ghislain that fending off the barbarians and protecting the people of Perdium is the job of the Northern Wolf. Ghislain did not expect his father to say this. The Count reminded his son that he is now a lord. He told him that the people he must protect are waiting for him. He asked him to carry out his duty. Ghislain could only stare at his father when he heard this. Randolph drew his sword and ordered the archers to prepare to fire. He told them that their homeland will be invaded if they can't stop their enemies there. Zwalter drew his sword and walked forward. He asked his son to go now. Ghislain walked past his father and told him that he is correct when he said that he has people to protect. He grabbed his halberd and said that this people are the ones he trusts the most. The moment he said this, he covered his sword with mana. He called out to Belinda and Lucas and told them that they need to clear this place as quickly as possible and return to their territory. With a cold gaze in his eyes, Ghislain said that Count Desmond will die in the war at the end of the day. In the next scene, we are taken to the Stonehaven fortress. We see the soldiers moving the supplies and arrows to their correct positions. Gillian ordered the soldiers to make haste and gather in front of him once they are done with their preparations. Someone called out to him after he gave the order. When Gillian turned around, he saw Galveric. The dwarf was wearing an armor and carrying a huge hammer. He asked Gillian if he equipped all the soldiers with the armors. The man said that he did. He looked down and told Galveric that the armors are of great quality. Galveric told him that this is natural. He said that arrows won't be able to pierce them, and they are very light, so they should be easy on the soldiers. He revealed to Gillian that he upgraded the knights' armors by engraving magic circles into them with the help of the mages. He explained to him that the armors will be able to temporarily neutralize the power of incoming magic attacks. Gillian became worried when he heard this. He told Galveric that he and his comrades possess a precious talent. He asked him if he really wants to stay there. Galveric said that he believes that the enemy won't kill them because nobles all over the kingdom want them. He said that if he has to live as a slave, it would be much better for him to bet his life on the freedom that Ghislain promised to grant him after 10 years of service. He stretched out his hand to give Gillian his helmet and asked him if there is any value in freedom if his lord isn't there. Gillian was surprised to hear this. He smiled and accepted the lion helmet. He turned to the soldiers beneath him and asked them if everyone is there. The men told him that they are complete. Gillian saw that they had 1 priest, 10 mages, 100 knights, and 1,000 soldiers. They were going to face 30,000 men. As he spoke, Count Desmond and his army marched towards the fortress with different equipment. Pyote and the knights couldn't believe that their enemy outnumbered them 30 times over. Gazelle said that it is quite terrifying. Alfoy screamed and said that it is better for them to run away. He told them that their lord wouldn't want them to die there. Vanessa grabbed his robe and told him that it is too late to run. The soldiers became nervous when they saw how Alfoy was acting. Gillian asked the soldiers if they are afraid. He explained to them that their purpose isn't to defeat the enemy, but to buy enough time until their lord arrives. He told them that the enemy will take over the territory in an instant if they get past this point. He said that their workplace, their families, and the homes they worked hard to get will be gone. He explained to them that they were able to receive new lives and harbor dreams thanks to their lord. He wore his glorious helmet and told the soldiers that it is now their turn to protect their lord's dream. The knights and the soldiers became motivated when they heard this. They got ready to fight. Outside the fortress, we see Hutton move close to the Count. He informed him that they have loaded all the catapults. Count Desmond called out to a man named Willow. The man hit his staff on the ground and answered the Count's call. This man is the Count's personal mage. He is a sixth circle mage. Harold asked Willow if he has found the runestone trap that the Perdium forces used against the Degard. Willow informed him that he and his subordinates did not detect any traces of runestone energy in the area. He said that the Fenris soldiers didn't have the time to prepare it since the war began as a surprise attack. Upon hearing this, the Count raised his sword and ordered his warriors to fire. The soldiers fired the catapults immediately they got the order. As Gillian saw the huge rocks coming towards the fortress, he ordered the soldiers to prepare for impact. The huge rocks barely damaged the fortress wall. They only made the soldiers lose their balance. Upon seeing this, the Count ordered his soldiers to charge forward. Galveric quickly informed Gillian that the enemy is coming. Gillian quickly ordered the soldiers to push the damaged bags aside. He asked the archers to get in position. The archers quickly followed his orders. They fired a large amount of arrows at the enemy. The Desmond soldiers raised their shields and used them to block the arrows. A commander asked the soldiers to continue moving forward. Hutton told the Count that the enemy's fortress wall is quite sturdy. He noticed that the wall didn't take any noticeable damages even after they fired all 12 catapults at it. He said that the reaction of the Fenris soldiers was faster than expected. Count Desmond revealed to him that he heard that Ghislain received some dwarven slaves from the royalist faction. He said that the dwarves must have made the walls sturdier. Immediately he said this, a commander ordered the archers of the 1st and 4th team to start firing. He asked them to wipe out everything on the wall. The archers quickly got in position and fired their arrows at the soldiers on the wall. The archers who were loading the bows on the wall got hit with a large amount of arrows, but nothing happened to them. The arrows weren't able to pierce through their armors. The Count was surprised to see this. The archers couldn't believe that their armors deflected all the arrows. They wondered about how the dwarves were able to create something like this. Galveric smiled when he saw their reactions. Gillian ordered them to keep firing. He assured them that the arrows won't do any damage to them. The Count didn't like this situation. He called out to Willow and ordered him to rain fire upon the enemy. Willow activated a magic spell immediately. He got the order. He smiled and told his lord that he will carry out his wish. The moment he said this, Galveric called out to Gillian and asked him to look up. He said that there is something ominous in the sky. When Gillian looked up, he noticed that some dark clouds were forming above them. He instantly realized that this was magic. With a smile on his face, Willow asked the Fenris soldiers to watch their heads because a rain that will burn everything is about to fall. As he spoke, several fireballs descended from the sky. Galveric and the soldiers were shocked to see this. Galveric said that their armors may be able to defend against arrows, but they can't stop magic on this level. He asked everyone to hide. Gillian raised his voice and ordered his soldiers to stay calm and hold their positions. He told them that they have nothing to worry about because they also have their own magic. Immediately he said this. Vanessa raised her staff and began to levitate. She activated a spell known as Wind Curtain. A huge barrier covered the entire fortress. The barrier blocked the numerous fireballs that were coming at them. Once it was done taking the attacks, it disappeared. Gillian and the soldiers were shocked to see what happened. However, no one was more shocked than Willow. He instantly knew that this magic belongs to the mage who wiped out the Degard army. While she was trying to catch her breath, Alfoy told the girl that he is working as a battery again. Vanessa asked him not to lose focus. She said that they need to prepare for the next attack. While they were trying to regain their energy, Hutton moved close to the Count and told him that they need his next order. Harold thought about how Gillian managed to counter his siege attacks with fortress walls reinforced by dwarves. He prepared armors that could block arrows. and he was facing magic with magic. Even though the Fenris forces were split up and Ghislain wasn't present, the current force was still able to stand against the Count. Harold had to accept that the Fenris soldiers were quite skilled. He recalled that he started this war without considering the Duke's orders or the ties to the Royalist faction. He noticed that he hasn't been calm. This was not how he usually behaved. He smiled and said that this is a stroke of fortune. He realized that he wouldn't have been able to bring Ghislain down if he hadn't made a move now. He said that he is truly relieved. He told Hutton that there is no need for them to test the waters with their attacks anymore. Hutton was surprised to hear this. With a confident smile on his face, Harold ordered the man to advance the entire army. He said that they need to erase this fortress from the map right now. He raised his sword and ordered his soldiers to advance. He said that they will be capturing the fortress. Gillian and the soldiers continued firing a large amount of arrows at the enemy. Gillian told them that they need to slow down the enemy's advance as much as possible. The Desmond soldiers used their shields to block the arrows as they marched forward. While the Fenris soldiers were firing their arrows, they saw something coming towards them from above. One of them quickly informed the others that the enemy's catapult shots are on fire. He asked Galveric if their armors can also block these shots. Galveric ordered the men to dodge the attacks. Before the shots could hit the archers, Gillian swung his axe and used it to destroy the rocks. Gordon and the other knights also destroyed the shots. The soldiers were relieved to see this. They believed that they were saved. Immediately, they turned around. They saw that the siege towers were already very close to them. They realized that their enemy was using their sheer numbers to push forward. Gillian asked the men not to be scared. He asked them to trust each other and stay in position. He ordered the Fenris Knight Order to get in position. The men raised their weapons with a smile on their faces. Gillian took a stance and released his mana. He asked the knights to prepare for close combat. He said that their first attack must overwhelm the enemy. He told the knights that this battle will be the very first point that decides the outcome of the war. Immediately he said this, the Desmond soldiers jumped into the fortress wall through their siege towers. Before they could even land on the ground, Gillian swung his axe and tore them apart with a single swing. He used his huge axe to hit their bodies and send them flying. The bodies of the soldiers went through the siege tower they came out of. The Desmond soldiers were shocked to see the bodies of their comrades falling to the ground. They wondered about what was happening at the top. The soldiers who went to the top of the tower began to tremble when they saw a huge axe covered in blood. It was as if they knew that they would die if they charged in. Gillian took a stance and glared at them. The men froze in fear. While Gillian was dealing with one siege tower, the Knight Order faced the soldiers in the other towers. Count Desmond took notice of the white-maned lion. Hutton informed the Count that the knights are at a very high level. He said that it will take a while for them to break through with average soldiers. Harold called out to the two-winged Knight Order when he heard this. The knights instantly answered his call. Harold ordered them to get off their horses and join the infantry formation. He asked them to climb the siege towers and push the enemy knights off them. He asked one squad to join the battering ram unit and strike the gate while the siege towers assaults the walls. He ordered Willow to gather enough mana to use a large-scale spell at any time. The mage accepted the order. The Count called out to Hutton. He raised his sword and pointed at Gillian. He said that the white-maned lion is getting on his nerves. He told Hutton that he is free to kill him. Hutton moved his horse and smiled brightly. He said that he has been waiting for this order. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Marquis Branford's mansion in the capital. We see Count Fowd nervously standing in the Marquis's office. Rosalind and Marquis Morris were also in the room. With a cold gaze in his eyes, Marquis Branford asked the man to tell him the pretext for the war. The Count asked him about what he is talking about. The Marquis revealed to him that Count Desmond annihilated his second legion and attacked Baron Fenris. He asked the Count if Duke Delphine is trying to say that there is no pretext for this war. The Count cleared his throat and told the Marquis that he understands his anger, but he can't see the connection between them and Count Desmond, who is a neutral noble. Rosalind asked him to not bother denying their connection. She revealed to him that they already uncovered that Count Desmond and the ducal house are working together during the post-war investigation of the recent Cabaldi War. She told the man that this is why they deployed the Second Legion. Marquis Morris advised the Count to choose his words carefully. He explained to him that the price for laying a hand on the royal army won't be small. Count Fowd didn't know what to say. He didn't think that these people would openly express their displeasure. He cursed Viscount Raoul for dumping this role on him. He asked the royalists to calm themselves. He explained to them that Count Desmond is personally responsible for the war. He bowed his head and promised that their faction will definitely not get involved in the matter. He said that there will be no joint attacks on Fenris. Marquis Branford asked him if he is going to neglect this matter and take no responsibility, even though the Count is affiliated with their faction. Count Foude reminded him that they also stayed out of Count Cabaldi's affairs. He told the Marquis that it would be best if he also keeps his hands off this war. Marquis Branford stood up and told the man that he is deliberately complicating this situation. He asked him if he is using Count Desmond to test them since the downfall of Fenris is already guaranteed. He said that the strength of the royal army will be drained if they charge in, and if they hang back, the ducal house will safely swallow Fenris. The Count told him that this is a misunderstanding. He said that they are not going to interfere because they do not wish for war. Marquis Branford told him that he understands, but he has had enough of his underhanded schemes. He called out to a knight known as Tolio and ordered him to throw Count Foude into prison and arrest every noble of the ducal faction in the capital. He told Count Foude that if Ghislain falls, he will behead all the nobles of the ducal faction and send their heads to Duke Delphine. Count Foude was shocked to hear this. Before he could say anything, two soldiers grabbed him from behind. Before they could drag him away, Count Foude asked Marquis Branford to explain what is happening. He reminded him that he is the spokesman of the ducal house. He told the Marquis that he has to guarantee his safety by tradition. The Marquis ignored him and asked Marquis Morris to tell him which territory is the weakest of the ducal faction. With a smile on his face, Marquis Morris informed him that they can swiftly strike the Harrington barony and the Colin barony in the north. He said that they can occupy those places in a day. Marquis Branford asked him to seize the two territories the moment Fenris falls. He asked him to order the royal army units that are closest to the north to immediately move out and support Ghislain. Count Foude was shocked to hear what the Marquis was saying. He realized that the Marquis wasn't joking around. The Marquis said that he will raise a separate force to deal with Desmond himself. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the battlefield. We see the knights of the two-winged Knight Order charge into the fortress wall through the siege towers. They pushed the Fenris knights back when they arrived at the top of the towers. One of the knights informed the others that the two-winged Knight Order has breached the wall. Gordon charged at a knight and asked him to come at him. He told him that he will flatten his flat head even further. He swung his mace at the knight. The knight easily blocked his attacks. When Gordon swung his mace at him again, he blocked it with his shield and swung his sword at his head. Before his sword could reach Gordon's head, the knight quickly raised his shield when he saw Gillian's axe coming at him. Gillian told Gordon that he almost lost his head. The knight swung his sword at Gillian's back. Gillian blocked the attack with his axe and grabbed his shield. He moved the man's shield and created an opening. He quickly raised his axe and used it to behead the man. As the man's body fell to the ground, someone told Gillian that he heard that most of Ghislain's subordinates are mercenaries. He told him that he is quite beastly. Gillian asked him for his identity. Hutton drew his sword and introduced himself as the captain of the two-winged Knight Order. He referred to Gillian as White-Maned Beast and asked him to state his name. Gillian told the man that his name is not worth revealing to anyone. He said that he is simply a weapon of Baron Fenris. He raised his axe and placed it on his shoulder. He referred to Hutton as Desmond's dog and asked him to come at him. Hutton smiled when he heard this. He told him that he is truly a beast. The moment he said this, he charged at him. As he ran towards Gillian, the knights of the two-winged Knight Order pushed the Fenris knights away from the siege towers. They said that they were going to wipe out the Fenris knights. The battering ram unit at the gate were also hitting the gate with their equipment. They said that they were going to take over the fortress. While the two-winged knights were struggling to take over the fortress, we see Hutton and Gillian swing their weapons at each other. Hutton easily blocked Gillian's attack. He and Gillian quickly turned to each other. Gillian swung his axe at the man. Hutton blocked his attack and thrust his blade at Gillian's back. Gillian blocked it with his axe. He swung his axe at the captain again. Hutton blocked his attack with one hand at his back. He and Gillian increased the speed of their attacks. The two men were blocking each other's attacks well. They matched each other's pace. Hutton swung his sword at Gillian's hand. Gillian used his axe to block the attack and used it to push himself up. He tried to give Hutton a kick in his head. Hutton easily bent his head to dodge the attack. Unfortunately for him, Gillian wasn't done. He raised his axe while he was in the air and swung it at the captain's neck. Hutton was able to dodge the attack by moving his body back. He smiled and said that knights would never use this freewheeling fighting style. He raised his sword and said that the fight is truly entertaining. He swung his sword at Gillian. Gillian blocked the attack with his axe. He pushed Hutton's sword back and swung his axe at him. Hutton blocked the attack with his sword. Before Gillian could swing his axe at him again, Hutton landed a cut on his abdomen. Gillian was surprised to see this. The captain told Gillian that he is not half bad, but he has too many openings. The moment he said this, he charged at him. Outside the fortress, we see the Count tell the battering ram unit that they have done enough. He asked them to remove the battering ram. He ordered Willow to pierce the gate. Willow accepted his lord's order. While they were fighting, Gazelle and Galveric saw something in the air. They saw a ridiculously huge fireball above Willow and his subordinates. The mage conjured this attack with his subordinates. He said that this attack will be much harder to block than the last one. He fired the spell known as Sun Flare at the gate. Gordon and Pio were shocked to see the scale of the attack. Vanessa closed her eyes before the attack hit the gate. She seemed to be preparing something. Unfortunately, the attack hit the wall and vaporized the gate. Count Desmond smiled when he saw this. He ordered the infantry and the cavalry to charge now that the gate has been breached. He asked them to take over the fortress. The soldiers and knights charged into the fortress. While they were running into the fortress, we see Gillian block Hutton's attack with a blade. The man was surprised to see that Gillian unsheathed the blade from the back of his axe. Gillian pushed the man back with his blade and swung his axe at him from the side. Hutton used his sword to block the axe. Gillian quickly thrust his blade at his head. Hutton used his other hand to hold Gillian's hand. He told Gillian that he wasted his talent. He told him that he would have been a better fighter if he had received his teachings. He said that talented people like Victor always die so fast. He informed Gillian that the fortress will be taken over before the fight ends. He asked him if he wishes to continue. Gillian remembered what Claude said when he heard this. Claude told Gillian that he needs to follow the command of the general administrator if he wants to stay and fight. Alfoy was surprised to hear Claude call himself an administrator. He asked him if he isn't a slave. Claude said that he is a general administrator and a deputy of the Lord. He explained to the group that the enemy is coming at them with national-level forces that are committed to a total war. He said that they cannot eliminate the overwhelming differences between them no matter how strong their internal strength is. He told the group that he is going to share his plan with them. He told them that their operations will begin once the walls are breached. He said that the regular soldiers and mages will retreat through the rear gate as quickly as possible once the enemy climbs over the wall. He explained to them that fighting the enemy head-on will only lead to pointless deaths because they will get completely overrun by their sheer numbers. He said that the knights will draw the enemy's attention for a while. Then they will withdraw on Gillian's signal. Upon remembering this, Gillian laughed and asked Hutton if Victor was his disciple. The man didn't expect to hear this question. With a smile on his face, Gillian told Hutton that his disciple was a fool who dared to charge at his lord without fear. He said that Victor's master doesn't seem to be any different. Hutton quickly got angry when he heard this. Gillian threw his axe aside and grabbed the man's clothes. He gave Hutton a painful headbutt with his helmet. Hutton quickly jumped back. Gillian grabbed a huge crossbow from the ground. He pointed it at the man. Hutton was annoyed to see this. He said that such trickery is pointless. Gillian turned to the side and fired an arrow at a bell. The bell rang out to everyone in the fortress. The knights instantly understood that this was a signal. Hutton couldn't understand why Gillian did something like this. Gillian grabbed his axe and jumped off the fortress wall. Hutton said that Gillian doesn't deserve to call himself a knight if he runs away from his enemy. Immediately he said this, Hutton realized that something was wrong. He quickly looked around. He noticed that there was no Fenris soldier or knight on the fortress wall. Two of his knights moved close to him and informed him that the enemy ran away during the fight. One of them asked him if they should chase after them. Hutton realized that something wasn't right. He knew that the Fenris knights that he saw looked like they were ready to sacrifice their lives to protect this fortress, no matter how much they were losing. Although the gate was breached, the knights and soldiers gave up too easily. Hutton now understood the situation. While he was putting things together, the Desmond soldiers chased after Gillian and the other knights who were running away through the rear gate. They hated the knights for making them work like this. They said that they won't spare anyone. Immediately Gillian and the other knights got past the rear gate. Vanessa stepped forward with her staff. She hit her staff on the ground and activated a magic circle. She fired some energy into the fortress and activated a spell known as Flame Strike. A huge explosion took place in the fortress. The fire could be seen by everyone on the battlefield. The Count couldn't believe his eyes. Willow instantly realized that Vanessa used runestones to create an explosion on this scale. The Desmond soldiers who managed to survive screamed out in pain. They begged someone to put out the fire. Hutton and most of the knights were able to survive the explosion. The captain ordered the two-winged knight order to rescue the injured and count the survivors. The moment he gave the order, Count Desmond charged into the fortress with his horse. With a look of anger on his face, he ordered Hutton to report the situation. While the Desmond soldiers were trying to save their comrades, Gillian and his comrades watched the fire from afar. While they were looking at the fire, Pyote noticed that Gillian was bleeding in his abdomen. Gillian told her that it is fine. While looking at the fire, Alfoy told the group that everyone there has some messed up financial awareness. He didn't think that they would use expensive runestones like that again. Gordon said that it doesn't matter. He said that their lord is rich. Galveric told the mage that the enemy would have taken all the runestones if they lost. Gillian said that Claude's plan was excellent. He turned to the men and asked them if they are all right. The men screamed that they are. Gillian informed them that the enemy will soon track them down. He said that they will depart for the second assembly point now. The scene shifts, and we are taken to another battlefield. We see hundreds of dead barbarians behind a white-haired barbarian man. The man was breathing heavily. While he and his horse were struggling to catch their breath, Ghislain charged at him with his horse. He swung his halberd at the leg of the man's horse. The man blocked the attack before it could touch his horse. Ghislain didn't give him the chance to rest. He pressed the man with numerous strikes. The man was able to block the attacks, but he was getting pushed back. Ghislain raised his halberd and made a huge swing. The man was able to block his attack, but he wasn't able to stop Ghislain's horse from kicking his horse in the head. His horse spat out some blood and fell to the ground. The man had to jump off the horse. He referred to Ghislain as Bloody Demon and asked him if he doesn't know when to quit. He told him that he is more addicted to fighting than them. He asked Ghislain to lower his weapon and hear him out if he still has any sense. He introduced himself as Waroka and said that he represents his people. He proposed a truce with our boy. He asked Ghislain to look around. He said that no matter where he looks, all he sees is a place filled with poor souls that have become nothing but disgusting lumps of flesh. He explained to Ghislain that they were only working under Custa's order. He said that there is no reason for them to continue fighting now that Custu is dead. Ghislain recalled that Waroka was a barbarian general who was given a portion of Perdium for helping the Duke in his past life. He is a smart man among the simple and stupid barbarians. Waroka told Ghislain that they can end this meaningless killing. He asked him if they haven't sacrificed enough men. He promised him that they will never attack the north again. Ghislain asked him to shut his mouth. He asked him if he has stalled for enough time. He charged at Waroka. The barbarian quickly raised his spear to block the attack, but he was too slow. Ghislain landed a huge cut on him. With a cold gaze in his eyes, our boy told the barbarian that there is no such thing as a moderate war in this world. As his body slowly fell to the ground, Waroka called our boy a demon. While breathing heavily, Ghislain glared at the bastard. The scene shifts, and we see Gillian and the knights riding their horses. Gordon informed Gillian that the enemy is behind them. When Gillian turned around, he saw the Desmond soldiers getting close to them. Hutton informed Count Desmond that the rats are finally in sight. The Count ordered his soldiers to charge forward. He said that they will never be able to bring Fenris down if they are unable to do it today. Pyote was shocked to see that the enemy already caught up to them. Alfoy couldn't believe that they chased them down this quickly despite taking so much damage. Gillian realized that there is still some distance left before they reach the assembly point. He wondered if this was the end for him. He turned his horse around and ordered the group to proceed to the assembly point. He said that he will hold a defensive position there to buy them some time. Vanessa, Alfoy, and Pyote couldn't believe what they were hearing. Gillian and his knights turned to the enemy. The knights were shocked to see the number of soldiers Desmond had. They wondered if they really did any damage earlier. They knew that they reduced the enemy soldiers, but it didn't change the fact that they overwhelmingly outnumber them. Gordon said that the flat helmet knights were no joke. He said that he could feel a difference in skill. Torin asked him if he is scared despite having such muscles. Gazelle told him that he is going to tell Captain Care. Gordon smiled and said that he will try to stop one of the knights since the situation has come to this. He told his comrades that he already knows that their lord will avenge them. Gillian grabbed his axe and told him that he is correct. He said that their lord is not someone who would let the enemy go unpunished. He raised his axe and called out to the Fenris Knight Order. While screaming at the top of his voice, he ordered the knights to prepare for battle. He asked them to charge forward for Fenris. The knights and their horses locked in and charged at the enemy. Gillian and his comrades swung their weapons at the knights of the two-winged Knight Order. Gillian faced their captain, while Gordon, Torin, and the other knights faced the two-winged knights. Gordon told the enemy that he will make sure that they never invade Fenris again. Count Desmond realized that the Fenris knights have decided to resist until the end since they cannot run away. He ordered the first line of mages to move forward. The mages moved forward and fired fireballs at the knights. Torin quickly informed the others that magic attacks are coming. Gordon told the mages that they have armors made with dwarven technology. Before the attacks could hit them, a shield appeared in the air and blocked the attacks. Count Desmond and Hutton were shocked to see this. Vanessa told her comrades that she cannot just watch them sacrifice themselves in front of her eyes. She told them that she will fight with them. While everyone was busy fighting, Hutton told Gillian that he finally remembered his name. He called out his name and referred to him as the captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. Gillian didn't expect the man to recognize him. Hutton told him that they used to trade with his mercenary group, often thanks to the remarkable resourcefulness they displayed. He said that he completely forgot about the group because they disappeared out of the blue. He asked Gillian to tell him why he risks his life for Ghislain. He asked him if he believes that he is no longer a mercenary just because he is playing knight. He told Gillian that if he really believes that the foolish Fenris can dominate the north, then he needs to hear his advice. He raised his voice and said that it is nothing but a futile dream. Gillian let out a sigh and said that the mercenary he once was is already dead, but his lord has given him a new life. He raised his axe and said that his lord's dream is also his dream. Gillian swung his axe at Hutton. The captain quickly raised his sword and used it to block the attack. Gillian added more pressure to his axe and used it to push Hutton back. He and Hutton were breathing heavily. They were both tired, but none of them were ready to give up. They charged at each other. Hutton swung his sword at Gillian from the side. Gillian used his huge axe to block each one of his attacks. He made sure that he didn't get pushed aside. Hutton swung his sword at his chest. Gillian used his axe handle to block the attack. He used his axe to lock Hutton's sword in place. He knocked Hutton's sword out of his hand. He quickly swung his axe at Hutton and landed a heavy cut on him and his horse. Hutton quickly jumped off his horse when he saw that it was injured. He grabbed his sword and used it to support himself. He realized that Gillian's momentum and power are different from what it was when he faced him earlier. He knew that Gillian was at a disadvantage and he was wounded. He wondered about where the man was getting his strength from. He told Gillian that he doesn't understand something. He asked him to tell him why a mercenary like him is risking his life to work for an animal of a lord. Gillian said that no one is allowed to call Lord Fenris an animal. He raised his axe and said that he won't tolerate anyone who disgraces his lord's dream. He told Hutton that this is his chivalry. The man was surprised to hear this. He knew that no mercenary would show this much loyalty to their lord because money is the only thing that matters to them. He saw mercenaries as people who have no manners and only follow their primal desires. Hutton didn't expect Ghislain to tame this wild lion and turn him into a knight. While he was thinking, Gillian swung his axe at him. Hutton quickly grabbed his sword and used it to block Gillian's attack. He moved his sword aside and let Gillian's axe slip. He quickly used this chance to land a deep cut on Gillian's horse. He asked Gillian to pardon his rudeness from before. He took a stance and referred to Gillian as the White Lion. He told him that he will now challenge him to a duel as a fellow knight. On another side of the battlefield, we see Count Desmond order his men to attack the enemy's flanks and surround them. The soldiers and knights quickly charged at the Fenris knights from all sides. Alfoy informed Vanessa and Galveric that they will be done for if they get surrounded with this much of a difference in numbers. While breathing heavily, Galveric asked Alfoy if there is a way out for them. Vanessa quickly ordered Alfoy and the other mages to get into a circular formation. She hit her staff on the ground and activated a spell. A huge ice wall came out of the ground and covered them from all sides. The ice wall stopped the enemy from getting close to them. The two winged knights couldn't believe that the mages managed to block them. Count Desmond was annoyed to see what Vanessa did. He didn't think that she would get in his way like this. He ordered Willow to prepare a spell. The mage accepted his order. The two winged knights gathered at the front of the ice wall. They decided to break through the enemy's defense through the front. They wanted to eliminate the mages. Gordon and Torin told them that this won't happen. They asked their comrades to charge at the knights. Unfortunately, the two winged knights were still more skilled than them. They were able to push the Fenris knights aside and break through their defense. They charged at Vanessa and the other mages. When the mages saw the knights coming at them, they gave Vanessa their mana. The girl fired a spell known as Thunder Spear at the knights. The attack electrocuted the knights. Immediately she used the spell. Vanessa fell to her knees and began to cough. Alfoy informed her that she is going to die if she keeps using spells with high mana consumption in succession like this. Galveric asked her if she is alright. Vanessa gathered her strength and asked the dwarf not to worry about her. Immediately she said this, she saw something shocking. The thing even caught Hutton's and Gillian's attention. The men were looking at a huge fireball in the sky. The fireball was created by Willow. This was the Sunflare spell that he used to destroy the fortress gate before. The Fenris Knights knew that this attack would vaporize their ice wall. Gillian became worried about his subordinates when he saw the attack. Unfortunately, Hutton didn't care about how he felt. He swung his sword at Gillian. Gillian was able to block the attack. Hutton smiled and told Gillian that he needs to focus because he is fighting him. Willow told Vanessa that she has enlightened him. He told her that no matter how talented a person is, they will be turned into ashes if they choose the wrong side. He laughed and told her that it is over for them. Immediately he heard this. Gillian gathered his strength and used it to push Hutton back. He took out a sword from his back and threw it at the mage. Willow was shocked to see what Gillian did. Gillian's sword hit him in the shoulder and made him fall to the ground. Willow accidentally fired the spell in the air. Count Desmond was shocked to see this. Torin and Gordon smiled when they saw this. They didn't expect their captain to get the mage. Vanessa was relieved to see that their captain saved them. Gillian raised his voice and ordered his men to deploy a circular defensive formation and hold on to their positions. Immediately he said this, he got stabbed from behind. Vanessa froze in shock when she saw this. Hutton told him that this is the price he must pay for losing focus in a sacred duel. Gillian wasn't ready to give up yet. He gathered his strength and swung his axe at Hutton. The man quickly jumped back to dodge the attack. Gillian swung his axe at him again. Hutton brushed it aside and landed an attack on Gillian. He quickly stabbed him in his shoulder. Gillian spat out some blood. Hutton told him that he didn't want the fight to end like this. He said that things never go as planned on the battlefield. He drew out his sword and let Gillian fall to the ground. Gordon and Pio were shocked to see this. Vanessa screamed when she saw this. Count Desmond noticed that they were in disarray. He ordered his men to charge at the enemy. Gillian laid on the ground as the two winged knights charged at his comrades. While breathing heavily, he turned to his comrades. He saw how the two winged knights were taking them out. They were pushing the Fenris knights back. Gillian noticed that Vanessa was trying to run to him. He saw that Alfoy and Galveric were holding her back. He wondered if this is the end. He thought about the time he first met Ghislain. He remembered how our boy told him that he looks forward to working with him. He thought about this new life that he earned from his lord. Gillian thought about everything he went through with his lord. He remembered that he fought with new comrades. He remembered the time he fought the blood python with his lord, the time he faced Victor, and how his lord rescued him from Victor. Gillian remembered his daughter Rachel. He recalled that his lord once told him that he is one of the people that he trusts the most. He gently smiled and told his lord that he is sorry. Before Gillian could close his eyes, someone called out to him. Gillian carefully opened his eyes. He wondered if this person was his lord. The person turned out to be Kair. Kair told Gillian that he needs to maintain his dignity in front of his subordinates. He asked him to get up. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the past. We are taken to the Shadow Mountains of the Turian Kingdom. We see a monster wave happening. Hundreds of monsters were running towards the Ironcliff Fortress. A man in an armor ordered the mercenaries on the wall to fire their arrows. The mercenaries fired a large amount of arrows at the monsters. The monsters were still charging at them. They managed to reach the top of the fortress wall. The mercenaries had to use their spears to attack them and stop them from getting into the fortress wall. They couldn't believe that the monsters were climbing the corpses on the ground. While they were struggling to hold them back, a huge monster holding a huge ice club threw a boulder in the air. He used his club to hit the boulder and send it flying at the fortress wall. The men were horrified to see a boulder flying towards them. The boulder hit the fortress and made the mercenaries lose their balance. The mercenaries realized that they were being attacked by a Yeti. The monster was much bigger than every monster on the battlefield. One of the men said that he doesn't understand how the Yeti can smack a house-sized boulder with a rock and send it flying. He couldn't believe that even the Turian knights, who rarely interfere, have joined this battle. The man didn't understand how they were still getting pushed back. His comrade told him that they need Doncat in times like this. Immediately he said this. The Yeti fired another boulder at them. Before the boulder could hit the fortress, Kair jumped out of the fortress and used Doncad's pillar to block the boulder. He fired the boulder at the monsters below him. The mercenaries on the wall were happy to see Kair. They knew that this redhead was the new king of Ironcliff. While he was in the air, Kair grit his teeth out of anger. He called Doncat a pig and wondered about how he was able to carry this heavy pillar around. He attached a rope to the pillar and threw it to the ground. The pillar crushed some monsters when it touched the ground. Kair used the rope to move to the ground. He drew his sword and began to tear the monsters apart. It was quite easy for him to cut through them. After overcoming fear, Kair began to delve deeper into his swordsmanship. The next thing he needed to focus on was operation. He needed to change certain things about himself to improve. Kair began to focus on the movement of his opponent's shoulder, their center of gravity, and the position of their feet. If a person can catch the signals the body sends and discern their opponent's next move, they can face anyone. Immediately he thought of this. Kair focused on Hutton's movement. He saw how the man charged at him and carefully blocked his attack. He kicked Hutton's leg and made him slightly lose balance. He swung his sword at the man's head at a crazy speed. Hutton was barely able to dodge his attack. Kair was able to land a cut on his face. Hutton couldn't believe what was happening. He realized that Kair read his movements. Before he could put himself together, Kair appeared in front of him with his sword. Hutton quickly gathered his strength and swung his sword to block Kair's attack. He got pushed back when he blocked the attack. He quickly raised his sword and took a stance. He knew that the fight would have ended earlier if he bent his head a moment later. Hutton wondered about who Kair is. He didn't understand how Kair possessed such skills. He didn't see anything special about Kair's physique or mana. He asked Kair for his name. The king of Ironcliff asked him about what he needs his name for. Due to Kair's speech and attitude, Hutton was able to deduce that he wasn't a knight. He asked Kair if he should consider him as a mercenary that the kingdom paid a fortune to hire. Kair smiled and asked the man if he can't get anything right. He told him that he is the captain of the Fenris Knight Order. Hutton was shocked to hear this. He asked Kair if the White Lion isn't the captain. Gillian gathered his strength and told Kair that he is spouting nonsense. Kair referred to him as Geezer and asked him to shut up. He reminded him that he is lying on the ground. Gillian couldn't argue with him. Kair asked him to get back up and fight if he has a problem with what he said. Immediately he said this. He charged at Hutton. The man grit his teeth out of anger and gathered his strength. He blocked Kair's first attack. Kair swung his sword at his head, but he was able to dodge it. Hutton began to attack Kair. The king of Ironcliff was able to match his pace. He and Hutton used their swords to push each other back. Hutton told Kair that he moves without a hint of restraint. He said that Baron Fenris really raised nothing but beasts. He revealed to Kair that he has seized victory 5 times in Knight's duels where the fate of a territory was at stake. He asked Kair if he thinks that someone like him will lose to a lowly wretch like him. Kair told him that a knight's duel is similar to the bets that mercenaries make. He told him that their lord has engaged in bets like this over 100 times. Hutton was shocked to hear this. He asked Kair if he is serious. Immediately he asked his question. Kair gave him a kick in his chin. The attack pushed Hutton's head back and made him lose his balance. Kair quickly swung his sword at Hutton. The man quickly regained his balance and blocked the attack. He asked Kair to stop spouting nonsense. He moved his sword hilt down and used it to hit Kair in his legs. The attack made Kair lose his balance. He slipped and fell to the ground. Hutton raised his sword and told Kair that he will eliminate anyone who gets in Count Desmond's way. Before he could stab Kair, someone blocked his sword. The person turned out to be Gillian. Hutton and Kair were shocked to see Gillian moving. Kair quickly put himself together and swung his sword at Hutton's legs. The knight quickly jumped back to dodge the attack. Kair got up after creating some distance between himself and Hutton. Gillian told him that he has gotten stronger, while breathing heavily. Kair asked Gillian if he is certain that he can move. Gillian informed him that Pyote has helped him. He said that he can move for some time. Hutton asked Gillian if he doesn't know that he is supposed to back off after losing the fight. He couldn't believe that Gillian interfered in his fight. Hutton raised his voice and told Gillian that he has not discarded the lowly nature of a mercenary. Gillian ignored him and warned Kair not to let his guard down. He explained to Kair that Hutton is Victor's master. Kair now understood why the man was so strong. He told Gillian that he doesn't look so good. He told him that he will only be able to make one final attack. Gillian told him that he is correct. He said that they only have one chance to take Hutton down. Kair told him that one chance is enough. He quickly charged at Hutton. Gillian followed him from behind. Kair swung his sword at Hutton when he got close to him. The man easily blocked his attack. Gillian swung his axe at the man from the side. Hutton squeezed Kair's hand and made him drop his sword. He used his own sword to block Gillian's axe without even looking at him. Kair kicked Hutton's hand and made him let go of his sword. He also made Gillian lose his axe. Fortunately, this didn't stop Gillian. The man charged at Hutton and used his huge body to hit him and made him fall to the ground. Hutton quickly tried to regain his balance. Unfortunately for him, Kair got close to him and gave him a powerful punch in his face. Gillian charged at him from the side and gave him another painful punch in his face. The man spat out a large amount of blood. Kair quickly gave him a kick in the stomach. Gillian grabbed him before he could fall to the ground and used his helmet to hit him in the head. Hutton spat out more blood and fell to the ground. While trying to catch his breath, he called the men cowardly wretches. He asked them if they will still call themselves knights after this. Kair asked him if it matters. He helped Gillian raise his huge axe. He and Gillian told Hutton that this is a battlefield. They said that nothing matters on a battlefield except results. Hutton screamed when he heard this. Gillian and Kair weren't interested in his screams. They swung the axe at the man and split his head apart. Count Desmond turned to the side when he heard a loud sound. He froze in shock when he saw what happened. He raised his voice and called out to Hutton. The scene shifts and we are taken to the Rayfold County. We see someone having a meeting with her vassals. Someone said that they found out that Count Desmond launched the war after Baron Fenris took part of his forces to guard the northern fortress of Perdium. He said that Count Desmond is leading an army of 30,000. He said that the Count has defeated the Royal Army's Second Corps, and he is now attacking the Fenris territory directly. A man wearing a cap said that he did not expect the Count to strike precisely when the Fenris forces are divided. The man in front of him said that the timing of the war is too perfect even though Count Desmond started it against the will of the ducal faction. Bernaf informed the woman next to him that Fenris will be destroyed and Perdium may even suffer heavy damages. The woman smiled when she heard this. The woman turned out to be Amelia Rayfold. She was now the countess of the territory. Amelia informed her vassals that they will be attacking the Desmond territory. The men were shocked to hear this. Bernaf agreed with her that the Desmond territory is an empty house now that the main force is gone. One of the vassals asked her about what they will do after occupying the territory. Bernaf informed the countess that they will have to prepare for an all-out war against the most powerful Grand Lord of the North. Amelia told her knight that it would be foolish for them not to act now. She explained to him that if Count Desmond takes Fenris and expands his power, he will eventually become a new enemy of the ducal faction. However, if Ghislain wins, he will become the strongest lord in the north. There is no way the ducal faction would just sit back and watch this happen. Whether Count Desmond wins or loses, he has already fallen out of the ducal faction's favor. Amelia asked her knight if the ducal faction won't support her if she takes Count Desmond's place. Her vassals were shocked to hear what she said. They didn't think of this. Bernaf smiled. He realized that his lady's strategy can keep both Desmond and Fenris in check, regardless of who wins the war. It is a plan that brings nothing but benefits. Amelia gently stroked her cat and ordered Bernaf to prepare for departure. She said that now is their chance. In the next scene, we see Bernaf raise his sword and order the soldiers to prepare for deployment. He told them that this is their chance to display the might of the new Rayfold. Amelia looked at the army through her window. She knew that Ghislain won't go down easily no matter how strong Count Desmond is. She believed that our boy has drawn too much attention to himself. She smiled and said that she will be the one to land a blow this time. The moment she thought of this, someone greeted her from behind and told her that it has been a while. Amelia was shocked to hear the woman's voice. She quickly turned around to see a hooded woman. The woman turned out to be Belinda. Belinda told Amelia that her master said that she wouldn't miss an opportunity to strike. She said that her master was correct. She appeared behind Amelia and pointed her dagger at her neck. Immediately, Belinda got close to her. Amelia realized that she was Gislin's maid. She nervously asked the woman to tell her why she is there. Belinda told her that she has a message from her master. She said that Gislin doesn't want her to move recklessly. Belinda told Amelia that they are going to adjust her plan a little bit. The Countess became nervous when she heard this. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the battlefield. We see the two winged knights and Count Desmond freeze after seeing a huge axe on Hutton's head. Count Desmond screamed and called out to Hutton. He and his knights charged at Kair and Gillian. While breathing heavily, Kair asked Gillian if the man coming towards them is the Count. He asked Gillian to get ready. Unfortunately, Gillian could no longer gather any strength. He fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Kair realized that he is screwed. However, he had no time to reflect on things. He grabbed Gillian's axe and asked the enemy to come at him. He said that he is the captain of the Cerberus Mercenaries, the king of Ironcliff, and the captain of the Fenris Knight Order. He charged at the Count. Before the Count could attack him, someone fired an arrow at him from a hill. Harold was able to sense the arrow. He quickly used his sword to block it. He stopped moving and raised his head up to see who shot at him. Kair also stopped moving when he saw the attack. He knew that only one man could fire a shot like this. He raised his head to see his captain. Gislin and his crazy horse began to rush down the hill. Torrin and Gordon smiled when they saw their lord. Galveric and the other knights were happy to see our boy. Alfoy was more happy than anyone. He asked Gislin about what took him so long. Vanessa was quite relieved to see Gislin. Harold didn't understand what our boy was doing there. He believed that Gislin should still be facing the problem in the north. He wondered if Gislin already dealt with the barbarians and rushed back there quickly. He told himself that this is impossible. He noticed that Gislin was alone. He believed that our boy must have hurried to this battlefield and left his subordinates to deal with the barbarians. He grit his teeth out of anger and wondered about what Gislin can do alone. He told him that his impatience will lead him to his doom. The moment he said this, we see Zwalter asking a knight if what he is about to do is truly okay. The knight told him that command authority over a part of the kingdom's army will be entrusted to the Fenris and Perdium houses for this war. The knight said that this was the message Marquis Branford gave to him. Zwalter thanked the man for his help. Randolph moved close to him and told him that they are not too late. Zwalter agreed with him. He said that they will leave the Count to his son while they will take care of his men. He drew his sword and ordered the knights to raise their swords. A large amount of knights drew their swords. Zwalter screamed and said that this is for Fenris. He and the knights charged forward. The two winged knights were shocked to see enemy soldiers coming from all directions. They didn't understand how the enemy got a massive army. They could tell that their enemy's army was enough to fill the entire ridge. Count Desmond instantly recognized that the soldiers' armors are from Perdium and the royal army. He realized that the royalist faction must have made their move. He said that the ducal faction is useless. He asked Gislin to come at him. He told his knights that their target is Baron Fenris. He said that their victory will be secured if they can kill Baron Fenris. As he ran towards the Count, Gislin informed his horse, whose name is Dark King, that their target is Gillian. Immediately he said this. The enemy knights thrust their swords at him. Dark King jumped over their swords. While he was in the air, Gislin knocked the knights off their horses. The Dark King moved closer to the Count. With a cold gaze in his eyes, Gislin called out to Harold Desmond. The Count did not expect him to call out his name. Our boy jumped off his horse and swung his halberd at the man. Harold managed to dodge the attack. He swung his sword at Gislin. Unfortunately for him, our boy was still able to dodge his attacks while he was in the air. Gislin moved past him and wrapped his arm around his neck. He dragged Harold off his horse and slammed him to the ground. The Count spat out some blood when his back hit the ground. The Dark King ran to Kair. When he got close to him, he went down and allowed Gillian to get on his back. After Kair and Pio got on him, the Dark King ran forward. Gislin was left with Harold. He and the Count glared at each other. Harold called our boy a nasty bastard. He told him that he has ruined the plans that he prepared for years. He told Ghislain that Hutton and Victor, who were his loyal knights, had to die because of him. He said that Ghislain keeps interfering in everything and he refuses to move according to his will until the very end. He said that our boy came to him on his own accord in the end. He pointed his sword at him and asked him if he is prepared for this. Ghislain said that he is. He took a stance and told Harold that he has been waiting for this day for a long time. Immediately he said this. Zwalter ordered the soldiers to run the enemy down. The Imperial Army and the Fenris Knights all attacked the two winged knights together. As they got pushed back, one of the two winged knights said that their front line is collapsing. He told his comrades that the enemy's momentum is incredible. Another knight called out to Count Desmond and asked him for his next order. He noticed that he couldn't see the Count. He asked his comrades about where the Count was. While the two winged knights were struggling, Gordon attacked them from behind and asked them to get off their horses. He told them that it is now their turn to get crushed. One of the two winged knights told his comrades that this isn't the time for them to be waiting for an order. He asked them not to disrupt the formation and to focus on annihilating the enemy in front of them. The knights turned to Gordon and the other wounded Fenris knights. They charged at them. Gordon was shocked to see them coming towards them. He said that this wasn't what he was going for. Gazelle called him a fool. He couldn't believe that he caught the men's attention. Alfoy said that he doesn't have any mana left. Before the two winged knights could reach them, some soldiers fired a large amount of arrows at them and their horses. The arrows wounded the knights and the horses. Someone appeared behind Gordon and the group on his horse and told them that he waited for them at the assembly point for so long. He told them that they don't listen. The person turned out to be Claude. The man brought some archers with him to the battlefield. He ordered his soldiers to get in action and support their allies. The soldiers fired more arrows at the two winged knights and the enemy soldiers. While they were busy doing this, Kair was holding on the Gillian's body because of how fast the Dark King was moving, and Zwalter was busy pushing the enemy back with the Imperial Army. On another side of the battlefield, we see Harold and Ghislain charge at each other. The Count swung his sword at our boy. Ghislain easily blocked his attack. The Count pushed his halberd aside and swung his fist at him. Ghislain used his halberd to push himself up and dodge the attack. He gave the Count a kick in his face while he was in the air. He quickly swung his halberd at him. Harold was able to block the attack, but he got pushed back. Ghislain quickly charged at him before he could regain his balance. Harold was annoyed to see this. He gathered his strength and swung his sword at Ghislain. Our boy blocked his attack and swung his halberd at him. Harold was able to block his attack too. He thrust his blade at Ghislain. Our boy dodged the attack and gave him a kick in the chest. The attack sent Harold flying. The Count thought about how he had lived his life without any disruptions. His plans were always perfect, and he led his family in the right direction every time. Trial and error was never in his dictionary. He didn't understand why this was happening. Immediately he thought of this. Ghislain charged at him from above and swung his halberd with a lot of energy. Harold was able to block the attack, but he got pushed down. The impact of the attack caused a small explosion and filled the air with dust. Harold called out to Ghislain and asked him to tell him who he thinks he is for him to shake him like this. He slowly pushed Ghislain's weapon away and told him that his plan began to crumble the moment he interfered. He said that people who have believed in him and followed him have now died by our boy's hand. Harold raised his voice and told Ghislain that he has suffered countless humiliations over and over again because of him. He pushed his halberd aside and thrust his blade at him. Ghislain dodged his attack and swung his halberd at him. Harold dodged his attack by jumping and told him that everything happened because of him. He swung his sword at Ghislain's neck. Our boy quickly drew out a sword with his other hand and used it to block the attack. Harold used his other hand to support his sword in order to push Ghislain down. He was able to destroy the ground with his attack, but he couldn't push our boy down. Ghislain was able to jump back and dodge his attack. He noticed that the impact of the Count's attack was quite strong. He realized that Harold was pouring all his energy into his mana core, and he was even using his own life force. While breathing heavily, the Count told Ghislain that he won't lose. He told him that he won't allow him to destroy everything that he worked so hard to build. With a look of anger on his face, Harold said that the only way to reverse this whole situation is to kill our boy. The moment he said this, he appeared in front of Ghislain with his sword. Our boy wasn't surprised to see him. Harold thrust his blade at his head. He knocked Ghislain's helmet off his head with a powerful thrust. Unfortunately for him, Ghislain caught his hand. Our boy told him that he still can't forget the vanity he felt when he killed him the first time. He said that no matter how many times he stabbed his dead body, his precious people never returned. Ghislain thought about his father, his sister, Vanessa, Alfoy, Gillian, Kair, and his other comrades. He told the Count that things are different this time. As blood dripped down from his head, our boy told the Count that he will cut him down for his people. The moment he said this, he released the energy of his core. The Count could feel his energy. He quickly bent his head to dodge Ghislain's strike. Even though he dodged the attack, Ghislain was still able to take his ear. Our boy moved his halberd aside and used the sword in his left hand to attack the man. Harold was able to block his attack. He swung his sword at Ghislain. Our boy blocked it and thrust his halberd at the Count. Harold was able to block the attack. He pushed the halberd back and moved closer to Ghislain. Our boy used this chance to stab him in his stomach. Unfortunately for him, Harold wasn't ready to give up. He pushed his sword and halberd back. Ghislain swung his halberd at his head. Harold was able to dodge the attack, but he received a cut in his neck. Before he could regain his balance, Ghislain swung his sword and cut off his arm. Harold turned to him and told him that he should have aimed for him in the past instead of his sister. He told Ghislain that he should have crushed him from the very beginning. Our boy stabbed him again when he heard this. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Viscount Raoul's office. We see the Viscount ask two nobles to keep quiet. He told them that they are too worried. He asked them if they were surprised that Count Desmond started a war so suddenly. A blond man said that the Count's actions are an insult to the ducal house. The man in front of him said that this incident has greatly incurred the royal family's displeasure. He told Raoul that all the nobles of the ducal faction were arrested because of this incident. The Viscount asked them not to be shaken by a minor variable. He said that Count Desmond hasn't been showing any results lately. He told them that the Count must have felt frustrated. He said that Harold is simply a man who has lived his whole life flawlessly and is now trying to correct his one blemish. He told the men that he can understand this feeling. He asked them if they can call themselves advisors to the great Duke Delphine if they can't even grasp one person's heart. The blond man said that he has no doubt that the Count will conquer the north. He explained to Raoul that he is simply worried about what will come next. The man next to him asked Raoul if Count Desmond will still follow their orders after he conquers the north. With a smile on his face, Viscount Raoul told the man that Count Desmond will have no choice but to obey their orders once the civil war begins. The men didn't expect the Viscount to be so confident. Cayen asked the Viscount about what he thinks will happen if Count Desmond loses. Raoul didn't expect to hear this question. The blond man said that it is impossible for the Count to lose. He reminded him that Harold has an army of 30,000 men. He said that it is stupid to think that Harold won't be able to take Fenris down. Raoul asked Cayen if he is concerned. The man reminded him that he once said that Ghislain isn't an easy opponent. He said that what he is truly worried about is Count Desmond deciding to unleash a certain power. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the battlefield. We see Ghislain looking shocked. He was shocked to see that the Count's skin had turned gray, his eyeballs turned black, and his pupils became yellow. Harold's body released a dark and ominous energy. He grabbed Ghislain's sword and broke it with his hand. Ghislain was surprised to see this. He quickly jumped back. He couldn't believe that Harold broke his mana-infused blade with his sheer grip strength. He carefully looked at Harold and saw a golden core in his chest. Harold said that he didn't want to use the power he received from the ducal family like this. He said that it is better for him to do this than to die at Ghislain's hands. He took off his breastplate and armor. He grabbed his sword and took a stance. He said that there is no turning back now. Immediately he said this. He charged at Ghislain. He appeared in front of him in an instant. He swung his sword at him and moved to the air. Ghislain was able to block the attack with his halberd. While he was in the air, Harold swung his sword at Ghislain's head. Our boy was able to block the attack. He swung his weapon at the Count. Harold stood his ground and blocked his attack. Ghislain increased the speed of his attacks, but Harold was still able to match his pace. He told our boy that his resistance is futile. Ghislain increased the speed of his attack again and thrust his halberd at Harold at a crazy speed. Harold calmly followed the flow of his weapon and blocked his attack. He moved his hand and made Ghislain move closer to him. He told our boy that he can see his attacks and movements. He swung his sword at Ghislain immediately he said this. Our boy jumped back to dodge his attack. He noticed that the Count managed to land an attack on his chest. Harold moved close to him and thrust his sword at him. Ghislain dodged the attack and swung his leg at Harold's head. The Count was able to dodge the kick. He turned around and swung his leg at Ghislain. Our boy had to use his halberd to block his kick. He still got pushed back. He realized that this situation isn't good for him. All his attacks were getting blocked, and he couldn't keep up with the Count's speed. Harold charged at Ghislain and told him that nothing he does matters in the face of this power. Ghislain took a stance and thrust his halberd at the man. Harold was able to block the attack. He swung his sword and pushed Ghislain's halberd back. Our boy quickly swung his weapon at him again. Harold was still able to block it. He and Ghislain quickly swung their weapons at each other. Harold swung his sword at our boy's arm. Ghislain quickly moved out of the way to dodge the attack. He swung his halberd at Harold while he was in the air. The man was still able to block his attack. Ghislain moved back and landed on the ground. Harold quickly closed the distance between them. He swung his sword at our boy when he got close to him. Ghislain was able to evade the attack by jumping. He swung his halberd at Harold while he was in the air. Harold blocked the attack. He thrust his blade at Ghislain before he landed on the ground. Our boy was able to dodge it and move below the man. He swung his weapon at his leg. Harold dodged the attack by raising his leg. Unfortunately for him, Ghislain wasn't done yet. Our boy swung his halberd at his neck. Harold blocked his halberd with his sword and locked it down. He gave Ghislain a kick in the chest. The attack sent our boy flying. Ghislain spat out some blood. Harold gathered his energy into his sword and told our boy that it is over for him. Zwalter, Claude, and Kair turned to Ghislain when they saw the Count raise his sword. Lucas also turned to Ghislain. He drew a sword and threw it to his lord. Our boy stretched out his hand when he saw this. Harold's attack caused a huge explosion in the area. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to Caen. The swordsman said that his biggest fear is that Count Desmond will unleash the power at the very end. Viscount Raoul asked him if he is referring to the power Count Desmond got by trading with a certain set of people. Caen said that the effects of the mana technique is more than enough, even though it is only half of a mana technique. The power allows one to instantly surpass their own limits. He said that Ghislain will struggle immensely if Count Desmond ends up using the power. However, there was still one thing that puzzled him. Caen told the Viscount that he doesn't know why Ghislain's mana also has similar properties to the unique power. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to Ghislain. We see our boy block Harold's attack with the sword he caught. Harold was shocked to see that Ghislain actually blocked his attack. He knew that it was a full-force strike that contained the unknown power. Ghislain told him that his power is incredibly destructive. He couldn't believe that he couldn't handle the force even though he opened 3 cores. He revealed to the Count that when he killed him in his last life, he sliced him in half with a single strike, so he didn't know how strong the power was. Ghislain met a few people who also used this power in his past life. The rampaging Vanessa of the past also used a similar mana technique. Our boy told Harold that he still has many enemies that are far stronger than him. He said that he will simply take a step forward if his current level isn't enough. He opened a golden core in his chest when he said this. He swung his sword at Harold and landed a cut on him. Golden blood poured out of the man's body. Since the properties of the mana Harold was emitting were the same as Ghislain's own, he decided to use it to create a new core. Ghislain closed his eyes and gathered the energy around him. He created a larger vessel to contain the other 3 cores. He was now able to suppress the explosion recoil that he couldn't handle before. This allowed him to release his 4th core. His body released a bright golden light. Harold froze in shock when he saw this. He couldn't accept what he was looking at. He recognized this golden light. Ghislain reminded Harold that he said that he could see all his attacks. He took a stance and gathered his energy into his sword. He asked the Count to watch closely. With a single step, Ghislain appeared in front of Harold. The Count saw our boy's blade in front of him, but he couldn't move. Ghislain cut through him with a single swing. Harold didn't know when our boy tore him apart. While he was standing, we see Caen say that he is scared to think of what will happen if Harold unleashes the power and is still unable to kill Ghislain. He told Raoul that he is scared to think of the stage Ghislain has awakened the power to. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the capital. We see Marquis Morris ask if someone is really the finest sword in the north. He asked a knight if Ghislain is truly the strongest in the north. The knight told him that he has confirmed it. He explained to him that they need to first consider the Fenris Knight Order, who surpassed the two-winged knight order in both strength and loyalty. He said that Gislin's personal mage is also a sixth circle mage whose skill rivals that of Willow's. Gislin's martial prowess itself is also at the master level. The knight said that Baron Fenris possesses the power befitting of the title. Rosalind asked him if Gislin is safe. The man told her that he is. He revealed to her that Gislin is currently securing the battlefield and moving to absorb the Count's territory. Marquis Morris grit his teeth when he heard this. He couldn't believe that our boy was already taking over Count Desmond's territory. Sir Billor smiled when he heard what the knight said. Count Elizabeth said that it won't be an exaggeration to call Baron Fenris the strongest in the north from now onwards. Marquis Morris asked Marquis Bramford if Gislin isn't growing too fast. He suggested that they keep our boy in check. Rosalind moved close to him and asked him to explain what he means. The man nervously said that Gislin was a reckless fool who never listened to them before. He asked her if she believes that they will be able to control Gislin once he becomes a great lord of the north. He reminded her that the royalist faction wanted Gislin to keep the north in check, not to run wild. Tolio said that the commander-in-chief makes a fair point. He asked Marquis Bramford to reconsider some adjustments so that Gislin can serve the royalist faction better. The Marquis said that this is impossible. He told the nobles that Baron Fenris will be a great asset in the war against the ducal faction. He said that minor concerns can be dealt with later. He reminded the nobles that their enemy is the Duke. He warned them not to provoke Baron Fenris. Sir Billor placed his hand on Marquis Morris's shoulder and asked him not to be disheartened. He reminded him that Gislin wasn't the sole reason for his victory. The victory came thanks to the support of the royal army and the Perdium forces. Count Elizabeth told the man that he is correct. He explained to the Marquis that victory would have been impossible for Gislin without the support of the royal army. Marquis Morris told him that he is correct. He said that things went well thanks to his army. After a while, Marquis Bramford announced that the meeting is done. He dismissed everyone. After everyone left the room, he called out to Tolio. He asked the knight to bring in Count Foud. Some minutes later, we see two knights escort Count Foud into the room. The Count looked very rough. He realized that Gislin must have won since the Marquis was releasing him. The Marquis told him that he can return home now. He assured him that the other nobles that are aligned with the Duke will be released too. He advised him to make sure that such an incident never occurs again. The Count was annoyed to hear this. He told Bramford that he made a mistake. He explained to him that the balance of the kingdom has toppled now that Count Desmond is dead. He said that it is impossible to avoid a civil war now. Marquis Bramford told him that he can't see his point. He said that everyone is aware that the Duke wants the kingdom. He reminded him that it is the royalist faction that has been suppressing the civil war. Foud told Marquis Bramford that it is actually the Duke that has been suppressing the civil war. The Marquis asked him to stop spouting nonsense. Count Foud told him that the king who has been bedridden with illness has since turned to his puppet. He asked the Marquis if there is anything in the kingdom that doesn't go according to his will. Marquis Bramford was annoyed to hear this. He asked the Count to hold his tongue. Immediately he said this. His two knights pointed their swords at the Count's neck. The Count asked the Marquis if he has forgotten about the kind of man the Duke is. He said that they truly wish to avoid a civil war, but now the kingdom will be bathed in blood. The knights took the Count outside after he was done talking. After they left, the Marquis thought about Duke Delphine. He remembered a conversation he had with the Duke in his younger days. Duke Delphine asked him if politics and power really have a lot of weight in the human world. He said that everything will disappear with time in the end. The Marquis asked him about why he is spouting nonsense. He told him that this is exactly why politics and power matters, especially for people in their positions. Bramford explained to the Duke that the direction of people's lives are dictated by their choices. Duke Delphine looked at a bunch of ants on the ground and asked the Marquis to tell him the use of power to beings who can't live forever. He used his shoe to squash some ants and asked Bramford to hear him. He said that he wants to see further beyond. When he remembered this, Marquis Bramford thought about how it has been a long time since he and the Duke last saw each other. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the Duchy of Delphine. We are taken to a castle known as Castle Eclipse. We see Viscount Raoul and Cayenne walking in the hallway of the castle. Raoul asked Cayenne if the Duke is really angry with them. Cayenne told him that it is true. He explained to him that the Duke seems to be interested in addressing this matter personally, even though he entrusted everything to him. Raoul became nervous. Cayenne asked him to calm himself. He told him that this is not how he usually acts. Raoul asked him to stop the chatter. He said that they have arrived at the audience chamber. The door to the chamber opened and revealed a huge hall. The Duke was sitting on a throne that was facing the window. His long white hair was reaching the ground. Raoul and Cayenne quickly went on their knees when they got inside. They paid their respects to their grace. The Duke asked them if Count Desmond is dead. Raoul told him that he is correct. He revealed to him that Harold was defeated by Baron Ghislain Fenris. The Duke said that he has been hearing Ghislain's name often lately. He said that our boy must be quite capable. Raoul nervously apologized to the Duke. He told him that he failed to properly assess Ghislain's abilities. The Duke called out to Cayenne. The swordsman quickly answered him. Delphine told him that he heard that he met Ghislain in person. He asked him about what he thought of Ghislain. Cayenne said that there is no longer anyone equal to him in the north. He told the Duke that no one would dare challenge Ghislain if he is given enough time. The Duke called out to Raoul and told him that he knows the joy of waiting. He snapped his finger and said that this is why he entrusted everything to him and waited. With a terrifying look on his face, Delphine told Raoul that he finds himself growing parched. The Viscount became scared when he heard this. Delphine asked him if his stance remains unchanged. Raoul nervously told the Duke that haste will only invite disaster. The Duke asked him if they haven't already lost Count Desmond in the north. Raoul revealed to him that he has already contacted a certain set of people. He told him that those people said that they will send someone to assist them. He assured the Duke that he will resolve everything before his thirst grows stronger. He swore that he will do it. Delphine told the man that he still clings to trivial matters. He told Raoul that he will wait a little longer because of him. He asked the Viscount not to think that his patience is as plentiful as before. Raoul told him that he understands. The Duke told him that he can leave if he has nothing else to say. Raoul quickly turned around and walked towards the door. The Duke told Cayenne that he can also leave. The swordsman wanted to argue, but the Duke released a large amount of dark energy and told him that he wishes to be alone. Cayenne decided not to say anything. He told his lord that they will take their leave. After everyone left, we see a man wearing an armor walk into the hall. The man asked the Duke if they should proceed at once. The Duke declined his offer and told him that they will wait a bit longer. The person the Duke was talking to turned out to be Iden. This is the swordsman who beheaded Ghislain in his first life. Iden bowed his head to the Duke and told him that he will follow his command. In the next scene, we see Ghislain sleeping in his bed. He was sweating heavily. He opened his eyes in a world where the sky had turned red and several portals were open in the air. Dragons and monsters were in the sky. The capital of the kingdom was on fire. The monsters were destroying everything around them. Ghislain was shocked to see what was in front of him. He wondered if these are memories from his past life. He remembered how terrible the situation was. The sky turned dark red and mysterious rifts began to appear all over the continent. Otherworldly entities poured out of the rifts and turned the world upside down. It was around this time that the continent's 7 strongest, including Ghislain, began to act in earnest. Ghislain wondered about why he was seeing this scene. He looked down at a knight and wondered about who he was. The knight was facing a huge monster with multiple skulls on its head. The monster charged at the knight with its huge sword. The knight calmly moved his sword and blocked the monster's attack. He thrust his blade at the monster's core. He pushed his blade into its core and twisted it. The monster's body shattered immediately. The man destroyed its core. Ghislain was shocked to see this. He found this scene to be strange. He watched the man fight more skull monsters. He was certain that he had no memories of the knight. But somehow the knight felt familiar to him. Ghislain quickly realized that he knew the knight's swordsmanship. The knight was using Perdium's sword techniques. The knight's sword techniques were actually ideal sword techniques that surpass every aspect of Perdium's swordsmanship. While the knight was looking at something, a skull monster charged at him from behind. Ghislain knew that this was dangerous for the man. Before the skull monster's sword could reach the knight, a small amount of mana covered his body. Immediately, the skull monster's sword touched the mana. The knight sensed the monster's presence. He calmly moved back and blocked the attack. He swung his sword at the monster's core. Ghislain was shocked to see this. He couldn't believe that the man managed to deflect an attack from a blind spot without a glance. He wondered if the knight was sensing the monsters by spreading a mana barrier around his body. Our boy stretched out his hand and tried to reach for the knight. He wanted the knight to show him more things. Before Ghislain could touch the man, he got dragged back to reality. He opened his eyes and caught Belinda's hand. The maid screamed when this happened. She told her master that he startled her. She explained to Ghislain that she wanted to help him clean his face because he was sweating a lot. She asked him if he was having a nightmare. Our boy apologized to her. He realized that everything he saw took place in his dream. When he raised his body up, Belinda touched his head and asked him if he is hurt. She asked him if she should get an elixir. Our boy told her that he is fine. He got out of bed and put on his clothes with Belinda's help. The maid informed Ghislain that an envoy from Marquis Branford has arrived from the capital. She explained to Ghislain that the envoy said that he can now fulfill his duties as the commander of the Northern Army since he has ascended to the rank of Count. Our boy realized that he was now Count Fenris. He asked Belinda about how Gillian is doing. The woman asked him not to worry. She said that Gillian is livelier than before. She told him that Priestess Pyote intensive care worked well for Gillian. Ghislain was relieved to hear this. He asked Belinda to summon his vassals. He said that they need to prepare their next move. In the next scene, we see Alfoy glaring at someone who asked him to make a donation. The person turned out to be the priestess. Alfoy asked Pyote if she is really trying to shake down money from the branch manager of the Fenris Magic Tower. The priestess nervously told him that she is not shaking him down for money. With a shaky tone in her voice, she said that she just needs a little money for people in need. Unfortunately for her, Alfoy didn't really care about other people. He asked the priestess to not be ridiculous. He said that he is the one who is in need the most in this territory. He told Pyote that he is living as an unpaid slave in this territory, even though he is the heir of the Flame Magic Tower. He asked her about how low she is on donations for her to be begging him for money. Pyote took out a bag filled with gold coins and told Alfoy that she just needs a few gold coins. Alfoy was shocked to see the amount of gold coins Pyote had. The priestess walked forward and apologized to Alfoy for not knowing his situation. She said that she will meet someone else. Alfoy quickly asked her to wait. He moved close to her and told her that he never said that he wouldn't give her any money. Pyote was surprised to hear this. Alfoy explained to her that he would look like he is bribing her if a Magic Tower branch manager like himself handed money to a priestess. Pyote believed his excuse. Alfoy told her that he will give her a chance to take his money legitimately. Pyote asked him about how they will do this. Alfoy took the priestess into his room and flipped a coin. He explained to her that when the coin lands on heads, it is odd, and when it lands on tails, it is even. Pyote was shocked to hear what Alfoy said. The mage asked her if she didn't understand the rules. He explained to her that he will flip a coin and guess the side that it will land on. Pyote screamed and said that this is gambling. She said that the root of gambling is greed. She told Alfoy that it is a sin for a priestess to gamble. Alfoy told her that she has a long way to go in life. He explained to her that this isn't gambling. It is simply a justification to give her money. He said that he will bet first. He asked her to watch closely. He flipped a coin and chose odd. The coin landed on tails, so it was even. Alfoy's friend with long hair told him that it is even. Alfoy said that he lost and gave Pyote the coin. The priestess was surprised to see this. Alfoy asked her if she understands things now. The priestess said that she doesn't. Alfoy explained to her that she isn't doing this for money. Instead, she is doing it to help people in need. He asked her if there is someone who would call a priestess's efforts to help others greedy. Pyote was surprised to hear this. She told Alfoy that he is correct. Alfoy was excited to hear this. The priestess asked him to start the game. When Alfoy flipped the coin and caught it, Pyote chose even. Unfortunately for her, the coin landed on odd. Alfoy's blonde friend said that he won this time. Pyote played the game again and chose odd. She lost again. She continued guessing and losing. Each time she chose a side, the coin would land on the other side. Pyote's money began to drastically reduce. She screamed out when she saw how she was losing. She couldn't believe that she couldn't get the right guess even once. While she was fuming in anger, Alfoy was counting the cash. He couldn't believe that he caught a real sucker. Pyote stood up and said that she is not done yet. She asked Alfoy to play one more round with her. Alfoy's friend with long hair moved close to her and advised her to stop. He revealed to her that Alfoy has been cheating with magic. He told her that she won't win. Pyote was shocked to hear that he was cheating. She called Alfoy a scammer and asked him to give her back her money. Alfoy moved the bag of cash away from her and asked her if this is still her money. He asked Pyote if she wants to keep going. He reminded her that she said that she wanted to help those in need. Pyote couldn't argue with him. She shook her bag and took out the last coin in it. She asked Alfoy to play one more game with her. Some minutes later, we see Alfoy flip a coin. As the coin slowly moved to the ground, Pyote began to pray. Alfoy smiled when he saw this. He believed that Pyote was wasting her time by praying. As he caught the coin, Alfoy thought about how even a goddess couldn't beat him as long as he had his personally developed coin-swapping magic. He was swapping the coins with the ones he hid in his robe. He saw himself as a god of the game of even or odd. Pyote prayed to Goddess Wana. She said that she has fallen into a swamp of sin because of her ignorance. She cried and asked the almighty beautiful Goddess Wana to help her win the game. The moment she did this, a bright light descended from the sky and entered the room. Everyone outside could see the light. The bright light entered Pyote's body and blew away the table. The priestess began to float. Alfoy and his friends were shocked to see this. They didn't understand what was happening. Alfoy recalled that he had read something about this before. He knew that this only happens when a saintess that is chosen by the goddess receives a revelation. It is known as channeling. Pyote's body exuded an aura of divinity. Alfoy nervously asked Pyote to tell him why a goddess would interfere in a game of even or odd. With a unique tone in her voice, Pyote chose even. She pointed at Alfoy and asked him to move his hand. Alfoy quickly activated his magic. He wanted to swap the coins. He quickly noticed something shocking. He was unable to use magic. He realized that the goddess was countering his magic with divine power. He grit his teeth out of anger and asked the goddess not to make him laugh. He asked her if she thinks that she is incredible just because she is a goddess. The gambling addict said that his chances of becoming the successor are already gone. He told himself that there is nothing wrong with having a little fun there. He raised his voice and asked the goddess to let him have this much fun. Pyote also gathered her strength and screamed. Some minutes later, we see Gordon barge into the room. He asked Alfoy about what the pillar of light was. He was shocked to see Alfoy and Pyote lying on the ground. The priestess was breathing heavily and Alfoy was still holding on to the coin. He gathered his strength and moved his hand aside. The coin was on odd. Alfoy cried when he saw this. He couldn't believe that he won. He said that even the goddess couldn't beat his magic. He screamed that he is the man who defeated a goddess. In the next scene, we see Alfoy explaining to Ghislain that Pyote became a saintess that is chosen by the goddess, but he managed to overcome her power. He told our boy that he is the man who defeated a goddess. Ghislain said that he finds this hard to believe. He revealed to Alfoy that Priestess Pyote is actually a man, which means that he is actually Priest Pyote. Alfoy was shocked to hear this. Kair wrapped his arms around his neck and called him a bastard. He asked him if he is trying to lie to their boss. Alfoy assured them that he is telling the truth. He asked them if they didn't see the pillar of light. He swore that he defeated a goddess. Ghislain knew that a saint chosen by a goddess will become an agent capable of wielding that deity's authority. He remembered that a saint chosen by the goddess of war in his past life managed to rise to the rank of the continent's 7 strongest. He realized that Pyote will be of great help to him in the times of turmoil to come. He clapped his hands and called for everyone's attention. He announced that Count Desmond, who was their greatest threat, has now perished. He said that Fenris has become a great territory that has absorbed 3 northern lands and has a force of over 20,000 troops. He told his vassals that he couldn't have achieved this without them. He congratulated all of them on their efforts. With a bright smile on their faces, the group thanked their lord for his praise. Ghislain told them that they need to get started on their next task. Claude was annoyed to hear this. He couldn't believe that there was more to do. He asked Ghislain if he can't see the mountain of paperwork piled up in front of him. He said that he has to do everything, and yet our boy still wants to give him more work. Ghislain asked him to handle this on his own. He said that they need to review their situation. They joined the royalist faction and have now become the dominant power in the north. Ghislain asked the group if they know who they will be facing next. Everyone became nervous when they heard the question. Gillian said that they will be going head-to-head with Duke Delphine. Alfoy became scared when he heard this. He wondered about what he did wrong to get caught up in a massive war. Kair smiled and reminded him that he said he beat a goddess. He asked him if he is now scared of mere humans. Ghislain turned to a map and said that a confrontation is inevitable whether they like it or not. He placed his hand on the map and said that the stage of the conflict will no longer be limited to the north. It will now be the entire kingdom. He pointed at a territory and said that it is their next target. Lucas was surprised to see where Ghislain pointed his finger. Gillian told his master that this is the Roderick territory of the West. Our boy explained to his vassals that they don't need to worry about the East since it is firmly held by the royalist faction. He told them that they can apply pressure to the southern regions where the ducal family is based if they take control of the West. Claude told his lord that this is out of the question. He explained to him that the Roderick Marquisate is a territory with a massive market led by numerous merchant guilds and nobles. The funds and military strength built upon the territory are almost equal to a small kingdom. They are in a completely different weight class compared to the north. Claude asked his lord if he seriously intends on attacking the territory. Ghislain explained to him that he isn't saying that they should attack the territory at this time. He told him that he simply wants them to prepare with them as their intended target. Kair asked his lord if they are still not prepared enough. Ghislain said that they are not. He said that he felt it keenly during their last battle. He explained to Kair that no matter how high the quality of their individual troops are, if their numbers are too small, the range of tactics and responses that they can employ will ultimately be narrow. Belinda asked her lord to tell her how they will prepare. Ghislain revealed to the group that he plans to bring every mercenary in the kingdom under his command. He said that he will establish the Fenris mercenary group. Kair was shocked to hear this. Lucas asked our boy if he doesn't plan on expanding the regular army or the Night Order. Gillian explained to his lord that the West is the territory where the largest number of mercenaries operate in the kingdom. The Drake mercenary group, which is actually the largest mercenary group in the kingdom, is under Marquis Roderick. Gillian asked his lord if he plans on taking the mercenary group for himself. Claude realized that his lord plans to whittle down the enemy's strength until he can handle him, since he is too powerful. Ghislain ordered Claude and Kair to recruit every mercenary group in the north. He told them that they can make the stubborn ones yield to them anyhow they see fit. He said that he will go to the west himself. Kair told his lord that this is his specialty. Gillian told his lord that he is correct for thinking that they only need to recruit the Drake mercenary group of the Marquisate. With a serious look on his face, he said that the finest sword of the West might interfere with his plans. Ghislain realized that he was right. He thought about the finest sword of the West, the man known as Tennant. The scene shifts, and we are taken to a cabin in the woods. We see a young boy breathing heavily. The boy's teacher pat him on the back and turned to a training dummy. He asked the boy if he is ready to go again. The boy gathered his strength and raised his sword. His teacher asked him to relax his arms. The boy calmed himself and took the correct stance. The man explained to him that he is not just hacking, but he is also making a downward diagonal motion which connects to the next stance. The man asked the boy to steady his breath and let the tip of his blade descend lightly. The boy took a deep breath and swung his sword. He cut through the dummy with a clean strike. The boy was shocked to see what he did. He told his master that he has done it. The other students asked the master to look at their strikes too. The man assured his students that he will check everything. He said that he will do it one at a time. As he pat the boy on his head, someone referred to the man as Master Tennant and told him that he hasn't changed a bit. He told Tennant that his pupil has finally come to show his face after a long time. Tennant glared at the man whose name is Martin. Martin told his master that he has something to discuss with him. He asked him to send the children away. With a cold gaze in his eyes, Tennant asked Martin to wait. He told him that class is still in session. Martin didn't expect to hear this. He became nervous. Later in the night, we see Martin sitting next to a fire. Tennant joined him and apologized to him for making him wait. Martin told him that he wasted a busy person's time. He told the swordsman that he only waited because it was him. Tennant apologized to him. Martin told him that he is happy to see that he looks relaxed. He said that there must be no one who interferes in his business since he is the finest sword in the West. Tennant referred to the man as Lord Martin Roderick and told him that he has no intention of returning to the Marquisate yet. Martin asked him to hear him out. He told his master that there is no one in the West with his level of skill. Tennant asked him if he can't handle things with the Drake mercenary group. He told him that his mercenary friend, whose name is Dominic, is quite excellent. He told Martin that a servant shouldn't get involved in a succession struggle between family members. Martin was annoyed to hear this. He asked Tennant to forget all the family business nonsense. He told him that he wouldn't have to go through all this stress if he just lent him a hand. He asked Tennant to come back to the Marquisate. Tennant let out a sigh and calmed himself. He asked his lord if he knows where he stands right now. Martin asked him about why he is asking this question. He told his master that he is already at the peak. Tennant smiled. and said that there was once someone stronger than him. He said that his body trembled like that of a child when he stood before the man. Martin asked his master if he trembled out of fear. Tenant said that he didn't. He explained to his student that he felt an ecstasy that is indescribable the moment their swords clashed on the boundary of life and death. Martin was shocked to hear this. Tenant said that there is currently no one in the West like that person. With a crazy look in his eyes, Tenant told Martin that he wants to stand on the boundary of life and death again and feel the ecstasy one more time. In the next scene, we are shown a mansion. We see rain falling outside. Inside the mansion, we see Martin telling someone that his master is clinging to useless pride for no reason. He cleaned his hat and said that he might have learned under Tenant, but he truly isn't normal. Martin found it odd that someone was so skilled, and yet he chose to rot away while waiting for someone to push him to the brink of death. He asked a man called Dominic if this makes sense to him. The huge man ignored his question. He asked Martin to tell him why he summoned him directly. Martin realized that he needed to go straight to the point. He told Dominic that his older brother has gone completely blind with power. He said that his brother even created his own merchant guild, which isn't even his area of expertise. He told Martin that his brother is doing this to challenge him within his territory. Dominic asked the man to tell him what he wants him to do. Martin put his hand into his clothes and told Dominic that he needs to remind his brother that they are not pushovers. He took out a dagger and placed it on the table. He ordered Dominic to wipe out his brother's Combel merchant guild. He asked him to plant the dagger at the scene. Dominic quickly noticed that this dagger belonged to another noble. Martin told him that his deadline is next week, before the bidding competition. Dominic didn't expect to hear this. Martin advised him to do a good job. With a scary smile on his face, he reminded Dominic that he still has his children. After his meeting, Dominic stepped out of the mansion with the dagger in his hand. He seemed to be quite angry. The scene shifts, and we are taken to another place. We see Dominic with his subordinates, a man in a red robe called Martin a bastard. He couldn't believe that Martin wanted to take out his own brother's merchant guild. The man wondered about how long Martin was going to keep using Dominic's kids to blackmail them. Another mercenary said that Martin is completely using their group as kindling for his succession war. The man in the red robe told his captain that he can't take this anymore. He asked his captain to allow him wring Martin's neck. A bald man next to Dominic said that this situation is driving them crazy with frustration. Dominic asked his subordinates to keep quiet. He asked them to shut up unless they know where his kids are locked up. None of his subordinates could say anything. A blonde woman behind Dominic said that the mood is quite terrible. She asked her captain if it matters that they are the largest mercenary group in the kingdom. She said that they are just acting like obedient lapdogs for a brat. The man in red was shocked to hear this. The woman explained to the group that the Combel merchant group has young Lord Roderick as their backer. She said that their escorts won't be pushovers. She told the group that attacking a place like that is the same as them walking to their deaths. The woman knew that they were all going to follow their captain's orders. She explained to Dominic that they will never be able to escape Martin's shadow before they perish if things continue like this. Dominic couldn't argue with her. One of his subordinates said that they should have gone to the north earlier. The bald man asked him to watch his mouth. He reminded him that this is already in the past. He asked him about why he is bringing it up now. The man said that they will be living large under Count Fenris if they had settled in the north earlier. The bald man said that he heard rumors that Ghislain treats mercenaries really well. The man wearing the armor told him that even the Cerberus mercenaries who were a headache for the Zimbar territory went under Count Fenris. He said that Gillian, who is the legendary captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries, also joined Ghislain. Dominic thought about Fenris. He smiled and said that he wanted to meet Ghislain once before he died. He said that he would only be able to meet our boy on the battlefield at this point. Immediately he said this. Someone ran into the room and told him that a guest has arrived. Dominic's subordinates were shocked to hear that they had a guest at this time of the night. They asked the man about who it is. The man informed them that it is an envoy from Count Fenris. Some minutes later, Gillian stepped into the room and introduced himself as the former captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries and the vice-captain of the Fenris mercenary group. Dominic was shocked to see Gillian. He couldn't believe that the legendary mercenary known as the White Mane was in front of him. Gillian informed Dominic that there is someone who wants to see him. He asked him to follow him. Gillian guided Dominic to a shabby cabin in the woods. When Dominic stepped inside, he saw someone waiting for him in front of a fire. Gillian informed his lord that he has brought Dominic. Ghislain raised his head and turned to the man. He apologized to Dominic for calling him out. He asked him to take a seat. The man was surprised to see a young person. He asked our boy if he is really Count Fenris. Ghislain assured him that he is. Normally Dominic wouldn't believe something like this, but he was certain that the man behind him is the White Mane. He knew that Gillian wouldn't serve any random person. He sat down and told our boy that he will assume that he is Count Fenris. He asked him about what he wants from him. Ghislain revealed to the man that he wants the Drake mercenary group to come under him. Dominic was surprised to hear this. He found this to be absurd. He told Ghislain that he heard that Fenris has already absorbed the prominent mercenary groups. He asked our boy to tell him why the Great Lord of the North would want to take a mercenary group from the West. Ghislain revealed to him that he needs the mercenary network that he has established. He said that he plans to put every mercenary group in the kingdom under his control. He asked Dominic to come to Fenris. The man was shocked to hear this. He quickly became sad. He thought about Martin. He realized that he couldn't take Ghislain's offer. The situation felt like a dream to him. He thanked our boy for his offer and told him that he can't accept it. He slowly got up and said that the West has its own circumstances. He told Ghislain that he cannot take his offer no matter how great he is. Our boy asked him if his family is being held hostage. Dominic was shocked to hear this. He didn't know how Ghislain knew about his situation. Our boy took off his hood and told the man that he will solve this problem for him. He told him that he will free him from his ties to the Roderick Marquiate. Ghislain recalled that Dominic Drake was the last mercenary captain who stood against his mercenary army. The scene shifts and we are taken to a tower. We see Ghislain, Lucas, and Belinda at the top of the tower. Lucas was surprised to see how grand Martin's mansion was. He asked our boy if this is really Martin's mansion. Belinda let out a sigh and asked her lord about why they always do something like this every time they go to a new place. Ghislain smiled and told her that it is a bit problematic for the commander of the Northern Army to go around acting reckless. Lucas told our boy that he seems to be acting reckless right now. Ghislain asked Belinda if she brought the bundle. He asked her if she could give it to him. Belinda asked her lord for the reason. Ghislain jumped out of the tower and ordered his subordinates to secure Dominic's family first. Belinda was surprised to hear this. She asked her lord if they are not infiltrating the place together. Ghislain smiled and told her that he is going through the front door. The scene shifts and we see Martin looking at Ghislain's wolf logo. He turned to our boy and told him that he was a bit suspicious because he didn't come there with a single attendant. He said that he can now confirm that our boy is truly Count Fenris. He asked him if he really came there to buy the Drake mercenary group. He threw his logo to him and asked him if he snuck in there at night over a mere mercenary group. Our boy explained to him that he isn't just looking for a mercenary group. He said that he wants a useful blade. Martin told him that this blade already belongs to him. Our boy said that this is why he is offering to buy it. Martin found Ghislain to be arrogant. Our boy placed a large bag on the table and opened it. He showed Martin some runestones. The man didn't expect to see this much runestones. He knew that a person could buy a castle or two with this much runestones. He asked Ghislain if he is asking him to sell the Drake mercenary group for something like this. Our boy told him that he can add more to it if it is not enough. He said that he has plenty runestones rotting away in his castle. Martin asked Ghislain if he knows what he is dealing with right now. Our boy said that he is in a succession war. Martin asked Ghislain if he is expecting him to sell his military power at such a critical time. He asked our boy if he takes him for a fool. Ghislain told him that he is not a fool. He told him that he is just low class. He told Martin that he is obsessing over a single mercenary group. He told him that he now understands why the young lord looks down on him. Martin was annoyed to hear this. He called Ghislain a bastard and grabbed his sword. He asked our boy if he has a death wish. Ghislain smiled when he heard what Martin said. He kicked the table and sent it flying at Martin. The man quickly realized that our boy had blocked his vision. He swung his sword and tore the table apart. He said that these are cheap tricks. Immediately he said this, he noticed that Ghislain was standing next to him. He quickly turned to the side. Before he could do anything, his guards ran into the room. They asked him about what is going on. They saw Ghislain holding his sword next to their master's neck. Ghislain told Martin that this isn't a proper fight between nobles. He asked him if the son of the Roderick Marquiate is allowed to act in such an undignified manner. Martin grit his teeth and called our boy a bastard. He asked him about what he is plotting. He asked him if he really thinks that he can walk out of there alive after putting a sword to the neck of a Roderick. Ghislain smiled when he heard this. He turned around and walked forward. He turned to Martin and pointed his sword at him. He announced that he formally challenges young Lord Martin Roderick to a night duel. Martin's guards were surprised to hear this. Martin asked our boy not to make him laugh. He told him that he doesn't need to play his game since he can just have his knights kill him right now. With a smile on his face, Ghislain reminded Martin that justification and notarization is important for nobles like them. He told him that they are not thugs. Martin asked our boy if he is mocking him. Ghislain let out a sigh when he heard this. He told Martin that he will make a small concession. He explained to him that he will win the duel if he manages to give him a scratch. He said that he will give up on the deal and the runestones. He told Martin that he will take the Drake mercenary group and his hostages if he wins. Martin was annoyed to hear what Ghislain said. One of his guards asked him about what they should do. He asked him if they should arrest Ghislain. Martin smiled and told Ghislain that he heard rumors that he was a scoundrel back when he was the young lord of Perdium. He told him that he is truly a madman. With a forced smile on his face, he asked Ghislain if he will really win if he manages to scratch him. He told our boy that he has dug his grave. In the next scene, we see Ghislain and Martin standing under the rain outside. A knight stood in their middle. The knight called out to Martin Roderick and Ghislain Fenris. He asked them if they swear that the duel will be fair and honorable, and that they will not harbor any grievances over the outcome. Ghislain swore to accept the outcome. Martin called out to his knights and asked them to listen up. With a smile on his face, he asked them to kill Ghislain if anything happens to him. Ghislain smiled and told the man that this is why he is low class. He told him that he falls for petty provocations. Martin was annoyed to hear this. He asked Ghislain to shut up. He charged at him and thrust his sword forward. Ghislain used his sword to push Martin's sword to the side. Martin's sword landed on the ground. Ghislain swung his sword at Martin's head. Martin was able to dodge it by jumping over our boy's sword. He swung his sword at Ghislain while he was in the air. Our boy easily blocked his attack. Immediately, Martin landed on the ground. He charged at Ghislain and thrust his sword at him. Our boy easily blocked the attack. Martin increased the speed of his attacks, but Ghislain easily blocked them. Unfortunately, our boy was getting pushed back as he blocked the attacks. He got pushed to the door of a hall. Martin thrust his sword at him. When he got close to the door, Ghislain dodged his attack. His sword got stuck in the door. Ghislain swung his sword at his leg. Martin was able to dodge the attack by jumping and moving to the door. He drew his sword out and smiled. He was about to attack Ghislain from behind. He was certain that he got our boy. Unfortunately for him, Ghislain covered his body with mana. Immediately, Martin's sword touched his mana. Our boy sensed it. He was able to move his sword and block Martin's attack. Martin was shocked to see this. He couldn't believe that our boy blocked a strike from behind. Ghislain told Martin that he is better than he thought. He moved his sword aside and made Martin lose his balance. Before Martin could fall to the ground, Ghislain gave him a powerful kick in his ribs. The young lord spat out some blood. His body hit the door and flew into the hall. Martin was able to land on the ground, but he was breathing heavily. Ghislain used his hand to ask the young lord to come at him. Martin asked Ghislain to enjoy his composure while he still can. He told him that he will soon bitterly regret it. He grit his teeth and told our boy that there is something that he doesn't know. He whispered that he mastered the swordsmanship of Tenet. Immediately he said this. He charged at Ghislain at a crazy speed. Our boy was a bit surprised to see Martin in front of him. He was still able to block his attack. Martin decided to use the secret technique his master taught him. He swung his sword at Ghislain, but his attack got blocked. Martin grabbed his blade with his hand and moved his sword aside. He used his sword hilt to push Ghislain's sword down. He thrust his sword at Ghislain and told him that the fight is over. Unfortunately for him, his attack got blocked. Ghislain asked him if he mastered the swordsmanship of the finest sword in the West. He asked him if he is Tenet's disciple. Our boy actually covered his hand with mana and used it to block Martin's sword. He gave Martin a kick in his stomach and pushed him back. The young lord was able to quickly regain his balance. Ghislain appeared in front of him before he could do anything. He swung his sword at Martin, but his attack got blocked. He told Martin that being a disciple doesn't mean that he is the only one who can use Tenet's techniques. He grabbed his blade with his hand and moved his sword aside. This made Martin lose his balance. Our boy moved closer to the young lord and swung the tip of his sword at his neck. He was able to land a cut on Martin's neck. Martin instantly recognized his master's technique. Before he could do anything, Ghislain stabbed him in his stomach and raised his body up. Martin spat out a large amount of blood. He believed that it was impossible for someone to learn a technique by seeing it once and improving upon it. He grabbed Gislin's sword and told him that he might be able to move his master. He smiled and told him that he would still lose. Gislin threw his body to the ground. Martin's subordinates were shocked to see what happened to their young lord. They ran forward and said that they would avenge their lord. Gislin turned to them and told them that they are not on his level. The moment he said this, some people landed in front of the hall. It was Gillian, Lucas, and Belinda. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Castle Eclipse. We see someone enter Raoul's office and inform him that a guest has arrived. Raoul asked her to let the man in. With a smile on his face, Raoul welcomed the master of the Crimson Magic Tower, the Seventh Circle mage known as Delmuth. Delmuth smiled and told Raoul that he must no longer have any leeway if he is summoning him. The Viscount informed the mage that the Duke is furious. He asked him if he remembers the night the Duke wiped out all his relatives from the face of the earth. On the day the Duke did this, he threw his sword to the ground and said that he has finally broken one of the heavy chains binding him and obtained a small piece of freedom. Raoul said that he can never forget the Duke's smile from that day. Delmuth said that he also remembers it. Raoul placed some documents on a table and asked Delmuth to take it. The mage used his magic to pick the documents up and move it close to himself. He asked Raoul about what it is. The Viscount said that it is information on the key figures of Fenris. The mage didn't expect to hear this. Raoul explained to him that some people will soon send someone to assist them. He said that they cannot afford to just stand by and wait. He told Delmuth that they must eliminate anything that stands in the way of their lord's new world. The documents contained information about the former captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries, the White Lion Gillian. It also had information on the captain of the Cerberus mercenaries who is known as the Mad Dog Kair. There was information on the Piercing Spear, who is also known as Lucas. Belinda was categorized as an unidentified assassin, Pio was classified as a Saintess of Wana, and Vanessa was classified as a Sixth Circle mage and Fenris's exclusive mage. The Tower Master knew that it hasn't been long since the Fenris Magic Tower was established. It didn't make sense to him that a Sixth Circle mage could emerge in such a short time. Raoul explained to him that this information is based on the fact that Vanessa fought equally against Willow during the Desmond War. He said that even if Vanessa isn't at that level, it won't hurt for them to be wary. He said that there is one thing that actually bothers him. He told Delmuth that he is worried about Alfoy, the man who defeated a god. Delmuth was shocked to hear this. Raoul explained to him that based on the intelligence they gathered, Alfoy might be a mage powerful enough to overcome the goddess's power that was used by a saintess. He revealed to Delmuth that Alfoy was actually the former successor of the Flame Magic Tower. He said that Alfoy might be Fenris's hidden ace. The Tower Master stroked his beard when he heard this. He smiled and said that this is a situation where he needs to step in. He wrapped up the documents and asked Raoul not to worry. He said that it is a simple matter of tearing down the foundation of the enemy's power, which is the Flame Magic Tower. He turned around and said that he will return with good news soon enough. Raoul advised him to maintain vigilance. He told him that the two of them are nothing but mere ants before the Duke. The scene shifts, and we are taken to a large base filled with people. We see Dominic hugging his two children. Dominic's subordinates couldn't believe that Gislin's offer was true. With a shaky tone in his voice, Dominic asked our boy about what he did to young Lord Martin. Gislin revealed to him that Martin died in a fair and honorable night duel. Dominic didn't expect to hear this. His subordinates couldn't believe that our boy killed the son of the Marquis. Some of them asked him if he is crazy. They told him that he has caused an unimaginably huge problem. They said that they need to get out of there now. They believe that Roderick's army might begin to chase them very soon. Gislin watched them as they panicked. Belinda and Gillian called out to him. Our boy took off his hood. He raised his voice and asked the Drake mercenary group to listen up. He introduced himself as Count Gislin Fenris, the commander of the Northern Army. He told them that he has destroyed the chains that bound them. He told them that they no longer have to live as puppets without even knowing why. Some of them couldn't believe that Gislin was the commander of the Northern Army. Some of them didn't care. One of the mercenaries told Gislin that they can't make a living in the West even if their chains are now gone. He said that the Roderick army is going to wipe them out. Gislin asked them not to worry. He told them that he will take responsibility and protect all of them. The mercenaries were shocked to hear that a lord was willing to take responsibility for vagabonds like them. Dominic walked up to our boy and asked him about what he wants them to do. Ghislain asked him to follow him. He drew his sword and raised it up. He said that he will not hide or run away. He promised Dominic that he will always stand at the vanguard and be their guiding light. He asked the man to stand alongside him in this vanguard. Dominic nervously smiled when he heard this. He went on his knees and bowed his head to Ghislain. He raised his voice and told Ghislain that they will follow him. He swore as the captain of the Drake mercenary group that he would always stand at the vanguard by the side of Count Fenris. Our boy has now made one of the West's greatest forces his own. He told Dominic that he will now tell him what needs to be done. In the next scene, we see Ghislain in a tent with his subordinates. He ordered Lucas to lead the mercenary group and establish a base in Fenris. He said that Claude and Kair should have finished their tasks by now. He ordered Dominic to go with Gillian to absorb the remaining mercenary groups in the West. Ghislain knew that Dominic knew the West better than him. He asked him to have a physical conversation with the groups who won't listen. He believed that a physical conversation was the fastest solution. Dominic told our boy that this is a bit intense. Lucas asked Ghislain if he isn't going with them. Our boy informed him that there is something he needs to do. He said that it will be difficult for him to do it again if it is not done now. He asked Belinda to follow him to the south. The maid was surprised to hear this. Lucas reminded his lord that this is the territory of Duke Delphine. Belinda reminded him that Martin is dead. She said that the Roderick Marquis won't just sit still. She couldn't believe that Ghislain wanted to go to the south. Ghislain told Belinda that she is correct. He explained to her that the Marquis won't make a move immediately. He said that Martin's death was the result of a knight's duel, so he is the one with the justification. He told his subordinates that he will return within 1 week. The scene shifts, and we see Ghislain and Belinda enter the Mabray territory on their horses. The territory had a very eerie atmosphere. Belinda told her lord that the place is so quiet. Ghislain explained to her that there are rumors going around that the lord is going through some troubles. Due to this, everyone is walking on eggshells. Ghislain said that this trouble is an opportunity for him. Belinda hit our boy's shoulder and asked him to tell her what is going on. She reminded him that only the two of them are there. Ghislain revealed to her that he needs a new power. He said that one of the Duke's main forces is a 7th Circle Master of the Illusion School who is known as Aloys. He told Belinda that there is a magic that manipulates the opponent's mind to cast illusions. Aloys can cast this illusion magic across an entire battlefield. The Fenris soldiers might mistake each other for the enemy and engage in mindless slaughter. Belinda was shocked to hear what her master said. Ghislain told her that the power to counter Aloys is in this territory. In the next scene, we see our boy and Belinda at the castle's gate. A soldier ordered them to stop. He said that this is the castle of Lord Mabray. He asked them to turn around if they have no business there. Belinda introduced our boy as Baron Dudley and said that he is from the east. She asked the guard to tell his superiors that they have come to solve Count Mabray's problem. The guard asked them about which problem they are talking about. Our boy said that he is referring to the matter regarding the young Lord of Mabray, whose name is Edwin Mabray. He asked the guard to tell his lord that he is an exorcist. Inside the castle, we are taken to a tower. We see a man walking up the stairs. A guard greeted the man known as Count Mabray. The count asked the guard about how his son is doing. The guard told him that there are no signs of improvement. The count decided to see his son by himself. Immediately, he stepped into his son's room. A chained person with black eyes appeared in front of him. The person smiled and asked Count Mabray about why he is so cold-hearted. He asked him if he doesn't feel any pity seeing his son living like this. The creepy entity inside the boy asked the count to remove the shackles. The guard entered the room and asked his lord to keep his distance. The count raised his hand to stop the guard. He called his son a pathetic fool. He asked him about why he was so weak-minded that he would get devoured by an evil spirit like this. The spirit said that it was all because of him. It told the count that he didn't treat his son like a human. It said that everything is his fault. The count wasn't fazed by the spirit's words. He told the spirit that he will find another body for it and let it go wherever it wants. He asked it if it will leave his son's body. The evil spirit laughed and told the count that it can no longer leave. Count Mabray was shocked to hear this. The spirit told the count that the owner of this body wants him to stay. Count Mabray couldn't believe what he was hearing. He couldn't believe that this was what his son wanted. He grit his teeth out of anger. Divine power and magic has not been able to do anything to the evil spirit. The Count even secretly brought in a captured black mage from another territory to try and cure his son, but nothing changed. Count Mabre wondered if there was really no way to dispel this evil spirit. The scene shifts, and we see the Count coming out of the tower. 2 guards were standing in front of him. One of them informed him that a noble from the east wishes to see him. The Count asked the guard to send Ghislain back. He said that he doesn't want to see anyone. The guard informed him that the noble claims to be an exorcist. The Count stopped moving when he heard this. He turned to the man. In the next scene, we see Ghislain introduce himself as Baron Dudley to Count Mabre. He said that he happened to hear that young Lord Edwin is suffering from a mental affliction. He told the Count that he would like to try to cure him. The Count found this odd. He couldn't believe that Ghislain calls himself an exorcist even though he claims to cure mental afflictions. He told our boy that he sounds like he is saying nonsense. Ghislain explained to him that when someone suffers from a mental affliction, people say that they are possessed by an evil spirit. Count Mabre realized that Ghislain knows about everything that is going on. He remembered that he asked everyone to keep their mouths shut. He asked our boy to tell him where he got his information from. Ghislain said that this is not important. He told the Count that all that matters is that he can exorcise this spirit. Count Mabre asked our boy if he is saying that he knows how to use divine power or magic. Ghislain said that he does not. He told the Count that he is very familiar with the symptoms. He said that the eyes of the host turn completely black and they emit a dark aura. The Count was shocked to see that Ghislain actually knew all the symptoms. He got up and asked our boy if he knows what this thing is. Ghislain said that it is an entity that he has ill-fated ties with. He told Count Mabre that this is why he has been tracking it. He told him that he can't share any more than this. He asked the Count if he will grant him the permission to treat his son. The Count asked our boy about what he wants from him. Ghislain told him that he will tell him once the treatment is successful. He assured him that it won't be something too burdensome for him. The Count asked him about how long the treatment will take. Ghislain said that it will take a few days. He said that the exorcism ritual is very exhausting and dangerous. Count Mabre asked him about what he will need. Our boy said that he doesn't need anything other than the exorcism tools that he prepared. The Count nervously told Ghislain that he can give it a try. With a scary look on his face, he told our boy that he won't leave there in one piece if he fails. Ghislain said that he is willing to take this risk. He got up and asked the Count to not allow anyone else enter the tower. He said that he and his attendant will be the only ones to exorcise the evil spirit. He asked him to make sure to maintain this. He told the Count that Edwin's life will be in grave danger if something goes wrong. In the next scene, we see Ghislain and Belinda going up the tower. When they arrived in Edwin's room, the evil spirit asked them if they are a new one. Our boy told Edwin that he has come to cure him. The evil spirit laughed and asked him if he is a priest. It said that this is pointless. It released a dark aura above itself and said that it is a great being that is immune to divine power. With a crazy smile on its face, it told Ghislain that all the rituals he will perform will be in vain. Immediately it said this. Ghislain punched the evil spirit in its face. The attack sent the spirit flying. It slammed its head on the wall. The spirit noticed that it felt pain. It didn't understand how the body of a spirit could feel pain from a mere human's attack. Belinda told her lord that the spirit is tougher than she thought. Ghislain explained to her that the evil spirit is protecting its host body with its dark aura. Belinda said that Edwin won't die from getting beat up a little. Our boy asked her to take out the tools. Belinda quickly opened the suitcase in her hand and showed it to her master. The spirit turned to Ghislain and called him a bastard. It asked him about what he plans to do. It reminded him that this is the body of the Count's son. It asked our boy if he thinks that he can do this to it and make it out alive. Ghislain asked the spirit to stop talking as if the body belongs to it. He reminded it that it is a mere evil spirit. He said that he is an exorcist. He raised his polearm and said that this will be his cross. The spirit called him a crazy bastard. Ghislain ignored it and swung his weapon at its face. The spirit spat out some blood when it got hit with the weapon. Unfortunately for it, Ghislain was just getting started. He hit it again with his weapon. He attacked it with his fist. He used the weapon to hit its head. Our boy showed it no mercy. He held its head and began to beat the shit out of the spirit. The spirit really suffered at Ghislain's hands. Our boy did not hold back. At some point, it began to struggle to catch its breath. It wondered about when this suffering will end. It was certain that this wasn't an exorcism. It begged Ghislain to stop. Immediately it did this. The original owner of the body screamed out. Belinda and Ghislaine were surprised to see this. As Edwin's eyes slowly regained its true colors, the evil spirit said that the owner of the body is waking up. Before it could say anything else, Edwin regained consciousness. He called out to his father and begged him to save him. Ghislaine realized that Edwin had woken up. Belinda told her master that physical therapy is the best for weaklings like him. Ghislaine asked her if she can keep an eye on Edwin for a bit. He turned to the side and saw the evil spirit slowly putting itself together in the corner. It said that it finally found a body that didn't resist him. It told Ghislaine that he ruined everything. Ghislaine asked it if there is a problem. He advised it to just go back into Edwin's body. The spirit said that once it is out, it can never enter the same body again. It couldn't believe that someone who isn't even a mage or priest could force him out of a body. It knew that it would fade away if it doesn't enter another body soon. It refused to let this happen. It turned to Ghislaine and told him that he possesses an excellent body. It was completely different from Edwin's frail body. Ghislaine's body was an ideal vessel. Belinda was shocked to hear what the evil spirit said. She wondered if it was going to enter her master's body next. The spirit told our boy that he will put his body to better use. It slowly transformed into a human and told Ghislaine that it will borrow the form of the strongest being in its memories to make him submit. It asked our boy to hand over his body to it. Ghislaine was surprised to see who the evil spirit transformed into. The spirit transformed into Kian Balzac, the man who is known as the finest sword of the kingdom. The spirit grabbed its sword and told Ghislaine that it will use all the power it has absorbed so far to make him submit. It drew 2 swords and asked Ghislaine to hand over his body to it. It charged at him when it said this. Ghislaine drew his sword and blocked the spirit's strike. The spirit thrust its other sword at him. Ghislaine easily moved to the side and dodged the attack. He swung his sword at the spirit's leg. The spirit used its 2 swords to block his attack. It quickly swung his sword at our boy. Ghislaine easily blocked its attack. He thrust his blade at the spirit. It was able to block his attack. It swung its sword at our boy. Ghislaine was able to easily block the strike. He swung his sword at the spirit's head, but it was able to block his strike. The spirit laughed and told Ghislaine that it didn't expect him to withstand attacks mimicking Kian to this extent. Ghislaine didn't expect this illusion that materialized solely from mana to wield this much power. He understood that the evil spirit had a massive amount of mana. He smiled when he thought about how this power would be with a trained master. He and the spirit said that they really want to take over now. The spirit swung its swords at our boy's legs. Ghislaine jumped to dodge the attack. He thrust his blade at the spirit. The evil spirit swung its sword at his head. Our boy quickly used his sword to block its attack. It tried to press him down with its sword. Ghislaine moved close to it and used his elbow to give it a blow in its ribs. The spirit didn't expect this. Ghislaine quickly swung his sword at its shoulder. The spirit was able to block the attack, but it got pushed back a bit. It swung its swords at Ghislaine's legs. Our boy was able to dodge the attack by jumping. He hit the shoulder of the spirit and used it to push himself up. He landed behind the spirit. He carefully turned to it. Belinda was quite nervous to see her master fighting. The spirit turned to him and called him a bastard. Ghislaine smiled and asked it if it hasn't shown him everything it has. The spirit released its dark energy. It said that the fight won't end until it changes things up. It threw one of its swords at Ghislaine. Our boy easily dodged the attack by moving his head. The sword hit the wall. The moment it did this, Ghislaine saw a mana thread coming from it. The spirit tightened the mana thread around its hand and used it to drag himself to Ghislaine at a crazy speed. It swung its sword at our boy when it got close to him. Ghislaine was able to block its attack. The spirit quickly tied a mana thread around his waist before he could swing his sword again. It dragged Ghislaine and made him lose his balance. It pulled our boy close to itself and thrust its sword at him. Ghislaine was still able to block the attack. He realized that this spirit could freely manipulate mana threads. Maintaining mana in the fine and precise form of a thread requires immense concentration. It is basically a waste of capacity in a life-and-death battle. Even our boy wouldn't use it unless it is an absolute necessity. For an amplified mana monster like this spirit, there is no need for it to worry about mana. Ghislaine quickly cut the thread and jumped back. The spirit made the mana threads again. Our boy realized that this fight was going to be a bit troublesome for him. When he swung his sword at the spirit, it dodged his attack and tied mana threads around his waist again. It swung its sword at Ghislain. Our boy was barely able to jump out of the way. The spirit thrust its sword at his head and told him that it will take his body. Ghislain instantly called out to Belinda when he heard this. The woman threw a rope with a hook at the spirit. The rope got tied around its arm. Belinda charged at it and gave it a kick in its face. The spirit didn't expect the attack. Ghislain gathered his energy in his sword and told the spirit that he didn't really want to use a lot of power against it. He told it that it is time for it to be quiet. Immediately he said this. He swung his sword at the spirit. He landed a clean strike on it. The spirit's body quickly began to fall apart. The spirit couldn't believe that its form was collapsing. It noticed that it wasn't able to even see our boy swing his sword. It now understood that Ghislain wasn't fighting seriously at all. It reverted back to its small form. Ghislain asked it about what it is going to do now that it has failed to take his body by force. The spirit laughed and said that the mana it absorbed from the bodies of the nobodies was nowhere near enough. It knew that this was its best chance to get a strong body. It didn't expect its chance to fade away like this. Ghislain smiled and revealed to the evil spirit that he has an offer for it. He asked it to enter his body and reside within him. The spirit was shocked to hear this. Belinda reminded her lord that he was just fighting to stop the spirit from taking over his body. Ghislain explained to her that there is a difference between him having his body taken over and him providing a dwelling place for the spirit to reside in. He told the spirit that he will provide an abode for it to reside within his body and even give it mana if needed. The spirit asked him if he is really willing to give it his body without rejecting it. It asked our boy to tell it what he would get out of this. Ghislain went on his knees and stretched out his hand. He told the spirit that he wants its power to amplify mana. Belinda and the spirit were surprised to hear what Ghislain said. The spirit laughed and told our boy that he is foolish. It asked him if he believes that he can control it once he lets it in. It increased its size and accepted Ghislain's offer. It told him that it will enter his body. It flew into Ghislain's body. Our boy instantly felt pain in his body. His eyes began to slowly change. Belinda called out to her lord when she saw him shaking in pain. Ghislain told her that he is fine. He turned to her with black eyes and asked her to trust him. The spirit appeared in front of him and opened its mouth. It told Ghislain that he cannot turn back now that he has accepted it. It said that this is the greedy choice of a person blinded by power. It asked Ghislain not to regret it. Immediately it said this. It closed its mouth. Ghislain lost consciousness and fell into Belinda's arms. The maid called out to her master. The scene shifts, and we see the spirit inside Ghislain's body. The spirit was happy to feel the overflowing energy that was in our boy. It was its first time entering the body of someone this strong. Ghislain was on a completely different level from the other nobodies. The spirit planned to grant our boy real power in exchange for taking over his body. It wanted to evolve Ghislain's body one step further. The source of the spirit's powers are the emotions a person felt in their memories. It decided to see our boy's memories. It got dragged to a battlefield filled with countless bodies and weapons. A man in a red coat stood calmly in this battlefield. The spirit didn't expect to see this gruesome sight. It asked the man to tell him who he is. The blonde swordsman calmly turned to the spirit. He turned out to be the older Ghislain, the man who was known as the Mercenary King. The spirit didn't understand why there was someone else in another person's inner world. It quickly noticed something odd. It realized that the face belongs to the owner of the body, even though it was a bit older. It didn't understand why this man in front of him was much older than his current body. The older Mercenary King asked the spirit if it wants to see his memories. He asked it to look at everything it wants if it can handle it. The moment he said this, the spirit got thrown into darkness. It quickly began to scream. It saw a memory of Ghislain's little sister reaching out to him and begging him for help. He saw an image of our boy running away. It also saw Walter bleeding out on the battlefield. It watched Ghislain kneel in front of his ruined county. Our boy made up his mind on this day. He swore that he will take his revenge. He killed countless people to become stronger. The spirit watched Ghislain get cut down by Aiden. It watched Aiden tell our boy that they joined hands with Duke Delphine and destroyed his family. Ghislain was furious when he heard this. Before he could even think of doing anything, Aiden beheaded him. Before his head could touch the ground, Ghislain repeated the Duke's name several times. He promised himself that he will never forgive his enemies if he is ever reborn. The spirit began to scream again when it saw the memories. It couldn't accept that a human could possess such violently intense emotions. It told itself that it cannot devour something like this. It got transported back to Ghislain. While it was panicking, our boy asked it about how it feels to peek into someone else's memories. The spirit was shocked to see him. It told him that his memories are filled with lies. It couldn't accept the fact that a human was able to come back from the dead and even return to the past. Ghislain told it that it doesn't matter if it makes sense or not. He said that all that matters is that he is alive. The spirit nervously looked into Ghislain's scary eyes and asked him to tell it how a human can live while bearing the weight of a world like this. It begged our boy to let it out. While it was screaming, it got transported to a place with a small tree. The spirit carefully turned to the tree. It wondered about what it was. Ghislain appeared in front of it and told it that they are the things that he needs to protect at all costs. Our boy thought about his family and his subordinates. He told the spirit that he will never lose them again. The spirit now understood the reason why Ghislain could carry the weight of this world. Our boy had a sense of responsibility. In the outside world, we see Ghislain open his eyes. His body began to levitate. Dark energy was pouring out of his body. Belinda was shocked to see this. She didn't understand what was happening to her young master. The dark energy slowly began to enter Ghislain's body. The dark energy moved him back down to the ground. Ghislain closed his eyes and reopened it. It returned to normal. The dark energy covered his body like a thin shield. It was able to completely enter his body. Ghislain carefully moved his hand to see if he was in control of his body. He smiled when he saw that everything was good. Belinda nervously called out to him. Ghislain apologized to her for making her worry about him. He turned to her and suggested that they head back. Belinda became emotional when she saw that her young master had returned to normal. Ghislain called out to the spirit. He decided to name it Dark. With Dark's power to invade the consciousness, our boy believed that he will be able to break Eloy's illusion magic. Dark's power was actually something that Cain Balzac possessed in Ghislain's past life. But now that our boy has been able to obtain this power, he will be able to clash swords with the finest sword of the kingdom. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the Flame Magic Tower's Fenris branch. We are shown the runestone refinery. We see some mages hitting their staffs on the runestones. A mage wearing glasses said that he is going to die very soon. He couldn't understand why mages were treated this way. His comrade said that he just wants to rest a bit. Someone asked them to stop chatting. He referred to them as bastards and asked them to stop slacking off. The mage used his wand to fire some strikes at his subordinates and told them that they will have their mana drained by Director Vanessa if they don't meet their quota for today. The mages screamed out in pain. The person guiding them was Alfoy. Vanessa entered the room and asked Alfoy about what he is doing. Alfoy was happy to see her. He told her that he is managing the rookie mages. He said that the arrogant little punks won't stop complaining. He asked Vanessa if someone else will keep them in check if he didn't come down to the site himself. While wearing a soldier's helmet on his head, Alfoy told Vanessa that someone had to guide the mages. He said that it had to be an enlightened mage like him. Vanessa decided not to question him. She told him that they will need to step out for a bit. Alfoy asked her about what she means. Vanessa revealed to him that the Crimson Magic Tower requested for a Magic Tower exchange with the Flame Magic Tower. Alfoy didn't expect to hear this. A Magic Tower exchange is a highly elegant and prestigious event where mages from different towers gather to share their knowledge, debate, and test their skills. The most anticipated event in this exchange is the duels between the tower's disciples. Sometimes the atmosphere gets so heated that casualties occur. Alfoy knew that this event is rarely held between rival magic towers. He didn't understand why the Crimson Tower requested for it. Vanessa revealed to Alfoy that their tower master sent her an invitation. She said that it is customary for the tower master and the elders to sit out during exchange duels. Alfoy couldn't believe that his master called for him. He smiled and turned around. He refused the invite. He told Vanessa that his master has not sent him a single letter while he has been suffering out there in the middle of nowhere despite the fact that he is the successor of the Flame Magic Tower. He asked the woman to tell him why he should help his master. With a proud smile on his face, Alfoy said that he is going to bury his bones in Fenris. Vanessa asked him not to worry about this. She revealed to him that his name wasn't on the invitation list. She assured him that everything will be fine even if he doesn't go. Alfoy froze in shock when he heard this. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the Flame Magic Tower. We see the Red Cap Elder asking the Tower Master if it is okay not to call Alfoy back. The Yellow Cap Elder said that Alfoy is still their tower's successor, even if he is lacking. Hubert reminded them that they said that Alfoy is still only at the 3rd circle. He asked them to tell him what his disciple has been able to learn since he got deployed. The Yellow Cap Elder asked the Tower Master if their disciples can win against mages taught by a 7th circle mage like Delmuth. The Tower Master said that it is fine. He told the Elder that Vanessa is enough for this exchange. In the next scene, we see Alfoy greeting the Tower Master with a bright smile on his face. Hubert was shocked to see Alfoy. He welcomed him back and asked him about how he has been. He quickly ran to Vanessa and asked her if the journey was comfortable. He asked the woman if it is true that she has reached the 6th circle. He told the elders that they need to take a page out of Vanessa's book and do their best to advance past the 5th circle. The elders were annoyed to hear this. They reminded Hubert that he is still stuck at the 6th circle. They asked him if he is going to let a former maid catch up to him so quickly. They reminded him that he once said that he would reach the 7th circle in no time if he had runestones. Hubert quickly asked them to shut up. He grit his teeth out of anger. He wondered about what Ghislain did to Vanessa. He knew that the woman couldn't even feel a speck of mana before. He told the elders that it doesn't matter if the Crimson Magic Tower is great since he has all the runestones. He said that there is no need for them to dance to Delmuth's tune. He smiled and said that it is only a matter of time before their magic tower becomes the greatest in the kingdom. In the next scene, we see the Crimson Magic Tower Master and his disciples standing outside. They were all wearing the same attire. They looked like cultists. The Flame Tower Master and the elders were standing in front of them. The elders were shocked to see the amount of disciples Delmuth brought. They were up to 50 disciples with him. Hubert didn't understand why Delmuth would bring this amount of disciples. He wondered if he was trying to start a war. He calmly walked up to the Crimson Magic Tower Master. Delmuth smiled and told Hubert that it has been a while since they saw each other. Hubert glared at him when he heard this. When Delmuth noticed his gaze, he released his mana. Hubert quickly ordered his subordinates to deploy their mana fields. He asked Delmuth about what he is doing. Delmuth arrogantly looked him in his eyes. He took away his mana and moved close to Hubert. He told him that he was just greeting him. He said that he also wanted to check a few things. The Crimson Magic Tower Master smiled and told Hubert that he is still in the exact same spot. Hubert was annoyed to hear this. He called him a bastard. He told Delmuth that he has set things up so that they can duel right away. He asked him to come at him now. The Crimson Magic Tower Master ignored him and turned to someone. He turned to Vanessa. Immediately he saw her. He knew that she was the 6th circle mage. He looked at the person standing next to her. He realized that this was the man who defeated a god. Alfoy didn't understand why Delmuth was staring at him. Delmuth smiled when he saw the 2 key figures of Fenris. He was happy to see that he didn't have to seek them out to kill them. The scene shifts, and we are taken to an indoor training ground inside the Magic Tower. A mage stood on the stage and said that the Magic Tower exchange will begin now. He announced that there will be a total of 5 magic duels. He ordered the Magic Towers to send out the disciples who will participate in the duels. Delmuth called out to a disciple known as Modi. The disciple took off his hood and responded to his Tower Master's call. Delmuth whispered something to the man. The man smiled when he heard what his Tower Master said. He went to the stage and said that he understands. The Red Cap Elder informed Hubert that their opponent is a 4th circle mage. He said that their rival Magic Tower is coming out strong right from the start. He asked Hubert about who he wants to send out. The Blue Cap Elder suggested that they send someone who can match their opponent. Hubert denied his request. He asked them to send out a 2nd circle mage named Ribeiro. The Blue Cap Elder was shocked to hear this. He asked the Tower Master if he is really going to send out a 2nd circle disciple to face a 4th circle mage. Hubert explained to him that he doesn't want to reveal their fighting strength over something like this. He said that their rival wouldn't try to kill a disciple in a public setting like this even if there is a gap in circles. He told the elders that even if they lose all the fights, they can just send out Vanessa at the end, and she will definitely win. Hubert said that they will still be able to save face. He called out to Ribeiro and told him that this is a good opportunity for him to face someone with a higher circle than him. He assured him that it is fine if he loses. He advised Ribeiro to consider the fight as a way to build experience. Ribeiro nervously told his Tower Master that he understands. Immediately they were asked to begin. Ribeiro took a stance and released his mana. He fired an attack known as Twin Fireball at his opponent. Modi easily blocked the attack by swinging his wand at them. He told Ribeiro that his attack was pathetic. He fired a spell known as Air Cutter at him. The attack tore Ribeiro apart. Hubert was shocked to see this. Delmuth gently smiled. The other disciples of the Flame Magic Tower quickly went to check on Ribeiro. They saw that his bleeding was quite severe. They knew that he was going to die if he continued bleeding out. Hubert called out to Delmuth and called him a bastard. He asked him if he plans to have his disciples murdered. Delmuth asked Hubert to calm down. He told him that Modi is probably more surprised than them. He smiled and said that Modi probably didn't expect Ribeiro to be defeated by a spell of this much power. Hubert grit his teeth out of anger when he heard this. Delmuth asked him not to be too angry. He assured him that he understands how he feels. He told Hubert that it is expected that there might be some casualties in a duel. The referee asked the disciples to proceed with the next duel before the mood calms down. The two magic towers send out their disciples. The disciple of the Crimson Magic Tower heavily injured the disciple of the Flame Magic Tower with his attack. The second win went to the Crimson Magic Tower. In the next duel, the disciple of the Flame Magic Tower surrendered before the fight began. The mages of the Crimson Magic Tower laughed and wondered if the Flame Magic Tower was really the best in the north with this level of skills. They said that they heard that the Flame Magic Tower was still stuck in their past glory, but after seeing their skills for themselves, they became certain that the rumors were true. The disciples of the Crimson Magic Tower laughed and called their rival pieces of trash. The Blue Cap Elder informed Hubert that something isn't right. He said that it feels as if the purpose of this exchange is to kill their disciples. The Yellow Cap Elder wondered if there were no countermeasures for them to take. Hubert was annoyed to hear this. He turned to his disciples and asked them if there is no one who wants to step up for the next duel. The nervous disciples asked their tower master if he really wants them to go out and fight these people. One of them told him that these mages have no qualms killing people. Delmuth reminded everyone that this is an event to see the achievements of the disciples. He asked Hubert to come out himself if no one is willing to step forward. The disciples of the Crimson Magic Tower laughed out loud when they heard what their tower master said. Hubert didn't think that there would be this much gap between their two magic towers. He believed that the Flame Magic Tower was finished. One of his disciples called the other disciples pathetic bastards. He jumped into the stage. The person turned out to be Alfoy. The man said that he will step forward. The tower master and the elders were shocked to see that Alfoy stepped up. Delmuth noticed that the successor of the Flame Magic Tower had stepped up. He said that it is only polite that they send out a fitting opponent. A mage from the Crimson Magic Tower stepped out. He introduced himself as Delmuth's first disciple and the successor of the Crimson Magic Tower. His name is Brody. The smug-looking idiot told Alfoy that it is nice to meet him. The elders were shocked to see that the successor of the Crimson Magic Tower was a fourth circle mage. Hubert quickly called out to Alfoy when he greeted the man. He informed his disciple that Brody is a fourth circle master. He asked him about how he is going to win when he is only at the third circle. Alfoy told him that they haven't even tried to face Brody. He cleaned his ear and said that he has even beaten a god before. Hubert wondered if his successor had lost his mind. To a mage, circles are everything. The Tower Master was certain that it would be impossible for his successor to win. Vanessa asked her Tower Master not to worry. She said that Alfoy is a mage who is full of complaints and is completely arrogant, but he is definitely not weak. Alfoy took a stance and covered his wand with his mana. Brody asked him if he isn't embarrassed that he is at the third circle, even though he is the successor of the Flame Magic Tower. He asked him if he knows that he is going to die. Unfortunately, Brody didn't know who he was talking to. Alfoy took out a coin and said that he has almost died countless times because of a bastard named Ghislain. He threw the coin in the air and said that he won't be dying today. The moment the coin touched his fingers again, he covered it with mana and fired it at Brody's stupid face. The coin hit the man in his nose. Blood gushed out of his nose. He lost his balance. Hubert and Delmuth were surprised to see this. Brody released his mana and called Alfoy's attack a cowardly attack. He fired several strikes at Alfoy and told him that he lacks the dignity of a mage. Alfoy instantly activated a skill called Haste. He was able to dodge the strikes that got close to him at a crazy speed. The strikes hit his robe. Alfoy easily dodged Brody's attacks. He charged at the idiot. Brody didn't understand why Alfoy was so fast. He fired more strikes at him and asked him not to come close. Alfoy activated a spell called Psychokinesis and used a skill known as Table Flip to take out a part of the stage and place it in front of him. The brick wall blocked Brody's strikes, but it got destroyed. The man asked Alfoy about where he learnt his cheap tricks. Immediately he said this. My man Alfoy appeared in his blind spot. He activated a spell known as Fire Punch and covered his hand with fire. He gave Brody a deadly punch in his face. The man couldn't even stop his attack. The mages of the Flame Magic Tower were shocked to see what their successor did. Vanessa was proud of her comrade. Hubert couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't understand how Alfoy managed to overcome the circle gap. Delmuth was shocked by Alfoy's skills. He noticed that the man's rapid mana operation was at a level where he barely needed any time to chant. The Crimson Magic Tower Master couldn't believe that a mage with this kind of skill was only at the third circle. He found this to be absurd. Alfoy sat on the idiot and gave him several punches in his face. He laughed out loud and asked Brody if it hurts. He asked him if he remembers what he said earlier. Brody called him a cowardly bastard and told him that the match is already decided. Before he could surrender, Alfoy covered his mouth with his hand and fired a fireball into it. A small amount of fire poured out of Brody's ear. His mouth was completely ruined. Alfoy asked him if he is going to argue about what is cowardly on the battlefield too. He called Brody a little shit and told him that results are everything on the battlefield. Guys, we have come to the end of video. I think Alfoy just became my favorite character. Let me know how you guys feel about him in the comments section. Thanks for watching the video. Don't forget to like and smash that subscribe button for more recaps. See you guys later.